Chapter 1. Soul transmigration to another realm in the Xianyu Empire at the Lingjian Sect, upon a mountain suffused with an aura of devastation. A young man clad in white was bound by iron chains, his hair disheveled in his body marred by injuries crash. Boom! Amidst the thunderous roars, a lightning bolt as thick as a barrel pierced through the clouds, striking the young man directly. The fierce winds and sharp sword energies incessantly lacerated his skin, leaving behind trails of blood enduring the torment of thunder, wind, and sword aura. The young man's once pristine white garments were now completely stained crimson. His breath was reduced to a mere whisper. Teetering on the brink of extinction, exhausted and on the verge of death, he was at the thought reflection cliff of the Lingjian Sect. Anyone who violated the sect's rules and committed grave offenses would be punished here for reflection. While it was termed reflection, in truth, once one entered the thought reflection cliff, considerations of reincarnation were not far off. Even if by some stroke of fortune one could emerge alive from the thought reflection cliff, their body would be utterly ruined after enduring the ravages of thunder, sword energy, and fierce winds, their foundational cultivation shattered, rendering any hope of advancement in the path of cultivation a distant dream. Brother Lin Jian has been at the thought reflection cliff for a full 10 days. How tragic. Even if he survives, he will be a mere shadow of his former self. TCH, he deserves it. Who told him to covet Sister Zhao Yuyan? After his failed confession, he sneaked in her chamber at night, attempting to force himself upon her. Everyone in the Lingjian Sect knows that Sister Zhao Yuyan is betrothed to Brother Chen Xiao, soon to become companions in the path of cultivation. What right does Lin Jian have to interfere? Wait a moment. I remember Brother Lin Jian was fond of Sister Song Shu. He has always been frugal, frequently gifting her pills and treasures. How could he suddenly confess to Zhao Yuyan? There cannot be two tigers on the same mountain. It's common knowledge that Lin Jian and Chen Xiao are at odds. This is clearly Shu. The disciples stationed at the periphery of the thought reflection cliff, witnessing Lin Jian's torment from a distance, whispered among themselves. However, as the terrifying punishment of lightning subsided, Lin Jian suddenly stretched his neck, tilting his head. Devoid of vitality, he had completely perished. After enduring 10 days and nights, he ultimately succumbed. The disciples of the Lingjian Sect, realizing the anomaly, were taken aback. Several streams of spiritual energy surged forth, breaking the restrictions, racing towards Lin Jian to check for signs of life. Wonderful news. Brother Lin Jian has finally died. The leading disciple, upon failing to detect any breath, rejoiced and exclaimed, "We no longer have to guard the thought reflection cliff." Swish! Before his words were fully uttered, Lin Jian, who had appeared lifeless, abruptly opened his eyes wide, surveying his surroundings in bewilderment, breathing heavily. Such an unusual action startled the onlooking disciples, causing them to retreat in terror, as though they had encountered a specter. Lin Jian's hollow eyes scanned the disciples clad in Taoist robes. From fear to confusion, then to an exhilarating frenzy. Just moments ago, I was crushed into a pulp, and now I am transmigrated. Lin Jianzhi could only recall his experience of rummaging through the second-hand market on Blue Star, where he stumbled upon a rusted ancient pagoda. As he crossed the street, he toyed with it, fantasizing about discovering a genuine antique that he could sell for an exorbitant price, thus transforming his fate and asserting dominance, compelling his ex-girlfriend, who had just entered a BMW, to beg for forgiveness. But what of reality? A roaring dump truck met Lin Jianzhi with a fatal blow, and moments before his demise, he spewed blood over the little tower. When he next opened his eyes, he found himself in the Xianyu continent, at the Lingjian Sect. Wait a moment. If he had transmigrated, why were his hands and feet shackled with iron chains? Why was he bruised and bloodied? Before Lin Jianzhi could ponder further, a torrent of memories from this body surged upon him, leaving him with a splitting headache. Lin Jianzhi, a direct disciple of the Lingjian Sect's leader, ranked third, possessed above-average cultivation talent, a name shared, perhaps a fateful connection. However, the original host was rather stubborn, and a complete sycophant. Over the years, he had devoted most of his cultivation resources to his infatuation, Song Shui, resulting in a stagnation of his own progress and a gradual loss of the sect's attention and nurturing. Originally, he merely struggled, but upon the entrance of his junior brother, Chen Xiao, he became the target of relentless ridicule, scheming, and sabotage. Under Chen Xiao's string of conspiracies and false accusations, the sect leader held him in disdain. His seniors looked down upon him, and even his junior disciples avoided him. Chen Xiao, cunning and adept at concealment, managed to manipulate the situation so that Lin Jianzhi often felt it was his own fault. Over time, Lin Jianzhi's resolve shattered, and his self-esteem collapsed. He admitted to being a failure, bowing and scraping before others. Living in a state of despair akin to that of a lost dog in the Lingjian Sect, he lived a life less dignified than a dog. This time, Chun Xiao, in collusion with Zhao Yuyan, concocted a scheme, claiming that Lin Jianzhi had attempted to intrude upon Zhao Yuyan's quarters under the guise of expressing love, intending to commit an unspeakable act. The slander knew no bounds. This incident escalated to such an extent that it even drew the attention of their master, the sect leader, Ji Qing. A confrontation ensued before the hall naturally. Lin Jianzhi denied the baseless charges. Moreover, his goddess, Song Shui, was present. Watching with cold indifference, he wished he could lay his heart bare before her to prove his innocence. Yet, Zhao Yuyan, tears streaming down her face, pitiful and delicate, uttered, "What girl would jest with her own virtue?" This statement plunged Lin Jianzhi into the depths of despair. Meanwhile, his junior brother, Chun Xiao, who was betrothed to Zhao Yuyan, feigned innocence and pleaded on Lin Jianzhi's behalf, asserting that if Lin Jianzhi confessed and promised never to harass any female disciples of the Lingjian Sect again, the matter could be laid to rest. With a mere light-hearted remark, he rallied the support of thousands of female disciples in the Lingjian Sect, enhancing his own image while making Lin Jianzhi the object of scorn. Lin Jianzhi, being obstinate and simplistic in thought, would never admit to actions he had not committed, even under duress. Chun Xiao, having thoroughly understood Lin Jianzhi's temperament, feigned such magnanimity. The outcome is evidently clear. In the eyes of the master and his fellow disciples, the junior disciple Chun Xiao, adorned with a green hat, displays such magnanimity, providing Lin Jianzhi with an opportunity to step down. Yet, Lin Jianzhi fails to seize this chance. Is this not the epitome of ingratitude? Reprobate, you shall be punished. To reflect upon your wrongs at the cliff of reflection. If you do not acknowledge your mistakes, do not bother returning. With a wave of his robe, the master condemned Lin Jianzhi to remain at the cliff of reflection for a full 10 days and nights. From that moment, he was beset by thunder and lightning, buffeted by fierce winds, and pierced by the essence of swords. Now, this broken body bears the scars of a shattered Tao heart, a collapsed foundation, severed meridians, and is marred all over. He has truly been reduced to an incapable wretch. And even if he were to emerge alive from the cliff of reflection, what would it matter? Damn it, the heavens have collapsed at the outset. The heavens have collapsed. Having absorbed all memories, Lin Jianzhi gazed at the encroaching disciples of the Spirit Sword sect, his mind flooded with a torrent of frustration. It's all that damn tower's fault. It got me hit by a truck and transported to this wretched place. If it dares to show its face again, I will tear it apart. Boom! Young man, who do you intend to dismantle? Before Lin Jianzhi could finish his thought, a fog enveloped his consciousness, and chaotic energies swirled around him. Suddenly, an ancient tower loomed against the backdrop of the cosmic void. Its structure was archaic, surrounded by the sun, moon, and stars, radiating boundless brilliance. Layer upon layer, it resembled a golden celestial palace, suppressing the vast rivers of stars and seemingly ready to burst the universe itself, transcending time and unyielding to decay. Little tower? Hurry! Save me! Lin Jianzhi was overwhelmed with joy. He had always sensed that this tower was extraordinary. His cross-signal, even his transcending through that filthy truck, was orchestrated by this little tower. What is your hurry? You have just arrived in this realm, and I, your tower, have yet to acclimate to the laws of this world. First, you must survive and exit the cliff of reflection. Then I shall acknowledge you as my master. A languid yet proud voice resonated within Lin Jianzhi's heart, and then the majestic tower, as vast as a celestial palace, vanished completely. Young one, this is your trial. Rely on myself to survive and exit the cliff of reflection? Ha! This body is now riddled with a shattered Tao heart, a destroyed foundation, severed meridians, and is utterly exhausted. If he could walk out on his own, why would he need a tower? Just as Lin Jianzhi was about to voice his thoughts, his consciousness was forcibly pulled from the sea of awareness, returning to his physical form. Lin Jianzhi, do you recognize your error? Lin Jianzhi, your senior sister is speaking to you. Why are you pretending to be dead with your eyes closed? Lin Jianzhi. Upon opening his eyes, he found before him a woman clad in a light pink robe, holding a 3-foot azure sword, her presence ethereal as if she were a celestial being. Her swan-like neck was long and graceful, her red lips pressed tightly, and her face was adorned with a frown of displeasure. Her black hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, swaying gently with her movements. Her features were picturesque, vibrant, and captivating. Was his second senior sister. When Xingye, a formidable cultivator at the core formation stage, she possessed immense strength, second only to the eldest disciple, Lu Jiang, among many. It is essential to understand that the path of cultivation involves absorbing the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth into oneself, comprehending the myriad paths of the world, and transcending to become an immortal. There are 10 realms in total: body refinement, chi cultivation, essence condensation, dan formation, spirit communication, spiritual fire, divine refinement, returning to emptiness, God transformation, tribulation. Crossing each realm is further divided into 10 tiers. Upon seeing the approaching Wenqing, Lin Jian's eyes brightened. The opportunity to emerge alive from the cliff of reflection had finally arrived. Yet, a frown soon creased his brow in his memories. This woman did not seem to possess benevolent intentions. Chapter 2. The chaotic artifact, the golden finger, arrives. Across the vast expanse of the Xianyu Empire, the Spirit Sword Sect stands as a renowned and dominant presence. The reason is simple. For the Spirit Sword Sect possesses both a legendary sword and an extraordinary individual. This sword is the sect's treasured artifact, the Spirit Sword Zidian, and this individual is the sect leader. Ji Qing is a master of the spirit communication realm, her strength unfathomable, having long transcended the mundane, regarded as a celestial being. After a century of cultivation, sect leader Ji Qing has 5 direct disciples, namely, eldest brother, Lu Jiang, second sister, Wen Qing, fourth junior sister, Zhao Yuyan, fifth junior sister, Song Shui, youngest brother, Chun Xiao. Lin Jian ranks third, being the third junior brother and also the third elder brother. As he gazed upon the striking female cultivator before him, Lin Jian absorbed the memories flooding his mind while reminiscing about the Spirit Sword Sect's past. Upon traversing into this unfamiliar world, the enigmatic small tower had yet to acknowledge its master, proving unreliable and untrustworthy. This body, worn and battered, was on the brink of extinguishment. His only hope for liberation lay with second sister Wenqing. Yet, in his memories, this woman did not appear to be a good person. Lin Jian, you truly are obstinate and irredeemable. Gazing at Lin Jian, bloodied and bruised, Wenqing frowned, her exquisite features marred by impatience. To think you disregard even your elder sister. My visit here is nothing more than a waste of time. With that, Wenqing scoffed, gripping her 3-foot azure blade, and turned to leave second sister. Wait, please. Realizing Wenqing intended to depart, Lin Jian hastily called out, panic coursing through him. If this woman truly left, without completing the small tower's trial, he might very well meet his end. Is not that I do not hold second sister in esteem, rather, I have endured 10 days and nights on this cliff of reflection, besieged daily by thunder and lightning, battered by fierce winds, and pierced by sword energy, leaving me gravely injured. As soon as he spoke, Wenqing halted her steps, glancing back upon witnessing Lin Jian, flesh torn and barely clinging to life. Much of her ire dissipated, yet her brows remained furrowed. What of dying? Would dying allow one to speak without regard? To dismiss her, Wenqing, with disdain? Such disrespect for one's elders. Humph. Lin Jian, your current predicament is entirely of your own making. Do not blame others. Wenqing crossed her arms, adopting an air of superiority, pacing back and forth before Lin Jian while admonishing him, as the other disciples of the Spirit Sword Sect shrank back, dutifully listening to her reprimand. On ordinary days, you appear quite honest, yet I never anticipated that after your unrequited confession, you would dare to intrude upon Zhao Shimi's boudoir with ulterior motives. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, junior brother arrived just in time. Otherwise, you would have had the audacity to. I truly cannot comprehend. Are you not Lin Jian's, the devoted admirer of fifth Shimi Song Shui? How is it that you have suddenly developed feelings for Zhao Shimi? Indeed, men are rarely virtuous. Lin Jian's grimaced in pain, yet he restrained himself from interrupting Wenqing within this bogus memories. Wenqing is a cold-hearted, self-serving individual, one who would never show such compassion as to visit a dying man at the cliff of reflection. Her presence must certainly harbor some ulterior motive. As expected, after delivering her lofty condemnation, Wenqing let out a cold huff and inquired, Lin Jian's, master commands me to ask you one last time. Do you recognize your mistake? Upon finishing her question, Wenqing did not wait for Lin Jian's to respond before turning on her heel and departing. Lin Jian's silence confirmed her suspicions. Any further words would merely squander time. Her visit to the cliff of reflection was not born of benevolence, but rather a duty imposed by her master. As a fellow disciple, Wenqing understood Lin Jian's nature all too well. He was straightforward, stubborn, and utterly devoted. Such a person, with a simple mind and rigid principles, lacked the capacity for adaptability. What was done was done, what was not done remained undone. To phrase it more eloquently, He was steadfast to the point of being unyielding in blunt terms. He was merely a headstrong fool. To admit fault meant survival. To deny fault meant death. It appeared a simple choice, yet in truth, to acknowledge his misdeed would entail confessing to his intentions toward Zhao Yuyan, thus ruining any chance of remaining in the Lingjian Sect. Moreover, Lin Jianzhi had already languished in the Cliff of Reflection for a full 10 days, his strength utterly depleted now, with his resolve shattered and meridians destroyed. Even if he survived, he would be but a shell of his former self. Had he wished to confess, he would have done so long ago. Why endure this suffering for 10 days in vain? Dying now might serve as a testament to his convictions, using his life to expose the treacherous schemes between Zhao Yuyan and Qin Shao. Though the disciples of Lingjian Sect spoke not of it, they understood all too well the honest and straightforward Lin Jianzhi could hardly muster the courage to converse with female disciples, let alone invade Zhao Yuyan's chamber. How could he possibly force himself upon her? Perhaps, should Lin Jianzhi perish now, he might preserve his reputation, rendering it the most favorable outcome. Wen Qing sighed softly, quickening her pace in an effort to escape the resentment and ill fortune that lingered at the Cliff of Reflection. The path of the Tao is merciless. The realm of cultivation is one of life and death, where the victor claims the throne. Moreover, junior brother Qin Shao had certainly contributed his fair share of treasures to her. Otherwise, Wen Qing would not have dawdled for over an hour before appearing at the Cliff of Reflection to inquire whether Lin Jianzhi recognized his mistakes. Yet she had not anticipated that Lin Jianzhi's life would be so resilient. He had yet to perish. What a stroke of misfortune. Second, sister, please. Convey my regards to master. As Wen Qing's figure began to fade from view, Lin Jianzhi, battling through his agony, spoke with startling fervor. Lin Jian was mistaken. Upon uttering these words, the entire hall was thrown into a state of astonishment. Wen Qing halted her steps, her body trembling slightly as she turned around. Her beautiful visage was etched with shock. The other disciples of the Lingjian Sect, equally taken aback, stood with mouths agape and eyes wide, gazing incredulously at Lin Jian, who was bound by chains. They thought they must have misheard. Only Lin Jian understood that he had indeed erred. The mistake was not the baseless accusation of invading a private chamber with ill intentions, nor was it the supposed disrespect towards his elders or obstinate refusal to change. Rather, it was the fault lay in his excessive kindness, his naivete, his merciful disposition. In truth, he had long been aware of his junior disciple Qin Shao's schemes against him, filled with various plots and underhanded tactics aimed at tarnishing his reputation and framing him. However, out of respect for their camaraderie, he had consistently chosen not to hold it against him, instead reflecting upon his own actions, always wondering if he had somehow offended his junior disciple. To endure for a moment brings tranquility, to retreat a step unveils a vast horizon. Yet, as one persists in endurance and retreats in submission, ultimately, it is oneself that faces demise. Is this not a grave error? Since I inhabit this corporeal form, all consequences and grievances must be comprehensively grasped by me, Lin Jianzhi. Just wait. Await the moment when I, Lin Jianzhi, emerge from this precipice of reflection. One by one, none shall escape. Lin Jianzhao has realized his mistakes? Good heavens! This stubborn rock, this foul stone, when did it begin to comprehend the need for flexibility? Once akin to a brother in arms, he now appears as a complete stranger. Lin Jianzhi, you claim to have erred? This unexpected revelation left Wen Qing momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, it didn't take long for her to gather her thoughts, releasing a sigh of relief as she resumed her lofty demeanor, speaking with indifference. Humph. It seems you are still afraid of death, truly a useless fellow. Upon hearing her words, the other disciples of the Lingjian Sect suddenly grasped the situation. Their gazes towards Lin Jianzhi now tinged with disdain. However, reflecting on the matter, they realized that admitting fault at this juncture, even if it meant survival, would render him unable to hold his head high within the Lingjian Sect. It would be a life lived in utter humiliation, worse than that of a dog. Is it not too late to recognize one's mistakes now? Wen Qing let out a charming laugh, then gestured to a few disciples beside her, prompting them to approach and unshackle Chu Qin. Although she harbored no desire for Lin Jianzhi to remain alive, she was bound by her master Ji Qing's orders. He had to be released, regardless. Moreover, Lin Jianzhi's admission of guilt was witnessed by several other disciples, making it impossible to conceal. Ah, Lin Jianzhi, you will come to understand that sometimes living can be more agonizing than death itself. Observing Lin Jianzhi, bloodied and barely able to stand as he staggered out of the Cliff of Reflection, Wen Qing let out a delicate snort before taking to the skies on her sword, vanishing into the horizon. She needed to promptly inform her junior disciple that Lin Jianzhi was still alive. though this good-for-nothing survival would change little. The depth of her junior disciple's concern for his fate must hold some significance. Yet, despite her best efforts, Wen Qing could not fathom why her junior disciple Qin Xiao, possessing only mediocre abilities, would be so fixated on him. What could possibly warrant such animosity? Should we send senior brother Lin Jianzhi back on our swords, given his severe injuries and loss of cultivation? Be silent. Do not meddle in affairs of the Lingjian Sect. If you aid Lin Jianzhi, you will incur the wrath of Qin Xiao, anger Zhao Yuyan, and even offend senior brother Lu Jiang, second sister Wen Qing, or fifth sister. Some are alive, yet they have already perished. As Lin Jianzhi took a few steps, the pain from his numerous wounds surged through his body, eliciting a sharp intake of breath, a sensation both sharp and bitter. Had it not been for his hand gripping the cliffside, he might have fainted on the spot, plummeting into the abyss below, leaving no trace behind. Well done, young man. You have passed the test, echoed the voice of Master Tower in his mind, filled with admiration and affirmation. A gentleman avenges himself. 10 years is but a fleeting moment, just as one is prone to break. Just as Lin Jianzhi felt he could endure no longer, Master Tower's encouraging words resonated within him. You possess a remarkable capacity for patience and deception. You are indeed a formidable character, and I have not misjudged you. Before Master Tower's words could fully unfold, Lin Jianzhi, panting and impatient, interrupted. Enough with the flattery, provide me with something practical. If the flattery continued, he would bleed out before Qin Xiao, and the others could intervene. Fear not. With me by your side, death shall elude you. Master Tower ceased his idle chatter, and once more, the small tower, surrounded by a myriad of stars and bursting with cosmic energy, reappeared deep within Lin Jianzhi's soul. Without allowing Lin Jianzhi a moment to react, the small tower began to imprint upon his soul, initiating the process of refinement. In an instant, celestial melodies filled the air, and the essence of the Tao surged forth. The power of the laws spread like wildfire. In the blink of an eye, all of Lin Jianzhi's injuries were completely healed. Following this, an unfathomably terrifying force surged through his sea of consciousness, a primordial power that birthed the heavens and nurtured all things within the universe. Before this might, not merely the small Lingjian Sect, but even the Xianwei Empire, the entire continent, and indeed this world itself appeared as insignificant as a drop in the ocean. A mere ant attempting to shake a mighty tree. Lin Jianzhi extended his crimson tongue to lick his lips, his face adorned with a devilish charm. Soon after, the alluring senior sister and the aloof junior sister, the retribution belonging to Lin Jianzhi, was about to unfold. Chapter 3. The Unyielding Conquest. According to the rules of the Lingjian Sect, any disciple personally taught by the sect leader may choose a celestial abode within the sect to construct their residence. The Dawn Pavilion, named for its connotation of new beginnings, served as the dwelling of the junior disciple, Qin Xiao. This structure was erected atop a mountain, enveloped in swirling clouds and ethereal mist, presenting an exquisite view. Above the building, the evening glow painted the sky, as a young man and woman leaned against the railing in each other's embrace. The young man, dressed in resplendent robes, possessed a handsome visage and a tall stature, always graced with a cultured smile that made him approachable. The young woman, clad in a vibrant red gown, resembled a blooming peach blossom. Her skin is pure as fresh snow, stunning enough to rival even the second senior sister, Wen Qing. Anyone who laid eyes upon this couple nestled together would undoubtedly admire their striking compatibility, a perfect match of beauty and grace. Brother Xiao, have we perhaps been too ruthless this time? The girl in the crimson dress, Zhao Yuyan, the fourth disciple under the sect leader Ji Qing, nestled in her fiancé Qin Zhao's embrace, relishing the sweetness of love, yet her heart bore a tinge of guilt as she spoke. Regardless of the circumstances, Lin Jianzhi is still our senior brother. With his cultivation, enduring 10 days at the penitent's cliff, he must surely be utterly devastated. Zhao Yuyan could not fathom why her fiancé harbored such animosity towards Lin Jianzhi. Previously, it was merely schemes and slander. But this time it seemed they were treading dangerously close to a life-threatening situation. What is this? Are you feeling pity for him? Qin Xiao smirked, tugging at the corners of his mouth, and playfully lifted Zhao Yuyan's chin with his hand. Could it be that our senior brother Lin Jianzhi truly did something to you that night, stirring some hidden affection? Brother Xiao, what are you saying? Zhao Yuyan's face flushed crimson at his words, and she began to struggle vigorously in an attempt to escape Qin Zhao's embrace. Yuyan is already betrothed to Brother Xiao, soon to become partners in the way. How could she possibly harbor feelings for Lin Jianzhi? Besides, Lin Jianzhi is such a reserved person, so earnest that he turns red even when speaking to female disciples. His heart has always been set on sister song. How could he? Yuyan merely felt a sense of compassion for their fellow disciple, her heart unwilling to bear the weight of their actions. Upon contemplating her collusion with Chen Xiao to orchestrate a scheme that would frame their fellow disciple, Zhao Yuyan felt a pang of guilt gnawing at her conscience. Yet, upon noticing her beloved's displeasure, her infatuated mind swiftly interjected. However, it was our master who ordered Lin Jian to be exiled to the cliff of reflection. Thus, the blame cannot rest solely upon us. Chen Xiao offered a faint smile, remaining silent, his gaze deeply entrenched in the turbulent clouds above, his thoughts adrift. The more Zhao Yuyan struggled in his embrace, the tighter he held her. A gesture that not only provided her with a sense of security, but also significantly gratified his desire for control. Before long, Zhao Yuyan ceased her resistance. Contentedly nestling in his arms, as docile as a cat. One must not always indulge women, he mused. Xiao Gij, please don't, she pleaded. Her enchanting features flushed with a fervent hue as she felt his hands begin to roam restlessly. Blushingly, she continued. Master has already promised to hold our grand wedding next month. Yuyan wishes to reserve her first time for. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhao's brow furrowed. Savoring the anticipation, yet withholding it, a true dampener on the mood. Nevertheless, Zhao Yuyan was his betrothed, and there was no escaping that fate. Unlike the aloof and proud Song Shuyi. At that moment, the second senior sister, Wen Qing, soared through the air on her sword, approaching with remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, she landed before Chen Xiao and Zhao Yuyan, her expression somewhat grim. Yuyan has met the second senior sister. Zhao Yuyan stammered, quickly extricating herself from Chen Zhao's embrace. Her cheeks flushed as she performed a respectful bow. Second senior sister, what brings you here? Chen Xiao too offered a bow, his brow knitted in confusion as he regarded Wen Qing. Lin Jian is not dead. Wen Qing bluntly disregarded Zhao Yuyan, fixing her gaze solely on Chen Xiao, declaring, He publicly admitted his wrongdoing and was released from the cliff of reflection. The moment those words left her lips, both Zhao Yuyan and Chen Zhao's expressions shifted dramatically. Zhao Yuyan delicately covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes wide with shock. Chen Zhao's brows knitted into a deep furrow, a fist crashing fiercely against the lacquered railing, his visage darkening to an extreme. Devoid of any trace of his usual scholarly demeanor, it was evident that he was straining to contain an overwhelming surge of fury within. Their astonishment stemmed not from Lin Jian's survival, but rather, Lin Jianzhi has actually admitted his fault. This stubborn and taciturn individual. When did he become so calculating, able to endure and understand strategy? However, rest assured, junior brother, even if Lin Jianzhi manages to emerge alive from the cliff of reflection, he will not stir up any significant waves. Wen Qing was equally astonished by Chen Zhao's intense reaction and offered some words of consolation, having spent 10 days and nights at the cliff of reflection. Enduring relentless thunder and lightning, Lin Jianzhi's meridians are shattered, and his cultivation has been utterly lost. He has long since become a mere invalid incapable of further cultivation. Furthermore, without the aid of fellow disciples, he may not even survive the journey out of the cliff of reflection. Chen Xiao, as if oblivious to Wen Qing's words, cupped his hands towards the two of them. Sisters, I've just remembered that there is a pill still undergoing refinement in the alchemical furnace. I must take my leave. Without waiting for their response, he strode directly into the depths of the Dawn Pavilion. Upon witnessing this, Wen Qing and Zhao Yuyan assumed that Chen Xiao was merely in a foul mood and subsequently departed one after the other. In the Dawn Pavilion, within the alchemical chamber, after Chen Xiao shattered a jade talisman, a burly disciple clad in dark robes flew in on his sword, arriving before him. Greetings, senior brother Chen. The dark-robed disciple, named Luo Cheng, was an outer disciple of the Lingjian Sect. With 20 years of cultivation, he surpassed Chen Xiao in both age and experience. Yet due to his status as an outer disciple, he still addressed Chen Xiao as senior brother, limited by his innate talent. He had yet to ascend to the rank of an inner disciple. Junior brother Luo, if Lin Jianzhi survives the cliff of reflection, assist me in eliminating him, and I shall recommend you to our master as an inner disciple. It was imperative that this task be executed discreetly, leaving no trace of suspicion. As he spoke, Chen Xiao flicked his hand, tossing a bag of spirit stones directly to Luo Qing. To achieve great things, one must be skilled in both strategy and the acquisition of true wealth. Thank you very much, senior brother, Luo Qing exclaimed, receiving the bulging bag of spirit stones with fervent eyes, eager to offer his life in service. Rest assured, senior brother, Lin Jianzhi has been at the cliff of reflection for 10 days and nights. His cultivation is gone. He is no match for me. Luo Qing, await my good news. He then soared away on his sword, vanishing like a fleeting shadow. Chen Shao turned away, gazing at the tumultuous sea of clouds beneath the blood-red setting sun, revealing a sinister and malevolent smile. What if he is crippled? What if he can no longer cultivate? Even the faintest possibility, be it 1 in 1,000, 10,000, or even 100,000, is intolerable to Chen Shao. For the mere existence of Lin Jianzhi is a primordial sin. No one knows why Chen Shao targets Lin Jian, nor why he seeks to bring the latter to his demise. Even Lin Jian himself remains in the dark. Within the Spirit Sword sect, Lin Jian, battered and bloodied, staggered out from the cliff of reflection, making his way to the cottage of verdant woods where he resided. As the cherished disciple of the sect leader Ji Qing, Lin Jian possessed his own modest dwelling. However, the distance between the cliff of reflection and the cottage of verdant woods was considerable. After only a few steps, Lin Jian was already drenched in sweat, on the verge of collapse. The wounds on his body, exacerbated by his movement, tore open once more, and the crimson blood seeped through his garments, pooling upon the beneath his feet. Witnessing such a pitiful scene, the disciples of the Spirit Sword sect averted their gazes, unable to bear the sight. Young man, you have already refined the tower. Your injuries have long since healed. Although your cultivation has yet to be restored, the vital energy within you surges like a dragon, capable of subduing ordinary practitioners at the condensing yuan stage with mere vitality alone. The tower master furrowed his brow, speaking with a hint of perplexity. Why do you struggle to walk now? What purpose does this display of misery serve? Do you expect someone to take pity on you and offer assistance? Lin Jianzhi pressed his hand against his chest, his face as pale as parchment, etched with fatigue. Upon hearing Master Tower's words, he managed a faint smile and replied, Master Tower, do you truly believe that I, Lin Jianzhi, am one to suffer losses? A splendid performance is about to unfold, just wait and see. After refining the small tower, Lin Jianzhi reaped tremendous benefits, rendering his call of Master Tower quite reasonable. As he slowly made his way towards the herb hall, he secretly contemplated the formidable technique that Master Tower had just imparted to him. If all goes well, this technique would soon prove invaluable. Despite Lin Jianzhi's disheveled appearance, which was difficult to behold, not a single disciple from the Spirit Sword sect stepped forward to offer assistance. Instead, a shadow observed from the sidelines, disdainfully curling its lip before vanishing into the darkness. 2 hours later, the night had fully descended. With great difficulty, Lin Jianzhi finally arrived at the entrance of the cow tank, pushed open the tightly shut wooden door, ignited a candle, and took a deep breath. In an instant, as the candle flame flickered to life, a sharp sword lunged at him from behind with blinding speed. The piercing sword energy sliced through the shadows, aiming directly for Lin Jianzhi's heart. Swift, precise, and ruthless, it seemed intent on shattering everything in its path, ready to consume him whole. The freshly lit candle flame flickered violently, as if it might extinguish at any moment, plunging the entire room back into darkness. Just as the long sword was about to pierce Lin Jianzhi's heart, Luo Qing's face twisted into a grotesque grin, his laughter echoing with unrestrained malice. Lin Jianzhi, do not blame me. Blame yourself for offending the wrong person. But in the very next moment, the previously bewildered Lin Jianzhi abruptly turned around, his face as calm as still water, devoid of any panic, only revealing an unmistakable excitement and a frenzied madness. Lin Jianzhi remained steadfast, delivering a powerful punch directly at the sword that was thrust towards him. With a thunderous impact, the ferocious force of his vitality erupted, and his fist collided violently with the blade. In the next instant, the sword shattered into countless fragments, scattering like deadly shrapnel. A chilling sense of suffocation and pressure caused his pupils to dilate in shock. Luo Qing, caught off guard, could scarcely comprehend the unfolding events. The residual force of Lin Jianzhi's fist followed the hilt of the sword, mercilessly striking downwards. A piercing scream and the sound of shattering bones echoed as Luo Qing's right arm, which held the sword, was obliterated, flesh and blood mingling in a horrific display. Before the anguished cries could fully resonate within the room, Lin Jianzhi seized Luo Qing by the throat with a fierce grip. Brother Lin, please, don't kill me. Under the looming threat of death, Luo Qing began to plead for mercy. Yet, with his throat firmly clutched, his voice emerged as a rasping whisper, barely discernible. I can reveal the mastermind behind this. Crack. Before he could finish his desperate entreaty, Lin Jianzhi swiftly broke his neck, extinguishing his life. The entire affair was executed with a ruthless efficiency, devoid of any hesitation or superfluous dialogue. Throughout the ordeal, Lin Jianzhi had not uttered a single word to Luo Qing. What a nuisance. Mere pawns, driven by others, dare to negotiate with me? It is evident who the puppet master is, even without a second thought. And should this enigmatic figure not be Chen Xiao, the reckoning will still fall upon him. Such is the nature of my tyranny, unyielding and devoid of reason. With one hand, he hoisted Luo Qing's lifeless body, and with a mere thought, the Star Tower unleashed a terrifying gravitational force, drawing Luo Qing's remains into its inner sanctum. Once this was accomplished, the flickering candlelight ceased its dance, and everything returned to its former stillness. Luo Qing seemed as though he had never graced the halls of its Saomu Hall. Lin Jianzhi brushed off the dust from his clothes and, shrouded in the cloak of night, stealthily climbed out of the window, making his way towards the enchanting Yin Hong Lu, where Zhao Yuyan resided. He, Lin Jianzhi, was a man of his word, an honest fellow. After all, he was already branded with the stigma of intruding into Zhao Yuyan's chamber under the cover of darkness, committing an audacious act. There was no washing that sin away. Would it not be unreasonable to refrain from taking some action? Chapter 4. The Great Path Devouring the Heavens. Young man, are you pretending to be weak and pitiful before the disciples of the Lingjian Sect, merely to catch them off guard and then strike decisively? Lin Jianzhi raced through the forest, the intrigued voice of Master Ta resonating in his mind. The strategy is indeed clever, yet when facing a mere assassin, even without disguise, you need not fear a direct confrontation. Why complicate matters so? Although Lin Jianzhi has lost all his cultivation after refining the Star Tower, the vitality within him surged like a dragon, exceptionally vigorous. With a single, simple punch, he could unleash a force exceeding 10,000 pounds. One force shatters myriad loss. Not to mention a mere Luo Chang. Even if faced with a dozen or 20 of them, Lin Jianzhi could effortlessly crush them with one hand. Once Lin Jianzhi embarks on the path of cultivation anew, the terror he would unleash. Master Tower, as a spirit of the instrument, has awakened a semblance of intelligence, yet in terms of depth of thought and cunning schemes, he is naturally no match for humanity. Nevertheless, even so, Master Tower has discerned that Lin Jianzhi harbors ulterior motives. Master Tower, why are you so inquisitive? Guided by the moonlight, Lin Jianzhi skillfully evaded the disciples of the Spirit Sword sect, dashing through the dense forest. I'll keep you in suspense. You shall find out tomorrow. Despite his lost cultivation, the robust vitality imbued Lin Jianzhi with agility akin to that of a monkey. With his feet poised upon a tree trunk, a mere leap allowed him to land several dozen meters away. Master Tower cast a sidelong glance at Lin Jianzhi, but chose not to press further. For Lin Jianzhi had already refined the Star Tower and thus rightfully became its master. By the way, Master Tower, I have begun to comprehend the great devouring technique you imparted to me. It is just in time to test its efficacy. After Lin Jianzhi refined the Star Tower, he reaped immense benefits. Not only did his internal injuries heal in an instant, but the severed meridians and shattered foundation of his Tao also restored themselves in a moment. Simultaneously, he acquired an extraordinarily formidable cultivation method as a legacy. As he spoke, Lin Jianzhi stood upon a robust tree trunk, and with a mere thought, the corpse of Luo Cheng materialized out of thin air. The Tower Master was momentarily taken aback by the sound, yet remained silent. From the moment Lin Jianzhi acquired the profound inheritance of the heavenly devouring technique, merely 2 or 3 hours have elapsed. Could it be that he has already begun to comprehend a portion of it? It is well known that the previous master of the Star Tower, the extraordinarily talented Empress, took over half a month to grasp even a fragment of the heavenly devouring technique. It is inconceivable for Lin Jianzhi. Absolutely impossible. Lin Jianzhi was unaware of the thoughts swirling in Master Tower's mind, nor did he recognize the former Tower Master. Noticing the silence from Master Tower, he took it upon himself to grasp Luo Cheng's neck with one hand, lifting him effortlessly. He then began to channel the great Tao of devouring heaven. As a peculiar black aura enveloped Luo Cheng's lifeless form. In the next moment, amidst Master Tower's face of sheer terror, a cataclysmic force of devouring erupted. Luo Cheng's flesh, and even his bones desiccated at a visible pace, until they were consumed entirely, followed by a vigorous surge of vitality flooding back into Lin Jianzhi's being. Within mere breaths, the entire body, along with its garments, was reduced to ashes, carried away by the wind, leaving no trace behind. It was as if Luo Cheng had never set foot in this world. In stark contrast, the essence of vitality within Lin Jianzhi swelled dramatically, enhancing his strength once more. This domineering method of plunder was infinitely swifter than the arduous path of cultivation. Master Tower was rendered speechless by the shock, a being who traversed different realms, witnessing the rise and fall of legendary figures, an existence that had persevered through the annals of time, was taken aback for the first time in the presence of a mere mortal devoid of any cultivation. When Lin Jianzhi claimed to have comprehended a portion of the great Tao of devouring heaven, Master Tower had internally dismissed him as boastful, already concocting ways to ridicule and dissuade him, advising him to remain grounded and methodical in his pursuits. However, it was he, the old man, who ended up with a sorely bruised ego. Regrettably, my talents are lacking, and I have yet to fully grasp the great Tao of devouring heaven. With a sigh, Lin Jianzhi opened his eyes, disappointment and melancholy reflected within them. If only I could comprehend this great Tao completely, what wonders might it unfold? Master Tower's mind raced with countless expletives, yet he maintained his composure, concealing his disarray. After a prolonged silence, as he regained his composure, he cleared his throat twice and spoke in a feigned profound manner. Cough. The great Tao devouring heaven is not merely the ultimate technique of this realm. It is vast and enigmatic, akin to an ocean. Throughout the expansive galaxy, there are but a few who can rival it. It is entirely normal for you to not grasp its essence immediately. However, once you fully comprehend the great Tao of devouring heaven, you shall have the power to devour the heavens and earth, forcibly seizing the cultivation and Tao fruits of others for your own use. Compared to the meager vitality you possess, the spiritual energy, cultivation, and Tao fruits within a cultivator are the true treasures. No matter how much strength one accumulates, it remains within the realm of the mundane. Yet, once one absorbs spiritual energy and masters the arcane powers, they can move mountains and fill seas, wielding flying swords to strike down foes from 1,000 miles away. Upon hearing these words, Lin Jianzhi's heart raced uncontrollably, and his breath became heavier. It is well known that the path of cultivation involves absorbing the ethereal spiritual energy that permeates the universe, with no shortcuts in sight. This process is fraught with peril. A moment's carelessness could lead to demonic deviation or even the uncontrollable eruption of spiritual power, resulting in one's demise. To describe it as an act against the heavens would not be an exaggeration. However, the great Tao of devouring heaven transcends conventional understanding. Once one comprehends this formidable technique, there is no need for personal cultivation. Instead, one can directly consume and plunder the cultivation of others. Such an overbearing art. Were it not for the recent devouring of Luo Chang, Lin Jianzhi would hardly dare to believe it. He felt as though he were in a dream. Yet, there is no need for haste, for even the previous masters of the Starry Tower took nearly 3 months to initially comprehend the great Tao of devouring heaven. When discussing this technique, the Tower Master set aside his usual flippancy. His tone grew somber, clearly stirred by a weighty memory. Given your aptitude, I estimate that you should be able to fully master it in about a month and a half. A month and a half, is it? Lin Jianzhi furrowed his brow, pondering deeply. How could he feel that after merely 2 or 3 hours of contemplation, he had already grasped the essence of the devouring heaven technique? With just a day's further effort, he believed he could fully comprehend it. However, noticing that Master Ta was entirely immersed in his own world, Lin Jianzhi realized that even if he voiced his thoughts, Master Ta would likely remain incredulous. It would be more prudent to wait until tomorrow to share his insights. The sight of Master Ta's astonished expression at that moment would undoubtedly be amusing. Listen closely. Young one, the terror of the Star Tower far exceeds your imagination. The devouring heaven technique is but one facet of its grandeur. When you resume your cultivation journey, harnessing your spiritual energy to activate the Star Tower and unlock its myriad doors, you will truly understand the magnificence of your Master Ta, he elaborated, letting out a deep sigh. Alas, were it not for the damage to my essence, I would not be constrained by this realm. Lin Jianzhi paid no heed to the incessant chatter of Master Ta, choosing instead to continue his journey. One could only wonder how long this spirit had been penned up. And a bit of verbosity could be forgiven. Lacking in cultivation, one could not command a sword to traverse the skies. Fortunately, Lin Jianzhi's pace was swift. After half an hour of relentless speed, he came to a halt before the brilliantly illuminated Crimson Pavilion. Master Ta, I recall you mentioning that the Starry Tower encapsulates a realm of its own. If that is the case, does it not imply that anything one desires can be readily obtained? Lin Jian stood atop the treetops, gazing through the window at the enchanting silhouette of Zhao Yuyan, illuminated by the soft glow of lights. A smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth, revealing a hint of mischief on his otherwise earnest face. Indeed, regardless of the martial arts, elixirs, or magical artifacts, as well as various rare treasures of heaven and earth, you could find them all in the possession of the illustrious master of the tower. The treasures left behind by several past masters of the Star Tower alone were enough to astonish the world. Not to mention the untapped small world hidden deep within the Star Tower. If one were to claim that the Star Tower held the second most treasures, there would hardly be anyone bold enough to claim the first. Observing Lin Jian's noticeably hurried breath, The master of the tower promptly doused him with a dose of cold reality. However, there are sealed doors within the tower. Without the requisite strength and fortune, you won't be able to unlock them. Doors. Again with this matter. Once he resumed his cultivation and regained his strength, he would certainly seek to explore them. For now, however, Lin Jian habitually stroked his chin, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he spoke. Fear not, master of the tower. I currently have no need for those rare treasures. I merely require you to procure a little sedative for me. Sedative. The master of the tower paused. And once he realized that Lin Jian was requesting a sedative, his jaw nearly dropped in astonishment, leaving him momentarily speechless. Young man, you wouldn't be attempting to steal your disciple brother's girl, would you? To use your blue star vernacular, are you planning to gift him a green hat? The star tower was concealed deep within Lin Jian's consciousness, allowing the tower master, as an instrument spirit, to sense Lin Jian's emotional fluctuations at all times. Especially after arriving at the Crimson Pavilion, Lin Jian's gaze had not strayed from Zhao Yuyan's figure. His heartbeat quickened, and his breaths grew heavier. Initially, the tower master thought Lin Jian was merely out of breath from his journey. But realizing that Lin Jian had already refined the star tower and had the vitality of a dragon within him, it seemed improbable it became evident that this young man had been harboring his feelings from the very beginning. The past masters of the Star Tower were all honorable and upright beings. How could this time have chosen someone as unconventional as Lin Jian? Humph. What sort of person am I, the master of the tower? How could I possibly possess something as trivial as a sedative? In the midst of Lin Jian's eager anticipation, Master Ta snorted disdainfully, extinguishing Lin Jian's aspirations. Hearing this, Lin Jian let out a faint sigh, disappointment etched upon his features. It was indeed a reasonable thought. How could the Star Tower, capable of traversing myriad worlds, possess any form of narcotic? Casting a glance at the silhouette gracing the windowsill, Lin Jian gritted his teeth and took a resolute step forward. If Plan A was futile, then he had no choice but to implement Plan B. With no sedative to incapacitate Zhao Yuyan, he would have to resort to physical means, and then. Yet, Zhao Yuyan was none other than the cherished disciple of his master, Ji Qing, her cultivation far surpassing that of Luo Qing, an outer disciple. Engaging in combat could very well alert the other disciples. But what of it? Having ventured this far, there was no turning back. There would be no fruitless endeavor. No wasted journey. Though no sedatives were at hand, just as Lin Jian was about to resort to force, Master Ta, unable to contain himself any longer, broke into a mischievous grin and remarked, I happen to have quite a collection of soul-confounding incense. Ahem, and I also possess ample amounts of stimulating elixirs. Would you like to partake in some? Ahem, perhaps a little of everything then. Chapter 5, The Blush of the Yin Hong Tower. The Yin Hong Tower derives its name from the character Yin in Zhao Yuyan's name. Moreover, Zhao Yuyan is often clad in a resplendent red gown, her beauty sweet and captivating, outshining even the most exquisite flowers. Surrounding the entire Yin Hong Tower are flourishing blossoms. And during the blooming season, the vibrant hues are a sight to behold. Xiaogu is truly remarkable, having joined the Lingjian Sect for merely a year. He has already ascended to the condensation realm. At this rate, he shall soon catch up with the second senior sister and the others. Now, with Lin Jian, the useless one, utterly defeated, who among the younger generation can contend with my Xiaogu? Zhao Yuyan reclined against the windowsill, gazing at the sprawling sea of flowers beyond the Yin Hong Tower, as the gentle breeze caressed her, filling the air with a perfumed sweetness that was utterly enchanting. Yet, little did Zhao Yuyan suspect that within the intoxicating fragrance, there lingered an undercurrent of restlessness. Before returning to the Yin Hong Tower, Zhao Yuyan had enjoyed a delightful dinner with her fiancé, Chen Xiao, at the Dawn Tower. With their wedding approaching and the pesky Lin Jian dealt with, her spirits were elevated, and the two had indulged in copious amounts of fine wine. Now back at the Yin Hong Tower, the wind swept through, and she found herself in a pleasantly tipsy haze. Master truly dotes on Xiaogu and me, even agreeing to personally officiate our wedding. Upon returning from the Dawn Pavilion, Zhao Yuyan found herself unable to suppress her longing for Chen Xiao. As emotions deepened, her heart raced like a startled fawn, her cheeks flushed crimson as her thoughts wandered. It was uncertain whether it was the lingering effects of the wine or the inescapable whirlpool of love that ensnared her. Zhao Yuyan felt an overwhelming heat enveloping her tonight. Her head was heavy, and the room seemed to shimmer with an ethereal mist, dreamlike and surreal. In just a month, she would be marrying Brother Xiao. And at that moment, she vowed to wholly surrender herself. Suddenly, amidst her reverie, a series of knocks resounded at the door. Who could be visiting her Crimson Pavilion at such a late hour? With a determined effort, Zhao Yuyan approached the door and performed a few hand seals. Vibrant red spiritual energy danced around her as she dispelled the wards. The door creaked open, revealing the handsome visage of her beloved, Qin Xiao. Brother Xiao, you. What brings you here? Zhao Yuyan's cheeks flushed with joy as she lowered her gaze shyly. Didn't we just see each other? We're to be wed in a month, if our senior brothers and sisters were to catch us. Before she could finish, Qin Xiao silenced her with a finger pressed gently against her lips. Is that a sufficient reason for my arrival? He asked. His demeanor transformed from the familiar elegance to an unprecedented assertiveness. In a fluid motion, he wrapped his arm around Zhao Yuyan's waist, pulling her delicate figure into his embrace. Brother Xiao, why are you acting this way today? Zhao Yuyan attempted to speak, but found her words stifled not by his finger, but by something far more consuming. Faced with Qin Zhao's fervent advances, the remnants of her rationality urged Zhao Yuyan to resist and struggle. Yet, the Qin Zhao before her exuded an overwhelming dominance, rendering her attempts futile. Ultimately, she contemplated their impending marriage next month. What significance did the timing hold? With her last vestiges of reason dissipating, Zhao Yuyan began to respond, albeit clumsily. Soon, the two of them stumbled toward the bed. As they gazed upon the flickering red candles within the room, Qin Zhao flashed a wicked smile and, with a mere gesture, extinguished the flames with a swift motion of his fingers. At the break of dawn, as the sky unveiled its pale light, flocks of birds emerged from the woods, fluttering towards the flower beds surrounding the crimson pavilion to sip the morning dew. Meanwhile, the young couple lay in deep slumber, evidently exhausted from the previous night's escapades. Wake up, wake up. As Lin Jianzhi lay in a deep and peaceful slumber, the anxious voice of Master Ta echoed in the recesses of his mind. The sky will soon brighten. While that girl remains unaware, you must hasten your escape. Indeed, he realized the truth. The one who had entered this crimson chamber after knocking on the door last night was not the junior brother Qin Xiao at all. It had always been him, Lin Jianzhi. The mesmerizing incense provided by Master Ta had a hallucinatory effect, combined with Zhao Yuyan's prior copious consumption of alcohol. Under such circumstances, the figure before him was the very embodiment of his innermost desires, the one he longed to see. Ensnared in a dreamlike state, reality and illusion intertwined seamlessly. As for why Zhao Yuyan had taken such an initiative, well, that was a question best directed to Master Ta. With a sudden urgency prompted by Master Ta, Lin Jianzhi abruptly opened his eyes. Upon seeing Zhao Yuyan nestled in his embrace, as gentle as a cat, he rubbed his temples and let out a long sigh. You nearly frightened me to death. Thankfully, this is not a dream. I thought I had been transported back to Blue Star once more. Having savored the exquisite presence of a female cultivator, Lin Jianzhi vowed never to return to the relentless grind of Blue Star's 996 lifestyle. Master Ta, do you have any idea what time I fell asleep last night? Why summon me at this hour? Is there no respite to be had? Lin Jianzhi pouted as he embraced Zhao Yuyan in his arms, simultaneously voicing his grievances in his mind towards the oblivious Master Tower. What time did you sleep last night? Nonsense. You didn't sleep at all. To his surprise, upon hearing this, Master Tower reacted with even greater agitation than Lin Jianzhi himself, immediately lamenting. I was tossed about all night. An entire night. Do I not deserve a moment of rest as an elder? Initially, Master Tower had been quite animated in his observations. However, as time wore on, witnessing the same events repeatedly, it all became rather mundane. It is essential to remember that Master Tower is not a human, but a spirit of a device, lacking any emotions. Lin Jianzhi, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head. Having traversed from Blue Star, it was his first indulgence, and he indeed lost control. However, the counterpart was a sword-flying female cultivator, the fiancée of his junior brother, Qin Xiao. To resist such temptation would be extraordinary. Kid, dawn is approaching. Why aren't you hurrying to escape? Tower Master merely grumbled, yet prioritized Lin Jianzhi's interests in any decision made. If you don't run soon. Once this young lady awakens. Unexpectedly, upon hearing Tower Master's words, Lin Jianzhi appeared entirely unfazed. So what? A true man acts with integrity. I, Lin Jianzhi, always take responsibility for my actions. As he spoke, Lin Jianzhi turned over, embracing Zhao Yuyan's delicate form even tighter. In her slumber, Zhao Yuyan instinctively shifted within his embrace. Tower Master, gazing at the two who had succumbed to slumber once more, was left perplexed. What on earth was happening in this world? After sleeping for hundreds of thousands of years, was it he who had aged and become detached from reality? Feeling disheartened, Tower Master fell silent, choosing to disregard Lin Jianzhi's private affairs. After all, Lin Jianzhi had already refined the Star Tower. Even if the heavens were to collapse, Tower Master could manage it. Uncertain of how long he had slept, Lin Jianzhi awoke upon sensing the beauty in his arms stirring gently. As he opened his eyes, he beheld the sun high in the sky, realizing he had slept until the afternoon. His fatigue vanished, leaving him feeling invigorated. Xiaoge, you were so naughty last night. Zhao Yuyan, fully awake, nestled against Lin Jianzhi while bashfully speaking. However, as their gazes met, Zhao Yuyan found herself momentarily speechless, standing frozen in place. Before her was not merely Xiaoge, it was Lin Jianzhi. Thunderous crash. A bolt from the blue. Lin Jianzhi. How could it be you? Awakened from her stupor, Zhao Yuyan was taken aback, her internal spiritual energy surging violently. Lin Jianzhi, you seek death. Without granting Lin Jianzhi a moment to respond, Zhao Yuyan summoned her inner energy and swiftly struck towards him with an open palm. The fiery red energy swirled between her hands, and this strike was evidently executed with her utmost strength. If this blow landed, Lin Jianzhi's head would be reduced to mere fragments, ensuring his demise without a doubt. Come at me. Prepared for the lethal strike before him, Lin Jianzhi summoned all the vigor within him, neither flinching nor retreating, and countered with a powerful punch. Meeting palm with fist, he exhibited no fear. Bang! The clash of fist and palm unleashed a terrifying force that radiated outward. Being slammed against the bed, Lin Jianzhi staggered back several steps. Lin Jian's gaze turned icy. Zhao Yuyan, as a direct disciple, possessed strength and cultivation far surpassing that of Luo Qing, an outer disciple. It is worth noting that Lin Jian had exerted all his might in that punch. Had Luo Qing endured it, he would undoubtedly have met his demise. Yet, Zhao Yuyan merely found herself toppled onto the bed. How could this be possible? Zhao Yuyan, her beauty drained of color, was rendered speechless by shock. You possess no spiritual power within you. You merely relied on your blood vitality to repel me. This is impossible. Lin Jian, you must die today. Having failed to land a decisive blow, Zhao Yuyan summoned her spiritual energy, causing her flying sword to emit a series of sharp cries, beginning to awaken. Zhao Yuyan's flying sword was not the mundane iron trinket that Luo Qing wielded. It was a genuine magical artifact. Once she unleashed her flying sword, her strength would multiply severfold, and at that moment, swish. Being a fellow direct disciple of the sect leader, Lin Jian was well aware of Zhao Yuyan's capabilities. He would not sit idly by and grant her the opportunity to activate her magical artifact. Just as Zhao Yuyan initiated her flying sword, Lin Jian closed in, seizing the moment to deliver a swift chop to her neck. Bang! Struck by the heavy blow, Zhao Yuyan collapsed onto the bed, unconscious. The flying sword, which had been buzzing ominously on the wall, fell silent. With the crisis averted, Lin Jian rose and donned his garments. Gazing at the scattered bed curtains, clothing, and the crimson stain upon the bedding, a wicked smile slowly crept across his lips. Boy, eradicate the roots, otherwise there will be endless repercussions. Just as Lin Jian was about to push open the door and depart, the chilling and murderous voice of Master Ta echoed once more in the depths of his mind. Act quickly. Kill her. Kill. I, Lin Jian, am not that heartless. Zhao Yuyan was exceptionally beautiful, and her innate talent in that regard was remarkable. To truly kill her, Lin Jian found himself somewhat reluctant. So, you intend to? Master Ta paused, recalling the knowledge learned from the Blue Star, and blurted out, take advantage of the heat? Get lost. Faced with the unseemly spirit of Master Ta, Lin Jian was at a loss for words. Casting a glance at the unconscious Zhao Yuyan, he forcibly dismissed the thought of taking advantage of the moment. Pushing open the door and ensuring the coast was clear, Lin Jian once more plunged into the dense forest, hastening back to his herbal hall. An hour later, Zhao Yuyan, still in a daze, gradually regained consciousness. Upon realizing that Lin Jian was no longer present, her anger boiled over as she ground her teeth, stamped her feet, and wept bitterly. In a fit of madness, Zhao Yuyan summoned her sword with a cry, soaring out of the crimson pavilion like a streak of light, heading straight for the Sanqing Hall where the sect leader, Ji Qing, resided. She intends to publicly expose Lin Jianzhi's transgressions before the sovereign, seeking to reclaim her justice. If the previous accusations were mere slanders to frame Lin Jianzhi unjustly, then this time, gazing at the vanishing mark of the silkworm powder on her wrist, Zhao Yuyan feels a profound despair, even contemplating the depths of despair. However, the disappearance of the silkworm powder serves as the most compelling evidence of Lin Jianzhi's violation against her, filling Zhao Yuyan with unwavering confidence. This time, Lin Jianzhi must perish. Chapter 6, Another Violation. Avoiding the gaze of all disciples of the Lingjian Sect, Lin Jianzhi silently returned to the grass and wood hall. He first busied himself with cleaning the splattered blood and scattered bones within the room, restoring the disordered items to their original state. Then, he ignited sandalwood incense to mask the lingering sin of blood. He meticulously erased every trace left by the outer disciple Luo Cheng, as if that individual had never graced the grass in Wood Hall. Once all was in order, Lin Jianzhi donned the blood-stained white robe from the previous day, tousled his hair, and tore open his scabbed wounds. Finally, he pushed open the window and brewed himself a pot of hot tea. Amidst the wafting fragrance of tea, he reveled in the panoramic scenery, feeling utterly at peace. The tranquility before the storm always evokes a sense of nostalgia. If all proceeds as expected, the first thing Zhao Yuyan would do upon awakening is to seek out the sect leader Ji Qing at the Sanqing Hall to lodge a complaint, and then publicly expose her own transgressions. Upon hearing this, Master Ji Qing would undoubtedly erupt in fury, commanding Lin Jianzhi to confront him at the hall's entrance. With the embellishments of his senior brothers, it would lead to his inevitable demise at the hands of his Master-S sword, though termed a confrontation. Who would truly believe Lin Jianzhi's words? No matter how much he explained, he would merely be labeled by his master as obstinate, irredeemable, and unrepentant, thereby subjected to unilateral punitive measures representing justice. Ever since his junior disciple Chun Shao joined the Lingjian Sect, Lin Jianzhi's standing in the eyes of his master had plummeted, to the point where their master-disciple bond was severed, and he faced expulsion from the sect. If Lin Jianzhi's explanations held any merit, would he have endured 10 days and nights at the Cliff of Reflection? Of course, this was merely one facet of his predicament. In facing Zhao Yuyan's assault, Lin Jianzhi felt no trepidation. To phrase it differently, this crisis was entirely orchestrated by him. What troubled Lin Jianzhi was the second crisis, stemming from yet another of Qin Shao's cunning schemes. Luo Qing, being merely an outer disciple of the Lingjian Sect, possessed a lack of aptitude and insufficient cultivation, rendering him weak. Qin Shao had dispatched him to assassinate Lin Jianzhi as part of a dual strategy. Should Luo Qing succeed in killing Lin Jianzhi, it would be fortuitous. However, if the assassination failed and Lin Jianzhi were to retaliate and slay Luo Qing, he would equally be charged with the heinous crime of slaughtering a fellow disciple, facing severe punishment. Naturally, after emerging from the Cliff of Reflection, Lin Jianzhi's meridians were severed and his cultivation lost, making the likelihood of Luo Qing's success significantly greater. Yet, fate had other plans. At present, Luo Qing had yet to return to the Dawn Pavilion to report, and Qin Shao must have surmised that something had befallen him. He was likely ahead of Zhao Yuyan, already at the Sanqing Hall enumerating Lin Jianzhi's various misdeeds before their master. This junior disciple, with his profound thoughts and myriad schemes, is truly not to be underestimated. Had it not been for Lin Jianzhi's journey from Blue Star, having perused numerous novels and court intrigue dramas, he might have met the same fate as the original owner of this body, unable to survive beyond the second episode. Yet now, confronted with an impending doom, Lin Jianzhi resolved to wield her own weapon against her, seeking to stir the stagnant waters through Zhao Yuyan's hands. After finishing a cup of tea, he found himself waiting in vain for a message from his master. Lin Jianzhi leisurely settled himself cross-legged upon the mat, continuing his contemplation of the great devouring technique. In this world governed by the law of the jungle, where the strong prevail and martial prowess reigns supreme, the inability to cultivate one's abilities renders one a mere pawn, regardless of the number of strategies one may possess. To ascend to the role of a chess master, it is imperative not only to possess exceptional skills but, more crucially, to wield formidable strength. With such power, even if one finds oneself at a disadvantage in a match, one can always upend the board in defiance. Approximately half an hour later, Lin Jianzhi, who had previously closed his eyes in deep meditation, suddenly opened them wide with a radiant expression, exclaiming in joy, "It is accomplished." Accomplished? What has been accomplished? Master Tower was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the exuberant Lin Jianzhi with a bewildered expression. "Are you suggesting that I should take immediate action and annihilate the entire Spirit Sword sect, leaving no trace behind?" Lin Jianzhi sighed, utterly speechless towards Master Tower. This crafty old fellow. Lin Jianzhi was acutely aware of the formidable prowess of Master Ta. Should he choose to intervene, no one within the Lingjian Sect would stand a chance, not even his own master, Ji Qing. However, certain matters must be addressed personally. Some individuals must be dealt with by his own hand. Certain debts must be meticulously repaid. Moreover, given that Qin Shao had caused him such immense suffering, would it not be too lenient to eliminate him outright? Of course, for Lin Jianzhi, who had thoroughly studied the 36 stratagems and immersed himself in palace intrigue dramas, there were deeper reasons for refraining from calling upon Master Ta directly. After all, while Master Ta was invincible within the Lingjian Sect, What about the entirety of the Xianyu Empire? Or the continent as a whole? Or this world? If Master Ta were to act, even a mere hint of his aura could attract formidable forces from this realm, jeopardizing Lin Jianzhi's own survival. The game of Do-Diju teaches us that one should never exhaust their bombs before the opponent reveals their cards. For Lin Jianzhi, as long as he could navigate the immediate crisis, remaining within the Lingjian Sect was advantageous, besides providing an opportunity to humiliate Chen Xiao. It would also allow him to cultivate in a discreet manner for a time. After all, he had only just traversed into this world less than a day ago, rendering Lin Jianzhi completely unfamiliar with his surroundings. So why was he so gleeful? His excitement had led Master Ta to share in his fervor. With a pout, Master Ta resembled a deflated balloon. Master Ta, I said, I have completely comprehended the great path of devouring heaven technique. This complete understanding signified that Lin Jianzhi could forcibly consume the cultivation and Tao fruits of other practitioners, no longer limited to the meager vitality he had previously possessed. Lin Jianzhi extended his hand, channeling the great Tao of devouring heaven. In his palm, a swirling mass of inky black energy materialized, exuding a terrifying power of absorption that enveloped the surroundings, akin to a mysterious black hole, profound and boundless. Initially, he believed it would take a day or two to fully comprehend, yet after dedicating an entire night to Zhao Yuyan, he experienced an epiphany as if touched by divinity boom. Before Lin Jian could finish his words, a tempestuous wave surged within the vast and boundless sea of consciousness. The Star Tower once again materialized, enveloped in primordial energy, surrounded by the sun, moon, and stars, as the magnificent galaxy emerged. You, in just one day, have you completely comprehended the great path of devouring heaven? The old tower's worldview had been utterly shattered, leaving him incoherent, trembling, unable to articulate a complete sentence. Master, I am aware that my talent is insufficient, and it has taken me a considerable amount of time to fully grasp the great path of devouring heaven, which is incomparable to previous tower masters. But you. Lin Jian's brow furrowed in distress. Master Ta's reaction pierced him deeply. While he could comprehend the anger at his lack of ambition, must Ta incessantly mock him for it? Am I to relinquish my dignity? Wait a moment, young man. Master Ta, I must first meet someone, and then we shall continue our conversation. Before Lin Jian could respond, Master Ta transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the very essence of the Star Tower, vanishing without a trace. Deep well ice. Lin Jian was rendered speechless. Wait. Master Tower mentioned wanting to meet someone, and then charged into the very core of the Star Tower. This implies that there are still living beings within the Star Tower? The mere thought of this made Lin Jian's heart race uncontrollably, and cold sweat streamed down his forehead. The terror of the Star Tower surpassed all imagination. As his consciousness withdrew from the sea of awareness, and he prepared to brew himself another pot of hot tea, the door of the herb hall was forcefully pushed open from the outside. Senior Brother Lin, the sect master requests your presence. Two disciples of the Lingjian Sect entered with frosty expressions, swords in hand, their eyes gleaming with mockery and their tone decidedly unfriendly. Lin Jianzhi grasped the cup in his hand, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The storm had indeed arrived. After consuming the tea in one swift motion, Lin Jianzhi rose and limped out of the herbal hall. Brother Lin, please. One disciple summoned a magical flying sword, executing a series of intricate hand gestures, causing the sword to expand at a remarkable speed and hover beneath Lin Jianzhi's feet. Thank you so much, junior brother. Lin Jian's invocation of the secret techniques imparted by the Tower Master rendered his complexion as pale as parchment, sustaining merely a thread of life. Clad in a white robe stained crimson with blood, his vitality had waned to its utmost limit. After staggering only a few steps, he was already gasping for breath. This pitiful sight, marred by injuries and the complete loss of his cultivation, made his survival seem nothing short of miraculous. The onlooking disciples, witnessing this grim spectacle, turned their gazes aside, unable to bear the sight. Lin Jianzhi's senior brother, how utterly tragic. As Lin Jianzhi laboriously ascended the flying sword, one of the disciples responsible for communication deftly maneuvered the sword into the sky, transforming it into a radiant streak that soared directly towards the Sanqing Hall where the sect leader resided. Meanwhile, another disciple, maintaining an air of composure, entered the herb hall, bending down to meticulously inspect the interior for any traces of blood or signs of a struggle. Disciple Lin Jianzhi, I have come to pay my respects to the master. In the Sanqing Hall, Lin Jianzhi gazed upon the imposing figure of the man clad in dark robes seated at the head of the hall, and performed a respectful bow. The man, adorned in his dark Taoist robe, possessed piercing eyes that sparkled with an otherworldly light, exuding an aura of authority that demanded reverence without need for anger. This was Master Ji Qing, a prominent figure of the Spirit Sword sect. Ji Qing regarded Lin Jianzhi, who stood before him with barely half a life left, and merely nodded slightly. Subsequently, he extended his divine consciousness, forcefully probing into Lin Jianzhi's body. And upon discovering that there was not a trace of spiritual energy within him, and that his cultivation had been utterly lost, rendering him a mere shell devoid of potential, his brow creased slightly, and he cast a cold glance at Qin Xiao. The truth spoke for itself. Ji Qing already possessed the answer to who had lied before him. Yet, despite this, he refrained from voicing any judgment, for in the comparison between a discarded waste and a prodigious talent of unparalleled potential, the disparity in their worth was all too evident. Lin Jian glanced around and noticed that, aside from his master, Ji Qing, nearly all of his senior brothers and sisters had arrived. The eldest brother, Lu Jiang, sat beside the youngest disciple, Qin Xiao, on the right side of the assembly. The second sister, Wen Qing, was accompanied by the fifth sister, Song Shudi. On the left side, the fourth sister, Zhao Yiyan, was absent. Perhaps she had yet to awaken or was hiding in bed, weeping after having risen. After surveying the gathering, Lin Jian's gaze once again settled upon the fifth sister, Song Shui, lost in a reverie. Clad in a radiant, pale yellow gown, she was strikingly beautiful. With features that were already exquisite, her brows and eyes like paintings, skin as pristine as snow, and a delicate waist that swayed like willows in the breeze, she evoked an instinctive desire to protect. Indeed, she was breathtaking. It was no wonder that the original owner of this body willingly played the role of a devoted admirer. Lin Jianzhi inwardly sighed, but soon withdrew his gaze. However, brother, some women are like green tea bitches. The more you flatter them, the more they disdain you. Conversely, if you give them a slap, they might even find you manly. Upon retracting his gaze from himself, Song Shui was taken aback, clearly unaccustomed to this behavior. This man actually only glanced at her twice. In the past, whenever she was present, Lin Jianzhi's attention would be entirely fixated on her, leaving no room for anything else. For this, their master, Ji Qing, had scolded Lin Jianzhi on numerous occasions. Today, however, observing Lin Jianzhi, who appeared battered and bloodied, as if he had reached his limit, Song Shui suddenly understood. This man was utterly broken, completely devoid of strength. Perhaps he felt unworthy of her and, consumed by shame, dared not gaze upon her for long. Humph. At least he possesses some self-awareness. Lin Jianzhi, have you seen Luo Qing? Master Ji Qing broke the silence, his fierce gaze piercing into Lin Jianzhi, scrutinizing every subtle expression on his face. At this inquiry, Lin Jianzhi distinctly sensed a flicker of cunning and pride on the face of his junior, Qin Xiao. To master, I have not seen him. After only a few words, Lin Jianzhi couldn't help but cough, clasping his hands together, and then naturally continued, ahem. It is well known that the outer disciple Luo Cheng is the junior brother Qin Zhao's person. If master seeks him, it would be best to inquire with junior brother. As these words were spoken, Qin Xiao, standing beside the senior brother Lu Jiang, turned pale, his face flushing to a deep shade of red, opening his mouth to explain, only to be silenced by a mere glance from Lu Jiang. Luo Qing is dead. Someone saw him at the grass and would haul at the junior brother. Lu Jiang furrowed his brow, bowing to Ji Qing before stepping forward to inquire on behalf of his master. Senior brother, do you suspect that I killed Luo Qing? Ahem. Ahem. Upon finishing his sentence, Lin Jianzhi clutched his hand and began to cough violently. When he opened his palm, it was stained crimson. Regardless of whether I possessed the ability to kill Luo Cheng, where is his corpse? Am I to be accused of having devoured it? This scene caused the expressions of those present to shift, their hearts tightening. Even Ji Qing, as the master, felt a tinge of awkwardness. Junior brother. I absolutely do not mean that. Lu Jiang pressed his forehead, his face flushed, quickly explaining, junior brother has just emerged from the cliff of reflection, his meridian severed. His cultivation entirely lost, having been reduced to an ordinary person, he naturally cannot have killed Luo Qing. Do not overthink it. Master called you here out of concern for your well-being. As the conversation unfolded, Lu Jiang cast a reproachful glance at Qin Xiao, his eyes brimming with disapproval. It was evident to the brothers that Qin Zhao's animosity was directed at Lin Jianzhi. However, considering Lin Jianzhi had just emerged from the cliff of reflection, barely clinging to life, was it not excessive to target him so vehemently? Was this not too conspicuous? This display of oppression among peers, this abuse of power over the weak, would surely tarnish not only the reputation of Lu Jiang and his companions, but also that of their leader, Ji Qing. Lin Jianzhi's disciples were merely concerned for Luo Cheng's safety, which prompted them to seek their master's intervention. Chen Xiao could not fathom how Lin Jianzhi had truly lost all his cultivation and been reduced to a mere shadow of himself. Where, then, had Luo Cheng vanished to? The situation defied explanation. As he sensed the shifting gazes of his master and fellow disciples upon him, Chen Xiao hurriedly clasped his hands in respect towards Lin Jianzhi. Attempting to clarify, junior disciple bears no ill will towards you. But to his astonishment, before he could even finish his sentence, Zhao Yuyan burst into the Sanqing hall, disheveled and tearful, collapsing at Ji Qing's feet and wailing, Lin Jianzhi has violated me. Master, please seek justice for me and punish this villain. The expressions of Lu Jiang, Wen Qing, Song Shudi, and even the sect leader Ji Qing darkened to an extreme degree upon hearing her words. Chen Xiao stared in disbelief at Zhao Yuyan, his mind racing with a torrent of expletives. What was this foolish girl thinking? If she intended to cast aspersions, she should have consulted him first. They could have coordinated their story. To barge in like this, who would believe her? Did she not realize the implications of her accusations? And again, the couple seemed relentless in their efforts to unjustly accuse Lin Jianzhi. Was it their intent to see him perish? This urgency was palpable. Furthermore, Zhao Yuyan, with her ample bosom and lack of wits, had previously wronged Lin Jianzhi with claims of assault, and now she repeated such accusations. Could she not be more thoughtful in her deceit? Did she truly believe everyone was a fool? Chapter 7. The Forceful Slap in the Sanqing Hall. The sect leader Ji Qing sat majestically at the head. The disciples were arranged in 2 rows, and the atmosphere was decidedly peculiar. Each face reflected a myriad of emotions: disbelief, mockery, derision, a veritable tapestry of reactions. Among the women, Wen Qing and Song Shuyi regarded Zhao Yuyan with an expression of incredulity, shaking their heads in dismay. Kneeling on the ground, Zhao Yuyan was in disarray. Her fiery red skirt had been violently torn, revealing her exquisite form, partially obscured yet tantalizingly visible, on her snow-white skin. Several crimson scratches marred her beauty. Lin Jian's face flushed with embarrassment, having indulged excessively the previous night. He resolved to be more cautious in the future. Zhao Yuyan's exquisite visage was marred by pearl-sized tears. Her beautiful eyes reflected despair, helplessness, and regret, evoking a sense of profound sorrow. The sight of her quietly sobbing melted the hearts of onlookers. It is human nature to feel sympathy for the weak and the victimized, especially for a beauty like Zhao Yuyan. Junior sister, what do you think of Zhao Yuyan's performance? Wen Qing inquired, glancing at the weeping Zhao Yuyan, who knelt on the ground. She discreetly transmitted her thoughts to Song Shuyi. Compared to before, there is a slight improvement, replied the aloof Song Shuyi, casting a cold glance at Zhao Yuyan. However, the signs of acting are too apparent, excessively contrived. Moreover, performing the same scene twice in a row is foolish. Wen Qing's lips curled into a slight smile as she gave Song Shuyi a thumbs up, fully agreeing with her assessment. How could such an outstanding junior brother like Chen Xiao end up with such a foolish woman? She brings more trouble than success, yet believes herself to be clever, far inferior to oneself. Having knelt for quite some time without anyone stepping forward to reprimand Lin Jian, Zhao Yuyan began to doubt whether she had articulated her grievances clearly. She promptly sank to the ground, continuing her lamentation. Master, please, uphold justice for your disciple. I have been defiled by this man and can no longer face the world. Master, Master. Zhao Yuyan wiped her tears and looked bewilderedly at the familiar yet strange faces before her. They gazed at her mockingly, devoid of any sympathy or outrage. In fact, several were struggling to suppress their laughter. Please, I have been violated. My innocence is lost. How can you all remain so composed, so indifferent? Zhao Yuyan's worldview shattered. She had believed that by denouncing Lin Jian's crimes before her master, given his temperament and character, he would swiftly and resolutely execute justice, eliminating the scoundrel without allowing him a chance to explain. After all, the Lingjian Sect was a prestigious institution, and she, Zhao Yuyan, was one of his favored disciples, possessing exceptional cultivation talent and a status far superior to that of the worthless Lin Jian. If word of this incident were to spread, not only would Zhao Yuyan's reputation suffer, but so too would that of her master and the entire Lingjian Sect. The only solution was to strike down Lin Jian with thunderous might to uphold the sect's laws and principles. Yet, although Master Ji Qing wore a cold expression and radiated an aura of fury, electric arcs crackling around him as he struggled to contain his inner rage, Zhao Yuyan could sense that this anger was not directed at Lin Jian. Rather, it seemed to be aimed at her, at Chen Xiao. Since Zhao Yuyan accused Lin Jianzhi of violating her, Master Ji Qing's disapproving gaze has continuously lingered over her and Chen Xiao, cold as ice. It seems as though the wrongdoer is not Lin Jianzhi, but rather they themselves. This Zhao Yuyan felt bewildered. Was her explanation not sufficiently clear? Or was her weeping not pitiful enough? Oh, master brother. I am utterly ashamed to face the world, unable to rely on her master. Zhao Yuyan could only continue to seek solace from master brother Lu Jiang. Last night, that scoundrel Lin Jianzhi trespassed into the Yanhong Tower and committed unspeakable acts against me. I resisted with all my strength, but alas, before Zhao Yuyan could fully articulate Lin Jianzhi's transgressions, Lu Jiang furrowed his brows into a deep frown and rebuked her, fourth junior sister, enough. Zhao Yuyan was stunned, utterly taken aback by Lu Jiang's reprimand. The same lies, the same patterns, the same tricks. Ah, it is not that I am scolding you, brother, but you must cherish your dignity as a young lady. With a heavy sigh, Lu Jiang turned away, his expression frosty, unwilling to even glance at Zhao Yuyan again. I. Zhao Yuyan was at a loss, and as she regained her composure, she could no longer contain herself. Tears like tiny pearls streamed down her cheeks. Second senior sister. Fifth junior sister, I. If these wretched men cannot comprehend Zhao Yuyan's plight, then surely her fellow women, Wenqing and Song Shui, would empathize. Surely. Yuyan, stop this nonsense. Wenqing, adopting the demeanor of an elder sister, began to chastise her, before master and brother impose any punishment. You must promptly apologize to junior brother Lin Jianzhi. The aloof Song Shui shot a disdainful glance, her silence filled with contempt. A thunderbolt of shock struck Zhao Yuyan as she stared wide-eyed at Wenqing and Song Shui, utterly at a loss. Second senior sister, fifth junior sister, you. I was clearly violated by Lin Jianzhi. Yet even as I kneel and weep for an eternity, no one believes me. Lin Jianzhi remained silent, offering no explanations even to himself, occasionally coughing up blood. His master wore a stern expression, while the senior brothers and sisters scolded him loudly. The junior sisters looked on with cold eyes. Zhao Yuyan felt like a jester, forsaken by the world. No one believed her anymore. No, not everyone. There was still her fiancé, Chen Xiao. He was like a beacon of light piercing through the boundless darkness, filled with hope and redemption. Zhao Yuyan touched the tear stains on her face, gazing at Chen Xiao with deep affection, and cautiously spoke. Xiao Go, help me seek revenge. Help me kill. You honor, enough. Stop this nonsense. Chen Xiao, with a grim countenance, pointed at Zhao Yuyan and rebuked her loudly. You claim that Lin Jianzhi has wronged you? Open your eyes and look closely. Lin Jianzhi has just emerged from the cliff of reflection, severely injured and stripped of his cultivation. He is now but a mere mortal. How could he? Zhao Yuyan possessed the cultivation of the divine ability realm, capable of unleashing spiritual power and commanding flying swords to eliminate foes. It was well known that not even a commoner like Lin Jianzhi could withstand a single strike from her, let alone Luo Cheng. Yet, Zhao Yuyan still wept like a delicate flower. In the past, Chen Xiao, being Zhao Yuyan's fiancé, would have stood up to defend his beloved. However, just days ago, Zhao Yuyan had already tarnished Lin Jianzhi's reputation with her accusations. Now, only a few days later, she was back with similar claims? Furthermore, Chen Xiao had recently confronted Lin Jianzhi regarding Luo Cheng's disappearance, and now Zhao Yuyan was hastily attempting to frame him again. To anyone observing, it seemed as though this couple was intent on destroying Lin Jianzhi, and their impatience was palpable. Was Master Ji Qi a fool? Were the senior brother, the second sister, and the fifth junior sister all dim-witted? Although Lin Jianzhi had been rendered powerless and was disliked by the Lingjian Sect, there still needed to be an appearance of cordiality, unity, reason, and decorum. Otherwise, it would chill the hearts of all the lower disciples of the Lingjian Sect. Acting too hastily, this foolish woman, Chen Xiao, being astute, realized that if their schemes could not succeed this time in obliterating Lin Jianzhi, he could only step on Zhao Yuyan to clear his own name. With this thought, he coughed lightly twice, then pointed at the despairing Zhao Yuyan and said, You honor. I know you are merely jesting with Lin Jianzhi, but there must be limits to everything. Be obedient and quickly apologize to Lin Jianzhi. Let this matter rest. Upon the utterance of those words, Master Ji Qing's gaze softened somewhat. Lu Jiang, Wenqing, and Song Shui nodded in agreement, thus reducing the accusation of framing to a mere jest among disciples, sparing Zhao Yuyan from punishment. However, Zhao Yuyan's eyes were hollow, her face a portrait of disbelief as she stared at Chen Xiao, the sole beacon of hope and salvation in her life. Her heart lay in tatters, fragmented beyond repair. The skepticism and doubt from others mattered little to Zhao Yuyan, yet the disbelief from her fiancé, her soulmate, pierced her deeply. How could she endure being adorned with the stigma of infidelity, only to be compelled to apologize to her assailant? Was it that the humiliation she bore was insufficient? They were all fellow disciples. The notion of an apology was utterly unfathomable. Ahem, ahem. Lin Jianzhi, who had remained silent, waved his hand with a certain grace, yet before he could articulate his thoughts, he was seized by a violent coughing fit. Crimson droplets spilling from the corners of his mouth. His tragic yet magnanimous demeanor evoked a sense of pity among those present. You all do not believe me. Zhao Yuyan glared fiercely at Lin Jianzhi, her eyes ablaze with fury. Unable to forget the fervent madness he had displayed towards her the previous night. To think that she had acknowledged her error and endeavored to appease him. Wiping away her tears, Zhao Yuyan rose from the ground, her eyes ablaze with determination as she fixed her gaze on each individual present. You seek evidence, do you? I shall present it to you. As she spoke, tears brimming in her eyes, Zhao Yuyan lifted her wrist, preparing to tear away the sleeve to reveal the remnant of her once cherished innocence. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Jianzhi inwardly lamented, realizing the gravity of his oversight. However, with the disappearance of the guardian powder, only Chen Xiao could fathom the entirety of the situation. Others would inevitably assume that he was the perpetrator. What else could it signify? Just as Zhao Yuyan was about to tear at her sleeve, Chen Xiao raised his hand and delivered a forceful slap across her face. The audience gasped in shock. Have you not caused enough commotion? You disgraceful fool, leave at once. Chen Xiao was genuinely furious. The self-righteous Zhao Yuyan had brought him immense embarrassment. Do you not use your intellect? If you were truly defiled, would I, Chen Xiao, ever consider marrying you again? A thunderous revelation struck. Zhao Yuyan stood frozen, her expression one of disbelief as she beheld the wrathful Chen Xiao, her raised wrist involuntarily falling. She could never have anticipated that her fiancé, her destined partner, the man she cherished, would utter such cruel and heartless words. It caught her utterly off guard. Yet, she was the victim. Zhao Yuyan cast a profound glance at Chen Xiao before turning to soar away on her sword from the Sanqing Hall. At that moment, a crack appeared in the flawless image Chen Xiao had held in her heart. Lin Jianzhi, her elder brother, mused to himself that he had indulged Yuyan too much in the past to maintain his esteemed reputation before his master and fellow disciples. Chen Xiao bowed respectfully to Lin Jianzhi, saying, Please, show mercy. Do not hold my junior sister as folly against her. Lin Jian gazed at Zhao Yuyan's departing figure, a subtle smile gracing his lips, imbued with profound significance. As for Chen Zhao's apology, he paid it no mind, not even casting a glance in his direction. If apologies held any weight, the law would be unnecessary. Oh, how foolish of him to forget that this world is devoid of legalities. Thus, what use is the great Tao devouring heaven? What purpose does Master Tower serve? Contemplating this, Lin Jian turned his attention to his fifth junior sister, Song Shuti. She was a figure of ethereal beauty, as aloof and pristine as a snow lotus blooming upon a frozen mountain. Lin Jian, burdened with the stigma of a sycophant, pondered deeply. After such an interminable time, must he truly lower himself to flattery? Chapter 8. You are not my type. Sensing Lin Jian's somewhat aggressive gaze, Song Shui furrowed her brows, clearly displeased. She immediately adopted a frosty demeanor, returning his scrutinizing gaze with one of her own. Their eyes met in a silent confrontation. Lin Jianzhi stood his ground, unflinching and undeterred. There was not a trace of guilt or fear in his demeanor. Instead, he seemed to emanate an eager anticipation. Song Shui let out a soft huff, turning her head away, convinced she must have misread the situation. Yet, a sense of curiosity lingered within her. In the past, though Lin Jianzhi had often clung to her like an unwelcome adhesive, stealing glances in secret, he would immediately falter at the slightest acknowledgement from her. His cheeks would flush. His gaze would drop, and he would scarcely dare to breathe. But today, he met her gaze unwaveringly. What could have emboldened him so? It was baffling. Lin Jianzhi had been coughing up blood, a mere mortal on the brink of death. There seemed little reason to squander excessive time on him. Lin Jianzhi, your junior brother is offering his sincerest apologies, Lu Jiang interjected, furrowing his brow to shatter the silence. As the esteemed senior brother of the Lingjian Sect, he felt compelled to uphold justice. After all, following Chen Zhao's apology to Lin Jianzhi, the latter had offered no response, leaving Chen Zhao's head bowed in deference before him. With a respectful demeanor, he inclined his head and clasped his hands in greeting. What? My junior brother is extending an apology to me? Lin Jian's lips curled into a subtle smile as he regarded his senior brother, Lu Jiang, and calmly remarked, In that case, I didn't hear it. Let him apologize once more. At this declaration, a wave of astonishment swept through the assembly. Chen Zhao's face instantly flushed crimson, for the first time in his life. He felt the sting of humiliation from Lin Jian. Lu Jiang, on the other hand, turned ashen. For Lin Jian's provocative words not only belittled Chen Xiao but also tarnished his own dignity as the senior brother. What does it mean to be a senior brother? In the entire Lingjian Sect, aside from the sect leader Ji Qing and a few elders, he was the earliest disciple to enter, possessed the highest cultivation level, and boasted the most experience, none other than Lu Jiang himself. While it was one thing to humiliate Chen Xiao, it was utterly intolerable to undermine Lu Jiang's standing. Such an affront was a blatant disregard for authority. Wen Qing and Song Shi stood with mouths agape, gazing at Lin Jian in disbelief. How could this man, who had lived a life of subservience, emerge from the cliff of reflection with such audacity? Offending both the master and the senior brother could lead to dire consequences. Death? When Qing froze, her gaze falling upon Lin Jian, who seemed to have only half a life left, suddenly, everything became clear. Those who are reckless fear nothing. And those who fear nothing are truly dangerous. Since Lin Jian was already facing death, he naturally had nothing to lose. So that was it. Lin Jian, you are brazen. Lu Jiang's face darkened with fury, and he summoned a dense surge of green spiritual energy in his palm, preparing to assert his status as the senior brother and teach Lin Jian a lesson. Humph! Lin Jianzhi let out a cold snort, showing no mercy towards this hypocritical senior brother. Although his cultivation had yet to be fully restored, and he had no knowledge of where Taiyi had disappeared to, Lin Jianzhi was still capable of channeling the power of the celestial tower. Death awaits all. Humiliation is an absolute impossibility. Should Lu Jiang dare to make a move against him, Lin Jianzhi would not hesitate to unleash the might of the celestial tower, burying the entire spirit sword sect. If he were to strike, it would be with thunderous ferocity, eradicating every trace. What of master, senior brother, senior sister, or junior sister? The spirit sword sect, be it a person, a chicken, a dog, or even an ant, would be cleaved in twain and reduced to ashes. Come forth. Strike now. Lin Jian's gaze bore into the furious Lu Jiang, filled with defiance and a frenzied madness. Seeking death. In the face of Lin Jian's provocative stare, Lu Jiang erupted in rage. Within the Lingjian Sect, no disciple had ever dared to show such disrespect to him, the senior brother. With a swift motion, Lu Jiang's palm surged with vibrant green spiritual energy, and several vines materialized from the luminous green orb, rapidly expanding to a length of over 10 meters. Striking towards Lin Jian like whips, these vines were covered in barbs, oozing with a dark green venom, and the consequences of being ensnared by them were dire. Clearly, in his wrath, Lu Jiang had no intention of showing mercy. Come at me. As he beheld the rapidly enlarging vines, which resembled venomous serpents flicking their tongues, Lin Jian trembled with exhilaration. The star tower suspended in his sea of consciousness radiated immeasurable brilliance, while the vast river of stars surrounding it trembled violently. Amidst the rotation of celestial bodies, the great Tao resonated with thunderous sounds, and primordial energy surged into the heavens. Inside the star tower, it felt as though a terrifying entity was on the verge of breaking free from its shackles, ready to descend upon the world. Meanwhile, the vitality within Lin Jian seemed to be drained in an instant, to the point where even his soul felt as if it might ignite. His very life on the brink of combustion. Boom! Just as the vines approached Lin Jian, and as the horrifying presence within the star tower was about to emerge, a thunderbolt as thick as a barrel descended from the sky, scattering electrifying light. The vines were instantly shattered, transformed into flying splinters. The violent shockwave surged through the Sanqing Hall, forcing Lu Jiang to retreat several paces. Lin Jianzhi retreated several steps, ultimately relying on a stone pillar within the hall to steady his form. Thunderous powers, the storm descends upon the world. Among the Lingjian Sect, only the revered leader, Ji Qing, who masters the thunderous arts, possesses the might to repel the formidable Lu Jiang, the esteemed senior brother. Master! Master! As Lu Jiang regained his composure, he immediately bowed respectfully to his seated master, Ji Qing, his heart filled with trepidation, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Witnessing their master's wrath, when Qing, Song Shi, and Chen Xiao collectively bowed in apprehension, their hearts racing with fear. Yet, there were exceptions. Lin Jianzhi, with an unperturbed demeanor, brushed off the dust from his attire, exuding an extraordinary poise, entirely dismissing his master, Ji Qing, as fellow disciples of the Lingjian Sect and direct protégés of the master. It was lamentable that they did not devote themselves to rigorous cultivation and the pursuit of the Tao. When Ji Qing spoke, his voice resonated like a thunderous bell. Arcs of lightning dancing through the void, To be preoccupied with such trivial matters is utterly absurd. Observing Ji Qing's wrath, Lu Jiang and the others hastily bowed in respect, exclaiming, "Master, please quell your anger. Your disciple acknowledges his mistakes." Upon hearing this, Lin Jianzhi could not help but smile. He had been wrongfully accused and punished at the cliff of reflection, enduring daily torment from thunder and sword energy, nearly reaching the brink of death. Yet in Ji Qing's eyes, it was merely a trifling matter? Excellent. Given such a perspective, he felt no obligation to consider Ji Qing or the entirety of the Lingjian Sect. Initially, he had intended to inhabit the body of the original host, hoping to spare the sect some leniency in light of the previous owner's reputation. However, it appeared, Lin Jianzhi, do you believe that your master's handling of the situation is insufficiently fair? Ji Qing's gaze swept across the disciples and aside from Lin Jianzhi. The others bowed their heads in submission, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. Is there still dissent against me or the Lingjian Sect? Boom. After uttering these words, arcs of electricity surged around Lin Jianzhi. It was evident that at this moment, Ji Qing harbored murderous intent towards him as well. Should Lin Jianzhi respond improperly, the consequences would be dire. After all, he was but a wasted talent, bereft of any cultivation. How could he possibly compare to the likes of Qin Shao or Lu Jiang, those favored by destiny? The notions of reason, fairness, and right versus wrong were constructs that had no existence. Why insist on dramatizing his own plight? Lu Jiang and Qin Shao exchanged glances, both harboring a sense of schadenfreude. When Qing wore a slight smirk, relishing the unfolding drama, Song Shui remained aloof and icy, seemingly indifferent to the events transpiring before her. The realm of cultivation was one governed by the law of the jungle, where the weak were preyed upon by the strong, devoid of any moral compass. Confronted by Ji Qing's overwhelming aura of terror, Lin Jianzhi spoke with neither subservience nor arrogance. Disciple has merely traversed the cliff of reflection, gaining some insights. My cultivation has yet to be restored, and I have not fully mastered the Star Tower. I have yet to repay the debts owed by Qin Shao. Nor have Zhao Yuyin and Song Shui settled their dues. Is it not a pity for the Lingjian Sect to perish without repaying the debts owed to me? Lin Jianzhi? Indeed, it is commendable that you grasp these truths. Ji Qing appeared quite pleased with Lin Jianzhi's response. While stroking his sparse stubble, he waved his hand dismissively and said, "You may leave now." Lin Jianzhi bowed slightly and stepped out of the Sanqing Hall. Upon arriving outside, he did not immediately return to his Kaomutang, nor did he head towards the Yanhong building where Zhao Yuyin resided. Instead, he leaned against a stone pillar, waiting in silence. Master, are you truly letting him depart just like that? As Lin Jianzhi departed, Lu Jiang and Qin Shao rushed towards Ji Qing, their faces brimming with indignation. It is one thing for Lin Jianzhi to disregard both me and senior brother, but to show such disrespect to you, master. Please, master, give the order, and I shall immediately capture Lin Jianzhi from the Caomu Hall. Ji Qing remained silent, but the second senior sister, Wen Qing, approached with a gentle smile, addressing the furious Lu Jiang and Qin Shao. Look at you two, why the impulsiveness? Master is actually aiding you. Can't you see that? Upon hearing this, Lu Jiang and Qin Shao exchanged perplexed glances, bewildered by her words. You two truly are thick-headed. Wen Qing playfully rolled her eyes at them before continuing to explain with a radiant smile. Lin Jianzhi has spent a full 10 days on the cliff of reflection. His cultivation completely lost. He is now left with but a breath. Even if we do nothing, he cannot survive beyond 10 days. He is fully aware of his impending demise and is playing a dangerous game with his life, hoping to tarnish your names with the reputation of slaughtering a fellow disciple. Have you considered that if you were to kill Lin Jianzhi, who among the disciples of Lingjian Sect would dare to approach you two in the future? Lu Jiang and Qin Shao, upon reflection, suddenly understood, cold sweat breaking out on their foreheads. The lengths to which Lin Jianzhi would go were indeed insidious. A pitiful person must have their own faults. Ji Qing waved his hand dismissively, evidently unwilling to squander time on a worthless individual. After a brief cough, he suddenly adopted a serious demeanor and stated, "Recently, there have been unusual movements in the Hongduan Mountains. The disciples of Guiyuan's sect will undoubtedly take action. You should all stay vigilant." At the mention of the Hongduan Mountains, Lu Jiang and the others brightened with awareness. Furthermore, should Lin Jianzhi perish, the Caomu Hall is to be reclaimed immediately. Until then, do not further torment him, lest you attract public scorn. At this juncture, Ji Qing cast a cold glance at Qin Shao, adding a final admonition. Tell Zhao Yuyin that she must use her intellect. Engaging in foolish acts of tarnishing others' reputations while attempting to preserve her own innocence is sufficient after 2 instances, should there be a third. Before Ji Qing could finish his sentence, Chen Xiao was already drenched in sweat, hastily assuring him, "Master, rest assured, there will not be a third time." After Ji Qing's departure, Lu Jiang and the others exited the Sanqing Hall one after another. Upon seeing Lin Jianzhi leaning against the stone pillar, they couldn't help but frown deeply. This harbinger of misfortune, why has he not yet taken his leave? Upon seeing everyone emerge, Lin Jianzhi immediately approached them with a beaming smile, exhibiting no semblance of reserve. "Senior brother Lin, I have already conveyed my apologies to junior sister Yu Yin on your behalf. What more do you desire?" Chen Xiao, under the impression that Lin Jianzhi was addressing him, stepped forward without hesitation. "Step aside. I have neither the time nor the inclination to engage with you at present." Lin Jianzhi directly pushed aside Chen Xiao, striding forward to the aloof Song Shui. He disregarded Chen Xiao, expecting an apology from him. To be honest, even if Lin Jianzhi was not a virtuous individual, he felt somewhat excessive in his actions. Upon seeing Lin Jianzhi standing before her, Song Shui furrowed her brows and coldly remarked, "Senior brother Lin, please do not seek me out again. You are not my preferred type." Chapter 9, The Unhinged Lin Jianzhi Junior Sister Song. This is a spirit-gathering pill I purchased from the market, gifted to you to aid in your breakthrough cultivation. I too require spirit-gathering pills for my own practice, so I will only take one. Junior Sister Shui. This is the frost spirit flower I procured from a secret realm, beneficial for your cultivation. Since it is bestowed by your senior brother, you must not decline. Thus, I shall only take half. Shui, these are the spirit stones and elixirs I received from the sect this month, presented to you as well. Thank you, senior brother. You are the kindest person to me, aside from my parents. Senior brother Lin, I am on the verge of breaking through. Yet I still lack some spirit-gathering pills and transformation pills. Your storage ring is quite exquisite. What? It belonged to your mother? Then I cannot possibly accept. Thank you, senior brother. You are a good person, but I am not yet ready to contemplate matters of the heart. Once I succeed in forming my core, you will be the first I consider." As Lin Jianzhi gazed upon the cold, aloof, and breathtakingly beautiful Song Shui before him, he sifted through the memories nestled deep within his mind concerning the original host and her. Upon processing these recollections, Lin Jianzhi reached a conclusion. The Song Shui in front of him was nothing short of a complete and utter green tea bitch. While relishing the kindness the original host had bestowed upon her, she resolutely and self-righteously repelled him, as if he were unworthy of her presence. Such a woman, in plain terms, was akin to a parasitic leech, an ungrateful wolf that could never be nurtured. Tragically, the original host remained oblivious to this truth until the very end. Languishing on the cliff of reflection while enduring punishment, desperately awaiting the silhouette of Song Shui, he did not harbor hopes that she would rescue him from his plight. Rather, he merely wished that before his demise, this woman would cast a fleeting glance in his direction. Alas, such aspirations were destined to remain mere fantasies. Lin Jianzhi. Has not Song Shui made her stance abundantly clear? Seeing Lin Jianzhi standing resolutely before Song Shui, silent as a stone, the second senior sister, Wen Qing, grew impatient and spoke bluntly. "Before you entered the cliff of reflection, you were merely at the 5th level of the condensation realm. And now you have lost all your cultivation, reduced to a mere husk. Meanwhile, junior sister Song has ascended to the 10th level of the condensation realm, mere steps away from forming her core. You two are worlds apart. You, Lin Jianzhi, have never been worthy of her, Song Shui." Lu Jian and Chen Xiao stood with arms crossed, their expressions rife with mockery as they fixated on Lin Jianzhi. Previously, in the Sanqing Hall, the two had faced humiliation at Lin Jianzhi's hands, and witnessing his current disgrace was truly a stroke of fortune. Such venomous words drew the attention of numerous disciples from the Lingjian Sect, their whispers swirling like a tempest. It was known that Song Shui had entered the sect later. Yet she had swiftly advanced to the 10th level of the condensation realm, an achievement that could be attributed at least 50% to Lin Jianzhi's efforts. Why? Hadn't Lin Jianzhi himself only reached the 5th level of the condensation realm before his downfall? What do you know? One disciple interjected. Lin Jianzhi was once the most extraordinary talent of our Lingjian Sect, on the brink of forming his core. Ever since junior sister Song joined the sect, Lin Jianzhi has devoted all his monthly allowances of spirit stones, elixirs, and magical artifacts to aid her in breaking through. This revelation left the new disciples in shock, murmuring in disbelief. Lin Jianzhi's fall from grace was indeed pitiful, and Song Shui's eagerness to sever ties seemed utterly heartless. What do you understand? Another voice chimed in. Although Song Shui has accepted Lin Jianzhi's treasures for so many years, she has never acknowledged their relationship. In her words, all of this was willingly given by Lin Jianzhi. But if she never intended to become a partner with Lin Jianzhi, then why? Why accept his gifts? Is this not a display of hypocrisy? How shameless. Hush, lower your voice. Sister Song is approaching. The murmurs of the onlooking disciples reached Song Shui's ears, causing the icy beauty to furrow her brow in discontent, eager to depart from this place and avoid mingling with such mundane beings. Sister, let the past remain in the past. She did not refute Wen Qing's words, but maintained her lofty demeanor as she addressed Lin Jian. Brother Lin, this is where our conversation ends. I bid you farewell. With a graceful wave of her delicate hand, her spiritual energy surged, and her flying sword unsheathed, prepared for her departure. Wait. Noticing Song Shui's intent to leave, Lin Jian, who had just processed their shared memories, quickly reached out to stop her. His fingers fluttered back and forth, seemingly calculating something. What? Are you, Lin Jian, attempting to impose yourself on Sister Song? Chen Xiao stepped forward, positioning himself between Lin Jian and Song Shui, standing tall with his sword already drawn. The heroic act of rescuing a damsel had always been Chen Xiao's passion, despite being betrothed to Zhao Yiyan soon. Brother Lin, are you lamenting my absence from the thoughtful cliff? Song Shui observed Lin Jian, who appeared forlorn and anxiously fidgeting with his fingers, and felt a twinge of pity for him. Raising her voice deliberately, as if addressing Lin Jian but intended for the onlookers, she declared, "We are merely ordinary senior and junior siblings, devoid of any other relationship. Hence I have no obligation to visit the thoughtful cliff." Before she could finish, Lin Jian forcefully interrupted her with his calculated remarks. Sister Song, since our relationship is merely that of ordinary siblings, I must request the return of all gifts I have bestowed upon you with the intention of marriage over the years, including but not limited to spirit stones, elixirs, magical artifacts, and cultivation techniques. If memory serves, a direct disciple receives 200 high-grade spirit stones, 18 elixirs, and one technique monthly. That amounts to 400 high-grade spirit stones, 216 elixirs, and 12 techniques per year. I have pursued. No, I have supported you, my junior sister, for 8 years, totaling 19, 200 high-grade spirit stones, 728 elixirs, and 96 techniques. Adding to this, the rare materials I have risked my life to acquire from various secret realms, including but not limited to the Heartbreak Red, Millennium Fire Ganoderma, Thunderstruck Ancient Wood, and Heavenly Blue Sea Flower. As he spoke, Lin Jian began counting on his fingers again. To his astonishment, this so-called devoted admirer was indeed quite affluent. Given the plethora of rare materials and techniques, I doubt you could present them all at once, so let us convert them to spirit stones. You need only return to me 85, 342 high-grade spirit stones and 24, 437 elixirs. Brother, I am magnanimous. I shall waive the interest, yet the remainder cannot be overlooked. Sister Song, do you have any objections? The audience gasped in astonishment. With Lin Jianzhi's rapid-fire speech resembling the crack of firecrackers, there was no opportunity for others to interject. They could only listen in stunned silence. Lu Jian, Wen Qing, and Chen Xiao exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a portrait of shock. The onlooking disciples gaped, their mouths agape, unable to fathom the spectacle before them, rendered speechless by their senior brother Lin Jianzhi's bold declarations. Meanwhile, Song Shui's once cold and aloof visage transformed before their very eyes, shifting from crimson to pallid, then to ashen, and finally back to a vivid scarlet, an exquisite cycle of emotion. This ethereal being, high and untouchable, who seemed untouched by the trivialities of mortal life, was now utterly mortified, wishing fervently to vanish into the earth. Song Shui longed to retort. However, Lin Jianzhi's words rang with undeniable truth. Even accounting for the precise number of spirit stones and elixirs. 8 years. Do you comprehend how she, Song Shui, has endured these 8 years? While Lin Jianzhi has indeed invested much, did she not also sacrifice? Although, despite never having faced Lin Jianzhi's ire, nor shared a kiss or held hands even once still, the spirit stones and elixirs she had given away, how could one expect to reclaim such gifts? Amidst the murmurs and pointing fingers of the onlookers, Song Shui felt her eyes welling up, overwhelmed with a sense of injustice. Observing her near tears, The chivalrous Chen Xiao seized the moment before Lu Jian and Wenqing could react, interjecting, Lin Jianzhi, are you even a man? How could you? Slap. Lin Jianzhi? How dare you utter his name? Lin Jian turned abruptly, delivering a powerful slap to Chen Xiao's delicate and fair face. The entire assembly was once again left in utter astonishment. Chen Xiao, clutching his swollen cheek, gazed incredulously at Lin Jian, his right hand already drawing forth his personal sword, an aura of spiritual power surging around him. How dare you? You may demand your dues. But resorting to violence against me is beyond comprehension. Does Lin Jian not realize that he has lost all his cultivation and has become a mere shadow of his former self? How dare he lay a hand on me without knowing the meaning of death? Staring defiantly at me, he dares to challenge my gaze? In the face of Chen Xiao's fury, Lin Jian was oblivious to the concept of fear, utterly disrespectful. Where is the decorum of the Lingjian Sect? Now, immediately, I command you to call me senior brother. Once again, the crowd was left in a state of shock. The onlooking disciples regarded Lin Jian with newfound respect, devoid of any previous disdain or disregard. Crack, crack. Chen Xiao's teeth ground together with a resounding crunch, veins bulging on his forehead, as he panted heavily. Utterly stripped of any grace. Senior brother. Though he longed to unsheath his sword and strike down Lin Jian, the latter had entered the sect before him, thus holding a higher seniority. Respect for one's teachers and the hierarchy of age are indeed the foundational principles and regulations of the Lingjian Sect. Speak louder. I cannot hear you. Lin Jianzhi is utterly oblivious to the concept of repaying kindness with virtue or knowing when to withdraw gracefully. In his current state, he is only aware of the insatiable pursuit for more, driven by avarice. Chen Xiao's face has turned a shade reminiscent of liver, his body trembling uncontrollably from fury. Yet the reprimands from his master, Ji Qing, resonate clearly in his mind. Confronted by Lin Jianzhi, who has willingly immersed himself in this perilous situation, and aware that his days are numbered, Chen Xiao realizes that this man would go so far as to tarnish others' reputations at the cost of his own life. Thus, Chen Xiao can only kneel. Senior brother. This cry echoed through the heavens. Lu Jiang and Wenqing exchanged glances, maintaining a profound silence. Although their seniority and cultivation surpassed Lin Jianzhi's, who among them would dare provoke this dying man? Who would dare to challenge this madman? Lin Jianzhi nodded in satisfaction, then turned around to gaze once more at Song Shuyi, who was soaring gracefully through the air like a celestial being. Junior sister, my time is of the essence. Please hasten to present the spirit stones you owe me. With a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth, he displayed a maniacal grin, adding, or perhaps you wish to forego repaying your debt in favor of marrying a dying man such as myself. With a swift motion, Song Shuyi clenched her silver teeth and flicked her hand, causing her storage ring to transform into a streak of light that darted towards Lin Jianzhi. Under the watchful eyes of many, she, Song Shuyi, preserved her dignity and had no intention of shirking her obligation. Why is there only 11,000 high-grade spirit stones? Lin Jianzhi took the storage ring, instantly refining it. With a sweep of his divine consciousness, he discerned the contents within the spatial ring, a remaining total of 74,342 superior spirit stones and 2,437 medicinal pills. Song Shuyi, aware of the limited spirit stones she carried, implored, Brother Rong, please grant me some additional time. With a blush adorning her cheeks, she lowered her gaze and bowed respectfully, her words sincere. Having witnessed the folly of Chen Xiao, Song Shuyi approached the dying Lin Jianzhi with utmost deference. After all, the bold fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those who have nothing to lose. It was prudent to feign compliance and delay for 10 days. Once Lin Jianzhi had passed, there would be no need for repayment. By then, the spirit stones would be conserved and her reputation preserved. After all, Lin Jianzhi was gravely injured. It was evident he could not survive beyond 10 days. Nevertheless, as fellow disciples of the Lingjian Sect, her elder brother was not one to act unreasonably. Lin Jianzhi, with an air of uncharacteristic magnanimity, waved his hand dismissively and proclaimed, I shall grant my junior sister 3 days. 3 days hence, I shall pay a visit. As his words lingered in the air, he departed with a graceful flourish, leaving the onlookers in a state of astonishment. 10 days later, he intended to impart a lesson to Song Shuyi. On the Blue Star, there existed loans specifically tailored for the fairer sex, seemingly dubbed campus loan, beauty loan, fruit loan. In essence, the message was clear: once lent, the fear of retrieval was non-existent. Even if repayment faltered, alternate means of settling debts were available. Chapter 10. breaking through 15 realms in a day's silence. An oppressive stillness enveloped the scene. The disciples, gazing at Lin Jianzhi's retreating figure, exchanged bewildered glances, scarcely daring to breathe, though they yearned to howl in exhilaration. Having never witnessed such a riveting spectacle, the atmosphere was too stifling, particularly for those who had been thoroughly humiliated by Lin Jianzhi and had yet to depart. They wished to laugh, yet felt restrained. Boom. Within Lu Jiang, spiritual energy erupted instantaneously, unleashing a terrifying pressure from the spirit-linking realm that surged into the sky, rippling outward like a tempest. In an instant, it subdued all onlooking disciples, rendering them breathless as silence reigned supreme. What were they doing gathered here? Had they abandoned their cultivation? With a stern countenance, Lu Jiang cast a glance, prompting the onlookers to scatter in haste. Once the disciples had retreated, Lu Jiang, Wen Qing, and others bore expressions of fluctuating emotions. As the esteemed senior brother and second sister of the Lingjian Sect, their lofty status had never before been so repeatedly undermined by a single disciple. Chen Xiao and Song Shui were particularly incensed, their hands gripping their sword hilts so tightly that they appeared ghostly pale. I feel as though Lin Jianzhi has become somewhat alien to me. Song Shui gazed at her own delicate fingers, marred by the remnants of a ring, her heart aching to the point of breathlessness. He seems transformed. He who once dared not raise his voice to me now audaciously demands spirit stones. To have lost 10,000 spirit stones in one fell swoop. That was all my fortune. Her heart bled profusely. TCH, he merely knows his end is nigh, relying on our reluctance to strike him down to prolong his existence. Chen Xiao scoffed, her gaze venomous as she directed it towards the direction Lin Jianzhi had taken, disdain dripping from her voice. It is only natural for one facing death to engage in desperate acts. Just look at him, panting as he walks. He shall not survive beyond 10 days. No sooner had Chen Xiao spoken than Wen Qing chimed in, affirming, indeed, merely surviving 10 days on the cliff of reflection would be miraculous. He is already at the end of his tether, a spent force. Do not speak of 10 days. I estimate he may not survive even 5. Upon hearing the murmurs that Lin Jianzhi would not last 10 days, Song Shui felt a sense of relief. After all, should Lin Jianzhi remain alive, the debt of 74,342 superior spirit stones, along with 2,437 pills, would still loom over her, for she, Song Shui, must continue her stay at Lingjian Sect, preserving her dignity. Junior sister Song, there is no need for excessive concern. Regardless, Lin Jianzhi will not live beyond 10 days. For now, endure a bit, appease him, and delay matters slightly. Once Lin Jianzhi is deceased, debts perish with the dead. Thus, not only will you be relieved of the spirit stones, but your reputation shall also remain intact. Observing Song Shui's furrowed brow, Lu Jiang assumed her worry stemmed from how to repay the spirit stones, and boldly reassured her, rest assured, even if you owe over 10,000 spirit stones today, when we sort through Lin Jianzhi's belongings, I, your senior brother, will ensure you recover what is yours. At these words, Song Shui gazed at Lu Jiang with admiration, performing a respectful bow, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Thank you so much, senior brother, she stammered. Watching the two exchange electric glances, Chen Xiao inwardly cursed the pair. He had been slow to react this time, falling into Lu Jiang's trap. Yet, it mattered not. Once Lin Jianzhi was dealt with, the next target would be to eliminate senior brother Lu Jiang. Following that, he would set his sights on Master Ji Qing. At that juncture, whether it be Zhao Yuyan, Song Shui, or second senior sister Wen Qing, the entirety of Lingjian Sect would belong to Chen Xiao. Upon returning to the herb hall, Lin Jianzhi casually glanced around and noticed the room had been rummaged through. This was anticipated, prompting him to erase all traces of Luo Tong before heading to the Sanqing Hall. Otherwise, how could Master Ji Qing so readily believe him? The former host had fawned over Song Shui for 8 years, leaving the herb hall in utter poverty, so much so that even a thief would weep upon entering. Thus, Lin Jianzhi was indifferent to others' searches. After closing the doors and windows, Lin Jianzhi retrieved a cushion and brewed a pot of hot tea. Once his mind was thoroughly settled, he began to speak to himself. Master Tower, your haste in summoning me back. Who have you been meeting? Previously, he had relished the thrill of slapping the white lotus and tearing apart the green tea bitch in front of everyone. His eagerness to depart was solely due to sensing unusual activity within the Star Tower as the spirit of the tower returned. Indeed, no sooner had Lin Jianzhi spoken than a phantom figure emerged from within him, hovering in the air and articulating human speech. Young one, your patience is commendable. You are indeed destined for greatness. Sensing unusual activity at the Star Tower, Lin Jianzhi returned to the herb hall, managing to patiently close the doors and windows. Brew a pot of warm tea, and only after confirming that all was well within the hall did he allow himself to emerge. It is worth noting that prior to this, Lin Jianzhi had just reprimanded Qin Shao and Song Shui, his temper still flaring with intensity. His ability to remain composed and unruffled truly earned him a moment of respect from the Tower Master. What is this, really? Merely a white lotus and a green tea bitch. Is this what they consider a test for officials? In response to the Tower Master's commendation, Lin Jianzhi casually crossed his legs, exuding indifference. Before his journey through time, he was certainly no innocent young virgin. With a line of women before him in the business realm, he would merely utter. At a crucial moment, he abruptly halted, leaving the Tower Master in a state of perplexity, who quickly interjected with urgency. What? Lin Jianzhi drained the tea from his cup in one gulp and remarked. Those who are capable should step forward, while those who are not may take their leave. What nonsense is this? Why should I indulge you when we all spend the same amount of money? If you cannot keep up, what right do you have to act like a princess? Is this not a disruption of the market? To Lin Jianzhi, a seasoned veteran, neither Song Shui, the green tea bimbo, Zhao Yuyan, the lovesick fool, nor Wen Qing, the scheming vixen, could shake his composure. Of course, if all three were to approach him simultaneously. Kiki, why do you smile so lewdly? Young man. The illusory figure of Master Tower floated before Lin Jianzhi, its form hazy and devoid of features, yet it spoke with human-like clarity. I pondered whether, since the great path of devouring heaven can forcibly consume the cultivation and Tao fruit of others, it might also be possible to enhance one's own cultivation by devouring spirit stones. With a wave of his hand, over 10,000 high-quality spirit stones soared from his storage ring, forming a small mountain within the room, their rich spiritual energy permeating the entire herb hall. He lied without a hint of shame, smoothly diverting the topic. This was merely a basic skill. After refining the Star Tower, his meridians had been restored, allowing Lin Jianzhi to embark on the path of cultivation anew at any moment. Previously, to bestow Qin Shao with the green hat, and to avoid revealing any clues during the confrontation before the throne, he had successfully navigated the situation and was now ready to begin his training. After all, in this predatory realm of cultivation, strength is paramount. Without power, one's efforts are futile. Yet, once one possesses sufficient strength, one can indulge without fear of demise. Naturally, ordinary cultivators also draw spiritual power from spirit stones to replenish themselves and enhance their cultivation. The great path of devouring heaven can even forcibly plunder the spiritual energy within one's body, let alone that contained within spirit stones. Speaking of the great path of devouring heaven, Master Tower became earnest. Moreover, when operating the great path of devouring heaven to consume spirit stones, the speed will be several dozen times, even hundreds of times that of ordinary cultivators, allowing even the most modeled and obscure spiritual energy to be refined for one's use. With a thought from Master Tower, a spirit stone soared into the air, heading straight for Lin Jianzhi. Lin Jianzhi extended his hand, firmly grasping the snow-white spirit stone within his palm. Young one, are you not curious about whom I have met? While I cannot disclose the identity of my visitor, you may well surmise it. The Star Tower exists within its own realm, its mysteries and might far surpass your imagination. When speaking of that enigmatic entity, even the proud master of the tower wore an expression of utmost respect and humility. Do not inquire further now, even if you do. I shall remain silent. In due time, once your strength reaches a certain level, the answers will reveal themselves to you within the Star Tower. What I can share is that this mysterious being has expressed admiration for your swift comprehension of the great devouring technique, which you grasped in just a single day. He remarked that your rapid mastery of such a technique surely indicates the possession of a unique constitution, though the specifics of this nature remain obscured until it fully awakens. A unique constitution? Lin Jianzhi clenched his fists tightly, engulfed in confusion. Aside from seeming to feel hunger more acutely than others, there appeared to be nothing particularly remarkable about him. That individual named Qin Shao was no simple foe. His relentless targeting of Lin must stem from his discovery of Lin's unique constitution. He likely sought to extinguish Lin's potential before it could fully blossom. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Master Tower's voice echoed with renewed fervor, sending several spirit stones soaring towards Lin Jianzhi once more. Now, cultivate swiftly. Once you break through to the artifact refinement realm, you will unlock the first door within the Stellar Tower. I must admit, I am rather eager for that moment. Upon hearing this, Lin Jianzhi nodded decisively, realizing he had underestimated Qin Shao, that wretched little schemer. Qin Shao surely harbored secrets of his own. Let us see who will outmaneuver the other first. Under Master Tower's guidance, Lin Jianzhi cast aside all distractions and activated the Grand Devouring technique. Once again, a dense stream of black energy materialized in the palm of his hand. With a swift motion, the black energy erupted, unleashing an overwhelming force of absorption. The spirit stone in his palm disintegrated into ashes in an instant, as pure and potent spiritual energy surged into Lin Jianzhi's body, coursing through his meridians and enveloping him entirely. This sensation, Lin Jianzhi tightly closed his eyes. A wave of tingling and refreshing sensations surged through his mind, as if his body, parched like a long dry desert, had finally welcomed a rejuvenating spring rain. Yet it was not enough. Not nearly enough. Observing this state of Lin Jianzhi, Master Tower, who had been vigilantly watching, felt a surge of thoughts and sent forth several hundred spiritual stones toward him. Whoosh! As the hundreds of spiritual stones made contact with the dark energy, they were instantly disintegrated, and the rich spiritual force once again flooded into Lin Jianzhi's body. More. He craved more. Even more. Lin Jianzhi's body resembled a withered sponge, endlessly absorbing the source of water. Is it truly this intense during the first cultivation? This young man certainly possesses an insatiable appetite. Master Tower smacked his lips, and as thoughts surged anew, spirit stones once again soared towards Lin Jianzhi. 1,000, 2,000, 5,000. Under Master Tower's command, the spirit stones flew incessantly toward Lin Jianzhi, each one subsequently disintegrated, devoured, and assimilated. Correspondingly, the spiritual energy within Lin Jianzhi continued to accumulate, growing ever more abundant. This spiritual energy filled the meridians throughout Lin Jianzhi's body, radiating an immeasurable brilliance, until it completely enveloped him, twinkling like the stars, their light flickering in and out of view. Lin Jianzhi entered a realm of profound mystery, feeling the intangible shackles descend upon him once more. Yet, by shattering these constraints, he could transcend his limits. Boom. Body refinement, first layer. Body refinement, second layer. Body refinement, third layer. After breaking through to the 10th layer of body refinement in one breath, Lin Jianzhi did not pause. Instead, he summoned the last remnants of his spiritual energy, launching himself once again towards the Qi refinement realm. Boom, boom. With Lin Jianzhi's all-out effort, his realm continued to surge forward. Qi refinement, first layer. Qi refinement, second layer. Qi refinement, third layer. Since the entire Spirit Sword sect believed that he, Lin Jianzhi, was gravely wounded and would not survive beyond 10 days, he was determined to deliver them a resounding surprise. Not only would he not perish, but he would also embark anew on the path of cultivation. In a single day, he would break through 5 realms, break through 10 realms, break through 15 realms. Chapter 11. Sword King Cui Chan. Qi refinement, third layer. Qi refinement, fourth layer. Qi refinement, fifth layer. Lin Jianzhi sat cross-legged upon the mat, his body radiating an infinite brilliance, the spiritual energy within him surging through his meridians like colossal white dragons, roaring incessantly. Having ascended from the first layer of body refinement to the 5th layer of Qi refinement, consuming 11,000 high-grade spirit stones, and breaking through 15 realms in a single day, Lin Jianzhi still felt it insufficient. This parched desert within him could not be fully saturated by merely a spring rain. It required a tempest, a torrential downpour. Not enough. Still not enough. Far from enough. Lin Jian's eyes were tightly shut as the grand Tao of devouring heaven operated autonomously within him. The dark, swirling energy grew increasingly dense, and the terrifying power of absorption surged to formidable heights. Centered around Lin Jian's form, it began to draw in the various jars, books, and candlesticks scattered throughout the herbal hall, suddenly yanking them towards him. Goodness, you glutton, haven't you had enough? With a mere thought, the master of the tower unleashed an even more formidable surge of energy that enveloped the entire herbal hall. The toppled jars, books, and candlesticks instantly returned to their rightful places, fitting together seamlessly. I must say, your appetite is quite insatiable. This is your first time cultivating, yet you've already devoured over 11,000 high-grade spirit stones. How can that still be insufficient? Although the grand Tao of devouring heaven is indeed extraordinary, Lin Jian's prowess left the master of the tower in awe. To consume over 10,000 superior spirit stones during one's initial cultivation is simply astonishing. Tell me, master of the tower, is there no hidden treasure within the Star Tower? Lin Jianzhi opened his eyes, fixating on the tower master with a gaze that glowed ominously red, drool escaping his lips. Given the formidable reputation of the Star Tower, it must harbor a wealth of treasures. One could fantasize about devouring these riches, or even the tower itself. But I must ask, what nefarious thoughts occupy your mind? The Star Tower is a legendary chaotic artifact. Mark my words. Even when you ascend to immortality and join the ranks of the celestial beings, it is improbable that you could consume the Star Tower. Upon realizing that Lin Jianzhi had cast his ambitions upon himself, the Tower Master felt a chill of trepidation. A chaotic artifact? Ascension to immortality? It appears that in this extraordinary realm, one may indeed achieve divinity and eternal life. Tower Master, where does your imagination wander? Am I, Lin Jianzhi, a glutton for everything? I, young Lin, am a person of gratitude, repaying kindness with virtue, and striving to touch the world with compassion. When others hurl mud at me, I cultivate lotus flowers from the muck, turning them into a profitable venture. Knowing Lin Jianzhi to be a figure of retribution, the Tower Master dismissed any notion of kindness as mere folly. Away with such thoughts. You, who would confront even your own junior sister, speak of repaying virtue with kindness. Upon seeing Lin Jianzhi rise from the meditation mat, the Tower Master ceased his jest and assumed a serious demeanor. Listen, young one. There are indeed numerous treasures within the Star Tower, but each artifact is exceedingly formidable. Each emergence causing the very heavens to tremble and attracting the attention of the world's most powerful beings. I shall unseal these treasures gradually according to your strength, so do not dwell on them excessively. For Lin Jianzhi, who possesses the great path of devouring heaven, theoretically, as long as he has a continuous supply of spirit stones to consume, he could perpetually advance. However, spirit stones are of such lowly nature that the Tower Master cannot procure them. What lies within the Star Tower are celestial crystals. These supreme entities, imbued with celestial laws and energies, are worth millions of times more than even the finest spirit stones. Not only does the small spirit sword sect lack them, but even the entire Xianyu Empire would struggle to produce a single celestial crystal. Yet the Star Tower is replete with these inexhaustible treasures. However, given Lin Jianzhi's current cultivation level, even if the Tower Master were to present a celestial crystal, he would be unable to refine and absorb it. Instead, the slightest release of celestial energy would invite countless terrifying entities to vie for it. A poor upbringing for a son, a rich one for a daughter. The Tower Master feigned poverty. Thus, apart from the great path of devouring heaven, this wretched tower is utterly useless to you? Lin Jianzhi furrowed his brow. Gazing at Master Tower with palpable skepticism, he could not shake the feeling that this spirit was somewhat untrustworthy, akin to an old trickster from the underworld. It was not that Lin Jianzhi was greedy. Rather, despite devouring 11,000 high-grade spirit stones and breaking through 15 realms in a single day, he remained merely at the 5th level of qi refinement. Although this level was not deemed low within the spirit sword sect, it paled in comparison to disciples like Chen Xiao and Song Shudi. Comparisons to his senior brother Lu Jiang or even the sect leader Ji Qing were even more disheartening. The limits of patience are finite. To lack strength is tantamount to courting death. Hence, Lin Jianzhi's fervent desire to grow stronger. Stronger. Fear not, young one. Do not forget that within the Star Tower, there exists a door. Master Tower's enigmatic smile accompanied his words, and in an instant, Lin Jian's consciousness was drawn into the Star Tower. Now that you have ascended to the 5th level of qi refinement, you are deemed to have embarked upon the path of cultivation, allowing you to unlock the first door within the Star Tower. As the stars shifted and turned, Lin Jianzhi found himself in an unknown realm within the Star Tower. This mysterious space was enveloped in darkness, rendering him unable to see his own hand before his face. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed through the void. Before Lin Jianzhi could comprehend the situation, a luminous point appeared before him, radiating a blinding white light. Just as he pondered the nature of the door Master Tower had mentioned, the voice of Master Tower resonated once more in his mind. Hasten, young one. Push open this door. With renewed determination, Lin Jianzhi took solid steps towards the glowing point. Upon reaching it, he realized that this radiant point was, in fact, a door, a gateway to another realm. Lin Jianzhi was uncertain of the destination concealed behind the door or the secrets it harbored. Yet, instinct compelled him to raise his arms, pressing his palms against the enigmatic portal and exerting a sudden force. With a swift motion, as his hands made contact with the mysterious door, a terrifying force of devouring energy erupted, using his palms as a conduit to voraciously consume the spiritual energy within Lin Jianzhi's body. Master Ta this. In an instant, a significant portion of his internal spiritual energy was devoured. As the force of consumption surged, Lin Jianzhi's spiritual energy was drained entirely within the blink of an eye. Once the spiritual energy was completely consumed, the force would inevitably turn to devouring the life essence, which is fundamental to one's existence. Without spiritual energy, one might merely suffer a decline in cultivation, yet life could persist. However, should the life essence be entirely depleted, one would be irrevocably reduced to a lifeless husk, mere bones scattered to the winds. This is dire. I have slumbered for too long. I misremembered. To push open this door, at the very least, one must possess the cultivation of the condensing yuan realm. Master Ta's voice echoed once more in his mind, laced with an unmistakable panic, clearly taken aback by the door's formidable nature. Young man, you have no retreat. Hasten to open the door. Though a torrent of frustration surged within him, Lin Jianzhi found himself bereft of alternatives. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his strength, desperately striving to push the door open. Creak. With Lin Jianzhi's relentless efforts, the tightly shut door finally yielded a narrow gap. Yet the devouring force intensified, relentlessly siphoning away his life essence. At this rate, he would be reduced to a lifeless corpse long before the door could fully open. Ironically, even as the spirit of the Star Tower, Master Ta was powerless to intervene, only able to anxiously shout encouragement. Damn it, do not think you alone can consume. At this critical juncture, veins bulged on Lin Jianzhi's forehead as he initiated the great devouring technique, countering the devouring force with his own. The two forces clashed and intertwined, mutually neutralizing each other. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Jianzhi exerted himself with renewed vigor. Boom. With a resounding crash, the long-sealed door was finally thrust open. The fearsome devouring force abruptly dissipated, and the boundless darkness receded like a receding tide. Lin Jianzhi collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, his body utterly drained of all strength. There is no doubt that had this door been opened even a few seconds later, he would have been reduced to mere ashes, much like Luo Cheng, who was devoured by the great Tao devouring heaven. Kid, this time, it's my fault. After such a prolonged slumber, it is only natural for memories to become disordered. A swirl of light and shadow materialized, revealing Master Tower before Lin Jianzhi, who wore a face of feigned innocence and defensiveness, saying, furthermore, having lived for a couple of million years, it is only understandable that my memory might falter a bit. Wouldn't you agree? Lin Jian rose from the ground, his anger propelling him to deliver a fierce kick towards the radiant figure of Master Ta. However, Master Ta deftly evaded the attack. Dare you to dodge? Lin Jian seethed. As their argument escalated, countless sharp streams of sword energy materialized from thin air, slicing through the void and traversing the realms, enveloping the entire expanse of nothingness. Each strand of sword energy was astoundingly fierce, capable of effortlessly piercing through the void and annihilating all in its path. Beneath this overwhelming sword energy, even the mightiest of cultivators, from the refinement realm to the essence gathering realm, and even those in the core formation realm, would meet certain death. The only individual within the spirit sword sect capable of withstanding such ferocious sword energy would likely be the sect leader, Ji Qing. Lin Jianzhi was rendered speechless by shock. Following the source of the sword energy, his gaze sharpened. The origin of this sword energy was none other than the very door he had just pushed open. Kid, what are you still dawdling for? Go take a look at what lies beyond the door, urged Master Ta. Who was it that was confined within this first door? As Master Ta pressed him, Lin Jianzhi slowly approached the door. It has been too long. I can't quite recall. I believe it was called sword. Sword? Could it be that a treasured blade resides within? Lin Jianzhi furrowed his brow, swiftly quickening his pace as he rushed to the door, lifting his gaze. In an instant, he gasped in astonishment. Simultaneously, Master Ta recalled the identity of the entity within, exclaiming, Sword King Chui Chan, with a resounding boom. The moment the name Sword King Chui Chan was uttered, the figure clad in black, seated cross-legged inside, abruptly opened his eyes, fixating intently on Lin Jianzhi. A terrifying pressure emanating from the spirit connection realm surged forth like an overwhelming tide, imposing its dominance over the surroundings. The entity within was not merely a treasured sword, but a living, breathing individual, a master swordsman, a formidable presence of the spirit connection realm, someone capable of contending with the sect master of the Lingjian Sect, Ji Qing. While Lin Jianzhi remained in a state of bewilderment, Sword King Chui Chan knelt on one knee. Clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, Chui Chan pays homage to the master. Chapter 12, The 3,000 Guardians, Sweeping Across the World Master? A dignified powerhouse of the spirit connection realm, renowned for his prowess in battle and as a master swordsman. dares to address himself as the master? Lin Jianzhi was momentarily stunned, his mind abruptly faltering. After a brief contemplation, he gazed at the Sword King Cui Chan, who knelt before him clad in black, emanating a terrifying aura. Without a moment's hesitation, he clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect and exclaimed, "Senior, please rise. Do not jest with this junior." As he spoke, he reached out to assist the kneeling Sword King Cui Chan. It was evident that this Sword King was testing him, probing his resolve, bewildering him, or perhaps even attempting to ensnare him, seeking a pretext to eliminate him and seize control of the entire Star Tower for himself. Indeed, this must be the case. Otherwise, it was utterly incomprehensible. A transcendent being of the spirit communication realm, a formidable force on par with his master Ji Qing, capable of establishing a sect within the Xianyu Empire and gathering disciples. Why would such an unparalleled powerhouse acknowledge him, a mere practitioner of qi refinement, as his superior? Unless, of course, his mind had been befuddled. Suddenly, as anticipated, just as Lin Jianzhi began to speak and had yet to bend down to assist him, the kneeling Sword King Cui Chan abruptly straightened, his form akin to a sword unsheathed, radiating an incomparable sword intent that seemed poised to cleave the heavens asunder, plunging all into chaos. "Senior, you." Lin Jian instinctively took 2 steps back and silently communicated with the Star Tower deep within his consciousness. He activated the great Devouring technique, concentrating a dense, inky black stream of energy in the palm of his hand, aimed directly at the Sword King, Cui Chan. Even though he was acutely aware that he stood no chance against a formidable being of the spirit communication realm, Lin Jian was determined to fight with all his might. Even if it meant his demise, he would not allow his adversary to emerge unscathed. Damn it! Who could have predicted that opening a door in the Star Tower would unleash such a monstrous entity? Once again, he felt betrayed by the Tower Master. Regardless, it was imperative to strike first. Those who hesitate suffer the consequences. Ha! Ha ha! Just as Lin Jian prepared to launch a surprise attack, the Tower Master's boisterous laughter echoed around him. "Young man, whom do you intend to challenge? Cui Chan is your very first guardian. In all my years, I have never witnessed someone daring to confront their protector." "Ha ha! You are utterly hilarious." Lin Jian was momentarily taken aback after a brief pause. He finally realized that he had been playfully deceived by Master Tower. However, the immense surprise that followed sent his heart racing, his breath quickening, and every pore on his body expanding. A protector, and a formidable being of the spirit connection realm. Would he, Lin Jian, not be able to stride through the Lingjian Sect with confidence? He could strike down anyone he pleased, even his own master, Master Ji Qing. Another powerhouse of the spirit connection realm would have to think twice before challenging him. With this thought in mind, Lin Jian hastily bowed respectfully to the man in black before him. This was his protector, his greatest trump card, and it was essential to win the favor of this individual. "Senior Sword King, I shall rely on you in the days to come. My boy, he is already passed. Such formalities are unnecessary." With a mere thought, Master Tower summoned a gentle force that lifted Lin Jian's body. Before Lin Jian could voice his inquiry, Master Tower continued. "To be precise, the Sword King Cui Chan before you is but a puppet." "Dead? A puppet?" Taking a bold step forward, Lin Jian reached out to pinch Cui Chan's arm. To his surprise, the body was soft and warm. "Master Tower, this senior Cui Chan is clearly..." Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Jian suddenly sensed something amiss. Cui Chan's body remained utterly still, his gaze hollow, as if he had lost his very soul. Yet, the body of a deceased should become rigid. Puppets, too, are devoid of flesh, warmth, and speech. They are mere lifeless objects. My boy, this is a living dead puppet refined by the Starry Tower. Unlike ordinary wooden or metallic puppets, the living dead puppet is crafted from a living person, retaining a portion of their cultivation prior to death. They can speak and possess rudimentary thoughts. They represent the pinnacle of puppetry in this world. As he spoke, Master Tower wore an expression of pride and satisfaction. Within the Starry Tower, there are a total of 3,000 doors, each concealing a living dead puppet akin to Sword King Cui Chan. The only distinction is that Cui Chan is the foremost and weakest among them. 3,000 doors. 3,000 living dead puppets. A spirit connection realm powerhouse, yet still the weakest? Upon hearing this, Lin Jian was utterly astounded, rendered speechless, setting aside everything else. If all 3,000 of these living dead puppets were unleashed, a torrent of 3,000 spirit connection realm powerhouses would surely be unstoppable. Moreover, Cui Chan was merely the weakest living dead puppet behind the first door. Unimaginable. What about the puppets behind the 50th door? The 100th? The 500th? The 1000th? The 3000th door? How formidable must they be? To break through this world would hardly be an exaggeration. Master Tower, quickly, open them. Lin Jian pointed at the doors concealed within the void, so overwhelmed with excitement that he could scarcely articulate a complete sentence. If you are unafraid of being drained, I shall summon the second door for you. As he spoke, with a mere thought, another door enveloped in primordial energy materialized before Lin Jian. Ethereal melodies resonated, and divine radiance illuminated the heavens. Illusory dragons and phoenixes danced through the void, encircling the enigmatic doorway. Unlike the first door, the second was grander, more magnificent, and imbued with greater mystery. Upon its emergence, a pressure surpassing that of a transcendent being filled the entire realm, enveloping the void and rendering the atmosphere stifling. Lin Jian's face was etched with greed as he cast a lingering glance at the second door. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth, allowing reason to triumph over desire. Given his current level of cultivation, merely attempting to open the first door had nearly drained him of his vitality. To force open the second door would surely spell his doom. You are not a fool. Rest assured, with Cui Chan by your side, you can navigate the Lingjian Sect with confidence. Although it was also his first visit to the Lingjian Sect, Tower Master, as a spirit of a chaotic artifact, possessed formidable probing and perception abilities. Aside from your master and a few elders, the rest are easily dispatched. However, your master, Ji Qing, possesses certain skills. This old fellow is far from as simple as he appears. As for the specifics, Tower Master did not elaborate, yet Lin Jian was unconcerned. As the sect leader, it would indeed be peculiar if he lacked any means of defense. In any case, Lin Jian had once again embarked on his path of cultivation, breaking through 15 realms in a single day, and with the great path of devouring heaven that allows him to forcibly absorb others' cultivation and Tao fruits. Transcending the spirit communication realm was merely a matter of time. Before breaking through the spirit communication realm, it would be safer for you to remain within the Lingjian Sect. Have you devised a way to conceal this living dead puppet? Tower Master, ever considerate, prioritized his master's safety and interests. I suggest you keep Cui Chan, this living dead puppet, within the Star Tower on ordinary days. When danger arises, summon it forth to catch them off guard, feigning ignorance to ensnare the unsuspecting. Haha. Hide. Why should I hide? Lin Jianzhi habitually stroked his chin, then fixed his gaze upon Cui Chan, who stood tall and exuded an overwhelming sword aura. A cold smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. While playing the fool to deceive the tiger is indeed a clever tactic, I, Lin Jianzhi, prefer to be unrivaled in my dominance. Let us strike directly. An overwhelming crush? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Jianzhi whispered a few words into the ear of Sword King Cui Chan. Yes, master. Sword King Cui Chan knelt on one knee, saluting Lin Jianzhi with respect, before transforming into a streak of light and soaring out of the Star Tower, vanishing into the void. Young man, what have you sent Cui Chan to do? Tower Master had yet to comprehend, as under Lin Jianzhi's command, Sword King Cui Chan had already disappeared without a trace. What else? Of course, he is going to deal with Ji Qing. The corners of Lin Jian's mouth slightly curled upwards as he coldly chuckled. You have already stated that Ji Qing is extraordinary, but in what way is he extraordinary? Shouldn't we probe further? Alas, if only Master Ta were not devoid of hands, he would undoubtedly give Lin Jian a resounding applause. Master Ta, I have now ascended to the 5th level of Qi refinement, without a substantial amount of spirit stones. It is arduous for my cultivation to advance significantly in a short period. After the departure of the Sword King Cui Chan, the vast void was left with only Lin Jian and the luminous figure of Master Ta. If you could impart to me dozens of formidable techniques or casually present a few hundred unparalleled flying swords and extraordinary treasures, how formidable could a cultivator become? Besides personal cultivation, treasures and techniques are two critical determinants of power. Master Ta floated nearby, and Lin Jian naturally intended to extract every benefit possible. Plucking feathers from passing geese and skinning retreating beasts is merely fundamental practice. Regarding techniques, Master Ta mused, I indeed possess numerous ones. However, your cultivation is too feeble to practice them. Wait a moment. After a brief contemplation, Master Ta suddenly exclaimed with delight, your comprehension is exceptionally high. I possess a method that others cannot cultivate, but you might just be able to give it a try. This secret method transcends mere techniques, being a closely guarded secret of sects and sacred lands. As he spoke, Master Ta's thoughts stirred. and a particle of light soared from the distant horizon at an astonishing speed, directly entering Lin Jian's mind before he could react. Whoosh! By the time Lin Jian regained his senses, an overwhelming torrent of knowledge inundated his consciousness. The secret method of the human character formula. Once fully comprehended, it allows one to mobilize all their energy and spiritual power in a unique manner, forcibly elevating their cultivation by 5 minor realms, a truly astonishing feat. Observing Lin Jian immersed in the human character formula, Master Ta grinned mischievously. Young man, the true terror of the human character formula extends far beyond this. It is also a dual cultivation technique. You shall soon find it quite useful. The secret method of the character formula. Chapter 13. The unorthodox secret art. What is a person? A stroke and a dot, standing tall and resolute. The potential of humanity lies in its ability to govern all things. Humanity is the quintessence of the 5 elements and the spirit of all creation. Amidst the tide of fragmented knowledge, Lin Jianzhi, while contemplating the essence of the character Ren, simultaneously grasps the profound principles of the universe and the rhythm of the Tao. Although the character Ren consists merely of a simple stroke and a dot, its comprehension is cryptic and vast as the ocean. Even Tai, the spirit of a primordial artifact, dares not assure that Lin Jianzhi can fully grasp the secret technique of Ren. Although the level of the great Tao of devouring heaven is not inferior to that of Ren, secret techniques are inherently obscure and complex, not easily mastered by the ordinary individual. Moreover, Lin Jianzhi's cultivation realm is quite low. Having practiced for merely a day, even after breaking through 15 realms, he remains at the 5th level of qi refinement with an unstable foundation. To cultivate the technique of Ren, one generally requires at least the cultivation of the golden core stage to comprehend the path of humanity. Fortunately, Lin Jianzhi possesses a unique constitution. Although this constitution has yet to awaken, his current potential far surpasses anyone Tai has ever encountered. Astonishing and unprecedented. Who is Tai? He is a formidable being who has traversed countless star systems and worlds, wandering through the river of time for millions of years. The fact that even Tai has never witnessed such a terrifying talent in cultivation implies the extraordinary nature of Lin Jianzhi's comprehension. If there exists anyone in this world capable of grasping the technique of Ren at the qi refinement stage, it could only be Lin Jianzhi. Boom. As anticipated, merely a few hours later, Lin Jianzhi, who had been meditating with closed eyes, swiftly formed several hand seals. As the seals continued to shift, the spiritual energy in the void began to upheave, transforming into spirals of spiritual force that surged wildly into Lin Jianzhi's body. Rays of divine light were birthed within him, radiating a brilliant and resplendent glow that pierced the heavens. This technique of Ren is indeed profound. With my current strength, having completely comprehended the technique of Ren, Lin Jianzhi rose to his feet and then unleashed a powerful punch into the void before him. Bang, bang, bang. The terrifying sound of sonic booms echoed continuously, causing the void to ripple and tremble. Tai, with my current strength, would it be an exaggeration to say I could strike down a bull with a single punch? Lin Jianzhi retracted his fist, a subtle smile gracing his lips, clearly pleased with his current prowess. One punch to slay a cow? Hiki. Master Ta expressed his disdain, stating, with your present cultivation, it would not be an exaggeration to claim you could fell 100 cows with a single blow. The cow. As the refinement of the celestial tower commenced, the vitality and blood within Lin Jianzhi surged to an extraordinary peak, reaching an astonishing realm akin to a dragon's might. Relying solely on this vitality, with sheer brute force, he could strike down a condensing yuan realm cultivator. Now, having ascended to the qi refinement realm and comprehended the secret technique of the human character formula, his strength. Master Ta, how long have I dedicated to grasping this human character formula? Lin Jian brushed off the dust from his white robe while inquiring of the luminous figure before him. Known as Master Ta, it has taken me 5 or 6 hours to comprehend the principles of the human character. But if we include the time you've spent opening the first door, you have been in this void for a full 5 days. 5 days? Upon hearing these words, Lin Jianzhi sprang up from the ground in a state of desperation, wishing fervently to escape from the void. The outside world had spread rumors that Lin Jianzhi, having endured torment at the cliff of reflection, was a mere shadow of his former self, on the brink of death and unlikely to survive beyond 10 days. Now, with 5 days elapsed, he had remained hidden within his humble abode, the Hall of Flora, without even showing his face, leading others to believe he had long since perished within its confines, perhaps even to the point of decomposition. Naturally, Lin Jianzhi was indifferent to the opinions of others. What vexed him most was the realization that 5 days had slipped away in vain. Without his interference, these past 5 days, Zhao Yuyan, with her infatuated mind, and Song Shui, the cunning manipulator, would surely be languishing in loneliness. Master Tower, let us venture forth. I have fully comprehended the principles of the ring character, although it may have taken a rather lengthy 5 or 6 hours. Lin Jianzhi expressed his profound dissatisfaction with his own comprehension, taking an astonishing 5 to 6 hours to grasp the rudimentary secret technique known as the Rinzi, likening his intellect to that of a foolish pig. Despite being a distinguished scholar who had diligently studied the sciences for over a decade on Blue Star, it seemed incredulous that such a simple technique would consume so much time. Admittedly, while 5 to 6 hours may not be excessively long, the intricacies of the Rinzi are far more profound than one might initially surmise. The face of Master Tower flushed with an intense crimson. If Lin Jianzhi's aptitude could be deemed lacking, it would imply that the vast cosmic realms, even the boundless galaxies, were devoid of any true genius. Yet, in an effort to maintain an air of mystery and prevent Lin Jianzhi from becoming arrogant, Master Tower feigned profundity and remarked, "Young man, you are still far from fully comprehending the Rinzi. This technique is the pinnacle of all secret arts, and it is by no means as simple as it appears. Though it consists merely of 2 strokes, it embodies boundless mysteries, representing the quintessence of the 5 elements and the spirit of all things, governing the universe itself, while also encompassing." Before Master Tower could finish his thought, Lin Jianzhi nonchalantly waved his hand, interrupting him. "Master Tower, I am aware that the Rinzi also involves the dual cultivation aspect. For the continuation of humanity and the perpetuation of civilization are inextricably linked to the dual cultivation of life and death." Before Lin Jian's words were fully articulated, the light beam emanating from Master Ta had already begun to flicker incessantly, as if it were on the verge of extinguishing. The mere fact that Lin Jian could utter such sentiments signified his complete and profound comprehension of the human character technique. However, it seemed that this technique was not entirely complete. "I have thoroughly grasped this secret art, yet it only encompasses the posture of an old man pushing a cart. Ahem, aside from the knowledge, is there perhaps a distinction between the upper and lower parts of this human character technique?" Master Ta's mouth had formed a perfect O, of course. If he had a mouth at all, matters pertaining to adults should not be pried into by children. With a flushed face, Master Ta waved his hand dismissively and spoke ambiguously. "First, perfect your human character technique. When the time is ripe, deal with Zhao Yuyan and Song Shui, ensuring they willingly engage in dual cultivation with you. I shall then impart to you more profound secret arts, including the secondary character technique and the collective character technique. A single person cultivates the human character technique, while 2 engage in dual cultivation through the secondary character technique and the collective character technique. By heaven!" Realizing the implications, Lin Jian immediately condemned. "Master Ta, you beast." "I, Lin Jian, am not that kind of person." Master Ta snorted coldly, dismissively replying, "Then do you wish to forego the secondary and collective character techniques?" "Yes." Upon exiting the Star Tower, Lin Jian, feeling thoroughly satisfied, patted his belly, devoid of any hunger pangs. Spiritual energy is the fundamental essence that nurtures and sustains all things in the world. Thus, cultivators directly absorb spiritual power from spiritual stones, free of impurities, far surpassing the sustenance derived from grains. After 5 days of seclusion, though not a drop of water had entered his mouth, he had consumed over 10,000 high-quality spiritual stones, leaving his vitality at an extraordinarily vigorous, even excessive level. Since there was an excess, it was only natural to seek an outlet for it. After 5 days, one wonders if Zhao Yuyan, with her love-stricken mind, has reminisced about that wild night. In any case, Lin Jian certainly does men act on their desires without hesitation. What use is restraint? Without a hint of hesitation, Lin Jian adjusted his white robe and set forth towards the Crimson Pavilion to experience that alluring blush once more. Outside the Herb Hall, a group of disciples from the Lingjian Sect gathered, chattering incessantly. "Brother Zhao, do you think Lin Jian has already, after not emerging from the Herb Hall for 5 days? What do you mean, do you think?" Lin Jian spent a full 10 days at the Thought Cliff, losing all his cultivation and falling to the realm of mortals. He is undoubtedly exhausted and gravely injured. If he has not left the Herb Hall in 5 days, he must have perished within. This Herb Hall is a rare paradise for our Lingjian Sect. Brother Zhao, seizing the initiative is key. Swish. Zhao Sun, taking the lead, surged forward with a torrent of spiritual energy enveloping him, transforming his body into a formidable projectile as he charged towards the tightly shut door of the Kaomutang. Humph! A dying wretch dares to act arrogantly in front of me. Zhao Sun. Chapter 14. Today I realize who I truly am. As Lin Jianzhi pushed open the door, he was immediately confronted by a rotund, shadowy figure charging at him. What the hell? After 5 days of seclusion, he was brimming with energy, his vitality surging to the point of causing a nosebleed. He was poised to visit the Yanhong Pavilion to engage Zhao Yuyan in a discussion about why the flowers bloomed so vibrantly, while also checking on the progress of his junior sister in her cultivation. Little did he expect to be interrupted by a buzzing insect. Was this not an invitation to disaster? Die. Typically stoic and succinct in his words, Lin Jianzhi exhibited not a moment of hesitation as he lifted his foot and delivered a fierce kick toward the approaching sphere of flesh. As Lin Jianzhi lifted his foot, Zhao Sun instantly recognized him and hurriedly halted, eager to explain that this was a misunderstanding. After all, no matter how inept Lin Jianzhi might be, he was still a direct disciple, his status far surpassing that of Zhao Sun, an outer sect disciple. As long as Lin was still alive, one could not resort to forceful appropriation, for the rules of the Spirit Sword sect were exceedingly strict. Regardless, Lin Jianzhi was grievously injured, so it was merely a matter of waiting a few more days. Senior brother Lin, I am Zhao. Boom. Before Zhao Sun could finish his words, Lin Jianzhi's foot had struck his face with tremendous force. A surge of vibrant blood energy erupted, causing Zhao Sun's face to visibly cave in, and his body was sent reeling backward at an astonishing speed. It came swiftly and departed even quicker. Bang, bang, bang. He collided with 5 or 6 onlooking disciples before crashing heavily against the thick trunk of a tree, finally stabilizing himself. Puff. Zhao Sun opened his mouth and coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood. His aura diminished to its nadir. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the scene. The surrounding disciples exchanged bewildered glances, staring at Zhao Sun, who lay on the ground, gasping like a defeated beast, utterly disoriented. Zhao Sun, possessing considerable talent for cultivation, despite being a latecomer due to his youth, had emerged as one of the standout disciples of the outer sect, on the cusp of advancing to the inner sect. Yet today, how could he have been so severely beaten in a single encounter? Was there perhaps an unparalleled master hidden within the herb hall? Apart from the so-called waste that was Lin Jianzhi? It must be so. It absolutely must. As they beheld Lin Jianzhi stepping out of the herb hall, clad in a flowing white robe that exuded an aura as gentle as jade, resembling an ethereal being descending from the heavens, the disciples grew increasingly perplexed. Where was this legendary master? How could only the so-called waste, Lin Jianzhi, emerge? Could it be that he was the one who had just injured Zhao Sun? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. From the sect leader Ji Qing to the stable hands feeding the horses, everyone in the Spirit Sword sect knew that Lin Jianzhi was gravely injured and would not survive beyond 10 days. Faced with this perplexing scene, the disciples were momentarily paralyzed with fear, unsure of how to respond. Senior brother Lin, this is a misunderstanding. Ms. Zhao Sun struggled to rise from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth while casting a cold, piercing gaze at Lin Jianzhi, tumultuous emotions surging within him. While the other disciples were unclear about the situation, Zhao Sun understood all too well. There was no hidden master within the herb hall. It was Lin Jianzhi himself who had repelled him with a single strike. Yet, how could Lin Jianzhi, on the brink of death and stripped of his powers, manage to send him flying? Surely, he had been too careless. It had to be. Junior brother. I was merely concerned about senior brother-'s health. Having not seen him for several days and wished to check on him in the herb hall, Zhao Sun took a deep breath, enduring the pain etched across his face, and desperately attempted to argue his way out, fixated solely on the idea of hastily departing from this place. Even though he held some connections within the sect, he remained merely an outer disciple. Lin Jianzhi's survival prevents him from claiming possession of the Kaomutang, does it not? Yet, it seems your concern for my well-being is less than genuine, more desire for my untimely demise so that you may seize the Kaomutang for yourself. Lin Jianzhi, having endured years of societal hardships and exploitation by capitalists on the Blue Star, has developed an astute ability to read the room, becoming a veritable old fox. He can discern the hidden intentions of the surrounding disciples without even opening his eyes. Merely inhaling the atmosphere is sufficient for him to comprehend their motives. This is utterly impossible. Having had his schemes unveiled, Zhao Sun covered his swollen face and smirked coldly, tauntingly declaring, Senior brother, Do not presume to bully us outer disciples simply because of your status as a direct disciple. Upon hearing this, the onlooking disciples could not help but applaud. Their gazes towards Lin Jianzhi's brimming with mockery. The reason is simple. All 2,000 disciples of the Lingjian Sect are well aware that Lin Jianzhi is a kind-hearted and honest man. Oh, no. Rather than kind-hearted. It would be more accurate to describe him as timid and cowardly, lacking in resolve. He is but a dull and inept individual, perpetually seeking to avoid conflict and merely get by. Whenever disputes arise, it is invariably Lin Jianzhi who offers the first apology. Despite his esteemed position as a direct disciple of the Lingjian Sect, he is, in reality, someone who can be easily bullied even by outer disciples. A true coward. Though Zhao Sun's actions today may lack justification, he has, for once, apologized to Lin Jianzhi. What more could be expected? Furthermore, it is a fact that Lin Jianzhi caused harm. If this were to be scrutinized by the sect leader or elders, it would undoubtedly be Lin Jianzhi who faced punishment. Thus, it is not that Lin Jianzhi has chosen to spare Zhao Sun. Rather, it is Zhao Sun who has chosen to show leniency towards Lin Jianzhi. As long as Lin Jianzhi is not entirely foolish, recognizing a favorable resolution is the wisest course of action. Since this was merely a misunderstanding, I do not require an apology from you, senior brother Lin. We shall see how this unfolds. After casting a sharp remark, Zhao Sun huffed coldly, covering his bruised face as he turned to leave. However, Lin Jianzhi's demeanor today was somewhat unusual, leaving Zhao Sun feeling a sense of unfamiliarity and unease. Moreover, Lin Jianzhi's ability to deliver a kick that could send him flying was highly suspect. Could this useless individual have regained his cultivation? Impossible. Regardless, it is imperative that I promptly report the news of Lin Jianzhi's survival. You expect me to forego an apology? Ha! Amidst the incredulous expressions of the surrounding disciples, Lin Jianzhi's vigorous vital energy surged forth instantaneously, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he swung his fist and charged fiercely at Zhao Sun. Have I not granted you enough face? With each punch raining down upon Zhao Sun's head, he was utterly unable to react. The relentless assault rendered his vision dark, and the sound of bones cracking echoed in the air, a searing pain washing over him like a tidal wave. Zhao Sun, merely a practitioner at the Qi refinement stage, matched in strength with Luo Qing, found himself effortlessly overwhelmed by Lin Jianzhi, who didn't even need to summon his spiritual energy to achieve such domination. After just a few strikes, Zhao Sun lay on the ground, battered and barely clinging to life. Yet, even in this state, Lin Jianzhi had no intention of sparing him. Gripping Zhao Sun's head, he forcefully slammed it against the hard bluestone pavement. Boom. Once. Boom. Twice. Boom. Boom. What on earth had transformed Lin Jianzhi into such a formidable force? Wasn't he said to be the most affable and easily bullied among the direct disciples? Someone anyone could trample upon? Yet, here he was, Lin Jianzhi had morphed into a merciless demon. The onlookers were aghast, paralyzed by fear, with none daring to intervene or even voice a plea for Zhao Sun. Lin Jianzhi, I am a disciple of the demon. Zhao Sun, bloodied and humiliated, his eyes bloodshot with rage, glared at Lin Jianzhi, seething with hatred. Brother Ji will never let you go unpunished. The rules of the Lingjian Sect were stringent, forbidding disciples from harming one another. How daring could Lin Jianzhi be? At most, he could give Zhao Sun a thorough beating. Surely, he could not kill him. Yet, after today, Zhao Sun vowed to exhaust every means to avenge himself and bring Lin Jianzhi to ruin. How dare he threaten me? Having landed enough blows, Lin Jianzhi ceased his assault, intending to seek out Yan Honglu to attend to more pressing matters. After all, who would waste time quarreling with an ant? Little did he realize that Zhao Sun was no mere ant, but a buzzing fly, bound by the sect's regulations. Lin Jianzhi would not be foolish enough to kill him in public. Amidst Zhao Sun's derisive laughter, Lin Jianzhi reached for the sword at Zhao Sun's waist, silencing his mirth instantly. But senior sister Wenqing has told me that sometimes it is better to be dead than alive. Facing Lin Jianzhi's extraordinarily calm gaze, Zhao Sun instinctively swallowed hard, an overwhelming sense of dread and regret flooding over him. In that moment, he was utterly defeated, completely cowed. With a face full of desperation, he immediately began to plead for mercy. No, please. With a swift motion, Lin Jian raised his sword and let it fall. The glimmer of the blade flashed momentarily. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the heavens, sending shivers down the spines of the onlooking disciples, who trembled uncontrollably. Suspicion, astonishment, and fear enveloped the crowd. In the midst of gasps of amazement, it was said that Lin Jian's temperament had undergone a profound transformation. But has Lin Jian truly changed? Indeed, he has. Yet, In another sense, he remains the same. To evade destiny and escape causality, various shackles bind the true self, embracing fate and accepting causality. Today he finally comprehends who he truly is. Lin Jianzhi casually discarded his longsword, then brushed his hands together and turned to ascend the steps toward the Crimson Pavilion. He moved with a grace reminiscent of a refined gentleman, distinct from the mundane world. As he departed, Zhao Sun felt a torrent of blood surge between his legs. The stench overwhelming. An inconspicuous trinket had permanently left Zhao Sun's possession. Henceforth, the Lingjian Sect would have an addition, a figure clad in purple robes. A delicate flower of the finger, weeping as he sought to borrow seeds for his lady, Lord Zhao, outside the Crimson Pavilion. Lin Jianzhi was poised to push the door open. However, just as his hand made contact with the door, he heard the voices of Zhao Yuyan and his junior brother Chen Xiao emanating from within. Chapter 15 Humph, consider it a dog's misfortune. Inside the Crimson Pavilion, the elegant and scholarly Chen Xiao, a handsome youth, cradled several vibrant red roses, gazing deeply at his fiancée, Zhao Yuyan. 5 days. A full 5 days had passed. He had not sought Zhao Yuyan, nor had she come looking for him. This was utterly absurd. Caught off guard, Chen Xiao was thrown into a state of panic. It was well known that Zhao Yuyan was infamously infatuated. They were betrothed, having established their relationship early on. Admired by others in the Lingjian Sect as a celestial couple, soon to be wed. Even if you should not chastise Zhao Yuyan in front of their master and fellow disciples, fabricating lies without consulting him, repeatedly tarnishing his reputation in relation to Lin Jianzhi. Yet he had often scolded Zhao Yuyan, vented his anger at her, and criticized her on numerous occasions. But each time, regardless of who was at fault or the reason behind it, if he chose to ignore Zhao Yuyan and maintain a cold war for a few days, she, with her infatuated heart, would eagerly rush to his dawn pavilion, apologizing profusely, bringing exquisite gifts, and assuring him that she would never provoke his anger again. Chen Xiao would then seize the opportunity to criticize Zhao Yuyan for her inadequacies, comparing her unfavorably to Wen Qing in one aspect and Song Shui in another, even claiming her patience was inferior to that of certain junior sisters. After repeated instances of this nature, Zhao Yuyan genuinely began to feel insufficiently exceptional, as if, apart from Chen Xiao, no other man in the world would accept her. Instead, she found herself increasingly dependent on him. Chen Xiao was unaware of the name for this tactic, but it proved remarkably effective. They say Lin Jianzhi is a sycophant of the Lingjian Sect. Yet upon closer inspection, was Zhao Yuyan not equally so? Throughout the entire Lingjian Sect, when it comes to the art of romance, the only one who can rival Chen Xiao is none other than the aloof and ethereal Song Shui, akin to a snow lotus blooming upon an icy peak. Yet, this time, Chen Xiao found himself waiting in vain at his dawn pavilion, day after day, for his fiancée Zhao Yuyan to come and apologize. After 5 interminable days, he could no longer bear the torment. Was it possible that Zhao Yuyan had discovered his clandestine dealings with his second senior sister Wen Qing and a few male disciples from the outer sect? The thought sent chills down his spine, leaving him restless and unable to focus on his cultivation. After much contemplation, Chen Xiao resolved to set aside his principles and take the initiative to seek reconciliation with Zhao Yuyan at the Yanhong Pavilion. He vowed in his heart that this would be the first and certainly the last time. It was not that he harbored profound love for his fiancée, rather, it was because his master, Ji Qing, had promised him a fortuitous opportunity upon their marriage. Entry into the sword tomb to refine the spiritual sword Zidian. Naturally, as the supreme treasure of the Lingjian Sect, Zidian was not easily refined. And even the sect leader Ji Qing had failed to establish a bond with this flying sword artifact. Although Chen Xiao lacked certainty, he believed it worthwhile to attempt the endeavor. What if Zidian resonated with his and willingly acknowledged him as its master? Additionally, there was another pressing reason for his eagerness to marry Zhao Yuyan. Her family, the Zhao clan, possessed a complete top-tier spiritual vein, a treasure said to rival the wealth of nations. If he could secure a position within the Zhao family, he would have the opportunity to claim that precious spiritual vein for himself. This was the greatest secret nestled within Chen Xiao's heart. Love was a trivial matter. They were adults, after all. It was time to abandon the daydreaming and stop behaving like a lovesick fool. Your Honor, you have ignored me these past few days, and I have lost my appetite, growing noticeably thinner. Holding a bouquet of vividly blooming roses, Chen Xiao gazed affectionately at the now somewhat frail Zhao Yuyan and began his pursuit. Knowing her fondness for flowers, he skillfully placed himself in her favor. Aware that the Yanhong Pavilion was surrounded by a sea of blossoms. I know, You honor. You wish to help me to join forces against Lin Jianzhi. I should not have chastised you before our master and the senior brothers and sisters at the Sanqing Hall. Every fault rests upon my shoulders. These 5 days have felt like an eternity, and I have lost sleep over it. If you cannot forgive me, I, Chen Xiao, shall end my life here in the Yanhong Pavilion. With that declaration, and much to Zhao Yuyan's astonishment, he charged towards a stout pillar in the room with reckless abandon. What have I done? This audacious act left Lin Jianzhi, who was outside, utterly astounded. Chen Xiao, being a direct disciple of the Lingjian Sect, had received teachings from the sect master himself, as a practitioner at the condensation realm. He would not be harmed even if he collided with a wooden pillar as thick as a bowl. However, Zhao Yuyan, with her infatuated mind, had never witnessed such a spectacle. Upon seeing her fiancé willing to harm himself to acknowledge his mistakes, she was immediately moved to tears. Xiao Gij. No, don't. Zhao Yuyan exclaimed as she grasped Chen Xiao, who was about to crash into the stone pillar. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, she nestled against him, weeping like a delicate flower in the rain. Chen Xiao, while holding her tender form, could not help but smirk. This foolish woman was easily manipulated. Xiao Gij. Yuyan does not blame you. It is Yuyan's fault. I should not have rushed into the Sanqing Hall without consulting you. Zhao Yuyan sobbed softly, drowning in her profound guilt, feeling she had wronged Chen Xiao. It was not merely about embarrassing him. It was about placing a significant green hat upon his head. For 5 days, Zhao Yuyan was engulfed in endless remorse and frustration, uncertain of how to face her fiancé or whether to reveal the truth. Fear not, my dear Yuyan. Chen Xiao gently patted her back, sweetly reciting the tender words he had exchanged with his senior sister, Wenqing, and dozens of male disciples from the Lingjian Sect. No matter what you do, I shall forgive you and continue to love you. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Yuyan's defenses crumbled, tears welling up in her eyes once more. Really? Xiao Gij. For just a moment, she felt as if the entire world contained only this one good man, and she wished to be with him for eternity. Thus, Zhao Yuyan cautiously ventured to ask, Xiao Gij, Yuyan means if someone were to forcefully bully me and I lost my purity, coincidentally, that person being Lin Jianzhi, would you still love me? Before she could finish, upon hearing the name Lin Jianzhi, Chen Zhao's composure shattered, and he could no longer restrain himself. Without a moment's thought, he declared, then we shall annul our engagement. From this day forth, our paths shall diverge, and we will have no further interactions. I will even instruct my father to formally withdraw from the Zhao family, demanding the return of the betrothal gifts amounting to 300,000 top-grade spirit stones. I, Chen Xiao, will sever all ties with your Zhao family and publicly reveal your disgrace, ensuring your Zhao family can never hold their heads high in the Xianyu Empire again. Condemning you, Zhao Yuyan, to bear this infamy for the rest of your life. A lifetime of solitude. A series of venomous words escaped Chen Zhao's lips instinctively. There was no other choice. If even someone as worthless as Lin Jianzhi could tarnish his reputation, how could Chen Xiao possibly face the world? Yet, in his embrace, Zhao Yuyan was utterly bewildered, completely taken aback. The man she deemed flawless, the singular light in her heart, suddenly appeared, so grotesque and foreign at that moment. Instinctively, she loosened her grip around Chen Zhao's arm and took 2 steps back. Yuyan, what is the matter? Chen Xiao finally reacted, sensing something amiss in Zhao Yuyan's demeanor. A wave of unease surged through him, prompting him to urgently inquire, could it be that Lin Jianzhi, that scoundrel, has truly bullied you? Zhao Yuyan's expression tightened. She had long intended to confess to Chen Xiao, yet the malicious words he had just uttered extinguished her courage in an instant. Thus, she could only awkwardly reply, Xiao. Brother Xiao, what are you saying? Lin Jianzhi has spent a full 10 days in the cliff of reflection, having lost all his cultivation. He has long since become a mere shell, incapable of threatening anyone, let alone me. I am at the condensing essence realm. I could easily subdue him with a single hand. Outside the door, Lin Jianzhi stifled a laugh, nearly bursting forth at her words. A plan began to form in his mind. Of course, Chen Xiao thoughtlessly accepted her words without a hint of doubt. After all, this infatuated individual had never lied to him, appearing as pure as a white lotus. Moreover, the fact that Lin Jianzhi had been rendered powerless was undeniable. Could he truly have the audacity to confront Chen Xiao? The thought of his fiancée being challenged by another stirred an inexplicable excitement within Chen Xiao, causing his body to react involuntarily, his hands growing restless. Yuyan, since we are bound by our engagement and are to be wed next month, why not seize the day and consummate our union today? Suddenly, Faced with her approaching fiancé, Zhao Yuyan was inexplicably gripped by a chill, instinctively dodging away. Xiao, brother Xiao, I am feeling a bit fatigued today. Perhaps you should return for now. After all, I will inevitably belong to you. There is no need to rush. Upon finishing her words, without waiting for Chen Zhao's response, Zhao Yuyan, blushing and filled with embarrassment, pushed him out the door. She then closed the door, pressing her hand against her heaving chest, gasping for breath, feeling like a thief caught in the act. Yuana you. Chen Xiao, bewildered and pushed outside, instinctively raised his hand to knock, but recalling that they were soon to be wed, he hesitated. After all, who could blame his Yuana for being a traditional woman? So innocent and pure, akin to a blank sheet of paper? With a grin, Chen Xiao glanced back at the closed door of the Crimson Pavilion and laughed heartily as he descended the stairs. However, his body had already reacted, and since Zhao Yuyan was unwilling to assist him, he had no choice but to seek solace elsewhere. Should he approach his second senior sister, Wenqing? Or perhaps the other male disciples? No, he mused. Women would only hinder the speed of drawing his sword. Chen Xiao preferred to confront challenges head-on. At the moment Chen Xiao departed, Lin Jianzhi emerged from behind a stone pillar, watching Chen Zhao's retreating figure in the tightly shut door of the Crimson Pavilion. Lin Jianzhi's lips curled into a slight smile. Today had truly opened his eyes. Kid, how effective was the mesmerizing incense you used last time? Do you need more? The mischievous voice of Tai Yi echoed in his mind, and before Lin Jianzhi could react, a mesmerizing incense and several crimson pills appeared in his palm. I've got plenty of mesmerizing incense and strength pills for you. It wasn't he that Tai Yi lacked decorum. Rather, it was all in the name of aiding Lin Jianzhi's cultivation. One must understand that to master the esoteric human character technique, cooperation between two was essential. A harmonious balance of yin and yang. Neither could achieve success alone, nor in a single day. Realizing the implications, Lin Jianzhi's face flushed crimson. Without a moment's thought, he hurled the incense and pills to the ground, disdainfully declaring, I, Lin Jianzhi, am not that kind of person. Tai Yi stood dumbfounded, staring at the suddenly serious Lin Jianzhi, utterly bewildered. He truly didn't want it? Was he genuinely refusing? Faced with Lin Jianzhi's unwavering stance, Tai Yi found himself momentarily at a loss for words, wondering if this young man had undergone a transformation, opting to forsake underhanded tactics and become a paragon of virtue. This is not right. Last time, I adeptly utilized the mesmerizing fragrance and the aphrodisiac, just as Master Ta found himself engulfed in self-doubt and denial. Lin Jianzhi had already deftly approached the entrance of Yan Honglu and pushed the door open. I recorded a video last time. There's no need to drug anyone again. Inside the room, Zhao Yuyan, who had ruthlessly pushed Chen Xiao away, felt both guilt and shame. As the two were on the verge of matrimony, how should they face Chen Xiao moving forward? They certainly could not keep the secret indefinitely, could they? Zhao Yuyan contemplated confessing, but Chen Xiao simply would not believe her. Alas, no matter the circumstances, this matter must remain concealed from Chen Xiao. If it escalated, he would surely call off the engagement. Not only would her reputation be tarnished, but the entire Zhao family would also be shamed. It was all that wretched Lin Jianzhi's fault for resorting to such underhanded tactics. Seated upon the bed, clutching an embroidered pillow, Zhao Yuyan cursed while relentlessly pounding with her small fists. Just then, the firmly shut door was forcefully pushed open from outside. Having just bid farewell to her fiancé Chen Xiao, Zhao Yuyan was in a tumultuous state of mind, so she merely shut the door without activating the room's protective array. As a result, with a single push, the door swung open with an audible creak. Could it be that Xiao Gu is back again? Zhao Yuyan, puzzled, rose from the bed and approached the door, feeling a flicker of sweetness in her heart. The Yin Honglu was solely occupied by Zhao Yuyan. Making the room quite spacious, one had to turn a corner to reach from the bed to the door. Surely, Xiao Gu must have returned because he was thinking of her. Oh well, they were to be wed soon, so if he insisted, she would acquiesce. After all, they could pretend more convincingly then, and raise their voices a little louder. With her burdens lifted, Zhao Yuyan felt considerably lighter as she dashed forward. Xiao Gu, with a whoosh. Before she could even call his name, Zhao Yuyan saw Lin Jianzhi swaggering in, boldly taking a seat at the table, and eagerly munching on the spirit fruit from the plate. Oh, junior sister, are you so delighted to see me? As Lin Jianzhi savored the succulent spirit fruit, he glanced up and flashed a mischievous smile at Zhao Yuyan. Upon seeing him, Zhao Yuyan reacted like a startled kitten, her temper flaring. Without a moment's hesitation, She formed a hand seal to summon her flying sword, thrusting it fiercely toward Lin Jianzhi. When adversaries meet, the atmosphere thickens with animosity. Whoosh! In the face of such a ferocious strike, Lin Jianzhi remained unruffled, propping himself against the jade table with one hand. With a deft twist of his wrist, he elegantly evaded the attack, his garments billowing gracefully around him. Today, I, Zhao Yuyan, shall surely end you, she declared, her murderous intent palpable. Undeterred by her initial failure, Zhao Yuyan channeled her inner spiritual energy into the flying sword while simultaneously activating the formation within the Scarlet Pavilion to combine their forces for a lethal assault. Junior sister. Wait, I did not come here to fight you today. As Lin Jianzhi skillfully evaded, he began to articulate an explanation. What brings you to my Crimson Pavilion? Zhao Yuyan's onslaught intensified, leaving no opportunity for Lin Jianzhi to clarify, as she hastily activated the formation within the room. Do not panic, junior sister. Let us first ascertain what this is. Confronted with the furious Zhao Yuyan, Lin Jianzhi remained composed, casually tossing a memory orb before her. Zhao Yuyan paused. The entire Crimson Pavilion now fully awakened. She paid little heed to the orb before her. Just as Zhao Yuyan was about to unleash her fury, the memory orb abruptly projected a scene unsuitable for children. Accompanied by rapid breaths, two figures intertwined and overlapped. The footage was remarkably well captured, with angles that clearly revealed the faces of Zhao Yuyan and Lin Jianzhi. In an instant, Zhao Yuyan's face turned as red as a ripe apple, her body trembling uncontrollably, causing the flying sword in her hand to fall unceremoniously to the ground. Lin Jianzhi, you scoundrel! Regaining her composure, Zhao Yuyan instinctively swung her sword, shattering the memory orb before her, then raised her blade to strike at Lin Jianzhi. Why are you so enraged, junior sister? As Lin Jian evaded within the confines of the room, he incessantly provoked, if you truly despise this reflective pearl, I can pass it on to our junior brother Chen Xiao. As for the outburst, well, I couldn't help but overhear the conversation you two had outside. If you are unconcerned about your reputation and that of the Zhao family, then so be it. Zhao Yuyan trembled with fury, brandishing her sword once more and retorting with a haughty snort. Humph, the reflective pearl has already been destroyed by me, and my brother Xiao will never believe your fanciful words. The reflective pearl destroyed? Lin Jianzhi flashed a grin, then swiftly brushed his storage ring, revealing 5 or 6 image orbs that soared towards Zhao Yuyan, projecting various grand scenes in midair. How many image orbs do you possess, exactly? Zhao Yuyan, clearly taken aback by Lin Jianzhi's unexpected ploy, furiously swung her sword at the orbs while stifling quiet sobs. Not many, just a couple of hundred or so, he replied nonchalantly. Lin Jianzhi waved his hand with a grand gesture, and his presence today was undoubtedly well prepared. Upon hearing that Lin Jianzhi possessed 100 or 200 magical orbs, Zhao Yuya's resolve crumbled, and she dropped the flying sword in her grasp, bursting into tears. It was utterly unfair. It was beyond cruel. Lin Jianzhi, what on earth are you trying to achieve? Wiping the tears from her face, Zhao Yuya shot a fierce glare at Lin Jianzhi, fully aware that her tears would hold no power against this devil before her. You. Lin Jianzhi tucked away the image-capturing orb, his gaze fixated on Zhao Yuyan's delicate form, and softly uttered a single word. Zhao Yuyan, momentarily taken aback, furrowed her brows and pressed on with her inquiry. What exactly do you intend to do? Do you seek spirit stones or elixirs? Lin Jian's hands spread wide in exasperation. Rendered speechless. Haven't I already made myself clear? Why do you persist in your incessant questioning? Realizing the situation, Zhao Yuyan's delicate face flushed crimson, her chest rising and falling with agitation. Infuriated, she grasped her flying sword artifact once more, poised to strike at Lin Jian again. Forget it. I shall seek out my junior disciple instead. Lin Jianzhi let out a cold snort, refusing to indulge any further. In a swift motion, he dashed towards the door, flinging it open and striding out without a backward glance, heading directly for the Dawn building where Chen Xiao resided. Zhao Yuyan was now in a state of panic. Chen Xiao's words echoed in her mind. If he were to discover her lost virtue, he would undoubtedly call off their engagement. The implications for her reputation and that of the Zhao family were dire. Gritting her silver teeth, she watched Lin Jianzhi retreating into the distance, feeling utterly exasperated. Darn it. After all, this was her first experience. Besides, Lin Jianzhi had little time left to live. She might as well surrender to fate. Lin Jianzhi, come back. Come back. Zhao Yuyan called out shamefully, peering out the door. I agree. I agree. Chapter 16. Lin Jianzhi, you scoundrel. Zhao Yuyan had always been a traditional beauty, Despite the engagement she had with Chen Xiao since childhood, their innocent camaraderie, and their impending marriage next month, she had steadfastly maintained her boundaries. Although Chen Xiao had persistently hinted and employed flowery words in an attempt to persuade her, she remained resolute, never crossing the line. With the wedding date approaching, she was on the verge of a blissful union. However, unexpectedly, Lin Jianzhi, the rogue, had emerged from nowhere. Using deceitful tactics such as enchanting incense and aphrodisiacs, he forced Zhao Yuyan to mistake her beloved and lose her virtue. Ironically, having previously slandered Lin Jianzhi, her current plight was met with disbelief. Chen Xiao had lost both his reputation and his dignity, while Zhao Yuyan was left in silence, suffering alone. She thought this humiliation would suffice. If she could keep it buried deep within her, she would merely frown on her wedding night, hum a few notes, and prepare for the inevitable. This secret would remain forever undisclosed. Little did she anticipate that Lin Jianzhi, this devil, would return. The recording pearl, as its name suggests, could capture desired images and sounds through spiritual energy, storing them within the pearl. To replay them, one only needed to activate it again with spiritual energy. Due to its small size, portability, and low cost, the recording pearl was a common artifact in this world. Yet, Zhao Yuyan never imagined that while indulging in the chaos of the martial world, one should not carelessly record such moments. Clearly, Lin Jianzhi, the shameless rogue, had no moral compass whatsoever. Not only had he captured the madness of that night, but he had also recorded it on countless pearls. The chosen angle and imagery are exceedingly jarring. Merely gazing at the captured essence, one might mistakenly assume that it is Zhao Yuyan who is the initiator. If this image were to fall into the hands of her fiancé, Chen Xiao, the implications for Zhao Yuyan would be unimaginable. Witnessing Lin Jianzhi leave the Yinhong building without a backward glance, Zhao Yuyan was seized by panic. Once a secret is unveiled, it ceases to be a secret and transforms into mere gossip. In a desperate bid to silence Lin Jianzhi, Zhao Yuyan resolved to take drastic measures. After all, she was no longer a demure maiden, so what was there to maintain? Whether it was one encounter or 100, it remained the same. She might as well resign herself to her fate. Lin Jianzhi, that despicable scoundrel, truly occur. In her fervent desire to win back Lin Jianzhi, Zhao Yuyan blushed, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, her face adorned with an alluring charm, and she called out softly by the door. She was willing to concede to Lin Jianzhi's every whim, provided he would return to the Yinhong pavilion. It is indeed both humorous and ironic to contemplate. In less than half an hour, Zhao Yuyan's attitude towards Lin Jianzhi underwent a dramatic transformation. Initially, she wished to cleave him with her sword, unable to drive him away. Yet now, her gaze upon him was suffused with longing, fearing he might not return to her Yinhong pavilion. Junior sister, this is what you promised, to grant me anything I desire? As soon as Zhao Yuyan uttered these words, Lin Jianzhi immediately turned and dashed back to the Yinhong pavilion, without a moment's hesitation. His swift departure left Zhao Yuyan feeling a mixture of rage, annoyance, and speechlessness. Infuriated, she thought to herself, what is this nonsense? What conditions could there possibly be? Isn't it merely about allowing you to bully me once more? With a flushed face, she turned away and murmured softly, hurry and come into my room. I shall pretend I was ravished by a dog. Lin Jian's mouth hung slightly open, his face awash with terror as he gazed at Zhao Yuyan. In his recollection, this junior sister was quite traditional. Yet now, she seemed to have reduced herself to a mere pet. Well, if that is the case, then so be it. After all, Lin Jian possessed a physique akin to that of a robust male dog. If one were to call him a dog, it would not be entirely unfounded. Junior sister, this is where you err. Such a delightful matter should not be expressed in such pedestrian terms. As he beheld Zhao Yuyan's exquisite visage, so close at hand, and her alluring figure, Lin Jian stepped forward, speaking as he did so. I am not a nefarious character. Naturally, I would not impose unreasonable demands. I simply wish for you to take the upper position, as it would be less laborious. Excessive. This is intolerable. Zhao Yuyan's ears flushed crimson with indignation. She instinctively considered banishing this shameless rogue from her presence, yet feared that he might actually leave, though she had contemplated keeping Lin Jian permanently by her side. Their previous encounter had revealed that, despite his lack of spiritual energy, he possessed extraordinary strength. Furthermore, a confrontation would undoubtedly draw the attention of other disciples, rendering their secret impossible to conceal. Witnessing Zhao Yuyan's rage tempered by restraint, Lin Jian's desire for control was greatly satisfied. If kindness and righteousness are destined to be trampled upon, then perhaps embracing wickedness is the better path. Let us embrace malevolence. It is far preferable to engage at the dining table than be confined to the menu. Amidst Zhao Yuyan's palpable panic, Lin Jian seized her delicate hand, exerting force with a sudden tug. Ah! A startled cry escaped Zhao Yuyan as Lin Jian forcefully drew her into his embrace, his hands roaming without mercy. The encounter was direct and brutal, devoid of any tenderness. Even her beloved red silk dress, a cherished gift from Chen Shao, was ruthlessly torn away, leaving her heart bleeding. This dress was her favorite, one she rarely wore. How coarse! Chen Shao would never be so brutish. With her face aflame, Zhao Yuyan turned her head away. Swallowing her anger, "Junior sister, what do you think of my proposal?" Noticing Zhao Yuyan's continued silence, Lin Jian grew bolder, the two of them tugging at one another at the entrance of the Yanhong building. "If you are not concerned about being seen, I am indifferent to it." Stung by his reminder, Zhao Yuyan, both embarrassed and furious, finally reacted. Glaring at Lin Jian with clenched teeth, she blurted, "If being on top is what you desire, then so be it. I concede. Hurry and come in, and shut the door." Before finishing her words, Zhao Yuyan was already too embarrassed to lift her head. She wriggled free from Lin Jianzhi's embrace, covering her face as she dashed into the room. If this continued, and the other disciples caught sight of her, it would be an unmerited humiliation. Lin Jianzhi hummed a gentle tune as he stepped into the crimson chamber, and with a delicate wave of his hand, the door closed with a soft thud. He moved with practiced ease to the bedside, gazing at Zhao Yuyan, who lay on the bed, her body turned away from him, subtly trembling in her delicate form. Lin Jian's appetite grew insatiable, and without a moment's hesitation, he pounced upon Zhao Yuyan like a ravenous wolf. The rhythmic lullaby soon resonated throughout the entire Crimson Pavilion. At the Lingjian Sect, on the sword platform, senior brother Lu Jiang and second sister Wen Qing were imparting sword techniques to the inner disciples of the sect. The disciples were categorized into 3 tiers based on their status and prowess: the direct disciples, inner disciples, and outer disciples. The direct disciples, being the cherished prot-gs of the sect master Ji Qing, held an exalted position. Only 6 individuals, namely Lu Jiang, Wen Qing, Lin Jian, Zhao Yuyan, Song Shudi, and Chen Shao, belonged to this elite group. The inner disciples, numbering in the hundreds, included both favored apprentices of the elders and those possessing exceptional skills or significant contributions to the sect. In contrast, the outer disciples represented the most common and ordinary ranks. With their numbers reaching into the thousands, anyone who joined the Lingjian Sect was automatically considered an outer disciple. Lu Jiang and Wen Qing could only impart their teachings to the inner disciples, given the sheer volume of outer disciples that would overwhelm their capacity to teach. For the outer disciples, self-reliance was paramount in their cultivation, supplemented by guidance from the inner disciples, creating a systematic approach for the management of the sect. Traditionally, the transmission of sword techniques was the responsibility of the sect master Ji Qing and several elders, even for the inner disciples. However, due to the recent instability within the Xianyu Empire and the covetous gazes of nearby sects, it was apparent to all that the Lingjian Sect harbored a precious treasure, the spirit sword Zidian. This sword remained an unclaimed artifact, as even sect master Ji Qing had yet to fully refine it. The adage, "A commoner is innocent, yet possessing a jewel is a crime," held true in this context. Sensing the encroaching danger, Ji Qing had retreated with the elders into seclusion, seeking a breakthrough to enhance their collective strength. Unless an urgent matter arose, neither the sect master nor the elders would make an appearance. Thus, Lu Jiang and Wen Qing found themselves compelled to step up. Fortunately, as they were well-versed in fundamental sword techniques and among the foremost of the direct disciples, they faced no significant challenges. Suddenly, a disciple of the Lingjian Sect burst into the sword platform from the herbal hall, panting heavily and drenched in sweat. Upon seeing Lu Jiang and Wen Qing, he became so flustered that he could barely form a coherent sentence, his face a mask of panic as he pointed frantically towards the direction of the herbal hall. Gasping for breath, "What happened at the herbal hall? Speak." Wen Qing frowned, her impatience evident. She detested such tantalizingly vague reports from her disciples. She resolved to remember this messenger disciple, vowing to find an excuse to reprimand him later. Lu Jiang sheathed his long sword, ceasing his lecture, prompting the hundreds of disciples on the sword platform to halt their training and gather curiously around him. "Chow, Salmuhal, Lin, senior brother Lin, he." The disciple who delivered the message was met with a stern glare from Lu Jiang and Wen Qing, causing him to stutter in fright. Had Lin Jianzhi perished in Salmuhal after 5 days of absence? Wen Qing furrowed her brows slightly and coldly remarked, "If he is dead, so be it. Why the panic?" Lin Jianzhi brought this upon himself. He reaped what he sowed. Who told him to bully junior sister Zhao? Who compelled him to cross paths with junior brother? Who allowed him to? As Wen Qing's words grew increasingly exaggerated, Lu Jiang raised his hand to halt her, casting a glance at the surrounding hundreds of inner disciples, signaling her to cease. Enough. As cultivators, we defy the heavens. Life and death are fated. Ahem. Lin Jianzhi defied his master and schemed against his junior sister, and his punishment at the cliff of reflection was a matter of destiny. Let us learn from Lin Jianzhi's tragic and humiliating life. We, as sword cultivators, cultivate not merely the sword but also a heart of innocence. Since Lin Jianzhi has perished, Samu Hall should now be reclaimed by Zhao Sun. Allow Zhao Sun to tidy up Samu Hall, and I shall observe your performances to determine who among you shall. The disciple delivering the message was left bewildered. He had merely taken a moment to drink some water and catch his breath, only to find the senior brother and sister had unwittingly added drama to the situation. And no, senior brother, senior sister, you are mistaken. Senior brother Lin is not dead. He emerged from Samu Hall and even injured senior brother Zhao. Lu Jiang's hand, raised mid-air, was momentarily at a loss as he felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, wishing he could vanish into the ground. He shot a fierce glare at the young disciple who had brought the news, a fleeting glint of menace in his eyes. Damn it. Why didn't you say he was alive sooner? I will remember you, and mark my words, you will pay for this. The revelation that Lin Jianzhi is not dead sent shockwaves through the assembly. Brother Lin not only injured brother Zhao Sun, but also. The messenger disciple glanced around at the throng of disciples, including many female disciples, and blushed deeply, unable to continue. What about Zhao Sun? Wen Qing's anger manifested as visible veins on her forehead, and she unsheathed her sword, exuding a chilling aura. This nameless disciple was courting death, fumbling through his words and evading clarity. He severed brother Zhao Sun's. Swish. As these words escaped, Wen Qing's face turned crimson, and she felt an overwhelming urge to vanish into the ground. The surrounding female disciples covered their faces, whispering among themselves, while the male disciples felt a sudden chill, gasping in astonishment. To kill was one thing, but to sever such a part. How ruthless. How utterly merciless. It was inconceivable. Wasn't Lin Jianzhi supposed to be devoid of power? Lu Jiang furrowed his brow. For the first time sensing a threat from Lin Jianzhi, are you certain you did not misjudge? Are you certain it was Lin Jianzhi who injured Zhao Sun? Confronted with the master's inquiry, the messenger disciple began to doubt himself. He had only witnessed Zhao Sun rush into the woodshed, only to return with even greater speed. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Sun had been overwhelmed by Lin Jianzhi, who then departed with an air of nonchalance, leaving behind the question. Did Zhao Sun not retaliate because he chose not to, or was he unable to? Returning to the master, I am uncertain whether Brother Lin has indeed lost his power. The messenger disciple was on the verge of tears, within the span of a mere incense stick. He felt he had offended the master, the second senior sister, and hundreds of inner disciples. Yet, he was merely a passerby in the role of a messenger. What fault was his? Begone! Lu Jiang, exasperated, waved his hand, unleashing a terrifying surge of spiritual energy that instantly sent the messenger disciple hurtling away. His instinct screamed that a ferocious beast had awakened within the Lingjian Sect. He could no longer restrain himself, disregarding the amiable image he usually maintained before the disciples. Lu Jiang had lost his composure. Master, why the panic? Are you worried about what our junior brother has said? Wen Qing remarked casually, casting a glance at the flustered Lu Jiang. Even if Lin Jianzhi is not incapacitated, he is merely at the foundation establishment stage. We could easily crush him with a single hand. Moreover, Lin Jianzhi is dull and inept, lacking ambition or prowess, so how much turmoil could he possibly stir? Lu Jiang furrowed his brows, waving his hand dismissively. The unease and murderous intent within him had not diminished due to Wen Qing's words. Rather, they surged uncontrollably. Wen Qing. It is not Lin Jianzhi's restoration of his cultivation that disturbs me, but rather, Lu Jiang cast a glance towards the direction of the Tsaomu Hall, his eyes betraying deep apprehension. It is that Lin Jianzhi has utterly crippled Zhao Sun. I have never regarded Zhao Sun, an outer disciple, with any seriousness. Yet over the years, when have you ever witnessed Lin Jianzhi bullying others? Upon hearing this, Wen Qing was completely taken aback. In her memory, since Lin Jianzhi entered the sect, he had never bullied anyone, always being the one who was bullied. Despite being a direct disciple, he was treated with disdain even by outer disciples, living a life inferior to that of a mere dog in the Lingjian Sect's courtyard. But today, the Jimin. Lu Jiang surveyed the crowd, his gaze cold as he spoke. I recall that Zhao Sun is under your command, now that he has been incapacitated. You ought to exhibit some reaction. Although Zhao Sun had been rendered impotent, he was still alive. As long as he lived, the sect's rules could not touch him. Even Lu Jiang found it challenging to strike directly at Lin Jianzhi. As these words hung in the air, a man clad in dark robes emerged from the crowd. Sword in hand. Rest assured, senior brother, I know what to do. Lu Jiang nodded in satisfaction. The Jimin member bowed in respect and departed with his sword, commencing his search for Lin Jianzhi within the Lingjian Sect. Surrounding them, hundreds of inner disciples shrank back, silence enveloping them. Lu Jiang glanced at the roiling sea of clouds above, a faint smile gracing his lips as he regained his usual calm demeanor. To him, whether Lin Jianzhi was crippled or not, and whatever secrets he harbored, was of no consequence. This time, Lin Jianzhi's demise was inevitable. The reason was simple. This time, it was the Jimin that acted. Apart from being an inner disciple of the Lingjian Sect with formidable strength, he bore another significant identity. The grandson of the Grand Elder of the Lingjian Sect, Ji Jianghe. Inside the Yanhong building, Lin Jianzhi, you bastard. Zhao Yuyan lay sprawled on the bed in an exceedingly shameful manner, her brows tightly knitted and her lips bitten. She stammered, Are you truly so gravely injured that you can only live for 5 more days? With such strength, it hardly seems like someone on the brink of death. Chapter 17. A lavish bath and great strength. Outside the Crimson Pavilion, a vast sea of flowers swayed gently in the caress of the breeze, resembling ripples spreading across a tranquil pond, a sight of unparalleled beauty. Inside the Crimson Pavilion, the intoxicating fragrance of blossoms filled the air. The phoenix couch swayed lightly. The curtains billowed softly, and the red candles flickered. The sounds of heavy breaths intertwined with stifled moans, composing a mesmerizing lullaby that enveloped one in blissful intoxication. Was the force too overwhelming? Observing Zhao Yuyan's tightly furrowed brow as she struggled to suppress her own feelings, Lin Jianzhi paused momentarily. Then, a subtle smile graced his lips, and at the pleading gaze of Zhao Yuyan, glistening like pear blossoms drenched in rain, he summoned his strength once more. The relentless assault continued. Did he seem like one to show mercy? Nonsense. Having resorted to unscrupulous tactics, he had long ceased to be a paragon of virtue. He might as well embrace wickedness entirely. Once moral constraints vanished, everyone appeared agreeable. Unyielding? Then face the consequences. He would not relent until obedience was achieved. Let it not be forgotten what Lin Jianzhi's nickname was, the Mighty Hammer. Senior brother, Zhao Yuyan, her cheeks flushed, endeavored with all her might to fend off Lin Jianzhi's tempestuous onslaught. Alas, the disparity in their strengths rendered her efforts futile. To avoid becoming the first disciple of the Lingjian Sect to perish in bed, she bit her crimson lips and began to plead with the once contemptible waste. Senior brother, I concede. Truly, I yield. Please, I beseech you, cease this. Upon witnessing Zhao Yuyan's utter submission, Lin Jianzhi, equally drenched in sweat, burst into a hearty laugh. He then turned to lie down, playfully tapping Zhao Yuyan's rear, casting her a mischievous glance, urging her to comprehend the implication. Just as Zhao Yuyan exhaled in relief, she caught sight of Lin Jianzhi's wicked gaze, causing her fair complexion to flush with embarrassment. She was well aware of his intentions. This rogue, this ravenous wolf, this devil. Noticing Zhao Yuyan's lack of response, Lin Jianzhi adopted a stern demeanor, emitting a cold snort as he feigned the intent to rise again. Senior brother, please don't, Zhao Yuyan exclaimed, hastily gesturing for him to desist. Should he advance once more, she feared her fate would be sealed. Since the moment they had entered the Crimson Pavilion, dawn had barely broken, and now the sun was already high in the sky. 1, 2, 3. Zhao Yuyan had completely lost count of how many times this was. She only knew that if she did not transition from a defensive to an offensive stance, she would remain a good woman 18 years hence. I can manage on my own, she murmured bashfully, her cheeks flushed, before awkwardly mounting the horse. From leisurely trotting to galloping, it became evident that Zhao Yuyan possessed considerable talent. Hey, don't just indulge yourself. Lin Jianzhi, who was lost in blissful enjoyment, suddenly heard the voice of Master Ta echoing in his mind. Quickly activate the secret technique of the human character formula. Do not forget the purpose of this journey. Master Ta was nearly frantic. To master the human character formula, one must comprehend the essence of life and study the phenomenon of birth. To put it plainly, it required dual cultivation. Thus, dual cultivation was not the goal. The true objective was to refine the human character formula. However, at this moment, Lin Jianzhi was merely savoring the experience, neglecting the intended purpose. This was akin to picking up sesame seeds while discarding watermelons, a grave miscalculation. Moreover, what was the point of two individuals merely coming and going? After all that effort, they remained stationary, wasting precious time. As a spirit tool, Master Ta could not fathom this. He believed that it would be far more practical to consume a few more spirit stones instead. Master Ta, I nearly forgot. Fortunately, without having to exert himself, Lin Jianzhi quietly began to circulate the human character formula, enjoying the moment while simultaneously practicing. As soon as the formula was activated, a mysterious force awakened within Lin Jianzhi, coursing through his meridians until it surged into Zhao Yuyan's body at their point of connection. It then traversed her body before returning through their connection back to Lin Jianzhi. Thus, a small circuit was completed. Boom. In merely completing a small circuit, Lin Jianzhi's spiritual power surged dramatically, propelling him from the 5th layer of qi refinement to the 6th. The entire process was remarkably natural, devoid of any adverse effects. Simultaneously, Zhao Yuyan's spiritual power also expanded significantly, though she was too preoccupied with learning to ride to notice the changes within her. Furthermore, as she had not received the inheritance of the human character formula, the benefits she gained were minimal compared to Lin Jianzhi's. Nevertheless, it was still equivalent to half a month's arduous training for her. Master Ta, this human character formula is astounding. Just a single small circuit, and I have already broken through. Contemplating this, Lin Jianzhi propped his head on his hands, opened his eyes, and surveyed Zhao Yuyan before him with keen interest, a wicked smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Young man, the benefits of cultivating the human character formula extend far beyond this. Do you see the white orb of light emerging from your dantian? There lies within you a unique constitution. Once the instances of dual cultivation reach a sufficient threshold, the luminous orb at your dantian will ultimately blossom, transforming into a resplendent sun, radiating brilliance in all directions. The voice of Master Tower reverberated once more in Lin Jianzhi's consciousness, leaving him profoundly astonished at that moment. The unique constitution will be completely awakened. A unique constitution? Upon hearing this, Lin Jianzhi felt momentarily stunned. Previously, he had heard from Master Tower that his junior apprentice, Chen Xiao, and others seemed to be conspiring against him, intent on bringing about his demise, most likely due to his yet-to-be-awakened unique constitution. Without the enhancement of the Ren character technique, the awakening of this constitution would require at least several years, if not decades. Master Tower held the Ren character technique in high esteem. As a spirit of the artifact, he focused solely on martial arts, devoid of any interest in women. However, you have inherited the Ren character technique, and considering the pace of your dual cultivation with this girl, it is likely that within 10 days at most, or 5 at the very least, your unique constitution shall be completely awakened. At that point, the entire Lingjian Sect will be left astounded, and even your blind master will be shocked to the core, slapping his thigh in disbelief. Ha ha ha. Lin Jian glanced at Master Tower. While supporting Zhao Yuyan, who was gracefully flaunting her slender figure, he could not quite grasp the source of Master Tower's exuberant excitement. However, he harbored a flicker of anticipation regarding the latent special physique within him. Receiving such high praise from the chaotic artifact, the Star Tower's spirit, surely indicated that this unique constitution was extraordinary. It seemed that the next 5 days would once again demand much from his junior sister. With this thought in mind, Lin Jian instinctively reached out to pat Zhao Yuyan's backside. Startled, Zhao Yuyan, her gaze somewhat dazed, mistakenly believed that Lin Jian was conveying a signal laden with special significance. In an instant, she accelerated. Lin Jianzhi steadied Zhao Yuyan's slender waist while gazing at her exquisite visage, a delicate beauty that could captivate a nation. He feared that this girl might lose her balance and fall, as she was still in the early stages of her development, having been forcibly awakened. One could not deny that Zhao Yuyan was truly enchanting. Her brows resembled distant mountains shrouded in mist, and her eyes sparkled like autumn waters. Especially at this moment. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, her gaze wavering yet imbued with audacity, reminiscent of a lotus flower illuminated by the dawn, fresh and ethereal, evoking a sense of yearning. With every smile and frown, she radiated unparalleled grace. "Senior, brother, are you not done yet?" Zhao Yuyan asked, covering Lin Jianzhi's eyes with her hand. His intense gaze, particularly those deep, starry eyes, seemed to possess an irresistible allure, drawing one in and leading them to an abyss of enchantment. Given their current predicament, a wave of uncharacteristic feelings surged within her. Feelings she had only previously experienced with her fiancé, Chen Xiao. Why? Why the rush? After all, Senior Brother has but a few days left to live. Before his demise, he surely ought to indulge in the pleasures of life. In her quest to soothe Zhao Yuyan and attain an even more exquisite experience, Lin Jianzhi exerted considerable effort. Lin Jianzhi, you wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? You exerted such strength just now. It hardly seems plausible. Zhao Yuyan's delicate brows furrowed slightly. She was dazed, not foolish. How could a dying man possess such vigor? If Lin Jianzhi were to survive 5 days, would he not then continue to coerce her into such shameful acts? No, absolutely not. Next month, Zhao Yuyan was to wed Chen Xiao. Should Lin Jianzhi persist in his pursuits, would it not be akin to the tales where one lulls Chen Xiao to sleep before stealthily slipping into Lin Jianzhi's embrace? Or perhaps, under the cover of night, while Chen Xiao lay in slumber, allowing Lin Jianzhi to sneak into her chamber? Zhao Yuyan dared not contemplate such scenarios. Brother, this is a fleeting moment of vitality. Upon noticing the clarity in Zhao Yuyan's eyes, Lin Jianzhi felt a pang of anxiety. He sensed that if Zhao Yuyan were to come to her senses and cast him off the phoenix couch, he would surely be filled with regret. Coughing, he thought to himself. He had spent 10 full days on the cliff of reflection, enduring relentless thunder and sword energy, a mere shadow of his former self. Exhausted and at the end of his strength. Thus, Lin Jianzhi once again donned the guise of a dramatic performer. After a fit of intense coughing, a trickle of crimson blood escaped the corner of his mouth. The vigor of his vitality was indeed commendable. He could expel blood at will, whenever the whim struck him. Senior brother, you. Zhao Yuyan exclaimed in shock, her movements beneath him becoming markedly gentler. Although the prospect of Lin Jianzhi's demise brought her a peculiar sense of joy, the thought of him perishing on her bed was utterly unacceptable. If word of this were to spread, how could she, Zhao Yuyan, ever hold her head high again? What would become of her fiancé, Chen Xiao? Suddenly decelerating left Lin Jianzhi's heart racing, as if it were ensnared by a feline's claw. Thus, he shed his pretense, seizing the initiative amidst Zhao Yuyan's startled cries, and began to exert his strength anew. It was uncertain how much time had passed before tranquility returned to the Scarlet Chamber. Lin Jianzhi and Zhao Yuyan lay together on the phoenix couch, breathing heavily. Zhao Yuyan wished to escape, but Lin Jianzhi held her firmly in his embrace. And being utterly exhausted, she found herself unable to resist. Instead, she resigned to lying contentedly within the curve of his arm. It must be said, resting her head upon his sturdy bicep bestowed upon Zhao Yuyan a sense of security, particularly after the tumultuous battle they had just endured. Senior brother, I feel you have changed, Zhao Yuyan exclaimed, her round, sparkling eyes wide with a blend of innocence and confusion. You used to never bully others like this. It was always us who teased you. Throughout her years at the Lingjian Sect, Zhao Yuyan had not been shy in her teasing of Lin Jianzhi. There were times when their supply of spiritual stones ran low or when their stock of medicinal pills was depleted. Anything they desired that Lin Jianzhi possessed was simply taken without a second thought, without so much as a warning. Even if Lin Jianzhi noticed, he would merely pretend he hadn't too timid to raise his voice against them, let alone retaliate. He was a target for all, receiving no respect from anyone. Even the outer disciples regarded him, the personal disciple, with indifference. However, in these past few days, Lin Jianzhi rose from his bed, donning his signature white robe, and spoke softly. You are to remain at the cliff of reflection for 10 days. I believe you will undergo a transformation. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Yuyan, who had initially exuded an air of arrogance and indignation, instantly recoiled, her gaze becoming evasive. Ultimately, it was Zhao Yuyan who bore the responsibility for Lin Jianzhi's punishment at the cliff of reflection. Although the idea originated from Chen Xiao, it was she who had cast the first stone, especially when she boldly proclaimed before their master and fellow disciples, "What woman would jest with her own virtue?" This statement had consigned Lin Jianzhi to the depths of despair. Reflecting on this, Zhao Yuyan suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for Lin Jianzhi. Lin Jianzhi's current acts of revenge, torment, and bullying are merely a means to vent his pent-up anger. Fortunately, after today, the two shall owe each other nothing. As long as Lin Jianzhi meets his demise, and on the night of his nuptials, I maintain a semblance of decorum, this secret shall remain forever concealed. Brother, do not hold it against me. Everyone must live for themselves. May you journey well. As she gazed at the impeccably attired Lin Jianzhi, Zhao Yuyan had already composed her farewell words in her mind. If one possesses a sufficiently strong heart, then everything is merely a fleeting dream. Ah, sister. Just as Lin Jianzhi took a few steps away, he seemed to suddenly recall something. He turned back, a smile gracing his face as he looked at Zhao Yuyan, and exclaimed, "Brother still has 5 days to live. During these 5 days, I would appreciate your nightly visits to my herbal hall, so we may indulge together." "No, absolutely not. I cannot agree to this." Zhao Yuyan, who had just released a sigh of relief, turned pale with fear upon hearing his words. "Lin Jianzhi, did you not promise me that you would only require my company one last time? I have already fulfilled my part. You cannot go back on your word. Otherwise, I." Zhao Yuyan was on the verge of tears. To support Lin Jianzhi, she had indeed thrown caution to the wind. It seems that even now, she walks with a noticeable limp. "I have pledged to keep your secret. But what are these memory orbs?" With a wave of Lin Jian's hand, over 100 memory orbs soared from his storage ring, ascending gracefully into the air. As Lin Jian channeled his spiritual energy, the orbs simultaneously illuminated the surroundings with vivid images and sounds, showcasing a myriad of expressions, languages, and postures. Knowledge. In an instant, Zhao Yuyan was dazzled, and had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would never have believed that she possessed such a wealth of talents. In a flash, regaining her composure, Zhao Yuyan released her spiritual energy and reached out to seize the multitude of memory orbs before her. However, Lin Jian anticipated her move and swiftly retrieved the orbs back into his storage ring. Frustration gnawed at Zhao Yuyan, who felt an overwhelming urge to pounce on Lin Jian and bite him in exasperation. "Are you certain that if I accompany you for 5 more days, you will relinquish all the memory orbs to me?" As the wedding date approached, Zhao Yuyan hesitated. The thought of even a single orb slipping away was daunting. If that were to happen, Chen Shao would undoubtedly call off their engagement, bringing disgrace not only upon her but upon the entire Zhao family. A gentleman's word is a bond, and with approximately 100 memory orbs at stake, Before Lin Jian's words were finished, Zhao Yuyan in front of him spat contemptuously, her face filled with disdain. "A gentleman? Bah." Lin Jianzhi awkwardly scratched his head, then solemnly assured, "Rest assured, junior sister. If you accompany me for a single day, I shall reward you with 20 image retention pearls. Once the 5 days have elapsed, we shall be entirely settled." Sighing, he added, "Yet, I can only survive for 5 more days. After that, what use are the image retention pearls to a deceased person?" Upon hearing these words, Zhao Yuyan hesitated. She suddenly perceived the soundness of Lin Jianzhi's reasoning. However, considering herself merely naive rather than foolish, she quickly recognized a discrepancy. "But observing your immense strength, you hardly seem like someone destined to perish in just 5 days. Lin Jianzhi found himself momentarily at a loss for words, but soon, with a flicker of inspiration, he began to speak nonsensically. "Naturally, I shall. Since death is inevitable, I shall employ secret arts to ignite my soul and exhaust my life, savoring these final days to the fullest. My elder brother has never experienced the pleasures of a woman in this lifetime. Thus, he wishes to converse with his younger sister about life and ideals before departing." "Bah." Zhao Yuyan spat in disdain, rendered speechless by his audacity. "Then why must I go to your Salmo Hall? Why not come to my Yanhong Pavilion? Is it not the same?" In Yanhong Pavilion, she was coerced. However, if she were to visit Salmo Hall, it would be a voluntary surrender. The thought of seeking Lin Jianzhi for intimacy filled Zhao Yuyan with an unfamiliar sensation. What was her younger sister contemplating? Am I truly the type to shy away from taking a few extra steps? Lin Jianzhi cast a meaningful glance at Zhao Yuyan and spoke earnestly. "If you are not afraid of being caught by Chen Shao in the Yanhong building, then I have no objections. After all, I am already doomed and indifferent to matters of reputation." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuyan felt a surge of emotion. It dawned on her that her senior brother constantly considered her well-being. "Remember to come find me after washing up at night," she replied. "Well, all right then." Ah. The folly of infatuation, how easily she could be deceived, even aiding in her own downfall. 5 days? Humph. By then, Lin Jianzhi had already devised a plan to deal with Zhao Yuyan. Emerging from one pit, she would soon find herself ensnared in another. Deeper trap meticulously laid out by him. After leaving the Yanhong building, Lin Jianzhi hummed a cheerful tune as he made his way toward the sword pavilion of the Lingjian Sect. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away in the Hengduan Mountains, a middle-aged man cloaked in black suddenly opened his eyes, stepping onto a flying sword and darting into the depths of the dense forest. The time had come. This man was none other than the Sword King, Cui Chan. Chapter 18. Do I, Lin Jianzhi, owe you any respect? The Hengduan Mountains stretched for thousands of miles. On one side lay the Xianyu Empire, home to numerous prestigious sects such as the Lingjian Sect, Xianyuan Sect, Huangquan Sect, and Taisha Sect. On the opposite side was the untamed Monghuang Forest, a perilous domain teeming with powerful beasts, rarely traversed by humans. Venturing north through the Monghuang Forest would lead one to the Endless Beast Domain, an absolute no-man's land for human cultivators. The very approach to the Hongduan Mountains was akin to stepping into the underworld, as the beasts here were overwhelmingly formidable and terrifying. If fortune favored a traveler, they might encounter lesser beasts and escape with their lives. However, should misfortune strike, facing a beast king, a great beast, or even the legendary beast emperor or saint would spell certain doom. Even a transcendent cultivator like Ji Qing, the sect leader of the Lingjian Sect, would not dare tread too deeply into the Hongduan Mountains, wary of the dangers that lurked within. Yet today, a few human cultivators had appeared in a corner of the Hongduan Mountains. Clad in light blue robes, there were about 6 of them. The sleeves of their garments were adorned with purple thread, intricately embroidered with the image of a flying sword, Lingjian Zidian. This was the emblem of the Lingjian Sect, recognized by all cultivators of the Xianyu Empire. These 6 cultivators, riding their flying swords, raced through the dense forest in a panicked flight. Their expressions a far cry from the calm and composed demeanor of celestial beings, resembling frightened strays instead. Second Elder, what should we do? We cannot escape. Cursed Xianyuan Sect, they have diverted the calamity towards us, bringing the beast tide to our doorstep. This place is still several hundred miles away from the sect, and seeking aid is futile. Several disciples of the Spirit Sword Sect were pale as paper, anxiously fleeing while casting glances at the elder in a dark robe leading them. The elder, named Mo Qingshan, was the second elder of the Spirit Sword Sect, possessing immense strength, having already reached the late stage of the core formation realm. A practitioner at the core formation level is a formidable presence throughout the entire Xianyu Empire, even in the Hongduan Mountains. As long as one does not venture too deeply into the wilderness, avoiding encounters with the legendary beast kings, their lives would remain unscathed. But today, Second Elder Mo Qingshan wore a visage of despair. He yearned to utter words of comfort to his disciples, yet before he could speak, he let out a deep sigh. Within the Spirit Sword Sect, those stronger than him were only the Grand Elder and the sect leader, Ji Qing, who would come to their rescue. The Grand Elder was aged, and the sect leader valued his life above all. Moreover, even if the two of them wished to assist, the distance of several hundred miles would ensure that they perished long before any reinforcements arrived. This was a truth known to all. Rather than weaving lies to deceive themselves, it was better to escape as far as possible, to cling to life for as long as they could. Their deaths were trivial, but the news of the secret realm opening in the Hongduan Mountains could not reach the sect, ultimately benefiting those rascals of the Xianyuan Sect. The second elder's eyes were bloodshot, his withered hands clenched into fists, filled with reluctance. Listen closely. If any of you manage to escape, you must inform the sect leader about the key to the secret realm and the calamity that the Xianyuan Sect has unleashed upon us, so that justice may be sought on our behalf. Yes, the disciples nodded in agreement, yet their hearts sank to the depths of despair. For everyone knew that the hope of surviving this day was nearly non-existent, for they were facing the beast tide. Suddenly, a sharp and piercing squeak of rodents echoed all around. As the sound reached their ears, the expressions of the Spirit Sword Sect disciples changed dramatically. Quick! Accelerate! One disciple, while maneuvering his flying sword at great speed, turned back to shout a warning. The spirit-eating rats are coming. The rodent tide. Swish! Before the disciple could finish his warning, a shadow lunged directly at his face. The sharp grinding of teeth pierced the air, followed by a chilling scream that resonated across the sky. A palm-sized spirit-eating mouse lunged at the face of a disciple from the Spirit Sword Sect, voraciously gnawing at the flesh, skin, and even bone. Within moments, a gaping hole had been chewed into the disciple's head. One of his eyeballs was devoured, and crimson blood mixed with cerebral fluid cascaded from the wound. In a flash, before he could fully comprehend the horror unfolding, he had already sustained a grievous injury. Damn spirit-eating mouse! Die! The disciple reacted with remarkable swiftness, clawing at the ravenous rodent that continued to feast on his face. While enduring excruciating pain, he concentrated brilliant sword energy in his palm, instantly tearing the creature apart. Just as he dispatched the mouse, he caught sight of his fellow disciples frantically shouting at him, their faces etched with terror. Brother Zhou, run, jump, escape. Brother Zhou, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. The disciple, surnamed Zhou, felt a pang in his heart and turned to look back. his pupils dilating in horror. In the next instant, an unending tide of spirit-eating mice surged toward him, engulfing everything in their path. Squeak, squeak, squeak. 1, 500, 8,000. In the blink of an eye, the disciple named Zhou was consumed by the horde, leaving not even a trace of his bones behind. Brother Zhou, at just 19 years old, having joined the Spirit Sword sect merely 4 years prior, his memory lingered in their minds. He had called them sister upon his arrival at the sect. The remaining disciples felt their eyes redden, drowning in endless guilt and despair, yet their flying swords dared not falter. Brother Zhou, being the weakest, was the first to be overtaken by the spirit-eating mice. However, the survivors had no time to mourn, for the horde surged forth once more. Emboldened by the sin of blood, the frenzied mice, with their blood-red eyes, pursued relentlessly, their speed escalating. The face of the second elder had darkened to an extreme, and he offered no words of comfort. With reddened eyes, he silently urged the remaining 4 disciples to flee, to continue fleeing, for they too would inevitably be devoured by the horde. Even he, the formidable second elder of the Spirit Sword sect, in the late stage of the core formation realm, could not escape this fate. It was merely a matter of whether they would perish sooner or later. Swish, swish, swish. 5 streaks of light sliced through the heavens, racing towards the heart of the Hengduan Mountains. The relentless tide of mice pursued with fervor, the distance between them shrinking ever closer. Wherever the tide of the spirit-devouring rats passes, all things fall silent, and not a blade of grass survives. Even the mightiest of demon kings must retreat from their ferocity. Despite being a low-tier beast, the spirit-devouring rat excels in sheer numbers. Once ensnared in their tide, one would be drained of spiritual energy and ultimately consumed alive. Alas, the tide is upon us. There is no escape. Prepare to confront them. In mere moments, the disciples of the Lingjian Sect found themselves engulfed by the tide, and even the most powerful elder could not evade their grasp. Fireburst talisman. Sky-splitting slash. For symbol sword formation, arise. Boom, boom, boom. Talisman explosion. Sword severed. Formation shattered. Squeak, squeak. As the 4-symbol sword formation crumbled, 2 disciples of the Lingjian Sect desperately ascended on their flying swords, their imminent devouring by the spirit-devouring rats looming ever closer. Qiansan, Wang Fang, return at once. The elder called out urgently, imploring them to come back. Under normal circumstances, the most effective strategy against the tide would be to take to the skies on flying swords, creating distance. After all, spirit-devouring rats cannot fly. Ascending would easily allow one to evade the tide. But let us not forget, we are in the Hengduan Mountains, bordering the endless demon domain. It is home to countless terrifying beasts. In this place, ascending leaves one exposed, turning them into living targets. As anticipated, the 2 disciples had barely soared into the air when they were met with chilling screams, meeting their tragic ends. One disciple was pierced through the shoulder by the claws of a flying beast, only to be dragged deep into the wilderness, disappearing from sight. The other met an even more gruesome fate. Shortly after ascending, they were swept away by a searing beam of flame, their body reduced to ashes in the scorching blaze. Qian Shixiong, Wang Shiji. The remaining 2 disciples cowered behind Elder Imo Qin Shan, desperately fending off the terrifying spirit-devouring rats while voicing their agonizing cries. Witnessing their fellow disciples perish before their eyes, knowing they too would soon follow suit and be devoured by the tide, instilled a fear that penetrated to the very marrow of their bones. My treasured artifact. The Mountain River Bronze Bell cannot withstand this assault for much longer. Today, I, Imo Qin Shan, am guilty for leading you all into this peril. The protective barrier formed by the Mountain River Bronze Bell began to crack under the relentless onslaught of the tide, threatening to shatter completely. The elder's spiritual energy was nearly exhausted, and this bell was the last refuge for them all. Should the bell be destroyed, lives would be lost. Elder, you were merely following the sect leader's orders to investigate the secret realm. You are not to blame. Only the despicable Xianyuan sect is to be hated. Had they not deliberately directed the tide towards us, we would not be in this predicament. The mention of the Xianyuan sect prompted the 2 disciples to grit their teeth in fury. Crack. Bang. Before the 2 individuals could finish their conversation, a sharp explosion resonated, shattering the protective light barrier formed by the Mountain River Bronze Bell. Consequently, this treasured artifact, deprived of its spiritual energy, lost its sentience and fell to the ground. Suddenly, amidst the terrified expressions of the second elder and others, an endless tide of rats surged forth, engulfing the 3 in an instant. The heavens seek to extinguish my spirit sword sect. Just as Mo Qinshan and his companions were on the brink of perishing beneath the rodent onslaught, a barrage of piercing sword energy erupted from the dense forest, swiftly converging upon them. The sword energy, fierce and unyielding, wreaked havoc in all directions. As a man clad in black materialized out of thin air, the area within 100 meters seemed to have been pressed on pause. A tide of spirit-devouring rats? Fortunately, it is merely a small-scale infestation. The black-clad man glanced at Mo Qinshan and his companions with indifference and remarked, "It seems you are fortunate to have encountered me." No sooner had he spoken than the spiritual energy within him surged dramatically, and he forcefully pressed his hands downward. A thunderous roar followed. A terrifying sword intent enveloped the surroundings as waves of chilling sword energy manifested, ensnaring the entire rat swarm. The sword energy multiplied exponentially. In the blink of an eye, thousands of strands of lethal sword energy had emerged, ruthlessly decimating the rodent tide. Remarkably, Mo Qinshan and his two disciples remained unscathed amidst such overwhelming sword energy. This sword is named Spring Breeze, transforming into rain. With resounding thuds, countless spirit-devouring rats were mercilessly obliterated by the sword energy, and within mere breaths, the terrifying tide was nearly annihilated, leaving Mo Qinshan and his companions in wide-eyed astonishment, their faces alight with the joy of having survived a calamity. After slaying the entire rodent horde, the black-clad man turned and departed without a trace of hesitation, a formidable figure of the spirit communication realm. As the black-clad man began to recede into the distance, Mo Qinshan finally reacted and hurriedly pursued him, calling out, "Senior! Wait, Senior!" Upon hearing this, the black-clad man paused. Yet his austere visage still radiated an aura of distance. "Thank you, Senior, for saving our lives." Mo Qinshan clasped his hands in gratitude, overwhelmed with emotion to the point of nearly kneeling to express his appreciation. "We are disciples of the Spirit Sword Sect. My name is Mo Qinshan, the second elder of the sect. We are deeply indebted for your life-saving grace, and we humbly request that you honor us with your presence at our Spirit Sword Sect, so we may repay your kindness." In response to Mo Qinshan's heartfelt invitation, the black-clad man remained expressionless, and after a brief silence, he lightly uttered one word, "Possible." Upon hearing this, Mo Qinshan and the others were overwhelmed with joy, hastily leading the way, fearful that the man in black might reconsider and abandon his visit to the Lingjian Sect. In this moment, Mo Qinshan demonstrated the exceptional vision and broad perspective befitting his status as the second elder of the sect. He sought to win over the man in black. After all, he was a formidable presence from the spirit connection realm, a sword cultivator renowned for his lethal prowess. Within the entire Lingjian Sect, only the sect leader, Ji Qing, held such a status. Should he succeed in persuading the man in black to join their ranks, the sect's strength would experience an instantaneous surge. At that point, who would dare to rival them? The likes of the Xianyuan Sect, Taisha Sect, and Huangquan Sect would be relegated to the sidelines. "May I inquire which sect or lineage you hail from, esteemed senior?" Mo Qinshan inquired eagerly, leading the way while pondering how best to flatter the man without appearing overly obsequious. The man in black, a solitary wanderer without affiliation to any sect, remained as impassive as ever, his words few and far between. Upon hearing this, the second elder felt an exuberance that nearly propelled him off the ground. He tentatively probed further, "If I may ask, what is your honored name, Senior?" The man in black cast a hollow gaze toward the direction of the Lingjian Sect and replied, "Sword King Chui Chan." Lin Jian ascended the white jade stone steps, and upon exiting the Crimson Pavilion, he noted that the day was still young. He proceeded directly to the Sword Pavilion, a sacred site of the Spirit Sword Sect, renowned for its extensive collection of hundreds of martial arts legacies, which constitute the true foundation of the sect. The Spirit Sword Sect has stood firm in the Xianyu Empire for over a century, a testament to its formidable stature. The repository of martial arts encompasses techniques related to body movement, formations, and pharmacology. However, the predominant focus remains on swordsmanship. In the Xianyu Empire, martial arts are categorized into 4 tiers, ranked from highest to lowest as Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. Within the Spirit Sword Sect, there are no techniques of the Heaven tier, and only 2 Earth tier sword arts are available, while the majority are of Profound or Yellow tier. There is no doubt that the great Devouring Heaven technique and the human character formula far exceed the Heaven tier, though Lin Jian is unaware of their precise classifications. When consulting the Tower Master, he was advised not to fret unnecessarily. Despite possessing such extraordinary techniques, it is prudent to reserve them for significant encounters. as ordinary martial arts remain essential for routine battles. Lin Jianzhi once inquired of Master Tower for the celestial and earthly level techniques. But Master Tower regarded him with the disdainful gaze one might reserve for a fool, and lightly retorted, "Do not seek me. I will not catalog such rubbish." Left with no other option, Lin Jianzhi made his way to the sword pavilion, having absorbed the memories of his predecessor. Lin Jianzhi was already well-versed in the techniques of the Spirit Sword Sect. The sect possesses two major earthly-level techniques. One is the Great Luo Sword Cannon, which is housed within the sword pavilion, accessible for disciples who meet the requirements to comprehend and practice. The other, the Great Sun Thunder Movement Sword Technique, is not open to the public. To his recollection, only the sect leader, Ji Qing, has ever cultivated it. The purpose of Lin Jian's journey was quite straightforward: to obtain the Luo Sword Classic, one of the two esteemed earth-level techniques of the Lingjian Sect. Ignoring the first and second floors of the sword pavilion, Lin Jian ascended directly to the third floor, where the Luo Sword Classic was stored. Who goes there? What business do you have at the sword pavilion? At the entrance, a gray-clad elder cast a fleeting glance at Lin Jian, disdain evident in his cold scoff as he reached out to obstruct his passage. Noticing Lin Jian's arrival, a disciple hurriedly departed, clearly to inform the inner sect disciple. G-men. Upon being halted, Lin Jian paused momentarily before a wry smile crept across his face. He recognized this gray-clad elder, the very guardian tasked with overseeing the third floor of the sword pavilion. Lin Jianzhi was certain that the elder must recognize him. With his hands clasped behind his back, Lin Jianzhi nonchalantly announced, "I am Lin Jianzhi, the personal disciple." He anticipated that revealing his identity as a personal disciple would prompt the elder to graciously step aside. However, to his astonishment, the elder in gray sneered repeatedly and contemptuously retorted, "This is the sacred ground of the sword pavilion. No ordinary individuals are permitted to enter." With a resounding slap, Lin Jianzhi delivered a powerful backhand to the elder's face, causing it to swell with shock and terror. "How dare you disrespect me, Lin Jianzhi?" Chapter 19. A world-shattering revelation. Instant comprehension of the Great Luo Sword Classic. The elder, known as Mo Sha, was responsible for guarding the passage leading to the third floor of the sword pavilion. The Great Luo Sword Classic, housed on the third floor, was one of the two earth-tier techniques of the Spirit Sword Sect and the only one accessible to disciples. This position was undeniably significant, reflecting Mo Sha's status within the Spirit Sword Sect. According to the memories of the former owner, Mo Sha had once served as the fourth elder of the Spirit Sword Sect and was a formidable master at the core formation stage during his prime. However, after encountering a demon king while exploring a secret realm, he sustained severe injuries. Rescued by the sect leader, Ji Qing, he was brought back to the Spirit Sword Sect. Although he miraculously survived, his meridians were completely shattered, and he lost all his cultivation, relegated to the status of an ordinary mortal. Recognizing his past contributions, sect leader Ji Qing assigned Mo Sha the role of guardian of the Great Luo Sword Classic, providing him with a position of retirement. Despite his diminished cultivation, Mo Sha's previous rank as the fourth elder and his contributions to the sect granted him considerable prestige, coupled with his age and seniority, as well as his responsibility in safeguarding the Great Luo Sword Classic. Any disciple who encountered him would invariably show respect and offer greetings, wary of provoking the elder into complicating matters and denying them access to the classic. However, this applied to ordinary disciples. The personal disciples were an exception. According to the rules of the Spirit Sword Sect, personal disciples were entitled to access the Great Luo Sword Classic without requiring authorization. Even those of lower status, like Lu Jiang and Wen Qing, or the relatively recent initiates, Song Shui and Qin Xiao, were met with Mo Sha's affable demeanor and warm smiles. Yet, Lin Jianzhi found himself in a unique position. Lin Jian's, being a direct disciple, should naturally have the privilege to comprehend the Luo Sword Canon without requiring the consent of that old curmudgeon, Mo Sha. However, upon his arrival today, this old man began to devise various ways to obstruct him. Initially, he feigned ignorance of Lin Jianzhi's identity as a direct disciple, and when Lin Jianzhi clarified his status, he evasively dismissed him with a remark that only uninvited individuals were barred from entering. Lin Jian was utterly amused. It seemed that he had become a mere bystander at the Lingjian Sect. In his recollection, the original owner had attempted multiple times to ascend to the third floor of the sword pavilion, yearning to comprehend the Luo Sword Classic. Yet, without exception, he was obstructed at the threshold by the old codger, Mo Sha. The original owner, being weak and ineffectual, often preferred to avoid trouble, and after being turned away, would retreat with a face full of disappointment. The only instance he successfully entered the third floor to study the Deluo sword classic was when he, with great reluctance, offered the old man Mo Sha 100 top-grade spirit stones in exchange for a brief moment of time. The Deluo sword classic was a profound earth-level technique. Although the original owner possessed considerable talent, he was by no means capable of mastering it in merely the span of an incense stick. When he sought to return to the third floor, prepared with another 100 top-grade spirit stones he had saved up, Mo Sha, having tasted the sweetness of his previous extortion, greedily demanded 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. The original owner, eager to ingratiate himself with Song Shudi, had always been the first to present the monthly elixirs and spirit stones to the goddess, leaving him with little means to procure such a sum. That 100 top-grade spirit stones had been borrowed with great embarrassment from Song Shui, Zhao Yiyan, and Qin Xiao, accompanied by written acknowledgments. Yet, Mo Sha remained indifferent, his stern visage rendering him indistinguishable between loyalty and treachery. Thus, the original owner left in disgrace, the sole disciple among his peers who failed to grasp the Deluo sword classic. Over time, his strength and status inevitably plummeted, leaving him far behind the other direct disciples. Such humiliating matters were too embarrassing for the original owner to mention, let alone to report to his master. Fortunately, he refrained from complaining to Ji Qing. Had he done so, he would have only received a scolding, with the added label of waste. Unbeknownst to him until his dying day, Mo Sha's relentless torment stemmed from the benefits he had received from his junior disciple, Qin Xiao. The so-called impartiality was, in truth, a facade for personal gain. Today, upon seeing Lin Jian ascend the sword pavilion once more, Mo Sha smirked derisively and, as per usual, adopted the airs of an elder to begin his harassment. He plotted to either extort 1,000 top-grade spirit stones or drive Lin Jian away, with the intent of later boasting to Qin Xiao at the Dawn Pavilion, perhaps even securing a reward. There was no denying that Lin Jian was a soft target, making him a prime candidate for bullying by anyone who crossed his path, particularly those who faced their own misfortunes and were accustomed to being oppressed by others. Such individuals were all the more eager to trample upon the weak, seeking to gratify their own meager self-esteem. In this scenario, the pitiful often harbor their own contemptible aspects. Yet, Mo Sha could never have anticipated that, while the beginning unfolded as he expected, the conclusion would be a resounding slap. With a fierce determination, Lin Jian delivered a powerful blow across Mo Sha's wrinkled, age-spotted face. After the crisp sound of a slap, the entire sword pavilion fell into an eerie silence, so profound that even the faint sound of a silver needle dropping to the ground could be distinctly heard. Since Mo Sha was stationed at the staircase leading from the second to the third floor of the sword pavilion, the disciples of the Lingjian Sect, residing on the second floor, clearly witnessed Lin Jian's hand strike Mo Sha's face, without the need to pay for the dissemination of the news. The story of Lin Jian's slap against Elder Mo Sha swiftly circulated from the first floor to other areas of the Lingjian Sect, proving that the onlookers, regardless of the world they inhabited, would always be plentiful. You dare to strike me? Mo Sha, clutching his swollen face, gazed incredulously at Lin Jian, his body trembling with rage. Lin Jian, you are audacious. You seek death. As Mo Sha's anger flared, the surrounding disciples of the Lingjian Sect shrank back, their gazes towards Lin Jian filled with sympathy and pity. This is dire. Lin Jianzhi has stirred up a hornet's nest this time. Mo Sha's behavior is not solely directed at Lin Jianzhi. Many ordinary disciples of the Lingjian Sect, lacking strength and background, have also suffered extortion and humiliation at his hands. However, like Lin Jianzhi of yore, they have all endured in silence, harboring anger yet voicing none. Am I being reckless? Am I courting death? After delivering a resounding slap, Lin Jianzhi, with a stern countenance, approached Moshe with an imposing demeanor, rebuking him in a voice as thunderous as a bell. You, an old dog with a toothless grin, dare to bark in my presence. Do you not know who I am? Are you unaware that I, Lin Jianzhi, am a direct disciple of the Lingjian Sect? What are the sect's regulations? Every direct disciple is permitted to freely access the third floor of the sword pavilion to comprehend the great Luo sword cannon. With just a few words, he rendered the old cur incapable of retort. Any attempt to counter was futile, for Lin Jianzhi spoke the truth. Should this matter escalate to the sect leader, Ji Qing, he would undoubtedly find himself in the right. Unless Ji Qing, with a guilty conscience, was determined to suppress Lin Jianzhi. Upon hearing the discussions and mockery from the surrounding disciples of the Lingjian Sect, Moshe felt as though he were on the brink of losing face entirely. This cunning old fox understood that if he retreated now, his authority would be irreparably diminished, and he would never again hold his head high before the disciples of the Lingjian Sect. Our sect has regulations. Direct disciples may comprehend the great Luo sword canon. Moshe scoffed coldly and then contemptuously retorted, "Yet you, Lin Jianzhi, have languished on the thought-reflecting cliff for 10 days, already reduced to a waste incapable of cultivation. And you now have but 5 days left to live. A dying wretch such as yourself is unworthy of engaging with the great Luo sword canon." The incident involving Lin Jianzhi's contemplation on the precipice has long been common knowledge. Moshe, with a stern countenance, spoke with righteous fervor and impassioned eloquence. Some disciples, lacking in strength and possessing unstable resolve, upon hearing his words, lowered their heads and shrank back, instantly subdued. However, Lin Jianzhi found amusement in the situation, continuing to advance towards Moshe with an air of dominance, pointing an accusing finger at his weathered face, and retorted, "Are you suggesting that those of lesser cultivation are mere worthless beings, unworthy of comprehending the techniques of the Spirit Sword sect?" Caught off guard by Lin Jianzhi's intent, Moshe, under the pressure of the confrontation, steeled himself and replied, "Indeed, our Spirit Sword sect possesses limited resources and does not nurture the worthless." Lin Jianzhi did not immediately retort, but instead continued to question, "Are you suggesting that those who are about to perish are unworthy of remaining in the Lingjian Sect? Indeed, it is true that you, Lin Jianzhi, have but 5 days left to live. Your presence in the Lingjian Sect is merely a squandering of land, a waste." As he spoke, Lin Jianzhi had already approached Moshe, and, witnessing the old man's face filled with terror, he seized the wretch by the collar and launched a tempestuous barrage of accusations. "If that is the case, then you, a wretched being with shattered meridians and lost cultivation, have the audacity to remain in the sword pavilion? Those who are on the brink of death do not belong in the Lingjian Sect. If my observations serve me right, you, old man, are nearing your end, your body withered and lifeless. Why do you not simply embrace death?" "Ugh, you, Moshe," consumed by rage, opened his mouth and spat a pool of crimson blood. "How can you, a worthless being, have the gall to remain in the Lingjian Sect? Perhaps it would be better to summon the large yellow dog from the woodshed. At least it greets visitors with a wagging tail, unlike you, who merely bites indiscriminately. You. As his words fell, Lin Jianzhi grew weary of bantering with the decrepit old fool. Amidst the crowd's expressions of sheer horror, he seized Moshe by the collar and hoisted his entire body, flinging him out of the window from the 3rd floor. With a resounding crash, all that remained was uncertainty. Lin Jianzhi clapped his hands and cast a glance at the onlooking disciples of the Lingjian Sect. Wherever his gaze fell, they all bowed their heads and lowered their bodies, cupping their hands in salute, respectfully calling out, "Greetings, Senior Brother Lin. Salutations, Senior Brother Lin. Senior Brother Lin." Brushing off the creases from his white robe, Lin Jianzhi maintained an impassive expression as he stepped into the 3rd floor of the sword pavilion. After his departure, the entire sword pavilion erupted into thunderous gasps and applause, a cacophony of admiration that echoed ceaselessly. With a creak, he pushed open the tightly shut wooden door and approached the stone tablet that stood proudly in the center of the room. The tablet was inscribed with a multitude of characters and illustrations, depicting numerous figures wielding longswords and executing a myriad of intricate sword techniques, densely packed and esoteric in nature. The Luo sword classic comprises 3 forms, each more powerful than the last. Given my innate talent, I wonder how long it will take to comprehend these 3 sword techniques. A sense of trepidation washed over him, for the Luo sword classic was a profound earth-tier skill, of which only 2 volumes existed within the entire Lingjian Sect. Having spent about a day deciphering the great path of devouring heaven and the human character formula, and considering that the Luo sword classic is of a slightly lower tier, it stands to reason that a day's time should suffice. The commotion caused by teaching that old rascal Moshe in the sword pavilion must have raised quite a stir. It is only a matter of time before someone seeks to confront Lin Jianzhi. Therefore, he must act swiftly. Lin Jianzhi approached the stone tablet and began to study the sword manual. The first move of the Supreme Sword Manual, Shattering Stars. Lin Jianzhi cast a fleeting glance before transforming his finger into a sword, channeling the internal energy within him to commence a display of skill. With a swift motion, the energy coursed through specific meridians, culminating in a concentrated point of energy. A small black star formed at the tip of his finger. It erupted in the air, sending forth a wave of force. Could this truly be the culmination of his efforts? Lin Jian was utterly baffled. Wasn't it said that Earth-level techniques were obscure and challenging to comprehend? How could he grasp it so effortlessly on the first attempt? The shattered star was merely the first form, and it was customary for initial forms to be relatively simple, making it reasonable to master it upon a single viewing. Lin Jian, while soothing himself, gazed at the subsequent inscriptions on the stone tablet. The second form of the Great Luo Sword Classic, Pursuing the Moon. Lin Jian glanced briefly, then extended his index and middle fingers. As the spiritual energy surged within him, a silver moon materialized at his fingertips. With a sudden mental command, the silver moon shattered, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that shattered every window and door on the third floor of the sword pavilion. What in the world? What has transpired now? Lin Jianzhi found himself utterly bewildered, his mind in a state of disarray. Tower. Master Tower? Could it be that I am a genius? The figure of Master Tower in his consciousness yawned, cast a fleeting glance at Lin Jianzhi, and then turned away to resume his slumber, expressing utter boredom. Chapter 20. Life and Death Determined on the Platform. Meanwhile, at Lingjian Sect, Jimin had been waiting for what felt like an eternity, having circled around the area several times. After loitering in the herb pavilion for half a day, he finally received news about Lin Jianzhi. Lin Jianzhi is at the sword pavilion? What business does a mere waste, whose meridians are severed and cultivation lost, have there? Jimin furrowed his brows, exuding disbelief. What? He even ventured to the third floor of the sword pavilion? Seeking to comprehend the Great Luo Sword Classic? It matters not. That old coot Moshe will not easily permit Lin Jianzhi to ascend to the third floor. I can assert with certainty that Lin Jianzhi will be met with a cold reception. He will gain nothing. Upon hearing Jimin's confidence, a nearby disciple hesitated for a moment before stepping forward to recount how Lin Jianzhi had slapped Moshe, who was then tossed down from the third floor like a dead dog. Upon hearing this, Jimin's eyes widened in shock, taking a moment to regain his composure before scoffing. Moshe is merely another waste of cultivation, relying on past merits to linger in the sect, waiting for death. Lin Jianzhi defeating Moshe is hardly impressive. The disciples around him nodded in agreement, finding his analysis reasonable. However, one astute disciple pointed out that Lin Jianzhi's attempt to comprehend the Great Luo Sword Classic at this juncture was rather peculiar, given that everyone knew his cultivation was lost and his days were numbered. I see now, Lin Jianzhi seeks to grasp the Great Luo Sword Classic before his demise, hoping to attract the attention of the sect master for a miraculous elixir to extend his life. Jimin coldly snorted, having discerned Lin Jianzhi's intentions, and sneered repeatedly. How did I not realize before that this little rascal has quite the cunning mind? Yet, a man who cannot survive 5 days wishes to comprehend the Great Luo Sword Classic? I wager he cannot even grasp the first move, Star Shatter. Ha! A delusional dreamer. How naive. With a keen understanding of Lin Jianzhi's motives, Jimin waved his hand decisively, leading a throng of disciples toward the sword pavilion. Follow me to the sword pavilion. Whether Lin Jianzhi is truly a waste or merely feigning it, I, Jimin, shall ensure he receives his due. At the third floor of the sword pavilion, the Great Luo Sword Classic, classified as an earth-level technique, was vast and intricate, encompassing 3 sword moves: Star Shatter, Moon Pursuit, and Sun Devour. One technique surpasses another. The path of cultivation is equally fraught with challenges, as each technique presents its own formidable hurdles. Take, for instance, the first technique, Star Shatter. It necessitates the intricate manipulation of one's inner spiritual energy through 30 specific meridians, followed by a concentrated release into a longsword, culminating in the formation of a black star the size of a pigeon's egg, which detonates to vanquish foes. Each of these 30 meridians must be navigated with utmost precision. Even the slightest deviation in sequence can lead to a catastrophic surge of spiritual energy, ruptured meridians, or the perilous descent into madness. The cultivation of the first technique, Star Shatter, is thus a daunting endeavor. The second technique, Moon Pursuit, amplifies this difficulty manifold, requiring the manipulation of one's spiritual energy through a staggering 96 meridians. As for the third technique, the most potent of all, Sun Devour, it demands the navigation of an astonishing 564 meridians. Among the 2,000 disciples of the Lingjian Sect, fewer than 200 have successfully mastered Star Shatter, and the number of those who can wield Moon Pursuit does not exceed 20. As for the formidable Sun Devour, it is a feat accomplished by no more than a handful. In the memories of the original owner, only the eldest disciple, Lu Jiang, has mastered the ultimate killing technique, Sun Devour, from the Luo sword canon. Even he expended countless spiritual stones and elixirs, benefiting from the direct tutelage of Master Ji Qing. and invested several years to fully grasp it. The arduous nature of these techniques is precisely why the death.Low-key sword canon has been inscribed upon the stone tablet on the third floor of the sword pavilion, allowing direct disciples to observe and practice at will, while inner and outer disciples may also glean insights by contributing a requisite number of spiritual stones. Yet, upon Lin Jian's arrival, all conventional wisdom and established norms were forcefully upended. While ordinary disciples require months to successfully cultivate Star Shatter, he, Lin Jian, achieved mastery in an instant after merely glancing at the stone tablet. In contrast, those same ordinary disciples would need years to successfully cultivate Moon Pursuit. Lin Jianzhi cast a fleeting glance at the stone tablet, and in an instant, it was accomplished. Lin Jianzhi found himself in a state of utter bewilderment. Despite his apparent simplicity, he had come to realize that his aptitude for cultivation was far from ordinary. In the past, mastering the great Tao of sky devouring technique and the human character secret had consumed an entire day of effort, leading him to believe he was hopelessly inept. Akin to an uncarvable piece of wood, the enigmatic Master Tower had not elucidated his words clearly, leaving Lin Jianzhi's heart in a tumultuous state. However, it now appeared that he was not only blessed with considerable talent, but he might indeed be a prodigy of legend. This revelation greatly encouraged Lin Jianzhi, prompting him to disregard the seemingly lifeless Master Tower and focus intently on the stone tablet, delving into the most formidable technique of the death.Low-key sword canon, Devouring. He drew upon his own spiritual energy as fuel, traversing through 564 meridians, ultimately converging at the dantian, igniting it to manifest a resplendent sun. As he memorized the essentials of the Devouring sword technique, he endeavored to guide the internal spiritual energy through his meridians. 10, 50, 200. During his inaugural practice, he successfully opened the 326th meridian in one go. Yet, as he attempted to breach the 327th, he faltered. Is this what cultivators refer to as a bottleneck? The failure to flawlessly execute the Devouring technique raised a frown upon Lin Jianzhi's brow. This was the first cultivation bottleneck he encountered since his arrival in this world. Once more, with his eyes closed in contemplation, Lin Jianzhi did not hesitate, immediately charging forth against the so-called bottleneck. Since this approach proved futile, he resolved to adopt a different strategy. Bang! The 327th meridian was instantaneously opened, shattering the so-called bottleneck in an instant. Following this breakthrough, he swiftly progressed to the 328th, 353, 462. After nearly 10 breaths of time, he achieved mastery of the Devouring technique. Lin Jianzhi opened his eyes. Having comprehended the three sword techniques of the death.Low-key sword classic in less than the time it takes to burn half an incense stick, not only is it something that no one in the entire Lingjian Sect could achieve, but it is also an unprecedented feat in the Xianyu Empire in this realm. Lin Jianzhi brushed off the dust from his garments, clasped his hands behind his back, and, with his flowing white attire, spoke disdainfully. The so-called bottleneck in cultivation is nothing extraordinary. Tayi. Just as Lin Jianzhi had begun to comprehend the profound principles of the great Luo sword canon, he heard a cacophony rising from below. Have they finally arrived? Their pace is indeed rather sluggish. Lin Jianzhi pushed open the door and descended. Although he was unaware of the identity of his visitor, it mattered little. As a time traveler, Lin Jianzhi understood one fundamental truth. In every drama and novel, when the male protagonist reaches the zenith of his powers, there invariably emerges a petty antagonist or a formidable villain to bestow riches, women, or wisdom upon him, a complete spectacle of ostentation and face-slapping. What a drab world it would be devoid of villains. Moreover, given Lin Jianzhi's audacious act of slapping Mo Sha in the sword pavilion and subsequently ascending to the third floor to comprehend the great Luo sword classic, such an unusual display would undoubtedly attract the attention of certain individuals. It was reasonable to expect that a lackey or two would come forth to test his mettle. As anticipated, the moment Lin Jianzhi stepped out of the sword pavilion, he was intercepted by Jimin, who had been waiting there. Despite Jimin's audacity, he dared not intrude into the sacred grounds of the sword pavilion. Thus he remained obediently at the entrance. However, he did not expect that Lin Jianzhi would emerge from the third floor so swiftly. Such speed. Surely he could not have even perused the great Luo sword classic? Lin Jianzhi, you must have comprehended the great Luo sword classic by now, haven't you? Jimin, brandishing his longsword, blocked Lin Jianzhi's path while taunting him. The great Luo sword classic is divided into three forms. Have you grasped the Shattered Star or the Moon Chaser? What? Neither? Then you must have comprehended all three. Shattered Star, Moon Chaser, and Sun Devourer, ahaha. As soon as Jimin finished his jest, his entourage erupted into laughter, and even the onlooking disciples stifled their giggles, their eyes filled with mockery as they regarded Lin Jianzhi. Everyone was aware that Jimin's remarks were merely an attempt to amuse himself at Lin Jianzhi's expense. However, Lin Jianzhi paused for a moment, gazing earnestly at Jimin, and blurted out, "How did you know? This foolish fellow had planted spies beside him. How could news have leaked so swiftly?" Jimin was momentarily rendered speechless by this retort. The earnestness on Lin Jianzhi's face, so natural and unassuming, left Jimin feeling as though he intended to toy with a monkey, only to find himself outsmarted instead. What an affront! Having been slighted, Jimin drew his longsword, pointing its edge directly at Lin Jianzhi, since what had proven insufficient. He would settle matters with strength. A man must let his prowess speak for him. No time. Take me where it's cool. Lin Jianzhi flicked his fingers, effortlessly deflecting the sword before him, and turned to leave. What a bunch of insignificant fools, thinking they can challenge me, Lin Jianzhi. Who do you think you are? I have no time for such trivialities. Lin Jianzhi truly could not recall the name of the fool before him. Remembering the names of 5 direct disciples was already quite a feat, Lin Jianzhi. You seek your own demise. I am from the Jimin, the foremost disciple of the inner sect of the Lingjian Sect, a cultivator of the grandson of the Grand Elder, Ji Jiangha, the one with the greatest potential to become a direct disciple within the entire Lingjian Sect. Lin Jianzhi surprisingly does not recognize himself. He does not recognize himself. The greatest insult is to be disregarded, and Lin Jianzhi actually claims to be unfamiliar with his own lineage, which, this is nothing short of a blatant humiliation, akin to defecating on the very head of his own lineage, as if his head is not even worthy of a proper footing. How slippery. The one most likely to become the favored disciple? Lin Jianzhi was momentarily taken aback, then curiously retorted, "Then why are you not a direct disciple yet?" The atmosphere turned tense and foreboding. The face of Jimin darkened completely, his body trembling with rage, his bloodshot eyes brimming with malice. "Lin Jianzhi, I challenge you," he declared. 3 days from now, we shall engage in a life-and-death battle on the arena." Jimin let out an eerie laugh, asserting that even if Lin Jianzhi were not incapacitated, he would still not be a match for him. "If you are a man, if you have the guts." However, before Jimin could finish his menacing proclamation, Lin Jianzhi impatiently interjected, "Enough with the nonsense. I have no time to wait 3 days. A life-and-death battle, you say? Let us do it now. I still have to seek retribution from Song Shudi." With that, Lin Jianzhi leapt onto the viewing platform before the sword pavilion, hands clasped behind his back, wearing an expression of indifference. The surrounding disciples gasped in shock, their gazes towards Lin Jianzhi filled with pity. Jimin was a practitioner of he was the grandson of the Grand Elder. In terms of strength, how could a mere waste, who had lost all his cultivation and was destined to perish within 5 days, compete? In terms of background, he was a disciple neglected by his master, oppressed by his senior brothers, and humiliated by junior brothers. Furthermore, as an inner sect disciple, Jimin bore no burdens or reservations like Lu Jiang or Chen Xiao. Killing Lin Jianzhi, this direct disciple, would only enhance his reputation. Endure for a moment, and the storm shall pass. Take a step back, and the sea will be vast as the sky. It was evident to all that Jimin had come today solely to provoke Lin Jianzhi. This Lin Jianzhi truly did not know the gravity of the situation. He could merely kneel before Jimin, bowing his head in apology, pleading for leniency. But he insisted on confronting him. "Very well, Lin Jianzhi, you have brought this upon yourself." In a fit of rage, Jimin's spiritual power surged violently. The prowess of the erupting forth. A long sword shot forth like a rainbow, aimed directly at Lin Jianzhi's heart. Some timid disciples covered their eyes, unable to bear witness to the sight of Lin Jianzhi being pierced through the heart, blood splattering in a gruesome scene. Chapter 21. Revealing strength outside the gates of the Lingjian Sect, several figures approached swiftly on flying swords. Leading them was a man clad in black. His face set in a stern expression. He required no magical artifacts to traverse the air, seemingly walking upon the void. This ethereal feat could only be accomplished by a master of This individual was none other than the Sword King, Cui Chan, who had returned to the Lingjian Sect after the incident in the Hongduan Mountains. "Sword King, this is our Lingjian Sect." Elder Mo Qin Shan and the 2 other surviving disciples sighed in relief, the joy of having survived the calamity eclipsing all else as they gazed upon the towering gates now within reach. Cui Chan surveyed the majestic mountain range that pierced the clouds, enveloped in spiritual energy, with celestial cranes emerging from the mist. with a stoic expression. He nodded slightly before taking a step forward. Boom. A milky white light curtain materialized out of thin air, standing before Chui-chan. Within the curtain, wisps of mist billowed. Suffused with a myriad of rosy hues, and an undercurrent of chilling menace lingered, evoking a sense of dread. Elder. This is the cloud and mist-shielding array of our Spirit Sword sect, a celestial-level formation meticulously crafted over a century by generations of our sect's masters. Even an ordinary practitioner of the spirit connection realm could withstand it to some extent. As the mention of the cloud and mist-shielding array left the second elder's withered visage brimming with pride, his confidence was palpable. Like martial arts, array formations are categorized into 4 tiers: celestial, earthly, profound, and yellow. In the Xianyu Empire, it was a remarkable feat for ordinary sects to possess an earthly-level protective formation, yet the Spirit Sword sect boasted a celestial-level array, indeed worthy of boasting. Please wait a moment, Elder. I shall promptly notify the disciples within the sect to withdraw the protective array. While speaking, the second elder retrieved a milky white jade pendant from his bosom. As he performed a series of hand seals to channel his spiritual energy, he continued addressing Sword King Chui-chan. Once we enter the Spirit Sword sect, I shall immediately report everything to the sect master, who will surely express his gratitude. However, before the second elder could finish his sentence, Chui-chan, with a countenance of icy resolve, waved his hand dismissively, interrupting, "There is no need for such trouble. Once I breach this so-called cloud and mist-shielding array, your sect master will naturally make an appearance." With that, amidst the terrified expressions of the second elder and others, Chui-chan extended his right index finger, condensing a dazzling sword radiance at its tip. Then, using his finger as a blade, he thrust forcefully forward. The second elder gasped. "Elder, no, don't." Crack. The moment the sword radiance made contact with the white light curtain, it fissured, cracks proliferating like a bursting spider's web. Bang. In an instant, the white light curtain shattered with a thunderous roar. The face of the second elder, Mo-chi-shan, oscillated between crimson and pallid hues, embarrassment washing over him as he wished to disappear into the ground. Just moments ago, he had boasted about their cloud and mist shielding array being a celestial-level formation capable of withstanding even ordinary practitioners of the spirit connection realm. Yet in the next moment, the slap of reality came far too swiftly. It barely qualified as a celestial-level array, merely a slight improvement over an ordinary earthly-level formation. Chui-chan cast a sidelong glance at the petrified second elder and the others, then stepped into the skies above the Spirit Sword sect. The cloud and mist shielding array might hold off ordinary practitioners of the spirit connection realm for a brief moment, but was he, Sword King Chui-chan, merely an ordinary practitioner of that realm? In his lifetime, he had successfully ignited spiritual fire, a fearsome existence. Even now, though reduced to a living corpse, his prowess had not diminished to that of an ordinary practitioner. Not to mention, sword cultivators are inherently aggressive, adept at annihilation. Whoosh. As Chui-chan stepped forward, the clouds and mist above the Lingjian Sect once again began to swirl, accompanied by the resonant tolling of bells. The protective formation of the sect was reactivated, and amidst the rolling fog, several white light screens materialized, soaring towards Chui-chan. With a scornful smile, Chui-chan extended 2 fingers, the tip of which shimmered with sword light, swelling from an inch to 3. With a sharp sound, a sizzling noise echoed. However, just as Chui-chan prepared to strike, arcs of electricity crackled and reverberated through the heavens and the earth. In the next moment, a middle-aged man clad in a dark robe appeared before the Sword King Chui-chan. This man was none other than Ji Qing, the sect master of the Lingjian Sect, who floated in the air, exuding an aura of authority without anger, with arcs of electricity flickering around him. His formidable presence swept across the vicinity of the Lingjian Sect, subtly resonating with the protective formation that cloaked the skies in smoke. "Why do you assail the protective formation of my Lingjian Sect?" Ji Qing furrowed his brows and regarded the Sword King Chui-chan with evident wariness, feeling an unprecedented pressure emanating from him. "May I inquire who you are?" In response to Ji Qing's inquiry, the Sword King Chui-chan remained impassive, silent as ever. He simply raised his right hand, with his index and middle fingers poised, gathering a brilliant sword light at their tips. Master. The sudden turn of events startled the second elder and others, who feared that a conflict might erupt between the two. They hurriedly stepped forward to explain, "Master, you are unaware that this esteemed elder is the Sword King Chui-chan. We ventured deep into the Hungduan Mountains to investigate a secret realm, only to be ensnared by the ploys of the Xianyuan sect and beset by a horde of soul-eating mice. Had it not been for this elder's intervention, we would have perished long ago. Afterward, I took the liberty of inviting Sword King Cui Chan to our Lingjian Sect without promptly informing you. And I humbly ask for your forgiveness." As he spoke, the second elder, Mo Chi Shan, kept winking at Sect Master Ji Qing. Ji Qing, not lacking in perception, quickly discerned the underlying intention of the second elder and immediately retracted the tempestuous thunder, adopting a more amiable demeanor. As the only spiritual realm expert in the Lingjian Sect, if he could recruit another, which neighboring sect would dare to stand against them? "Oh, I see. In that case, I extend my gratitude to you, Daoist Chui." Ji Qing's lips curved upward slightly, and he clasped his hands in a respectful gesture toward the silent Cui Chan, warmly inviting. "It is truly an honor for my Lingjian Sect to host you, Daoist Chui. Please, do come." In a show of sincerity, Ji Qing abruptly waved his hand, dissolving the entire protective formation. "There's no need to rush. Let us engage in a contest first." However, to his surprise, Cui Chan did not take the opportunity to retreat but instead summoned all his spiritual power, pointing decisively at the sky above amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers. His strike was forceful, unparalleled in its dominance. Swish, swish, swish. 5, 10, 100, 500. The dense sword energy descended like a tempest, enveloping Ji Qing entirely. The spring breeze transformed into rain, and swords fell like droplets. Confronted with the terrifying killing move of Cui Chan, Ji Qing let out a cold snort, his expression darkening, and then summoned a vast thunderous spiritual power from within, charging forward. The Great Sun Thunder Sword technique, thunder extinguish. Boom. The clash of sword energy and thunder resounded. A deafening explosion echoed throughout the surroundings, and a terrifying shockwave swept across the sky. The second elder and others turned pale with fear, instinctively retreating without a second thought, anxious that they might be too slow to avoid the residual force of the battle, risking instant demise. This was a confrontation between powerful beings at the spirit communication realm. A single misstep could lead to cataclysmic consequences. Observing the increasingly frenzied duel between the two, the second elder, Mo Chi Shan, felt an inexplicable tremor in his heart. He suddenly regretted inviting the Sword King Cui Chan to the Lingjian Sect. If their sect leader Ji Qing were to be defeated, would the Lingjian Sect have to change its course? Would they need to seek a new master? Meanwhile, upon the high platform before the sword pavilion, Lin Jianzhi and Ji Min engaged in a life-and-death battle on the life-and-death stage. The Lingjian Sect's rules strictly prohibited disciples from harming one another. Violations would result in severe punishment, including being sent to the reflective cliff for contemplation, and in serious cases leading to immediate execution if disciples were harmed. However, where there are people, there are grievances and vendettas. Mere regulations cannot resolve enmities, thus the Lingjian Sect established the rule of life-and-death duels. As long as both parties agreed to the duel and signed a life-and-death contract with the elders, setting a date, they could ascend the life-and-death stage and fight until only one remained. The process was rather cumbersome, which was why Ji Min sought to schedule the duel 3 days hence. Yet, for a mere insignificant opponent, Lin Jianzhi had no time to waste in idle negotiations. If they were to fight, let them fight. Why waste breath on unnecessary words? Under Lin Jianzhi's provocation, Ji Min could no longer concern himself with anything else. He leaped onto the life-and-death stage, his spiritual powers surging violently, and thrust his sword towards Lin Jianzhi's heart. Ji Min was at the consolidation realm, with a formidable background, practicing a high-tier technique, and with ample elixirs at his disposal. Under the careful guidance of the Grand Elder, his strength surged tremendously. He was indeed the foremost disciple of the inner sect, far surpassing the likes of Luo Qing and other outer sect disciples. As he was not a disciple of Ji Qing, he had never ascended to become a direct disciple of the Lingjian Sect. However, should he eliminate Lin Jianzhi, the position of direct disciple would become vacant. And at that time, the Grand Elder would subtly lend his support. Swish. Yet, faced with Ji Min's fierce thrust, Lin Jianzhi merely tapped his toes, his figure flickering, effortlessly evading the attack. As Ji Min's pupils dilated dramatically, it became evident that his agility was not characteristic of a mere waste of potential. The surrounding disciples, who had been too frightened to keep their eyes open, gasped in astonishment as Lin Jianzhi remained unscathed. Dare to hide? Such folly. In a fit of rage after his initial failure, Ji Min unleashed a series of sharp, piercing sounds from his shark-slaying sword, charging once more at Lin Jianzhi. This sword was no ordinary weapon. It was a true flying sword artifact of the condensation realm, a treasure that the Grand Elder had risked his life to procure from a secret realm for the protection of Ji Min. Such artifacts were exceedingly rare, classified into 10 grades that paralleled cultivation levels: body refinement, chi refinement, condensation, dan formation, spirit connection, spirit fire, divine refinement, void return, divine transformation, and tribulation crossing, in a bid to elevate Jimin to a direct disciple of the Spirit Sword sect. The Grand Elder had gone so far as to bestow the invaluable shark-slaying sword upon him. His devotion to his grandson was truly commendable. With the shark-slaying sword in hand, Jimin struck with the ferocity of a venomous serpent, launching a relentless barrage of attacks, thrusting, slicing, and cleaving. Yet, after a flurry of vigorous assaults, he found himself gasping for breath, having failed to inflict even a scratch upon Lin Jianzhi. The onlookers were left agape, their eyes wide with disbelief. Wasn't Lin Jianzhi supposed to be on the brink of death? How could he be so formidable? Moreover, it was evident that Lin Jianzhi, with his dazed expression, had not even acknowledged Jimin since the onset of their confrontation, clearly dismissing him as a non-entity. Lin Jianzhi, you useless fool. Is evasion all you know? Jimin seethed, his pupils threatening to burst, utterly consumed by fury as he prepared to unleash his most powerful technique, the mystical great art, long rainbow piercing the sun die. Pouring his spiritual energy entirely into the shark-slaying sword, it buzzed ominously, and a fierce sword aura surged forth, aimed at the seemingly entranced Lin Jianzhi. With the combination of the mystical grade technique and the shark-slaying sword's enhancement, this strike was sure to be lethal. Not even Qin Xiao or Song Shui could withstand such power. Thus, Lin Jianzhi was destined for death. However, amidst Jimin's furious roar, Lin Jianzhi's once dazed eyes finally regained clarity. Just as he prepared to confront Jimin on the life and death platform, the Sword King Cui Chan arrived above the Spirit Sword sect. In that moment, Lin Jianzhi seized the opportunity to occupy Cui Chan's body, exerting control over this living puppet. Forcefully breaking through the sect's protective grand formation and engaging in a fierce battle with his master, Ji Qing. Although the Sword King Cui Chan retained a fragment of consciousness, he ultimately remained a puppet. As long as Lin Jianzhi willed it, and the distance was sufficient, he could manipulate the Sword King Cui Chan at any moment to execute his desires. Now, the battle with my esteemed master Ji Qing has concluded. It is time to deal with this incessant buzzing fly before me. Lin Jianzhi, I have unleashed the profound technique, long rainbow piercing the sun. Did you not ascend to the 3rd floor of the sword pavilion to comprehend the death.Low-key sword cannon? Then demonstrate it. Do put it to use. Haha. Amidst Jimin's raucous laughter, Lin Jianzhi brought his right hand to align his index and middle fingers, channeling his internal spiritual energy through a unique meridian, instantly unleashing the power of the 6th level of chi refinement. As you wish. Then, to Jimin's horror, he transformed his finger into a sword, condensing a small black star at its tip. Death.Low-key sword cannon, shattered star. Boom. The moment this minuscule black star emerged, it erupted with a terrifying pressure, shattering Jimin's fierce sword chi in an instant. The residual force surged forth, relentlessly pressing towards the already frightened Jimin. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, this small star, with thunderous might, obliterated all of Jimin's defenses, hurtling directly towards his chest. Before Jimin could utter a cry of despair, Lin Jianzhi's palm had already brutally penetrated Jimin's chest, shattering ribs and tearing through flesh, blood gushing forth. Then, transforming his palm into a claw, he savagely grasped Jimin's still-beating heart within his grasp. Chapter 22, completely unhinged. Quickly, it was all happening far too swiftly. Just an instant ago, the disciples believed Lin Jianzhi would surely perish beneath Jimin's long rainbow piercing the sun. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Lin Jianzhi unleashed a terrifying power of the 6th level of chi refinement, executing the shattered star, one of the earth-tier techniques from the Death.Low-key sword cannon, forcefully overwhelming everything. Only after he had torn open Jimin's chest and seized the still-beating heart did the crowd regain their senses. Heavens! Lin Jian, Brother Lin actually, triumphed. Jimin possesses the cultivation of the condensation realm, practices a profound technique, and wields the flying sword, the Shark Slayer. How is it possible that Brother Lin was not incapacitated? Could it be that he was never injured at the thought reflection cliff? What cunning depths he possesses. No. Brother Lin, he is merely at the 6th level of chi refinement, a realm inferior to mine. How could he defeat someone from the condensation realm? This is inconceivable. Shattered star. This is the first move of the earth-tier Death.Low-key sword cannon. I have diligently contemplated it day and night for a full 5 years, yet have yet to master it. How could he, Lin Jianzhi, possess such merit and ability to comprehend it fully? The gathered disciples were abuzz with speculation. voicing a myriad of thoughts: excitement, astonishment, incredulity, unbelievability, a cacophony of emotions intertwined, rendering the entire sword pavilion a hubbub of fervor. Lin Jianzhi, you despicable villain. You were never incapacitated at the thought reflection cliff. You have long mastered the star shatter. Your concealment runs deep. My heart is gripped in Lingjian's palm, my life and death resting upon his fleeting thoughts. A tremendous agony surges through my mind, causing cold sweat to beat upon my brow. Even if I were to die, I would never believe that star shatter was merely a recent enlightenment of Lingjian. How little time has passed since he ascended to the 3rd floor of the sword pavilion. Not even the duration of a tea break. And he has comprehended the first form of an earth-tier technique, star shatter? Does he think me a complete fool? Lingjian, you worthless wretch. Release me. Let me go. I struggle with all my might, yet the slightest movement sends waves of excruciating pain coursing through my body, forcing me to grimace in agony. Yet, despite this torment, I remain undaunted, for I know that Lingjian dares not kill me. The rules of the Lingjian Sect strictly prohibit disciples from harming one another. Those who transgress shall face punishment at the cliff of reflection. Should it result in injury or death, the elders or the sect leader would strike them down without hesitation. Lin Jianzhi is far from a fool, nor would he be foolish enough to contemplate demise. On the contrary, he is remarkably astute. Otherwise, he would not conceal himself so profoundly. His every action is orchestrated to capture the attention of the sect leader, in hopes of being granted healing elixirs. One must ponder, how could such an individual dare to eliminate the G-man? How could he possess the audacity to extinguish the G-man? How absurd. Lin Jianzhi let out a cold snort, gripping the heart of his opponent with his hand, secretly invoking the great path of devouring heaven technique. In an instant, a terrifying force of absorption erupted from his left hand, which clutched the heart of G-man and began to voraciously consume the spiritual energy within him. Lin Jianzhi, what have you done to me? G-man cried out in utter panic, as his cultivation level plummeted from the mid-stage of the condensed Yuan realm to the initial stage. He believed that Lin Jianzhi would not dare to kill him, yet he could not be certain that Lin Jianzhi would refrain from rendering him powerless. After all, being incapacitated did not equate to death. Release me. Let me go. If you dare to cripple me, my grandfather will not spare you. He will not let you off. My spiritual energy, my cultivation. Yet, no matter how fervently G-man screamed or pleaded, Lin Jianzhi remained indifferent to his frantic cries, merely accelerating the process of consumption. As the great path of devouring heaven reached its peak, the horrifying force of absorption spread thoroughly within G-man's body. Within 10 breaths, the majority of G-man's spiritual energy had been devoured, causing his cultivation level to drop to the 5th tier of the Qi refining realm, rendering G-man's existence more torturous than death itself. At the 5th tier of the Qi refining realm, he could forget about advancing to a direct disciple. He might not even retain his status as an inner sect disciple. What are you all waiting for? Hurry and attack. Kill Lin Jianzhi. I will bear all the consequences. If I am crippled, none of you will escape. Amidst G-man's thunderous threats, 5 or 6 onlooking disciples could no longer remain idle. They were all subordinates of G-man, accustomed to enjoying the benefits of his patronage. With G-man in dire straits, it was utterly unacceptable for them to remain inactive, and they all drew their swords to charge at Lin Jianzhi. Given their meager strength and courage, they dared not truly kill Lin Jianzhi, but distracting him to compel his release of G-man was not too great a challenge. A bunch of fools, courting death. Lin Jianzhi furrowed his brow, and with a swift motion of his right hand, he seized the slaughtering sword from the hands of the G-man disciple. He then unleashed a powerful strike towards the 5 or 6 approaching disciples, exclaiming, "Damn it, do you truly believe that I, Lin Jianzhi, would hesitate to kill you?" As he channeled an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy into the shark-slaying sword, a small black star rapidly coalesced at its tip. "Not good, run," they cried in panic. "Lin Jianzhi has gone mad. He is truly attempting to kill us. Flee, flee. This is the shattered star from the Deluo sword classic. Even senior G-man cannot withstand it, and we are utterly powerless." Boom. By the time the 5 or 6 disciples recognized the impending danger, the black star shot towards them at breakneck speed, only to explode with a deafening roar. A terrifying wave of energy engulfed the entire high platform, and when the dust settled, it was no surprise that the disciples of the Lingjian Sect lay lifeless, their bodies strewn across the ground, utterly annihilated. Severed limbs flew through the air, and crimson blood stained the high platform, dyeing Lin Jianzhi's white robe and splattering G-man's pallid face. Silence. A profound stillness enveloped the scene. although the area was filled with onlookers. The atmosphere was so tense that even the sound of a pin dropping would have been clearly audible, as if the entire world had been paused. A female disciple, overwhelmed by the gruesome sight, broke the silence with a scream. In the next moment, the gathered disciples, terrified, scrambled to escape, scattering like frightened birds. No longer daring to linger, fearing that the crazed Lin Jianzhi might bestow upon them a similar fate. Lin Jianzhi, how dare you kill them? Are you not afraid of the sect rules, not afraid of the sect master Jimin, having completely exhausted his spiritual energy? Found his cultivation plummet from the primordial realm to the first level of the body refinement realm, reduced to a mere mortal, utterly devoid of power. Afraid? If Lin Jianzhi had harbored any hesitations before, now that the living dead sword king, Cui Chan, had returned, what was there to fear? After devouring and refining Jimin's spiritual energy, Lin Jianzhi's cultivation surged from the 6th level of the Qi refinement realm to the 8th level. It must be said, Jimin was indeed a pitiful being. Possessing a mid-stage primordial realm cultivation, his energy only facilitated Lin Jianzhi's ascent by 2 levels. Extending his crimson tongue, Lin Jianzhi licked his lips, gazing with a sense of insatiable delight at the disheveled Jimin, and coldly remarked, "Now, what do you suppose? Do I dare to kill you?" Gulp. Under the calm gaze of Lin Jianzhi, Jimin could not help but swallow hard. He desperately wished to assert that Lin Jianzhi would not dare, that the rules of the Lingjian Sect would protect him. I long to proclaim that my grandfather is the esteemed Grand Elder of the Lingjian Sect, and to assert that slaying him would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Yet, as the Jimin spoke, the words that emerged were, "Lingjian, I have erred. Please, spare my life, and treat me as a mere dog, releasing me. I, from the Jimin, shall never seek retribution." Lin Jianzhi patted Jimin's shoulder, and the murderous intent dissipated into thin air. A faint smile graced his lips as he spoke. "We are all brothers in the same sect. There is no need for violence. A simple apology will suffice. I, Lin Jianzhi, am not a petty person. Moreover, it is not a grave matter. Simply strive to be a better person in your next life." However, as Jimin felt a sense of relief, Lin Jianzhi's left hand, which had been grasping Jimin's heart, suddenly sought to exert tremendous force. "Stop. Do not harm my grandson's life." At that moment, a terrifying aura of the Golden Core realm surged into the sky, rapidly approaching from behind Lin Jianzhi. "Lin Jianzhi, release my grandson, and we can discuss this amicably. But if you dare to take his life, I will ensure you meet a fate worse than death, turning your bones to dust." With a sudden crash, before the words of Jijiangi could be fully articulated, Lin Jianzhi completely crushed Jimin's heart, reducing it to a puddle of flesh and blood. Jimin instantly succumbed to death, his eyes wide open in shock, unable to close them even in death. As Lin Jianzhi diligently wiped the blood-stained left hand against the body of Jimin, he leisurely turned around to face the furious Jijiangi, who had just rushed towards him. With a perplexed expression, he inquired, "Elder, what was it you just said?" Chapter 23, The Explosive Confrontation. Lin Jianzhi's true trump card. Jijiangi stood there, his eyes vacant and filled with bewilderment as he gazed at the fallen Jimin, struggling to comprehend the situation. Jimin was dead. His only beloved grandson had perished, killed by a mere Qi refining cultivator, right before his very eyes. How could this be? How could this happen? Jijiangi was a formidable figure in the core formation realm, the esteemed elder of the Spirit Sword Sect. His power and status were second only to that of the sect master, a true embodiment of being one beneath the heavens, yet above all others. My grandson, my dear grandson. Witnessing the seemingly innocent Lin Jianzhi before him, Jijiangi descended into utter madness. The oppressive aura of the core formation surged dramatically, enveloping an area of 100 meters around the sword pavilion. "Lin Jianzhi, I shall." But before Jijiangi could finish his threat, Lin Jianzhi nonchalantly kicked Jimin's lifeless body towards Jijiangi, casually waving his hand. "So, the elder was looking for his grandson. I shall leave my brother Jimin in your care. I have matters to attend to, so I won't keep you any longer." In truth, with Lin Jianzhi's current devouring power, he could have easily reduced Jimin's corpse to ash, extracting the last remnants of his vitality. However, in order to conceal the profound technique of devouring the heavens, he opted to leave Jimin's body intact. Of course, the primary reason was that Jimin's meager vitality was of no interest to Lin Jianzhi. Jijiangi caught the corpse of Jimin as it flew towards him, his murky eyes rapidly turning blood red, and his slightly stooped body trembled uncontrollably. Observing Lin Jianzhi, who appeared unfazed and was about to depart, Zhijiangyi laughed, a wild, unrestrained laugh. Then, with a serene expression, he placed Jimin's body on the ground, formed hand seals, and summoned a palm-sized jade wine jug, which swelled dramatically in size. "Jade ding jug, come to me!" With a thunderous shout from Zhijiangyi. The once palm-sized jug expanded to hundreds of meters, its mouth inverted, unleashing a terrifying suction force. Before Lin Jianzhi could react, he was drawn into the jug, severing all ties with the outside world. Swish! The Jijiang River then leapt into the air, plunging into the jade cauldron. From that moment on, the Grand Sword Pavilion was reduced to the presence of a colossal jade cauldron, towering majestically in the center, devoid of anything else. Earlier, the onlookers, frightened and scattered, now succumbed to their curiosity and cautiously peered back in, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. Inside the jade cauldron, Lin Jianzhi surveyed the murky surroundings. His brow slightly furrowed. "Youngster, you sought to be reckless. How do you find yourself now?" The voice of Tower Master resonated within his consciousness, bringing an instant sense of reassurance to Lin Jianzhi. Although this jade cauldron was merely a treasure of the condensing essence realm, it was but a thin veil away from a treasure of the core formation realm. Do not think that as a mere chi refining realm cultivator, you could escape its grasp. Even a fellow cultivator of the core formation realm would find it a formidable challenge to evade. Do not say I did not warn you. With your current cultivation and strength, there is no way you could evade this old fellow's hold. Despite Tower Master's friendly warning, Lin Jianzhi remained unperturbed, casually wandering within the cauldron's realm while dismissively waving his hand. "I am aware, but I have no intentions of fleeing. Do not count on me, for I shall not intervene lightly. Should I act, it would provoke the heavenly laws of this realm, leading to— Tower Master, you are overthinking it. I have no expectations of your intervention." Bang! As Lin Jianzhi engaged in conversation with Master Ta, a figure descended from the heavens, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. Once the terrifying shockwave dissipated and the dust settled, Lin Jianzhi finally discerned the imposing presence of the Grand Elder. "Jijiangta, Grand Elder, your entrance is quite dramatic. When will you teach me such a grand display?" Lin Jianzhi, displaying no sense of formality, greeted the ominous and imposing Grand Elder before him with a smile. "Lin Jianzhi, you are quite impressive. Truly impressive. There is no need to feign madness before me. Having slain my grandson, I, Jijianghe, shall ensure that you are ground to dust." As he spoke, Jijianghe clenched his hand, and a jade flying sword appeared within his palm. Although this sword was not an ordinary weapon, it paled in comparison to the shark-slaying sword in the possession of the Ji clan. This clearly illustrated the Grand Elder's affection for his grandson. Regrettably, that shark-slaying sword now belonged to Lin Jianzhi. "I am fully aware of your thoughts. You have been wrongfully accused and punished to the cliff of reflection, resulting in the loss of your cultivation, leaving you grievously injured and with little time left to live. You are disillusioned with the sect leader, disappointed in the Spirit Sword sect, and have lost hope in the world itself. You mistakenly believe that your days are numbered, thus acting without fear. But you are gravely mistaken." The Grand Elder Jijianghe continued his rambling monologue, advancing step by step towards Lin Jianzhi. "There are countless things in this world more terrifying than death. Even if you, Lin Jianzhi, have but 5 days to live, I, Jijianghe, will ensure that you experience every conceivable torment during those 5 days. You will find yourself unable to live and unable to die. Do not think that the sect leader will come to your rescue. I shall confine you within this jade cauldron, fearing that your anguish screams might attract others. Fear not, for I shall first break your limbs, then suspend you, blindfolded, and make an incision in your wrist, forcing you to listen to your own blood dripping down." Swish! Before Jijianghe could finish his ominous proclamation, Lin Jianzhi launched an assault with the sword. The shark-slaying sword in Lin Jianzhi's grasp instantly unleashed the true power of a condensing essence realm treasure. 2 streams of sword energy cleaved through the air, aimed directly at Jijianghe with a decisive ferocity. "Old fool, why do you resemble your useless grandson? If you wish to fight, then fight. Spare me your incessant prattle. After dealing with the 2 of you, I still have to pursue my romantic endeavors with Song Shui." Bang! Bang! Yet, facing the 2 streams of sword energy unleashed by Lin Jianzhi, the Grand Elder did not even attempt to evade. The sword energy struck him, yet did not even tear his robe. The defenses of a Golden Core realm expert had reached an astonishing level. Even though Lin Jianzhi's strength surpassed that of his peers, he remained at the chi refinement stage. "Boy, is this all you are capable of?" The Grand Elder snorted coldly, as the jade sword in his hand erupted with brilliant sword light, thrusting directly towards Lin Jianzhi's forehead. Lin Jian's pupils dilated as he beheld the sword magnifying before his very eyes. It grew larger and larger, yet he found himself unable to evade it. His body rendered immobile. In truth, the Grand Elder's strike was not particularly swift, but the instant he was targeted by a cultivator of the core formation realm. The overwhelming pressure made Lin Jian feel as though he were being expelled by the very world itself, thus losing the ability to control his own body. Whoosh! As the sword was poised to pierce his brow, in that perilous moment, Lin Jian once again unleashed the great Tao of Devouring, enveloping himself in an aura of terrifying absorption. This was yet another remarkable application of the great Tao of Devouring that Lin Jian had discovered. The power of absorption could not only consume various energies for his own use, but it could also devour the intangible pressures and mental forces. In an instant, that oppressive force from the core formation realm was forcibly absorbed, and the sensation of being cast aside by the world vanished. Lin Jianzhi once again regained control over his body, leaning to the right just in time to narrowly evade the fierce strike. The elder, taken aback by his failed attempt, widened his eyes and fixed his gaze on Lin Jianzhi, astonished. A mere practitioner of the qi refining stage, no matter how extraordinary, should not be capable of withstanding the assault of a core formation cultivator. I see now. You possess a secret, a grand secret. The elder, realizing the implications, was overwhelmed with joy, breathing heavily as he regarded Lin Jianzhi with eyes brimming with avarice and malice. This seasoned veteran may not know the specifics of Lin Jianzhi's secret, but it must be remarkable if it allows a qi refining practitioner to endure the oppressive force unleashed by a core formation cultivator. If the secret were to fall into his hands, could it be that the master of the Spirit Sword sect would need to be replaced? The old man may have a keen nose for opportunity, but alas, he has no chance now. Lin Jian exhibited an extraordinary agility, instantaneously appearing behind the Grand Elder. He then channeled an immense surge of spiritual energy into the shark-slaying sword, causing the sword's tip to coalesce into an incredibly dark, minuscule star, aimed directly at the Grand Elder's face. Shatter the star, explode. With a resounding boom, a cloud of dust erupted, and a terrifying shockwave swept through the surroundings. Lin Jian's brows furrowed as he accelerated to his utmost limit, swiftly retreating. Bang! The moment he departed, a massive crater appeared where he had stood. There was no doubt that had he hesitated for even a breath longer, he would have sustained severe injuries from that strike. His reflexes were commendable, yet one must ponder. How many times can he evade? The Grand Elder advanced once more, wielding a jade flying sword, pressing forward step by step, lamenting, at such a tender age. You have already mastered the first form of the great Luo sword classic, Star Shatter. No wonder the sect faced defeat at your hands. Lin Jian, you have concealed your talents well over the years, even deceiving the sect leader. He continued, alas, your cultivation is too low, even if you grasp Star Shatter. What of it? With your qi refining realm, unless you comprehend the second form of the great Luo sword classic, Moon Pursuit. Even if I stood here for you to strike, you would be incapable. Before the Grand Elder could finish his sentence, his mouth fell agape, rendered speechless. Before him, Lin Jian, with a flick of his sword, unleashed the shark-slashing sword, accompanied by a silver moon that descended from the heavens, pressing down with overwhelming force. Second form of the great Luo sword classic, Moon Pursuit, perish. Boom. The silver moon crashed down, the terrifying explosion resonating throughout the jade cauldron. Cough. Cough. The Grand Elder was struck by this blow, retreating several steps, his footing faltering, his murky old eyes filled with astonishment. Lin Jian, you have even comprehended Moon Pursuit? You have deceived everyone. Your innate talent is entirely on par with Wen Qing and Lu Jiang. Taking a deep breath, the Grand Elder scoffed in disdain, declaring, yet you remain merely in the qi refining realm. Even if you comprehend Moon Pursuit, it remains futile. Unperturbed by the Grand Elder's mockery, Lin Jian continued his rapid movement, evading the Elder's energy lock while seeking another opportunity to strike. Then allow me to unveil my third move, my ultimate technique, Devour the Sun. As the words left his lips, Lin Jian ceased to conceal his power, channeling the secret technique, the human character formula, while pouring the last remnants of his spiritual energy into the shark-slashing sword. With the activation of the human character formula, Lin Jian's aura surged, his cultivation rapidly ascending. From the 8th layer of qi refining, to the 9th layer of qi refining, to the 10th layer of qi refining, to the 1st layer of condensation realm, to the 2nd layer of condensation realm, to the 3rd layer of condensation realm. In one breath, he broke through 5 realms, the surging spiritual energy continuously infusing into the shark-slashing sword, culminating in a resplendent sun of immense power before the astonished Grand Elder. Die. Boom. 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 The great sun, bearing unparalleled divine might, descended with a thunderous crash, instantly turning the jade cauldron upside down. This is bad. The Grand Elder hurriedly raised his sword to block. The fierce sword intent pierced through all defenses he had established. Swish. With a swift motion, Lin Jian's sword, the Shark Slayer, sliced through the Elder's arm, crimson blood gushing from the wound. The great sun shattered, and a terrifying wave of energy sent the Elder flying. Cough, cough. You little rascal, you have even mastered the Devouring Sun technique. Your talent surpasses that of Liu Jiang and the others. To elevate 5 realms in such a short time, what secret art have you practiced? As the Elder rose from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he formed hand seals to summon the power of the treasured jade cauldron. At that moment, his gaze towards Lin Jian was devoid of contempt, replaced instead with a hint of trepidation. Meanwhile, Lin Jian, utterly exhausted, found his realm plummeting from the 3rd layer of the condensing essence realm back to the 8th layer of the chi refining realm, his internal spiritual energy completely depleted. Jade cauldron, waters from the great river come forth and bind him. With a flick of his hand, a roaring river materialized within the jade cauldron, ensnaring Lin Jian and firmly suppressing him. Old fool, you have forced my hand. Lin Jian, having lost all power to resist, suddenly burst into laughter. Then, to the Elder's horror, he focused his thoughts. In an instant, a gentle rain began to fall within the realm of the jade cauldron. Upon closer inspection, every raindrop was a flying sword. Before the Elder could comprehend what was happening, an overwhelming pressure from the spirit connection realm descended from above. Chapter 24. An Oath to the Heart of Heaven's Path. Outside the gates of the Spirit Sword Sect, high above in the sky, the protective Grand Formation, the cloud veil array was shattered into pieces. The fierce sword energy even dispersed the clouds above, revealing a clear sky for miles. Crackling sounds echoed as flickering arcs of lightning illuminated the space, and within a radius of several thousand meters, thunder roared, creating an atmosphere of intense foreboding. 2 figures stood face to face, each regarding the other with vigilant expressions, their eyes betraying deep-seated apprehension. Elder Mo Qingshan led hundreds of disciples of the Spirit Sword Sect, soaring on their swords in formation, retreating far away to avoid being caught in the aftermath of the battle between the 2 formidable Spirit Connection Realm warriors. At such a moment, they would not even know how they met their demise, nor would they have a place to voice their grievances. Friend Shui, shall we continue? With a flying sword in hand, Ji Qing gazed at the man in black before him, his eyes narrowing slightly, and a wave of fear surged within his heart. He was well acquainted with the spiritual realm experts within the borders of the Xianyu Empire, yet the man before him, who claimed the title of Sword King, was entirely unfamiliar. He had neither seen nor heard of him before. Yet, the man's swordsmanship, shrouded in mystery and possessing an ethereal quality, surpassed Ji Qing's own, making the title of Sword King undeniably deserved. However, Ji Qing sensed that the black-clad man appeared somewhat rigid in battle, lacking agility and mobility. Otherwise, after their recent skirmish, he would have surely been injured. However, today he was a guest at the Spirit Sword Sect, and if they continued to fight, the protective formation of the sect would be rendered useless. Sword King Chui Chan waved his hand dismissively and strode forward into the Spirit Sword Sect, unguarded. Moreover, Sect Master Ji has yet to employ the Spirit Sword Zidian. Otherwise, I, Chui Chan, would have been at a disadvantage in our recent encounter. The Spirit Sword Zidian was the sacred artifact of the Spirit Sword Sect, a treasure of exceptional caliber, far surpassing the capabilities of ordinary flying swords. Though Ji Qing had not fully refined the Spirit Sword Zidian, he could still wield it to some extent. Once empowered by the Spirit Sword Zidian, Ji Qing's combat prowess would multiply exponentially. My dear friend Chui is jesting, haha. Please, do come in. Observing Chui Chan's cessation of hostilities, Ji Qing visibly exhaled in relief. Although he had not utilized the Spirit Sword Zidian, it was evident that Chui Chan had not even employed a standard flying sword artifact throughout their encounter. Should the 2 truly engage recklessly, the outcome would be uncertain. Yet one thing was indisputable: all disciples of the Spirit Sword Sect, save for Ji Qing himself, would suffer grave casualties, and their century-old legacy would be obliterated in an instant. May I inquire from which sect or lineage you hail? Have you resided within the Xianyu Empire? Ji Qing inquired as he led the way, probing into the background of Sword King Chui Chan while contemplating how to handle this precarious situation. If Chui Chan could be persuaded to join the Spirit Sword Sect and serve under him, it would be advantageous. significantly bolstering the sect's strength with the addition of a spiritual realm expert. However, if not, it would spell disaster for both the Spirit Sword sect and himself. I belong to no sect, and this is my first visit to the Xianyu Empire. Cui Chan responded to Ji Qing's inquiries as he gracefully descended from the heavens into the Sanqing Hall, with the second elder and others closely following behind. Since this is your first visit to the Xianyu Empire, dear friend Cui, you must stay for a while at the Spirit Sword sect, allowing me, Ji Qing, to extend the hospitality of a host. Yet, as soon as their feet touched the ground, both Ji Qing and Cui Chan's expressions abruptly changed. Swish! In the next moment, before Ji Qing could make a move, Cui Chan transformed into a streak of light and swiftly soared towards the sword pavilion of the Lingjian Sect. The speed was so astonishing that it even surpassed that during his battle with Ji Qing, causing Ji Qing's expression to change dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he followed suit and flew into the sword pavilion. The second elder and the others were left bewildered, unable to comprehend what had just transpired, as their sect leader and the Sword King Cui Chan had vanished without a trace. This is the Spirit Connection Realm. Inside the Jade Cauldron, the Grand Elder stared in shock at the black-clad man descending amidst a storm of sword rain. It left him utterly stunned. When had the Lingjian Sect acquired a second formidable presence in the Spirit Connection Realm, aside from the sect leader? It was inconceivable. The mightiest figure in the Lingjian Sect, apart from the sect leader, was none other than he, Ji Jianzhi. Now was not the time to ponder such matters. The Grand Elder quickly regained his composure under the terrifying pressure of the Spirit Connection Realm. Swallowing hard, he respectfully bowed to Sword King Cui Chan, saying, "I am the Grand Elder of the Lingjian Sect, paying my respects to you, esteemed senior." Sensing Ji Qing approaching rapidly from behind, the controlled Sword King Cui Chan pointed a finger at the Grand Elder. Die. Boom, boom, boom. Under Cui Chan's command, the torrential rain of swords transformed into countless flying swords, all aimed at the Grand Elder, Ji Jianzhi. "Please spare me, esteemed senior. I am the Grand Elder of the Lingjian Sect. If you slay our sect leader, you will not escape retribution." Faced with the oncoming storm of swords, the Grand Elder was terrified to the core. As he summoned his internal spiritual energy to erect barriers before him, he fell to his knees, pleading, "Esteemed senior, this young man, Lin Jian, possesses secrets. I am willing to offer him to you. I only ask for your mercy." Swish, swish, swish. Before the Grand Elder could finish his plea, he was engulfed by the barrage of sword rain, while Lin Jian looked on with a mocking expression. "Cui Daoyu, cease this." In the next instant, the terrifying pressure of the Spirit Connection Realm descended once more, as the world within the Jade Cauldron was filled with thunderclaps and flashes of lightning. Ji Qing, having summoned his speed, hurriedly arrived as well. However, no matter how swift Ji Qing was, he could not outpace Cui Chan, who had already made his move. Under the clandestine manipulation of Lin Jian, Sword King Cui Chan unleashed his full strength, commanding the torrential sword rain to pierce through the Grand Elder's body from all directions. The Grand Elder was met with 1,000 swords, resulting in his gruesome demise, his body reduced to mere flesh and blood, scattered upon the ground. Not a bone remained. Knowing that Lin Jian had comprehended the techniques of shattering stars, monthly reflection, and devouring the sun, and even suspecting the existence of the great path of devouring the heavens and the secret art of the human character, Ji Jianzhi could not be allowed to survive. Engaging in combat with him was merely an attempt to test the limits of his own power, with Sword King Cui Chan acting as a living puppet. Lin Jian felt no fear whatsoever. Regrettably, the speed at which Ji Qing arrived was too swift to ensure the complete demise of the Grand Elder. Lin Jianzhi was compelled to command the Sword King, Cui Chan, to unleash his most formidable strike. Alas, this blow was so overwhelmingly powerful that it left no trace of the Grand Elder, Ji Jianzhi, had Lin Jianzhi allowed this formidable alchemist to be consumed. His strength would have surged once more, potentially elevating him to the mid-stage of the Qi condensation realm. Fortunately, however, Ji Jianzhi, the Ji Sect, and even the storage rings of several other slain disciples of the Lingjian Sect had already been collected by Lin Jianzhi. With Ji Jianzhi's demise, the Yuding pot became a masterless artifact, and Lin Jianzhi, previously ensnared by the raging waters, regained his freedom. Cui, my friend, why have you slain the Grand Elder of the Lingjian Sect?" A bolt of electricity crackled through the air as Ji Qing dashed before the Sword King, Cui Chan, his voice laced with fury. Despite his efforts to suppress his inner rage, The arcs of electricity dancing around him betrayed his tumultuous emotions. The Grand Elder, Ji Jianghe, was a formidable alchemist, second only to Ji Qing himself. His death would significantly diminish the overall strength of the Lingjian Sect. If a satisfactory explanation were not provided, Ji Qi would be compelled to take action. Could it be that you and our Grand Elder harbored some enmity? Did you come solely to eliminate him? Ji Qing, embodying the wisdom of a sect leader, quickly quelled his fury within a few breaths, softening his tone. After all, with the Grand Elder now deceased, it would be unwise to further offend Cui Chan. Moreover, apart from their prior grievances, Ji Qing could conceive of no other reason for this conflict. Surely, their first encounter could not have been born from mere animosity. Master Ji, is this individual truly the Grand Elder of your Lingjian Sect? I had presumed him an assassin infiltrating your ranks. In response to Ji Qing's inquiry, Cui Chan remained unruffled, clearly having anticipated this line of questioning. Yet, if he is indeed your Grand Elder, why would he, with his alchemical prowess, target a mere qi refinement disciple? Is it possible that the elders of your sect are merely bullies, preying upon the weak? How utterly disappointing. Ji Qing was rendered speechless by this retort. He longed to counter, but with Ji Jianghe having summoned the Yuding pot, facts spoke louder than words. Lin Jianzhi, how could it be you? Ji Qing turned to see Lin Jianzhi standing beside him, and he furrowed his brow, demanding, why did the Grand Elder take action against you? Speak the truth at once. Lin Jianzhi stepped forward, speaking with neither humility nor arrogance. In the life and death battle with the Jimin, I slayed him. And the Grand Elder will surely come to avenge his grandson. After uttering these words, Lin Jianzhi offered a respectful salute to Sword King Cui Chan, saying, I am grateful for your timely arrival, esteemed senior. Without you, I would have perished long ago. Cui Chan waved his hand dismissively, then regarded Lin Jianzhi with keen interest before turning to Ji Qing and remarking, this young man is impressive. Both his talent and disposition are of the highest caliber. However, since this is a battle of life and death, one cannot allow the weak to falter and let the old seek revenge. This is unacceptable, Bai Lian. Sect Master Ji, forgive my candor, but sparing such a person would only tarnish the reputation of your Lingjian Sect. Ji Qing's face shifted from pale to flushed, unable to mount a rebuttal. Lin Jianzhi, did you not lose all your cultivation? How did you break through to the qi refining stage? And how could you possibly have killed someone from the Jimin? Ji Qing quickly discerned the crux of the matter, fixing his gaze on Lin Jianzhi with an icy glint. Returning to my master. I am at a loss as to why, but after consuming some healing elixirs, my cultivation has somewhat revived. As he spoke, Lin Jianzhi wielded the shark-slaying sword, channeling the death.Low-key sword classic, and from the tip of the sword, a small black star began to coalesce. As for how I dispatched the Jimin, I have comprehended the sword technique known as shattering stars. Lin Jianzhi had long devised a strategy to address the inquiries posed by Ji Qing, responding with impeccable precision. Surviving great adversity often leads to future blessings, and in this instance, Lin Jianzhi demonstrated a resilience that defied destruction. Naturally, Ji Qi would not take Lin Jianzhi's words at face value. He would seek verification through various means. However, with esteemed guest present, he chose not to further press Lin Jianzhi. You may return for now. I shall thoroughly investigate this matter. Remember, do not disclose today's events to anyone, or else. Yes, I take my leave. Lin Jianzhi cupped his hands in a gesture of respect, and then soared into the air on his sword, transforming into a streak of light as he flew out of the Jade Cauldron. Master Ji, it is true that your spirit sword sect harbors hidden talents. After Lin Jianzhi departed, Cui Chan and Ji Qing subsequently soared out of the Jade Cauldron. With the demise of the Grand Elder, the Jade Cauldron became a possession without an owner. Without hesitation, Cui Chan, while flattering, waved his hand to stow the cauldron into his sleeve. Ji Qing's expression shifted slightly, yet his refined demeanor prevented an immediate outburst, allowing him to endure once more. Rest assured, Sect Master Ji, having eliminated one Grand Elder, I, Cui Chan, shall compensate you with another. Observing the Lingjian Sect, rich in spiritual energy and possessing exquisite scenery, it is indeed a rare paradise. Since I have nowhere else to go, I shall remain here as a Grand Elder. Upon hearing this proclamation, Ji Qing's body trembled, swiftly transforming his anger into elation, as the clouds of discontent dissipated from his face. Cui Daoist, is this truly the case? Naturally, Ji Qing harbored doubts about Cui Chan's intentions. Without waiting for a response, he pressed on, Cui Daoist, do you understand that joining my Lingjian sect is not merely a matter of words? One must swear an oath to the heavenly Tao. Should you betray the Lingjian Sect, progress in your cultivation will be forever barred, and a wretched demise awaits. Expecting that such stern words would deter Cui Chan, or at least provoke contemplation, Ji Qing was taken aback when Cui Chan simply waved his hand and readily acquiesced. Of course, as a living dead puppet, my cultivation is already fixed. How could I possibly break through? And as for a wretched demise? This left Ji Qing utterly befuddled, a mixture of astonishment and joy flooding through him. Meanwhile, Lin Jianzhi, having exited the Jade Cauldron, finally found the time to seek out his former goddess, Song Shuti, to collect debts. Oh, no. To phrase it thus is too mundane. It is rather to rekindle a past romance. Chapter 25. Allow me to inspect your marriage mark. After leaving the Sword Pavilion, Lin Jianzhi concealed his achievements and reputation, seizing the opportunity while time was still on his side to head towards the small building where Song Shuti resided. Young man, you truly are a master of scheming, leaving no detail overlooked. Just a few steps in, the languid voice of Tagi echoed in his mind. You've managed to bewilder your sect master, making him believe he has stumbled upon a treasure. Upon hearing this, Lin Jianzhi's lips curled into a faint smile. Master Tower, I shall take that as a compliment. The demise of a Grand Elder at the core formation stage has been compensated by the emergence of a Grand Elder at the spirit communication stage. At least on the surface, Ji Qing has indeed come out ahead this time. Furthermore, Cui Chan's willingness to swear an oath to the heart of heaven, vowing never to betray the Spirit Sword sect, would undoubtedly alleviate Ji Qing's suspicions. In the realm of Blue Star, prior to shedding one's partner's garments, a litany of vows is often uttered, without even the need for a draft. I'll just touch, without going in. I'll go in, yet remain still. I'll merely stir, and when the time comes, I'll withdraw unscathed. In this lifetime, I shall love but one person, should I waver. May the heavens strike me down with thunder, and may I meet a wretched end. Yet, what is the reality? The scoundrels remain scoundrels, the unfaithful continue their ways. In the end, they live on unscathed, while the wounded women are left to seek out another naive soul more earnest than themselves to bear the burden. The notion of divine retribution, of being struck by the heavens, is not but an empty phrase. However, unlike Blue Star, this world is governed by the Tao of Heaven. Once a cultivator swears an oath to the heart of heaven, they will indeed attract the attention of the celestial Tao, which will inscribe a mark upon them. Should the cultivator violate their vow, they will face punishment from the Tao. The mildest consequence may lead to a loss of sanity and a complete dissolution of their cultivation. The gravest fate could result in their demise, reduced to mere ash under the tribulations of heaven. Thus, cultivators typically hesitate to make promises, let alone swear oaths to the heart of heaven. In Ji Qing's estimation, as long as Cui Chan genuinely swears to the heart of heaven, vowing to never betray the Spirit Sword sect, he can be deemed utterly trustworthy. Alas, all of this unfolds within the machinations of Lin Jianzhi. Strictly speaking, a living dead puppet is merely a marionette, not a human. Of course, I am praising you. This world is inherently treacherous and cunning. One schemes against another. Strangely, as the topic of treachery arose, Master Tower exhibited considerable emotional turmoil, nearly on the verge of losing control, had it not been for her excessive sincerity. The last master of the Starry Tower, that unparalleled empress, would not have. At this pivotal moment, Master Tower abruptly halted, letting out a profound sigh. By my word, this is not how one piques curiosity. Lin Jianzhi, his teeth clenched in frustration, feigned casualness and inquired, and what would not happen? Do not attempt to pry secrets from your Master Tower. In an instant, Master Tower regained his composure, haughtily retorting, Young one, some matters are not disclosed simply because your current strength is insufficient. Until you have grown, I dare not even act, let alone reveal the previous master, which would only draw the attention of those terrifying entities. Such knowledge would not bode well for you. Lin Jianzhi shrugged, not pressing the matter further. Although the information divulged by the Tower Master was rather scant, he managed to grasp two pivotal keywords. The first, Empress. This indicates that the incumbent master of the Star Tower is a woman. The second, Prisoner. Imprisonment? Dungeon? Could this imply that the former master, referred to as the Empress by the Tower Master, is not deceased but rather confined in some location, awaiting his rescue? A classic tale of a hero saving a damsel in distress. Is this yet another Klitsch plot? Wait. Recalling the moment he first comprehended the great devouring technique, Lin Jianzhi stumbled upon a third crucial piece of information. The third, mysterious person. This is the individual the Tower Master mentioned he would meet within the Star Tower. It was this person who revealed his unique constitution. Could it be that this individual is none other than the former master, the so-called empress? Yet if the empress is indeed the former master, how could she possibly be imprisoned within the Star Tower? Is this not a contradiction? Lin Jianzhi shook his head, finding the situation too intricate to comprehend, and consequently decided to abandon the effort. He sought something simpler. Master Tower, he inquired. If the Sword King Cui Chan and Ji Qing, both formidable practitioners of the spirit connection realm, were to engage in combat, who would emerge victorious? Who would live and who would perish? This query held great significance for Lin Jianzhi. If pressed, he could exert control over Sword King Cui Chan to wreak havoc, potentially annihilating the entire Spirit Sword sect. Although he had previously commanded Sword King Cui Chan in a skirmish against Ji Qing, that encounter was merely a test of strength, with neither party unleashing their full potential due to mutual caution. To put it succinctly, in his prime, Sword King Cui Chan was a powerful entity who had ignited the spirit flame, easily capable of suppressing Lin Jianzhi's blinded master. However, now reduced to a living corpse, his strength had waned, and his mobility was compromised, especially since their sect leader had yet to utilize the sacred artifact, the Spirit Sword Zidian. Before Master Tower could finish his thoughts, Lin Jianzhi interrupted decisively. Master Tower, simply state the outcome. The outcome was grim. Should the two engage in a reckless struggle with all their might, the Spirit Sword sect would be left in ruins, with thousands of disciples suffering casualties. Sword King Cui Chan would fall, while Ji Qing would be gravely injured. Upon hearing this, Lin Jianzhi nodded in satisfaction. This result surpassed his expectations significantly. With Sword King Cui Chan at his side, Lin Jianzhi felt secure in his own safety. However, to subdue or eliminate his master Ji Qing, one living corpse would not suffice. Perhaps 2, 3, 30? Could Ji Qing possibly withstand such an onslaught? For Lin Jianzhi, who possessed the great path of devouring heaven technique, he would assert that if he dared to claim the second position in cultivation, none would dare to claim the first. Especially after recently acquiring the storage rings of the elders, his confidence soared. As for the disciples of the Jimin and other inner sects, they were utterly impoverished, lacking even sufficient spirit stones for their own cultivation. In stark contrast, Elder Zhijiangyi, a figure of considerable influence within the Spirit Sword sect, must have amassed quite a fortune. Otherwise, how could a mere core formation practitioner possess both the shark-slaying sword and the jade cauldron? Now, all of these treasures belonged to Lin Jianzhi. Moreover, there was more to celebrate. Gazing at the elegant building before him, a faint smile graced Lin Jianzhi's lips. The book pavilion. This is the modest abode of the beloved disciple, Song Shuyi, aptly named Shuyuan, due to the presence of the character for book in its title. In my recollections, the original owner frequented Shuyuan on numerous occasions, for after receiving elixirs, spirit stones, and various precious cultivation items each month, the first destination was invariably Shuyuan, to be near his goddess. However, during the span of 8 years, despite visiting 6 or 7 times a month, the original owner approached Shuyuan nearly 1,000 times, yet never once crossed its threshold, let alone enjoying a cup of warm tea or engaging in casual conversation with Song Shui. Each visit was merely a matter of standing at the entrance, presenting the bundled resources of spirit stones and elixirs with both hands to Song Shui. Should one inquire why the original owner was reluctant to step into Shuyuan, one might ponder if it was due to a lack of desire. Ah, Brother Lin, we have yet to establish our relationship. I do not wish for you to enter and be seen by others, potentially causing misunderstandings. Brother Lin, there are numerous spiritual herbs and medicinal plants cultivated within Shuyuan. It would be unfortunate if you were to trample upon them. Shui is a traditional young lady who has never permitted a man to enter Shuyuan. Surely, you understand my sentiments, do you not? Lin Jianzhi could no longer endure it. Despite the memories of the male protagonist residing in his mind, he was truly reluctant to delve into them unless absolutely necessary. It was simply disheartening. What kind of goddess is attainable through mere longing? If you fancy someone, pursue them. If you fail, seek another. Cast a wide net to catch more fish. As long as you are diligent, you shall not return empty-handed. Clinging to a single tree until the end, surely, that is a fate one brings upon oneself? My brother, the grievances you have suffered, I shall help you reclaim them tenfold. Standing before the tightly shut wooden door, Lin Jianzhi did not hesitate. He pushed it open and forcefully entered. He was here to settle accounts, and one must approach such matters with the appropriate attitude. Little junior brother, is that you? As Lin Jianzhi stepped into the book garden, he inadvertently activated the protective formation established within. Naturally, Song Shui, the proprietor of the garden, sensed this immediately and came forth. "Ah, my little junior brother?" She chuckled. "Once again, it's that rascal Chen Xiao. Without even seeing him, you call out his name." It appears Chen Xiao has frequented this book garden quite often. Lin Jianzhi let out a cold laugh, scoffing at the absurdity of Song Shui's earlier declarations about her sacred book garden, wherein she insisted she had never allowed a man to enter. How laughable. Lin Jianzhi? How could it be you? Upon seeing Lin Jianzhi emerge from the interior, Song Shui momentarily froze, her smile abruptly vanishing, replaced by her usual icy demeanor. "Who permitted you to enter? My garden is home to numerous spiritual herbs and medicinal plants. What if you trample them?" Song Shui gazed at Lin Jianzhi with a mixture of reproach and playful annoyance, her voice laced with both grievance and a hint of petulance, leaving one to ponder the true nature of her sentiments. A masterful manipulator indeed. "Junior sister, are you implying that I might ruin the precious herbs in your garden?" Lin Jian held the shark-slaying sword, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips, exuding an air of enchanting mischief. Naturally, it was not. The younger sister merely, for reasons unknown, as her gaze met Lin Jian's captivating eyes, Song Shui felt a sudden rush of trepidation, an inexplicable fear. This sensation was one she had never encountered with Lin Jian before. Never. Swish, swish, swish. In a moment of sheer astonishment, Song Shui watched as Lin Jian drew the shark-slaying sword and unleashed a torrent of fierce sword energy upon the garden filled with spiritual herbs and plants. Wherever the sword energy passed, the spiritual herbs and plants were severed in twain. In the blink of an eye, the once pristine courtyard lay in ruins. "Lin Jian, how could you?" Song Shui, consumed by rage, could no longer contain herself. She summoned a flying sword artifact with a swift motion of her hand, her intentions clear as she prepared to confront Lin Jian. "How dare you call me by name, showing such disrespect, such a lack of decorum?" Lin Jianzhi was utterly unafraid, advancing step by step until he stood directly before Song Shui, the blade of his shark-slaying sword poised against her delicate neck. "As pristine as a swan's, I demand you call me Shi Xiao." Song Shui was utterly taken aback, her enchanting eyes wide with astonishment. The feeble individual who would blush at mere conversation in her presence now dared to press a sword to her throat. What had transpired with Lin Jianzhi? Had he succumbed to madness? As the saying goes, the bold fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those who have nothing left to lose. Lin Jianzhi, a man on the brink of death, had little time left to live. Very well, she would endure for the moment. With a slight pursing of her crimson lips, she complied, calling out, "Sh. Shi Xiao." She had hoped that by swallowing her pride and retreating, tranquility would ensue, yet to her astonishment, Lin Jianzhi seized her wrist with a rough grip, dragging her forcefully into the room and slamming the door shut. The sheer strength of his grasp left her no opportunity to resist. Even more alarming was Lin Jianzhi's fervent exclamations as he pulled her along. "Little shitty. Little shitty. So affectionate, are you? What is this? Have you been fooling around with that scoundrel Chen Xiao? Show me your marital mark so I can inspect it." With that, he abruptly began to tear at her garments. Should her marital mark still be present, he would indulge in a game with this scheming vixen. However, if it were absent, he would not hesitate to end her life. Lin Jianzhi extended his crimson tongue, greedily licking his lips, a wicked smile gracing his features. Chapter 26. The cold goddess's defenses crumble. Song Shui, a direct disciple of the Lingjian Sect, possessed a beauty that was nothing short of enchanting. Her ethereal presence exuded an aura of frostiness, reminiscent of a celestial goddess descending to the mortal realm, akin to the dragon maidens of the underwater palaces, exquisite and unmatched. With an unparalleled grace, she maintained an air of aloofness towards everyone, yet her breathtaking visage only heightened her allure, evoking a sense of otherworldly beauty rather than disdain. Much like a snow lotus blooming upon an icy peak, who would dare to reproach or belittle it for its proud and frigid demeanor? Instead, one can only admire its beauty and be awed by its majesty. Among the throng of admirers, the original protagonist stood as the most humble and lowly of suitors. He showered her with gifts to the point of exhaustion, even sacrificing his monthly supply of spirit stones and elixirs to assist Song Shui in her cultivation. Neglecting his own growth entirely, for a full 8 years, he had not even held her hand, nor had he stepped into the library where she often frequented. He perpetually fantasized that his genuine affection might touch Song Shui's heart, revealing his virtues to her, and, in turn, melting the icy exterior she bore for eons. Yet, the stark reality was this: a stone does not soften simply because one shows it kindness. It will only be shattered when callously cast to the ground. Lin Jianzhi wielded his sword to sever the numerous spiritual herbs and plants in the garden. But was it merely the herbs and plants that fell beneath his blade? What he truly severed was Song Shui's pride, her disdain, her contempt. It was not out of fear that Lin Jianzhi might trample upon these spiritual flora, rather. He resolved to annihilate them entirely, thus liberating himself from any concern. Seizing the opportunity while Song Shui stood there, bewildered, he forcibly pulled her into the house, shutting the door with finality, and took immediate action. Before he even crossed the threshold, she had the audacity to call out for her junior disciple. An unmistakable provocation that struck at Lin Jianzhi's very core. How dare she? The original owner had long cherished her. He could not allow another man to benefit from her. If Song Shui were to entangle herself with another man, Lin Jianzhi would not hesitate. He would eliminate her on the spot. Subsequently, he would invoke the great path of devouring to ensure nothing remained of her, thereby repaying the original owner for years of devotion. A beautiful face was nothing more than a handful of decayed petals. Did she think Lin Jianzhi was jesting? While he indeed appreciated beauty, he valued the pride within his heart even more. In the presence of a man's dignity, what did beauty matter? It was merely a fade, a collection of withered bones. When Lin Jianzhi resolved to be ruthless, he would not spare even himself. Without that sense of pride, what was left to stand tall against the heavens? As his thoughts crystallized, the secret technique within him began to operate, and in that moment, Lin Jianzhi seemed to grasp the essence of existence itself. Stop! Lin Jianzhi, cease this madness. How dare you? How dare you be so brazen? I, Song Shui, would rather perish today than endure such humiliation. As Lin Jianzhi began to tear at her garments, proclaiming his intent to inspect her chastity mark, Song Shui's fury ignited, and she struggled fiercely. In the past, Lin Jianzhi would not have dared to lay a finger on her, nor even raise his voice. What had possessed him today? Was this madness to be tolerated? Yet, why should she indulge Lin Jianzhi? In her wrath, Song Shui's spiritual energy surged rapidly, forming a thick layer of frost in her palm as she struggled, striking towards Lin Jianzhi's heart. A practitioner of ice-type spiritual energy, she held nothing back, unleashing her full power at the peak of the condensation realm. If Lin Jianzhi were truly a mere mortal devoid of cultivation, this strike would surely leave him gravely injured, if not dead. But what of it now? Even the elder at the core formation stage could contend with him. How could he fear this insignificant foe at the peak of the condensation realm? Come at me. In the face of such a fierce strike, Lin Jianzhi did not flinch or evade. His spiritual energy surged wildly as he countered with a punch. The clash was monumental, boom, with a resounding impact. Song Shui was sent reeling backward, yet Lin Jianzhi remained steadfast, unmoved. The difference in their prowess was unmistakable. As Song Shui retreated, her form unsteady, Lin Jianzhi seized the moment, stepping forward to grasp her delicate wrist, as pale as frost. A gasp escaped her lips. In a swift motion, he turned, locking her arm against her graceful neck, pressing intimately against her back, rendering her utterly subdued. Lin Jianzhi, release me. If you dare, I shall inform our master, compelling him to cast you back into the depths of the penitential cliff. Their bodies were closely entwined. Lin Jianzhi's warm breath brushed against Song Shui's earlobe, startling her and leaving her momentarily flustered. In a desperate attempt, she threatened, "You deceitful rogue, you have not lost your cultivation at all. You are, without a doubt, stronger than ever. Everyone has been duped by you. Such audacity, such cunning, such unreasonable behavior. Should I, Song Shui, live a solitary life? I shall never harbor feelings for you." In days gone by, uttering such heartless words would have struck the original owner like a bolt from the blue, plunging her into a chasm of guilt and self-doubt. In those moments, not only would she refrain from confronting Song Shui, but she would retreat to the woods hall, weeping until dawn. Yet today, how things have changed. Do not flatter yourself. Who wishes for your affections? Cold as ice, incapable of charm or playfulness. You pale in comparison to Sister Zhao Yuyan. A woman like you. Even if you were to throw yourself at me, I might not care, aside from your decent figure. What use are you? Song Shui, initially struggling fiercely, upon hearing these words, she felt as if struck by lightning. Her struggles ceased, her eyes reddened, and disbelief washed over her face. Lin Jianzhi actually dares to compare himself to Zhao Yuyan, that love-stricken individual? If we are to compare, then so be it. Yet he even claims to be inferior to her. Humph. Seizing the fleeting moment of distraction from Song Shui, Lin Jianzhi swiftly reached out and tore away the sleeve of her dress on the right arm. He then grasped her right hand, meticulously examining the inner side of her wrist. Nothing. No sign of the marking. After thoroughly searching 3 or 4 times, he had inspected her wrist repeatedly. Yet the marking remained elusive. The absence of this marking signifies that Song Shuyi is no longer chaste. Recalling the moment he entered the library and she called out little junior brother, Lin Jianzhi was consumed with rage. Although he harbored no affection for Song Shuyi, this body had been cherished for 8 long years. Thus, in Lin Jianzhi's mind, Song Shuyi had already become his private possession. A toy he does not cherish can be discarded by him, but it is unacceptable for anyone else to lay claim to it. Lin Jianzhi's expression darkened in an instant. To Song Shuyi's astonishment, Lin Jianzhi released his grip on her. Without a moment's hesitation, Song Shuyi retreated several paces, creating distance between them. However, before she could secretly rejoice, believing that Lin Jianzhi had ultimately succumbed to fear, a chilling intent to kill surged towards her like an overwhelming tide, enveloping the entire study. Lin Jianzhi's eyes burned with a crimson hue, resembling a demon that had emerged from the depths of hell. His cultivation at the 8th level of qi refinement erupted instantaneously, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy akin to a volcanic eruption, which surged into the shark-slaying sword he wielded. The first form of the Great Luo Sword Classic, Shattered Stars. Activated autonomously, coalescing into a small black star the size of a pigeon's egg, entirely devoid of light. Under Lin Jian's command, it surged forth, imbued with an overwhelming intent to kill, targeting Song Shuyi. Simultaneously, Lin Jian stepped forward, and the great Tao of Devouring within him commenced its operation. Gathering a swirling mass of darkness in his palm, exuding a terrifying force of absorption. After vanquishing Song Shuyi, he intended to consume her, devouring every ounce of her spiritual energy and vitality until nothing remained, even reducing her corpse to ash, erasing all traces of her existence from this world. What? Strike while the iron is hot? Bah. A woman who has been touched by that scoundrel Chen Xiao is beneath Lin Jian's disdain. With so many women in the world, the demise of one Song Shuyi would not diminish the plethora of countless others. The Great Luo Sword Classic, Shattered Stars. As the small black star drifted ever closer, astonishment filled Song Shuyi's beautiful eyes. Lin Jianzhi, this worthless fool, when did he comprehend the shattered star? As he approached, exuding a piercing aura of murder, fear was etched upon the exquisite visage of Song Shuyi. The murderous intent was unmistakable. Song Shuyi understood that this man genuinely intended to kill her, just because. But, with a flushed face, Song Shuyi turned her head away. Her pride and dignity would not permit her to lower herself at this moment, especially not to Lin Jianzhi. Crack, crack. The black little stars drifting before her began to fissure, a terrifying power awakening within the celestial body, ready to erupt. It seemed as though everything was happening in slow motion to instill fear within Song Shuyi. At last, just as the entire black star became riddled with cracks, on the verge of complete explosion, Song Shuyi could no longer hold back. Lin Jianzhi, you bastard. The Vermilion Palace Guard is on my other wrist. Tears brimmed in Song Shuyi's eyes, overwhelmed with grievance. She raised her left wrist, pulling back her sleeve, presenting the vividly red Palace Guard directly to Lin Jianzhi's face. Lin Jianzhi, damn it, I forgot that a person has 2 hands. I only inspected the right hand and neglected the left. Chen Xiao is betrothed to Sister Zhao, and there is nothing untoward between Chen Xiao and myself. Yesterday, he mentioned he had found a tome on ice-based sword techniques, which would be beneficial for my cultivation, and he intended to present it to me for contemplation. Hence, I anticipated that it would be him, Chen Xiao, who would visit today. Song Shuyi, with her eyes closed, was uncertain whether it was out of fear or some other emotion, began to explain to Lin Jianzhi in a flurry. Humph, this is my affair. I am as innocent as you, Lin Jianzhi, so why should I owe you an explanation? Observing Song Shuyi's reddened eyes, on the verge of tears from anger, Lin Jianzhi felt somewhat awkward and promptly released her wrist. Then, a thought arose, and the impending explosion of dark, tiny stars dissipated into nothingness, while the murderous intent that had filled the room receded like a tide, restoring the serene atmosphere of the study. You and I are innocent? What nonsense! Lin Jianzhi felt no embarrassment as he plopped down onto the chair, pouring himself a cup of tea and leisurely savoring it. I have adored you for 8 years. 8 years. Whether you acknowledge it or not, Song Shuyi, you belong to me, Lin Jianzhi. If you dare to engage with other men and abandon your marital principles, I shall not hesitate to end you. He had encountered shamelessness before, but never to this extent. Song Shuyi trembled with indignation, yet found herself powerless. Lin Jianzhi, you are shameless. It was you who chose to pursue me, to treat me well. I did not coerce you. Chapter 27. Just pretend you were touched by a dog. Extra update. Within the book hall, Lin Jianzhi reclined with his legs crossed, gazing at the former goddess who once stood high above, now bowing her head before him. A sly smile played at the corners of his lips. Little did he know that Song Shui felt unwell from the distress. Otherwise, with his ever-willing and selfless nature, he would have insisted on giving her a massage. Although Lin Jianzhi had never learned the art of massage, he had certainly experienced enough of it on Blue Star. In truth, Lin Jianzhi had once been a naive young man, blushing at the mere thought of speaking to a girl. However, after immersing himself in the online novels penned by the illustrious Daoqing, he became invigorated, his confidence blossomed, and he ceased to be shy. Daoqing's wisdom proclaims, if a man is timid, emotionally inept, and lacks self-esteem, the best remedy is to send him for foot soaks in a proper establishment. After a few months of this treatment, his feet will be so pampered that he will transform from a bashful boy into a romantic adventurer. Why, you may ask? Those beautiful young ladies, with their long legs and captivating charm, whom others spend vast fortunes to marry, will eagerly cling to you for just a few bills. Throw a tantrum, sulk, or exhibit any capriciousness. Such behavior is non-existent. If you command her to wash your feet, she will do so. If you ask for a back massage, she will oblige. In fact, in an effort to secure your affection and finances, she might even flatter you with compliments, declaring you handsome with a feigned sincerity. Abandon all claims of ownership and revel in the enjoyment of the experience. The truthfulness of such interactions becomes irrelevant. Although actors may lack genuine emotion, they are indeed skilled in the art of flattery. Of course, while this method proves effective, it comes with a stipulation. One must frequently switch practitioners, targeting a specific one, or risk ending up stripped of all dignity. Ahem. As long as one learns a fraction of the techniques employed by these practitioners to charm young men, what man need fear a lack of a partner, a concubine, or a lover? This is not formal instruction, purely for amusement. Why are you staring at me like that? Do I have flowers growing on my face? Lin Jianzhi gazed at Song Shui, who clutched her chest and gasped for breath, a look of bewilderment etched upon his face. I have yet to do anything. And you are already panting like this. What would happen if I were to? You would ascend to the heavens, wouldn't you? Although Lin Jianzhi's words were veiled in subtlety, Song Shui comprehended his meaning instantaneously. You shameless scoundrel. After all this time, I have misjudged you. Abandon this delusion. I, Song Shui, shall remain solitary for life, never to wed, and I will never be with you. Song Shui felt an unfamiliar change in Lin Jianzhi, one that rendered him utterly alien. The once pliable and mocked fool had now turned the tables, mocking and controlling her instead. This sentiment was deeply unsettling for her, and she was determined to reclaim her agency. The man I, Song Shui, choose to marry must be the pinnacle of strength in this world, noble, eloquent, and deeply empathetic toward all, not a rogue, a scoundrel, or a lecher like you. Having spoken so harshly, she expected her relentless barrage to shatter Lin Jianzhi's resolve, plunging him into self-doubt and despair. After all, he had proclaimed her to be his woman, which implied that he still harbored feelings for her. He still cherished her. He could not live without her. He yearned for her heart. In matters of love, those who take it seriously are destined to lose. However, contrary to her expectations, Lin Jianzhi regarded her with a foolish gaze and then, with palpable disdain, addressed her, striking at her very core. Who said I would marry you? What foolish dreams are you entertaining? I did say you were mine, but after 8 years of adoration. Do you think I would have devoted so much time if you were not? That would be madness. You belong to me, yet I am not yours. I merely wish to indulge in you, to play with you. I never intended to marry you, and I certainly never planned to be responsible for you. If I were to marry, it would only be a gentle, virtuous, and considerate woman. Do you think you fit that description? Dream on. Song Shui found herself at a loss for words, her hands clasping her delicate chest as Lin Jianzhi's eyes widened like brass bells. She subtly adjusted herself, grappling with the bluntness with which he spoke of women. Such brazen audacity. She had encountered shameless men before, but none could compare to this level of impudence. Suppressing her ire, she refrained from engaging in a dispute with Lin Jianzhi, for they were in the book courtyard. And as the aloof goddess revered by the thousands of disciples of the Spirit Sword sect, she had her dignity to uphold. Were it not for this, Song Shui would have long unleashed her flying sword artifact and battled Lin Jianzhi for 300 rounds. Although he had regained some of his cultivation, he was still merely at the 8th layer of qi refinement. Even though her vitality surged, And despite her comprehension of the shattered stars, Song Shui remained undaunted. As a direct disciple, she too had grasped the essence of the shattered stars, and she was merely a step away from understanding the second form, the crescent moon. When it came to a confrontation, since you have no desire to marry me, I harbor no wish to wed you either. Thus, I implore you to vacate the book pavilion. Song Shui regained her former icy aloofness, her gaze directed at Lin Jianzhi imbued with disdain. Ultimately, this world is governed by strength. What use is eloquence if it lacks substance? Now, immediately, depart from the book pavilion. So eager to sever ties with me? Very well. No objections. Lin Jianzhi set down the cup in his hand, extending his crimson tongue to lick his lips. His expression exuding a wicked charm. Return to me the 74,342 superior spirit stones and the 2,437 pills, and I shall depart immediately. Upon hearing that he demanded the return of the spirit stones and pills before he would leave, Song Shui's face instantly flushed with color. Just a moment ago, she had appeared cold and aloof, distancing herself from others, but now she could no longer maintain her composure. She yearned to retort, yet Lin Jianzhi recounted with remarkable clarity the sum of 74,342 high-grade spirit stones and 2,437 medicinal pills. This was utterly inescapable. Was it not said that this individual, upon emerging from the cliff of reflection, had lost all cultivation, remained grievously injured, and was on the brink of death? The last time, I had provided over 10,000 spirit stones, hoping to put an end to this matter. When they met again, it was as if they were eternally separated by the yellow springs. Even my senior brother, Lu Jiang, had promised her, Song Shui, that after Lin Jianzhi's demise, he would retrieve the 11,000 spirit stones. This was no trifling amount, but rather over 10,000 spirit stones, in the mere span of a few days. No matter how extravagant Lin Jianzhi might be, it was impossible for him to absorb and refine them all. To successfully absorb and refine dozens or even hundreds of high-grade spirit stones would be an extraordinary feat, yet merely 5 days had passed. And this man dared to come demanding spirit stones again. How tiresome. What utter shamelessness. What pettiness. What? Is my junior sister attempting to evade her debts? Observing the fluctuating emotions on Song Shui's face, Lin Jianzhi blurted out, Then I shall seek our master and consult the over 2,000 disciples of the Lingjian Sect for justice. After all, I have but a few days left to live. I care not for face. Upon hearing these words, Song Shui, who had just contemplated shirking her responsibility, was startled into alertness and hastily managed a faint smile toward Lin Jianzhi. Lin, brother Lin, what are you saying? Naturally, I would never dream of evading my debts. Lin Jianzhi, a person on the brink of death, is utterly shameless, while she, Song Shui, values her dignity. As the aloof goddess in the hearts of thousands of disciples from the Spirit Sword sect, if she were to bear the disgrace of an unpaid debt, what kind of goddess would she remain? How could she maintain her cold demeanor and attract those affluent and powerful prodigies from various sects? Yet, these spirit stones were willingly bestowed upon me by my junior brother. It is truly difficult to demand their return at this moment. As she spoke, Song Shui's eyes reddened, tears welling up and glistening. With an expression reminiscent of rain-soaked pear blossoms, she was indeed a sight to behold. Even Lin Jianzhi found himself momentarily captivated by this scene. One cannot deny Song Shui's exceptional beauty, particularly her aura of icy pride, which would effortlessly overshadow all celebrities on Blue Star. Just a glance could soften one's heart. Is he still a man? Lin Jianzhi, having traversed from Blue Star, had certainly seen his fair share of sights. Get lost, do not feign pity before me. Return the spirit stones, or... Lin Jianzhi gazed intently at Song Shui, extending his crimson tongue to lick the corner of his mouth. Exuding a blend of seduction and lewdness that sent Song Shui retreating in fright, her body trembling. Senior brother has misunderstood. I do not intend to shirk my debts, merely pondering if I might repay less. If junior sister is unwilling to marry me, could I at least request a simple dalliance? Song Shui's delicate visage was etched with disdain, astonishment, and speechlessness. Yet, she found herself unable to refute his audacious proposition. To her dismay, she perceived a fragment of logic in Lin Jianzhi's words. How could such perilous thoughts even cross her mind? One must avoid the corrupting influence of such a rogue. It was imperative not to associate with the likes of Lin Jianzhi any longer. But how on earth could she expel this shameless scoundrel from the study? Was she to close her eyes and engage in a reckless entanglement with him? Absolutely not. This was her first time, after all. Even a person like Lin Jianzhi understood the importance of checking for signs of purity. and any future encounters with the elite of various sects would undoubtedly involve the same scrutiny. Her first experience could not be so easily granted or so frivolously squandered. Just as Song Shui was at a loss for what to do, a series of knocks echoed through the room. "Junior sister, it is your senior brother, Lu Jiang. Are you within?" The voice of her senior brother startled Song Shui, causing her to jump. Senior brother? Why did he have to come at this moment? Casting a glance at Lin Jianzhi, who lounged with a wicked grin, it was evident he felt no fear at the arrival of her senior brother. Instead, he appeared to revel in the situation. Looking down at herself, she noted the tattered sleeves of her dress, disheveled from their earlier scuffle. If her senior brother were to see her like this, it would be disastrous. For it must be noted that senior brother Lu Jiang was her backup option. In the absence of other illustrious figures from rival sects, such as the heir of Lingjian Sect or the prodigy of Huangquan Sect, Lu Jiang was, at the very least, a fitting choice for Song Shui. "Senior brother, please come in." Before Lin Jianzhi could finish his words, he was silenced by Song Shui, who swiftly covered his mouth. "Senior brother, please, do not speak, Shu." In that moment, Song Shui disregarded all notions of propriety between the genders and the fact that Lin Jianzhi was taking advantage of her. Meanwhile, a faint smile graced Lin Jianzhi's lips as he seized her wrist, pulling her into an embrace despite the alarm etched on her face. "Junior sister, are you in there? The senior brother is coming in." After knocking for quite some time with no response, Lu Jiang furrowed his brow, sensing the faint echo of a man's voice from within. Could it be that junior sister Song had hidden a man in her room? That was utterly impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. Overwhelmed by jealousy, Lu Jiang was ready to push the door open. "Senior brother, please, don't come in." Song Shui, flustered, stammered. Junior sister is feeling a bit unwell and has already gone to bed. Damn it. After all, being touched once wouldn't lead to pregnancy. And the virginity mark wouldn't vanish. Just think of it as being brushed by a dog. She understood that if she didn't allow Lin Jianzhi a bit of leeway now, he would surely make a scene. With a flushed face, she glared fiercely at Lin Jianzhi, then resolved to open her heart, permitting this scoundrel to proceed. Chapter 28. Junior sister, a day in Jiangling. Junior sister, why did you retire so early today? Outside, Lu Jiang initially intended to enter directly, but realizing the rudeness of such an act, which clashed with his gentlemanly demeanor, he refrained. In an effort to leave a favorable impression on Song Shui, he had taken great care to present himself well. Even bathing and changing his attire before visiting the study. A gentleman expresses his feelings but remains within the bounds of propriety. He could not afford to appear too abrupt or direct before Song Shui, as that would align him with the vulgarity of common folk like Qin Xiaoji. "Senior brother, I'm just a bit tired from my cultivation today, so I decided to rest early." As she pressed down on Lin Jianzhi's wandering hands, she attempted to deflect him. However, despite restraining one hand, she could not contain the other. When she managed to hold one down, his lips drew nearer. Initially, she thought that a little touch wouldn't lead to pregnancy, so she allowed Lin Jianzhi to indulge. But this shameless rogue was not only touching, but also kissing. How could she endure this? Song Shui was a pure maiden, having never even held hands with anyone over the years, always seeking someone more capable, influential, and wealthy. "Senior brother, is there something you need?" Song Shui was utterly exasperated with the pretentious Lu Jian. Why did he insist on knocking at her door late at night? Did he think it was charming or romantic? She had already declared that she was asleep. Yet this foolish man continued to inquire why she was turning in so early. Couldn't he discern that she wished to avoid him and wanted him to leave promptly? As long as Lu Jian lingered, Song Shui could never escape the clutches of Lin Jian's. If things escalated and Lu Jian barged in, it would not matter if he harmed Lin Jian's. Her reputation would be tarnished. Losing Lu Jian as a backup was trivial compared to the damage to her esteem. How would the other prominent figures view Song Shui if her name became synonymous with scandal? How would she ever find her Prince Charming thereafter? Ahem. Lu Jian had come with no ulterior motives this time. When it came to the matter at hand, he stood outside with his hands behind his back, feigning mystery as he began. "I bring tidings of good news that I am eager to share with you, junior sister. Upon hearing this news, you shall surely shake off the weariness of the day and wish to indulge in a few cups with your senior brother." Song Shui felt an urge to curse. She had encountered many who teased with suspense, but never had she seen someone do so at such a moment, indulging in theatrics. For heaven's sake, just speak plainly. After considerable effort, Song Shui managed to grasp Lin Jian's hands, but before she could relish her small victory, the next moment, Lin Jian's long tongue began to lick her face, leaving her covered in drool, akin to having been nibbled by a dog. Curse it all. It was all Lu Jiang's fault. The resentment that Song Shui harbored for this hypocrite far surpassed any feelings she had for Lin Jian. Having spoken for quite some time, why did Song Shui not respond? Lu Jiang felt a twinge of awkwardness. Could it be that his junior sister did not appreciate being teased? Was she sulking as a result? Yes, that must be it. Song Shui was indeed cold and aloof, unlike any other woman. Yet, it was precisely this quality that attracted Lu Jiang to her. Clearing his throat a couple of times, Lu Jiang prepared to break the silence, eager to share the good news he had discovered. However, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the garden within the study, where all the spiritual herbs and plants had been carelessly destroyed, leaving a scene of devastation. Realizing this, even Lu Jiang could sense something was amiss, and he promptly inquired, "Junior sister, what has happened to the spiritual herbs and plants in your study? Have you encountered any danger?" He knew that several of those herbs and plants had been gifts from him, and seeing them cut down made his heart ache. "Senior brother, there is no danger. I am here. Within the protective array of the Lingjian Sect, how could there be any danger?" Fearing that Lu Jiang might burst in, Song Shui reluctantly released Lin Jian's hands, striving to calm her mind while vaguely explaining. "As for the destruction of the garden's herbs and plants, it was my way of bidding them farewell. After all, these herbs and plants were gifts from you, senior brother, as well as from second senior sister, junior brother, and other senior brothers. I only cherished the herbs and plants that you gifted me, so I decided to sever them." Upon hearing this, Lu Jiang's face flushed crimson, completely under Song Shui's control. Without a moment's hesitation, he exclaimed, "It should have been done long ago. Fear not, junior sister. I shall procure some precious seeds of spiritual herbs tomorrow to fill your study." At this, Song Shui let out a long sigh of relief. She had been worried that Lu Jiang would not believe her and would insist on barging in. To appease Lin Jian, she found herself seated atop him, her skirt somewhat askew, while he roamed his hands over her, her face besmirched with saliva. Anyone who happened upon this scene would leave her reputation in tatters. "Well then, thank you, senior brother. What, pray tell, is this good news you speak of?" As she pressed down on Lin Jian's head with one hand, Song Shui impatiently inquired, eager for Lu Jiang to conclude his remarks swiftly so they could depart. The longer they lingered, under the increasingly audacious advances of Lin Jian, who could predict the ensuing chaos, the mere thought sent shivers down her spine. "Ah, I knew my junior sister would be intrigued." Lu Jiang chuckled heartily, his arms crossed behind him, waiting for Song Shui to extend an invitation for him, her elder brother, to join her indoors. However, as the moments passed without her gracious summons, he reluctantly relinquished his hopes. After all, the aloof Song Shui adhered to traditional values, and he, Lu Jiang, had an affinity for such women. "Junior sister, since Lin Jian emerged from the cliff of reflection, his behavior has been exceedingly peculiar." As Lu Jiang spoke, he captured the attention of both Lin Jian and Song Shui, who were engrossed in their strategic game. They leaned in, eager to listen. "I sensed something amiss long ago and sent Ji-min to investigate. Can you guess what transpired?" Song Shui inwardly scoffed but adjusted her tone to respond, "Elder brother, please refrain from prolonging the suspense. What happened next?" Seeing her curiosity piqued, Lu Jiang finally unveiled the truth. Lin Jian killed Ji-min. His cultivation has not been diminished at all. He possesses strength equivalent to the 6th level of Qi refinement. We have all been deceived. Moreover, he had comprehended the first form of the Deluo sword classic, shattering stars, long ago, concealing his true prowess from us. This young man is far too cunning, thankfully. My clever junior sister has not fallen for his ruse all these years. Casting a glance at the still absorbed Lin Jian, Song Shui felt a surge of anger, wishing she could suffocate the scoundrel right then and there. However, Lu Jiang's revelation left her astonished, prompting her to ask again, "Elder brother, could it be that Lin Jian is not gravely injured after all? That he is not on the brink of death?" A chill gripped Song Shui's heart. If Lin Jian were not dead, how could she ever rid herself of this scoundrel? "Fear not, junior sister. I have thoroughly investigated. It is indeed true that Lin Jian bears severe injuries. However, he is acutely aware of his limited time left. Hence, he resorted to a secret technique, sacrificing his soul and depleting his life force for a temporary boost in power. Ultimately, it is akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. Nonetheless, the most promising news is that Lin Jian, in plain sight of all, murdered Ji-min. He has killed several inner disciples. Ji-min was the grandson of the Grand Elder, and I have heard that upon learning of Ji-min's demise, the Grand Elder completely lost his sanity and attacked Lin Jian, even summoning his precious artifact, the Jade Cauldron. At this moment, Lin Jian is likely trapped within the cauldron. Unable to escape or perish, how amusing. Song Shui cast a fleeting glance at Lin Jianzhi, who remained engrossed in his meal, and sighed deeply, resting her forehead on her hand. It was not the Grand Elder who had confined Lin Jianzhi within the Jade Cauldron, but rather she, Song Shui, who had ensnared him within the mountains. Such misfortune. Junior sister, the regulations of our Lingjian Sect strictly prohibit disciples from harming one another. Lin Jianzhi has brazenly slain several inner sect disciples in plain sight, this time. Even divine intervention cannot save him. He is undoubtedly doomed. There is no need to wait 5 days. I believe by dawn tomorrow, our master will summon us and, before our very eyes, execute Lin Jianzhi as a warning to others. Upon hearing this, Song Shui finally allowed a smile to grace her lips. Glancing at Lin Jianzhi in her arms, she ceased her resistance and instead broke into a triumphant grin. Eat, eat. Tomorrow morning, Lin Jianzhi will face certain death. With his demise, not only will today's events remain a secret, but she, Song Shui, will also be absolved of her debt of spirit stones. Truly, the heavens are aiding me. Thank you, senior brother. Song Shui winced in pain, shuddering slightly, nearly crying out, and shot several irritated glances at Lin Jianzhi. If glares could kill, she would have dispatched him countless times already. It was rather late today, so I shall not invite senior brother in to sit for now. Perhaps tomorrow. Lu Jiang nodded, not waiting for Song Shui to finish her sentence, turning with a flourish and waving his hand dismissively. Then, junior sister. Do rest early. Tomorrow, we shall go to the Sanqing Hall together and witness Lin Jianzhi's demise. After Lu Jiang departed, Song Shui roughly pushed Lin Jianzhi away. Blushing as she tugged at her torn dress, retreating several steps, she had intended to scold him or perhaps even resort to violence. However, considering that Lin Jianzhi was to perish the next day, provoking him at this moment would be unwise. Should he reveal tonight's events before his death, she, Song Shui, would have no face left to show. Lin, senior brother, if you have no further business, please leave. I wish to rest, Song Shui said, her expression stern, appearing as though she had suffered a great loss. You wish for me to depart? Very well. Lin Jianzhi remained unperturbed. Rising to wipe his mouth while extending his hand towards Song Shui, return to me the spirit stones I am owed, and I shall depart immediately. Song Shui's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Lin Jianzhi. If gazes could kill, well, let us not dwell on that. Lin Jianzhi, how could you do this to me? Song Shui felt tears welling up. She had never endured such a profound grievance in her life. How could he demand spirit stones from her, as if he had not just taken advantage of her? Do not entangle me in your words. Let us settle this matter plainly. If you are unsatisfied, I shall make you regret it. Lin Jianzhi let out a cold snort, showing no leniency towards Song Shui. I do not possess such an abundance of spiritual stones. Song Shui gritted his silver teeth, contemplating that Lin Jianzhi would perish by tomorrow. While reassuring himself not to quibble with the corpse, I only have 15,000 spiritual stones. You. Lin Jianzhi seized the storage ring from Song Shui's hand. Courteous? What nonsense. Remaining spirit stones and elixirs, write me an IOU. Song Shui glared fiercely at Lin Jianzhi, then gritted her teeth and produced paper and pen, composing the IOU, vowing to repay the remaining spirit stones within 7 days. She could not fathom why. Despite being on the brink of death, one would cling to such a trivial matter as an IOU. Was it merely to uphold a sense of pride? How amusing. Her senior brother was not a miser. He would gift her a poem instead. Glancing at the ink and paper on the table, Lin Jianzhi felt inspired and, much to Song Shui's astonishment, picked up the brush and began to write. Once finished, he casually tossed the brush aside, kicked open the door, and turned to leave. Humph. How could someone so devoid of literary talent write poetry? Song Shui, though outwardly disdainful, was driven by curiosity to step forward and examine the work closely. I shall see if Lin Jianzhi's dog can indeed produce ivory. Upon a mere glance, Song Shui felt as though struck by lightning, standing frozen in place. Though the handwriting was hasty, the literary brilliance was unparalleled. And she could not help but recite aloud, departing from the White Emperor at dawn amid colorful clouds, in a single day, I returned to Jiangling 1,000 miles. The cries of monkeys on both banks do not cease, as the light boat has already passed through 10,000 heavy mountains. With slightly furrowed brows, Song Shui held the poem written for her by Lin Jianzhi, and an unusual feeling welled up within her. This scoundrel, gifting her such a poem, what could it mean? Is he encouraging me not to give up in the face of difficulties and setbacks? Humph, how childish. Chapter 29, The younger sister knocks at midnight after extorting over 15,000 spirit stones from Song Shui. Lin Jianzhi achieved the objective of his journey. He did not linger any longer, taking advantage of the moonlight's concealment to soar back to his herb hall on his sword. There are 10 realms in cultivation: body refinement, chi refinement, essence condensation, dan formation, spirit communication, spirit fire, divine refinement, void return, divine transformation, and tribulation crossing. Body refinement involves forging the body to enhance the vigor of one's blood and energy, thus strengthening the physical form to accommodate the spirit energy of the heavens and earth. Aside from possessing greater strength, those in the body refinement stage do not differ greatly from ordinary mortals. However, once one enters the chi refinement stage, the distinction becomes apparent. Cultivators in this realm can absorb the spirit energy of the world, marking the true beginning of their path as genuine practitioners. One characteristic of chi refinement cultivators is their ability to fly on swords, traversing vast distances in a single day. After devouring the Ji sect and others, Lin Jianzhi broke through to the 8th heaven of chi refinement, reaching the latter stages of this realm, and was not far from entering the essence condensation stage. Upon breaking through to essence condensation, the spirit energy within would multiply, transforming into true essence power, resulting in a significant enhancement of strength. His visit to the library to seek out Song Shui served not only to vent the original owner's grievances and take advantage of the situation, but also to procure spirit stones, which was of paramount importance. While Lin Jianzhi had an appreciation for feminine beauty, his own strength remained the fundamental concern. If his power was inadequate today, he might not only fail to threaten Song Shui, but could risk being suppressed by her in a single encounter, leading her to mock him as a worthless failure. However, once his strength was sufficient, it would matter little whether it was Song Shui, Zhang Shui, Li Shui, or Zhao Shui. Whoever he desired would be readily available. As the saying goes, why do successful individuals remain busy with meetings all day yet still find time for affairs? It is not due to their excellent time management, but rather because they cannot refuse the advances of beautiful women. Lin Jianzhi had experienced this profoundly on Blue Star, and in the mystical realm of Xianwei. He perceived it even more clearly. Flying on his sword was a convenience, in just the time it takes to brew tea. He traveled from the library back to his herb hall, following the brutal one-sided slaughter at the sword pavilion earlier that day. The entire Lingjian Sect now regarded him with newfound respect. Aside from a few fellow disciples of the same lineage, no one dared to provoke Lin Jianzhi any longer. The herb hall returned to its previous tranquility, and those disciples who coveted this blessed land were compelled to suppress their greedy thoughts, as no one wished to court death. Upon returning to the herb hall, Lin Jianzhi closed the door and windows, then sat cross-legged on his mat. With a mere gesture, 7 storage rings appeared in his palm, all acquired from defeating the Ji sect, the Grand Elder, and others, with Song Shui's contributions included as well. Lin Jian's heart raced with fervor, his face alight with eagerness. For Lin Jian, who had mastered the great path of devouring heaven, the potential for boundless advancement and cultivation was only constrained by the availability of spirit stones. With the acquisition of these 7 storage rings, his immediate course of action was to refine and absorb the spirit stones contained within. After all, why would one delay such a treasure for a future date or risk it being seized by antagonists? While he might not be privy to the circumstances of other protagonists, he certainly was not foolish enough to let opportunities slip away. "Master Tower, please arrange a formation to shield against prying eyes," he murmured, casting a glance at the tightly shut doors and windows. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to discreetly communicate with Master Tower. With the death of the Grand Elder, Lin Jian had become a target, drawing the attention of his master, Ji Qing. Caution was imperative. After all, a ship navigates safely only by exercising prudence. "Well done, young man," Master Tower exclaimed with approval. A moment later, a surge of dark energy erupted from within Lin Jian, enveloping the entire herb hall. "I have established the Eternal Night Formation. Feel free to conduct your endeavors. No one will detect a thing." Eternal Night Formation? The name certainly carried an imposing resonance, suggesting that Master Tower possessed a wealth of formidable knowledge. Lin Jian habitually stroked his chin, contemplating that once his strength increased, he would certainly master the so-called Eternal Night Formation. This way, he could engage in discussions about life with Zhao Yuyan and Song Shui without the fear of others uncovering his thoughts. A notion arose, and he swiftly refined the 7 storage rings within his palm, manipulating his spiritual energy to forcefully delve into the rings, transferring the spiritual stones before him one by one. The storage ring given by Song Shui contained over 15,000 superior spiritual stones. Indeed, It would not be an exaggeration to say she was exceedingly wealthy. Next came the storage ring of the Grand Elder, Ji Jianghe, which held more than 3,500 spiritual stones. Frankly, as the Grand Elder of the Spirit Sword Sect, having only so few spiritual stones in his ring seemed rather unreasonable. However, considering that Ji Jianghe possessed 2 magical treasures, it was somewhat justifiable. In contrast, the storage rings of the other inner disciples from the Ji Gate contained pitifully few spiritual stones. 5 rings combined barely amounted to over 1,000 superior spiritual stones. Thus, the total from the 7 storage rings barely reached 20,000 superior spiritual stones. Song Shui was indeed exceptionally affluent. Previously, he had extorted 11,000 spiritual stones from her, and now he had acquired over 15,000 more. This seemed rather outrageous. The personal disciples received a fixed amount of spiritual stones and elixirs from the sect each month, and aside from their own cultivation needs, there was hardly any surplus. Yet, Song Shui had suddenly produced such a substantial quantity of spiritual stones, indicating she must have other means of acquiring them. Gazing at the pile of spiritual stones before him, resembling a small mountain, Lin Jian hesitated not for a moment. He activated the great path of devouring heaven, releasing a dark aura from his palm that enveloped the pile of stones, beginning to voraciously consume them. As one stone after another disintegrated into fine ash, an incredibly pure spiritual energy began to pour into Lin Jian's body ceaselessly. His momentum surged, swiftly touching upon the invisible shackles. Boom! With a resounding crash, Lin Jian broke through once more. In the blink of an eye, he advanced from the 8th level of Qi refinement to the 9th. After successfully breaking through, Lin Jian did not pause, but accelerated his consumption of spiritual stones, continuing to seek further advancement. Having slain his fellow disciples, Lin Jian was aware that he had violated the sect's rules. His master, Ji Qing, had not rushed to act against him, primarily because he intended to connect with the Sword King, Cui Chan, tonight, stabilizing the newly appointed Grand Elder. However, with the dawn, the most severe punishment awaited Lin Jian, potentially even death. Although the Sword King Cui Chan served as a protective shield, one's own strength remained paramount. As half of the spiritual stones were consumed, Lin Jian encountered another opportunity for breakthrough. Boom! He ascended from the 9th level of Qi refinement to the 10th. Looking at the remaining half of the spiritual stones, Lin Jian felt a pang of regret. Why is my path to cultivation and breakthroughs so much more arduous than others? Logically speaking, 10,000 high-quality spirit stones should suffice to break through to the condensation realm. However, Lin Jian had previously consumed 2 to 3 times that amount without achieving such a breakthrough. Master Tower yawned and retorted, "Why don't you claim to be invincible among your peers and capable of battling beyond your level?" With that single remark, he left Lin Jian speechless. Gazing at the remaining 10,000 spirit stones, Lin Jian sighed deeply. If he were to consume this final batch and still fail to break through, he would have no choice but to shamelessly return to the library for another visit. Heaven-devouring technique, grant me your power. With a thunderous shout, Lin Jian unleashed a formidable force of absorption from his palm. The remaining high-quality spirit stones gradually turned to ash before this overwhelming power. Fortunately for Lin Jian, luck was on his side. After refining and absorbing the last stone, he finally encountered the opportunity for another breakthrough. Break for me. Boom. The spiritual energy within Lin Jian surged like boiling oil in a pot, reaching a state of complete fermentation. Not only did his spiritual power multiply several times, but it also became more substantial and formidable. He, Lin Jian, had finally broken through to the condensing yuan realm, no longer relying on any external force. He faced off against those direct disciples without fear. The tides of offense and defense had shifted. An era belonging to Lin Jian had truly arrived. Following this momentous breakthrough, Master Tower promptly dismantled the Eternal Night formation. Suddenly, a series of loud knocks echoed as soon as the formation was lifted. Lin Jianzhi furrowed his brow. It was already late at night. Who, in their right mind, would seek him out at such an hour? Lin Jianzhi was in a fit of rage, preparing to wield his shark-slaying sword to confront someone, when a voice, sweet yet tinged with shyness, resonated in his ears. Lin Jianzhi, are you in there? Senior brother. It's Zhao Yuyan. Open the door. If you don't respond soon, I might just leave. Outside, Zhao Yuyan appeared like a thief. Her cheeks flushed as she shrank back, casting furtive glances around, fearful of being seen by others. What would she do if someone caught sight of her? How could she ever hope to marry in the future? It was utterly humiliating. Nevertheless, she decided that at least she had shown up. After waiting for a response that never came, Zhao Yuyan felt a wave of relief wash over her, turning to leave. Yet, just a few steps away, the door to the grass and wood hall swung open. A strong, powerful hand seized her wrist and pulled her forcefully inside. Lin Jianzhi had completely forgotten the agreement between them. After leaving the library, Lin Jianzhi had been bubbling with anger. And it must be said that Zhao Yuyan's arrival was indeed timely. Practice makes perfect. The technique of the human character must be honed. More practice. Chapter 30. The embarrassment of Zhao Yuyan. By the heavens, Zhao Yuyan had never felt such embarrassment in her entire life. Taking the initiative to seek out Lin Jianzhi under the cover of night, actively pursuing him. Standing at the door wrapped in a black cloak for what felt like ages. She called out anxiously in a hushed tone while glancing around, terrified of being discovered by her fellow disciples. Who could have imagined that such clandestine behavior would one day befall the eldest daughter of the Zhao family? Yet here she was, playing the thief. But not in pursuit of material gain. Rather, she was offering herself willingly, throwing herself into the arms of none other than the notorious failure of the Lingjian Sect. What a misfortune! With the thought that in less than a month she would be wed to her fiancé Chen Xiao, Zhao Yuyan's heart was torn. Caught in a tumult of agony and a flicker of excitement. All of this was the fault of Lin Jianzhi, that scoundrel, who had bullied her time and again and compelled her to take such initiative. Zhao Yuyan was nearly brought to tears. She had contemplated avoiding the grass and would haul altogether. However, Lin Jianzhi was clearly not long for this world. And to offend him now could lead to him revealing their secret affair before his demise. How could she ever marry Chen Xiao then? How could she remain in the Lingjian Sect? The entire Zhao family would be shamed. She couldn't afford the gamble. Had it been the old Lin Jianzhi, Zhao Yuyan would have been certain that this coward wouldn't dare escalate matters. Yet ever since Lin Jianzhi's visit to the Cliff of Reflection, he had transformed entirely. He had become fearless, reckless, and utterly sinister. Zhao Yuyan felt intimidated. The barefoot have no fear of the shoes. What was there to dispute with a man on the brink of death? Following his lead would suffice, for there are but a few days left to endure. If she could amuse this scoundrel during this brief period, perhaps all would be well. After an afternoon of inner turmoil, Zhao Yuyan, enveloped in her dark robe, stormed into the herb hall as night fully descended. She had anticipated that Lin Jianzhi, this foolish fellow, would have been waiting eagerly for her arrival, longing for her presence from dawn till dusk. The moment she graced him with her presence, he would surely drool in excitement and hasten to welcome her inside. Zhao Yuyan possessed unwavering confidence in her figure, beauty, and character. Within the entire Spirit Sword sect, only Song Shui could rival her in form and appearance. Yet Song resembled an unyielding block of ice, devoid of charm. Unlike her, Zhao Yuyan. To her dismay, after knocking for quite some time, there was no response from within, leaving Zhao Yuyan feeling both embarrassed and slightly irate. Here I am, a stunning beauty, and yet this oaf remains unresponsive, failing to greet her with enthusiasm. Just as she turned to leave, the door to the herb hall creaked open, and a hand emerged, forcefully pulling Zhao Yuyan, who had already set one foot outside, back inside. Ah! Zhao Yuyan gasped, only to find herself crashing directly into Lin Jianzhi's embrace. However, as the herb hall was shrouded in darkness, she was unaware of whose arms she had fallen into, and instinctively drew her flying sword, prepared to strike. Junior sister. It's me. With a deft twist of his wrist, Lin Jianzhi effortlessly seized the flying sword from Zhao Yuyan's grasp before forcefully casting it behind him, where it embedded itself into the wall. Lin Jianzhi, why haven't you lit the candles? Zhao Yuyan exclaimed, her frustration palpable as she had been knocking on the door for what felt like an eternity, standing outside in vain. Yet before she could voice her grievances, her words were silenced by Lin Jianzhi's lips. The kiss was so fervent that Zhao Yuyan found herself gasping for breath. Thus, it is sometimes futile to reason with a woman. One must confront directly. If the upper approach fails, one must address the lower. Initially, Zhao Yuyan struggled fiercely. But soon her eyes became dazed, her responses grew hesitant, and eventually, her delicate fists began to rain down upon Lin Jianzhi's chest. Should he refuse to release her lips, it seemed she would truly suffocate. If Lin Jianzhi were to kiss her to death in the woods, Zhao Yuyan would undoubtedly be the first of her kind throughout history. Junior sister, I fell asleep waiting for you. Lin Jianzhi naturally would not disclose the matter of his breakthrough in cultivation to Zhao Yuyan, so he casually fabricated an excuse to dismiss it. You, my dear aunt, this is my very first time. My very first embrace, and you actually fell asleep? This is infuriating. Zhao Yuyan pouted, her anger evident as she turned on her heel and made her way towards the door. Leave? At this moment? Could Zhao Yuyan truly depart? In response to Zhao Yuyin's exclamation, Lin Jianzhi swiftly wrapped his arms around her waist from behind and then unceremoniously tossed her onto the bed. Before she could rise and struggle, he pressed down upon her with the weight of a mountain. Once the lullaby concluded, tranquility returned to the grass and would haul. After a brief respite, Zhao Yuyin, her cheeks flushed, rose and prepared to leave. Where are you going? In the dim light of night. Lin Jianzhi watched as Zhao Yuyin fumbled with her clothing, a look of confusion etched on his face. Where am I going? Having finished my part. Of course I am returning to my own Yinhong Tower. Zhao Yuyin shot him a look, exasperated. After such exertion, did he truly believe she was eager to move? Did she not wish to rest? Oh my, you can't possibly think that for Lin Jianzhi. Once is sufficient, right? Lin Jianzhi was so astonished that he sat up abruptly on the bed, gazing at Zhao Yuyin with an expression of sheer disbelief. Zhao Yuyin, recalling their previous encounter at the Yinhong building, felt her cheeks flush crimson. With a delicate huff, she coldly declared, well, I won't take responsibility for that. Confronted with Zhao Yuyin's brazen antics, Lin Jianzhi found himself compelled to respond in kind, embracing an even more audacious demeanor. Neither will I, he retorted, and with that, he surged forward with the weight of a mountain pressing down upon him. Amidst Zhao Yuyin's protests, yet another lullaby echoed throughout the lush sanctuary. Quickly, activate the Rin character technique. Activate the Rin character technique. Tower Master exclaimed, exasperated. How can you keep forgetting the most crucial matters, only to indulge in trivial pursuits? What use is that? At Tower Master's urging, Lin Jianzhi finally recalled the importance of the technique. The Rin character technique was essential for awakening his unique constitution, and it was imperative not to overlook it. According to Tower Master's estimation, if Zhao Yuyin put in enough effort, his special physique would surely awaken within 5 days. With a swift motion, Lin Jianzhi began to channel the Rin character technique. A peculiar energy coursed through the connection between him and Zhao Yuyin, benefiting them both immensely. However, as Zhao Yuyin had not inherited the Rin character technique, she could only passively absorb the nourishing energy, resulting in her gains being far less substantial than Lin Jianzhi's. Nevertheless, even so, a single cycle of the technique provided her with benefits equivalent to 10 days of diligent training. Of course, the greatest advantages were still reaped by Lin Jianzhi. As the Rin character technique continued to circulate, the mysterious orb of light within his dantian grew increasingly resplendent and radiant. When the second lullaby concluded, both of them lay on the bed, drenched in sweat. Zhao Yuyin, her complexion flushed, exhibited not a trace of fatigue. Rather, she radiated vitality and exuberance. This left Zhao Yuyin in a state of bewilderment. Could it be that she was inherently quick? Step aside, you're crushing my dress, she exclaimed, her face burning as she tugged at the skirt pinned beneath Lin Jianzhi while simultaneously pushing against him. What are you doing? Lin Jianzhi turned his head to glance at Zhao Yuyin, but due to the lack of candlelight, they could barely discern each other's features. What else could be done? I want to go back. Zhao Yuyin was utterly speechless. Did she really intend to accompany Lin Jianzhi for the entire night? Would she even be able to walk tomorrow? Why return? Senior brother has already tended to you twice. Why not reciprocate? With that, Lin Jianzhi playfully patted Zhao Yuyin's posterior and then obediently lay down. By heaven's conscience, as Lord Tower would say, it was not out of greed or lust, but solely for the purpose of cultivating his skills. Zhao Yuyin's face instantly flushed a deep crimson, resembling a luscious red apple. Oh, how alluring she would appear if only Lin Jianzhi could see. Senior brother, do you truly have only 5 days left to live? Naturally, senior brother has never touched a woman in his life, and before he departs, cough, cough, cough. Upon hearing Lin Jianzhi's heart-wrenching cough, Zhao Yuyin's heart softened. Enough, enough. Given that they had already crossed certain boundaries, what difference did it make? Fortunately, there were no candles lit in the room. Otherwise, Zhao Yuyin would never. I forbid you from telling anyone. Otherwise, I will surely kill you. After uttering a fierce threat, Zhao Yuyin awkwardly climbed atop him and then settled down. After all, it was already tainted. Once the third lullaby concluded, Lin Jianzhi had nearly completed his cultivation and fell into a deep slumber. Exhausted to the brink of collapse, Zhao Yuyin cast a glance at the peacefully sleeping Lin Jianzhi, her teeth grinding in frustration, wishing she could leap upon him and take a bite. Yet, she feared waking this devil, which would force her to perform the lullaby a 4th time. Physically and mentally drained, Zhao Yuyin donned her garments, wrapped herself in a black cloak, and limped out of the woodshed. She glanced around to ensure no one was present before summoning her flying sword and soaring towards her crimson pavilion. Oh, the injustice! Why must it always be her, Zhao Yuyan, who suffers? Upon returning to her crimson pavilion, she shut the doors and windows as if she were a thief. Then gasped for breath. The tension she had been holding on to finally began to ease. Yet, contemplating that such days would persist for 4 more days, tears of despair threatened to spill from Zhao Yuyan's eyes. Suddenly, a deafening rumble erupted. In an instant, the spiritual energy within Zhao Yuyan surged, and the invisible shackles were forcefully shattered. Zhao Yuyan stood frozen, her eyes wide as saucers. After a prolonged stagnation in her cultivation, she had actually broken through. As dawn broke, the sky turned a pale hue, and disciples of the Lingjian Sect gradually arose to commence their morning practices. Lin Jianzhi stifled a yawn and stretched languidly. That sleep had been utterly delightful. One cannot deny that Zhao Yuyan possesses remarkable talent, particularly in the art of servitude. Nestled in his embrace, she was as docile as a kitten. "Senior brother Lin, the sect master requests your presence." Just as he pushed open the door to the grass and would haul, 2 sword-wielding disciples awaited him with stern expressions. So early? Lin Jian's lips curled into a faint smile, and he no longer concealed his prowess. He unsheathed the shark-slaying sword, flanked by 2 disciples, and made his way directly to the Sanqing Hall. The grand spectacle was finally about to unfold. Meanwhile, the elder brother, Lu Jiang, the second sister, Wen Qing, the 4th junior sister, Zhao Yuyan, the 5th junior sister, Song Shudi, and the younger brother, Chen Shao, all received a message from the sect leader, Ji Qing, summoning them to the Sanqing Hall. Except for the still slumbering Zhao Yuyan, the others hurriedly made their way there. Today marked 2 significant events for the Lingjian Sect. Firstly, the sect joyously welcomed the new Grand Elder, Sword King Cui Chan. Secondly, as per the sect rules, Lin Jian was to be executed. Chapter 31. We must seek the Sword King as our master. Brother Lin has indeed regained his cultivation. It was all a ruse to deceive us. Such a masterful disguise. His cunning is profound. The shark-slaying sword is a flying sword treasure bestowed by the Grand Elder for his grandson, Ji-Men. Not only did Lin Jian slay Ji-Men, but he also had the audacity to claim it as his own and openly wield it. Is this trip to the Sanqing Hall a punishment for him? Truly foolish. Confrontations before the hall have always been perilous, and in less than a month, Lin Jian has already been summoned to the Sanqing Hall 3 or 4 times. He has certainly become a legend of the Lingjian Sect. What legend? A direct disciple reduced to this level. He is faring no better than a dog within the Lingjian Sect, completely tarnishing his reputation. Keep a close watch. Do not let Lin Jian slip away along the way. The 2 disciples tasked with escorting him walked closely beside Lin Jian, whispering to each other, their faces filled with disdain. Lin Jian's cold laughter echoed twice, as he paid no heed to the 2 minor subordinates, instead soaring directly towards the Sanqing Hall where his master resided. Escape? How could Lin Jian even entertain such a notion? The debts owed to him by the Lingjian Sect had yet to be settled. To leave now would merely grant these individuals an unwarranted advantage. In less than the time it takes to brew tea, the 3 individuals landed synchronously at the entrance of the Sanqing Hall. "Brother Lin, please," the 2 escorting disciples remarked, noticing Lin Jian's unyielding stance. Frowning slightly, they exchanged glances before gesturing for him to enter, their tone remaining as rigid and frigid as ever, as if they believed Lin Jian was intimidated. But at this juncture, was escape even a possibility? Now they chose to address him as Brother Lin? Just moments ago, they had arrogantly referred to him as Lin Jian, claiming his demise was imminent and that he had hidden himself well. Upon hearing these words, the 2 disciples' expressions shifted dramatically, and they hastily clasped their hands in greeting, lowering their heads in silence. According to the regulations of the Lingjian Sect, how should inner disciples behave in the presence of a direct disciple? With their heads bowed, the reluctant disciples responded, We must respectfully address you as brother. We must pay our respects." Thus, with that, there was no need for further elaboration. Leave behind an arm and be gone. Lin Jianzhi waved his hand dismissively, then lifted his foot, preparing to step into the Sanqing Hall. The 2 disciples exchanged wide-eyed glances, clearly unprepared for Lin Jianzhi's brutal decree. To sever a limb? Such a punishment seemed excessively harsh. Even the sect leader would not impose such a severe penalty. At most, they would receive a reprimand or a fine of spirit stones. Lin Jianzhi, who do you think you are, demanding that we mutilate ourselves at your whim? On the left, a more formidable disciple named Zhou Tong, possessing the strength of the 5th level of qi refinement immediately erupted in outrage upon hearing Lin Jianzhi's demand for them to sever an arm. He shouted vehemently, "Let me be clear, the sect leader summoned you to Sanqing Hall not for tea, but to take your life. Who permitted you to slaughter your fellow disciples?" In an instant, as Lin Jianzhi stepped into the hall, his form vanished, reappearing directly before Zhou Tong. With a resounding thud, Lin Jianzhi's fist collided with Zhou Tong's face, the sheer force propelling him into the air. Before Zhou Tong's body could hit the ground, Lin Jianzhi dove forward, his left hand clawing at Zhou Tong's throat while his right gripped the left arm with tremendous force. The sound of tearing flesh echoed in the surroundings, akin to the ripping of paper. "Ah, my hand! My hand!" Zhou Tong's shrieks of agony reverberated, echoing in a macabre symphony. Refusing to comply with the loss of one hand? Then let both be forfeit. After tearing away Zhou Tong's left arm, Lin Jianzhi's visage was splattered with crimson blood. With a swift and merciless motion, before Zhou Tong could utter a plea for mercy, he wrenched off Zhou Tong's right arm as well. With a final, resounding crash, Lin Jianzhi discarded Zhou Tong's body as one might toss aside refuse. "Leader, help me. Leader, leader." Zhou Tong lay on the ground, akin to a lifeless dog, wailing in despair. Yet, no response echoed from within the Sanqing Hall. How naive. The fate of an ordinary disciple held little weight in the heart of sect leader Ji Qing. Furthermore, today was the day to deal with Lin Jianzhi. Whether it happened sooner or later was of little consequence. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Jianzhi let out a cold chuckle, then extended his crimson tongue to lick the corner of his mouth, casting a glance towards another disciple escorting him. "Brother Lin, I can handle it myself." This disciple, already paralyzed with fear, after a brief internal struggle, drew his accompanying sword and, gritting his teeth, severed his own left arm. Amidst the anguished cries of the two disciples, Lin Jianzhi flashed a wicked smile and stepped into the Sanqing Hall. Inside, the sect leader, Ji Qing, sat at the head, his expression icy, an oppressive aura of severity enveloping the space. Meanwhile, Sword King Cui Chan occupied the secondary seat, eyes closed in contemplation, his face devoid of emotion. As if everything around him was of no concern, the second elder, fourth elder, and others stood to the right. "Greetings, master." "Greetings, elders." Lin Jianzhi casually bowed to a few individuals, then stood nonchalantly at the front of the hall. His demeanor, calm and composed, suggested that the earlier act of violence was completely foreign to him. Ji Qing remained silent, his gaze towards Lin Jianzhi increasingly frigid, with the arcs of electricity surrounding him intensifying, clearly struggling to contain his fury. Soon, as several beams of sword light approached, the senior brother Lu Xiang and the second sister Wen Qing, among others, entered the hall. Except for Zhao Yuya, all the direct disciples had arrived. Lu Xiang and Chen Xiao exchanged knowing glances with Lin Jianzhi, evidently already informed of the situation. Where was Zhao Yuya? Her absence in such an important gathering was a clear indication of her disregard for him as a master. "Master, Master, Yuya. Yuya Shi." Noticing Ji Qing's rising anger, Chen Xiao hurriedly stepped forward, stammering as he attempted to provide an excuse for Zhao Yuya's absence. "Greetings, master." Just in the nick of time, Zhao Yuya, sporting dark circles under her eyes, arrived on her sword. However, her gait was rather peculiar, limping awkwardly, leaving everyone bewildered. "Yuya, why are you so late?" "Master has been waiting for quite some time." Chen Xiao reproached quietly as he rushed to greet her. "By the way, why do you walk like that? Did you perhaps injure your foot?" Zhao Yuya shot several exasperated glances at Lin Jianzhi before bowing to Ji Qing and the elders. Retreating to the side without acknowledging Chen Xiao, he awkwardly waved his hand and also stepped aside. "Second elder, now that everyone is present, let us commence." Ji Qing gestured dismissively, clearly unconcerned with the trivial matters. Second elder Mo Qin Sha nodded in agreement, then rose to his feet, stroking his sparse beard as he began. "In the Hengduan Mountains, our Lingjian Sect encountered a horde of spirit-eating mice. The Grand Elder, Ji Jianghu, sacrificed himself to protect us, perishing in the process." A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd. There was skepticism, shock, and bewilderment. Even Lin Jianzhi widened his eyes in disbelief, thinking, what an outrageous tale. Fortunately, we encountered the Sword King, Cui Chan, who single-handedly obliterated the entire horde of spirit-eating mice, saving us from peril. As he spoke, Second Elder Mo Qingshan gestured towards the man in black before him, bowing respectfully. This esteemed individual is none other than the Sword King, a master of the Spirit Connection realm. He is also the newly appointed Grand Elder of our Lingjian Sect. At this revelation, Lu Xiang, Wen Qing, Chen Xiao, and the others were filled with exhilaration, breathing rapidly with excitement. Zhao Yuya and Song Shuyi also wore expressions of fervor, their eyes wide with anticipation. This was a master of the spirit connection realm, a formidable figure capable of establishing a sect. In the entire spirit sword sect, only Ji Qing, as the sect master, holds the status of a spirit communication realm expert. The former Grand Elder, Ji Jianghe, despite his formidable prowess, merely reached the core formation realm. The chasm between these two levels is insurmountable, a mere realm apart, yet as distinct as the clouds and the mud. Moreover, each spirit communication realm expert possesses a unique comprehension of the 3,000 paths of the world, and their methods of cultivation differ significantly. The teachings and interpretations of the path by Ji Qing have been absorbed to varying extents by his direct disciples. Now, with the arrival of a new spirit communication realm expert, it is no exaggeration to state that if this esteemed Sword King is willing to impart his knowledge, every one of these direct disciples will undoubtedly experience a resurgence in their stagnant cultivation, propelling them towards breakthroughs at an astonishing pace. It is crucial to note that the Spirit Sword Sect is a sanctuary for sword cultivators, and the Sword King is, likewise, an adept swordsman. Yet, there lingers a fear that this Sword King may harbor secrets or be unwilling to invest time in their instruction. Greetings, Great Elder. Greetings, Great Elder. Greetings, Great Elder. Led by the senior brother Lu Jiang, they eagerly bowed before the Sword King, Cui Chan, their faces alight with fervor. Each of them harbored thoughts of striving, at any cost, to earn the Sword King's recognition and favor. Only Lin Jianzhi remained standing tall and unmoved, indifferent to the display. As the master of the Sword King, Lin Jianzhi felt no need to ingratiate himself with his own puppet. Seeing Lin Jianzhi's lack of response, Chen Shao couldn't help but smirk coldly. Assuming Lin Jianzhi had resigned himself to his fate and thus began to wallow in despair. Meanwhile, Cui Chan maintained his customary indifference, his gaze sweeping across the scene without uttering a word, seemingly unconcerned with everything around him. This aloofness, in the eyes of Lu Jiang and others, only served to enhance his aura of mastery. Great Elder, as you suggested, let us dispense with all unnecessary formalities and keep things simple. The joining of a spirit communication realm expert to the Spirit Sword Sect is an immense blessing. Ji Qing had intended to host a grand celestial banquet, inviting surrounding sects to witness the occasion. However, Cui Chan declined, opting for a more low-key approach. According to the sect's regulations, the next step is for the Great Elder to pledge loyalty to the Spirit Sword Sect before the heart of the heavenly path. Haha, I trust the Great Elder will not mind? Ji Qing's face beamed with a smile, exuding warmth like a spring breeze, though internally, he felt a knot of anxiety tightening in his throat. With two tigers unable to coexist in one mountain, should Cui Chan refuse to pledge his loyalty? How could Ji Qing feel at ease? Naturally, unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Ji Qing showed no hesitation, forcing forth a drop of blood from his heart and forming a hand seal. In that instant, the skies above the Lingjian Sect were shrouded in thick clouds, thunder rumbling ominously. The essence of the Tao surged forth, and the very laws of nature resonated. Not only Lin Jianzhi, the time traveler, but even Lu Jiang and Wen Qing had never witnessed such a grand spectacle. For only when one's cultivation reached the spirit communication realm could one commune with the heavenly Tao and attain true enlightenment. In the midst of Ji Qing's joyous expression, Sword King Cui Chan slowly spoke. I, Cui Chan, swear before the heart of the heavenly Tao, as the Grand Elder of the Lingjian Sect, to remain loyal to the sect for all my days. Should I betray this vow, may I be plagued by inner demons, and may I never progress in my cultivation again. With a thunderous roar, as soon as the oath was uttered, the blood from Sword King Cui Chan transformed into a crimson rune, ascending in a fragrant cloud, reaching the heavens. The oath was fulfilled, and the dark clouds dispersed. Haha, our Lingjian Sect has gained another strong cultivator in the spirit communication realm. Ji Qing laughed heartily, at that moment truly believing in Sword King Cui Chan. After all, no cultivator of the spirit communication realm would be foolish enough to defy a heavenly oath, unless they wished to cease their existence. The remaining elders, along with Lu Jiang, Wen Qing, and the other disciples, were all grinning from ear to ear. Meanwhile, Sword King Cui Chan maintained a stoic demeanor, merely nodding in a courteous gesture towards Ji Qing. Grand Elder, my few disciples possess commendable talents. Might you consider accepting one or two as your students? Ji Qing shifted the conversation, gesturing towards Lu Jiang and the others, and continued, to strengthen our Lingjian Sect. I hope Grand Elder will not hold back and select one or two from among them for cultivation. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiang and the others were instantly exhilarated. Their faces alight with eagerness as they bowed respectfully to Sword King Cui Chan, seeking his favor. The eldest disciple, Lu Jiang, thought to himself, I am the current eldest disciple of the Lingjian Sect, possessing the highest cultivation and talent among all the disciples. The second sister, Wen Qing, mused, my strength and talent are second only to the eldest brother. However, I am a woman. I wonder if Sword King favors the fairer sex. The fourth sister, Zhao Yuyan, considered, if I could win the favor of Sword King, my strength would surely soar, and I could escape the bullying of that scoundrel Lin Jianzhi. The fifth sister, Song Shi, reflected, should I smile? Being overly aloof might deter Sword King. If I become his first disciple, then I need not repay the spirit stones owed to Lin Jianzhi. The junior disciple, Chen Xiao, fretted, what should I do? Among the inner disciples, aside from Lin Jianzhi, my strength is the weakest and my realm the lowest. To attract Sword King's attention, should I reveal my true potential? Lin Jianzhi, Chapter 32 The rules of the Spirit Sword Sect must be revised. From the moment he stepped into the Sanqing Hall, Lin Jianzhi divided a portion of his mental energy to fully control the living dead puppet, Sword King Cui Chan, in order to guard against any sudden attacks from Ji Qing should he attempt to strike. After all, no matter how advanced a living dead puppet may be, it remains fundamentally a marionette, possessing relatively poor reflexes and mobility. Thus, everything that Sword King Cui Chan saw, heard, and even his every action was under Lin Jianzhi's command. Of course, taking an oath to the heart of heaven held no significance for a puppet, nor would it affect Lin Jianzhi himself. The objective was merely to completely deceive Ji Qing. Were it not for this strategy, Lin Jianzhi, well aware of Ji Qing's character, would undoubtedly find a pretext to take action against Cui Chan. When one cannot control another, it is imperative to strike first. Regrettably, it was ultimately Lin Jianzhi's superior strategy that left Ji Qing baffled, unable to comprehend that this Sword King Cui Chan was, in fact, a mere corpse, a puppet. Violating an oath brings forth various karmic consequences. Is the torment of the heart a concern? Is progress in cultivation utterly impossible? Such matters hold no weight for the dead or for puppets. Moreover, Cui Chan's loyalty was pledged to the Spirit Sword Sect, not to Ji Qing himself. Yet, Lin Jianzhi could hardly anticipate that Cui Chan had only just ascended to the position of Grand Elder of the Spirit Sword Sect, and Ji Qing, the sect leader, was so impatiently digging a pit for him. While professing to strengthen the Spirit Sword Sect by encouraging Cui Chan to take on a few disciples from among his personal students to impart swordsmanship, the true intent was to use these disciples to scrutinize the sword techniques of Sword King Cui Chan. How could Lin Jianzhi fail to see through this? Ironically, Ji Qing's lofty rhetoric was both grand and well-reasoned. Furthermore, within the Xianyu Empire, it was quite common for disciples to have multiple masters. This made it nearly impossible for the newly appointed Grand Elder Cui Chan to refuse. Astoundingly clever. Truly remarkable. One stone, three birds. No, it should be said, one stone, three targets. By having the Sword King accept disciples, not only could the strength of the Spirit Sword Sect be augmented, but through these disciples, insights into swordsmanship could be gleaned, thereby enhancing one's own cultivation. Most importantly, through the act of accepting disciples, one could discern which of Sword King Cui Chan's personal disciples he was closest to. To put it more directly, Ji Qing sought to test the relationship between Lin Jianzhi and Cui Chan. Was it mere coincidence that the second elder and others encountered a rat tide, only to be fortuitously discovered by Cui Chan? Furthermore, when the Jijiang River attempted to use a magical artifact, the Jade Cauldron, to kill Lin Jianzhi, why did Cui Chan suddenly intervene against Jijiang River? Was it truly an act of chivalry in the face of injustice? Everything seems too coincidental. Ji Qing had long harbored suspicions regarding the relationship between Cui Chan and Lin Jian. However, the allure of a powerful figure in the spirit connection realm was overwhelming, one that Ji Qing found impossible to resist. Through the vessel of Sword King Cui Chan, he observed Lu Jiang, Wen Qing, and other cherished disciples gazing at him with eager anticipation, leaving Lin Jian feeling quite overwhelmed. Although he had already surmised his master's intentions, the question remained, who should he accept as a disciple? Setting aside other considerations, he felt it imperative to take Lin Jian under his wing. Otherwise, how could he ensure his protection? Yet, such a decision the Grand Elder remained silent, perhaps deeming the qualifications of these individuals unworthy. At Ji Qing's subtle prompting, the second elder, Mo Qing Shan, stepped forward and urged once more, Though their talents may not be extraordinary, they are indeed the seeds of our Lingjian Sect. I hope the Grand Elder will prioritize the interests of our sect and accept them." As soon as the second elder finished speaking, Lu Jiang, the eldest disciple, swiftly stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "Rest assured, Grand Elder, if fortunate enough to be accepted, I, Lu Jiang, shall not disappoint the expectations of the sect leader and all esteemed elders." Chen Zhao's expression shifted slightly, having been preempted by Lu Jiang, and he too stepped forward to bow, showering praise. The same was true for Wen Qin, Song Shuli, and Zhao Yuyan, each following suit. Fortunately, Lin Jian soon conceived a solution. He controlled the body of Sword King Cui Chan and spoke coldly, "It is not that I am unwilling to impart swordsmanship to you. However, as you are aware, the relationship between master and disciple is a matter of cause and effect. I, Cui Chan, have dedicated the majority of my life to the study of swordsmanship. While I do not claim to possess unparalleled mastery, my skills are certainly not lacking." Upon hearing this, Lu Jiang, Chen Xiao, and the others widened their eyes in astonishment. For me, accepting disciples is not merely a matter of fate, it also requires sincerity. Amidst the bewilderment of the onlookers, Cui Chan made a startling declaration. "How about this? I shall grant you a day's time. Tomorrow, whoever presents the most valuable tribute for the apprenticeship will be accepted as my disciple." As soon as these words were uttered, the grand hall fell into a hushed silence. Lu Jiang, Chen Xiao, and the others stared in disbelief at sect leader Ji Qing, convinced they had misheard. A tribute for apprenticeship? Such an audacious request. After all, he was the Sword King. Did he truly lack funds? Ji Qing was equally taken aback. Cui Chan's response had caught him off guard. Not only delaying matters, but also openly soliciting benefits. No. The second elder, witnessing the sect leader's evident discomfort, immediately intervened. Mustering the courage to address Cui Chan, "Grand Elder, as members of the Lingjian Sect, it is our duty to prioritize the interests of our sect. Imparting swordsmanship to disciples is an inherent responsibility. How can one openly demand?" Before the words of the second elder could fully escape his lips, Cui Chan suddenly struck. With his finger transformed into a sword, a fierce blade of energy severed the white beard of the elder with remarkable precision, the lethal force mere inches from his throat. The elder, Mo Chi Shan, was taken aback, his pupils contracting in fear, sweat pouring down his back as he stood frozen in place, paralyzed by dread. "How dare you openly demand a master-esque tribute?" Cui Chan scoffed, his voice cold and merciless. "If I were not in need of spirit stones or wealth, would I swear fealty to the heart of heaven? Would I condescend to become the grand elder of your spirit sword sect? You old man. It was I who saved your life, and now you dare to admonish me? Have you a death wish?" His words sent a shockwave through the assembly. This was the most vocal display by the Sword King Cui Chan since his arrival at the Spirit Sword Sect. It was unexpected to witness him, usually aloof and composed, speaking so brazenly, suggesting a dire desperation. Indeed, he must have been truly provoked by the second elder. The direct disciples, including Lu Jiang, were so alarmed by this spectacle that they instinctively recoiled. To take such a domineering and bloodthirsty individual as a mentor seemed perilously unwise. "Haha, Grand Elder. Do not be angered. The second elder was merely jesting." Observing the elder rendered speechless by fear, Ji Qing felt compelled to intervene, playing the peacemaker. The path of cultivation is inherently rebellious against fate. Law, wealth, companionship, and territory are all indispensable. The absence of spirit stones and riches is quite normal for us cultivators. The Grand Elder's forthrightness and magnanimity are commendable. You should prepare the master-esque tribute as the Grand Elder suggested, with the sect leader's endorsement. The crowd nodded in agreement, beginning to ponder what tribute would be most fitting to distinguish themselves in seeking the mentorship of the Sword King. Once matters settled, Ji Qing returned to the sect leader's seat, regally assuming his position, and discreetly signaled to Chen Xiao. Understanding the cue, Chen Xiao stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "Master, I have a matter to report." He then pointed at Lin Jianzhi and continued. "Since he emerged from the cliff of reflection, he has been arrogant and brazen, disregarding our sect's rules and brutally slaying several inner disciples, including those from the Ji sect. Just moments ago, he viciously tore the arms off 2 disciples of the Spirit Sword sect before the Sanqing Hall, displaying savagery akin to that of a demon. I dare to implore you, Master, to take action against Lin Jianzhi, to pacify the hearts of our lower-ranked disciples and grant peace to the souls of the departed." With that, Chen Xiao knelt before the master, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication. When he raised his gaze again, his eyes were bloodshot, tears streaming down his face. "Lu Jiang, Wen Qing and Song Shui had anticipated such a development and merely crossed their arms, awaiting the unfolding drama. In contrast, Zhao Yuyan, who had been by Lin Jianzhi's side the previous night, was taken aback by the sudden turn of events, left bewildered by the scene before her. When did Lin Jianzhi slay several inner disciples of the Lingjian Sect? The betrayal among fellow disciples resulted in such a staggering loss of life. This is indeed a grave sin. As the betrothed of Chen Xiao, she was well aware of his relentless schemes to eliminate Lin Jianzhi. Chen Xiao's decision to unveil this matter at such a critical moment was clearly orchestrated by the sect leader, Ji Qing. In other words, Lin Jianzhi's demise today is unequivocally assured. Lin Jian's demise has granted Zhao Yuyan her complete freedom. She initially believed that this would bring her joy. However, to her surprise, a sense of melancholy lingered in her heart. The sect's rules are meant to restrain the disciples of the Lingjian Sect, and now, with someone so brazenly flouting them and regarding human life as trivial, punishment is undoubtedly warranted. Lu Jiang took a deep breath and stepped forward. Addressing the seated Ji Qing with a respectful gesture, "I implore you, Master, to deliver justice for the disciples of the Jimin and execute Lin Jian." Subsequently, Wen Qin and Song Shui also advanced, bowing to Ji Qing and echoing, "We beseech you, Master, to grant justice for the disciples of the Jimin and execute Lin Jian." Zhao Yuyan lifted one foot to step forward, but upon glancing at the silent and solitary Lin Jian beside her, she found herself unable to move the other foot. Chen Xiao furrowed his brow, gesturing to Zhao Yuyan while urging her, "You honor, why are you still dawdling? Come here at once." Despite her evident hesitation, Zhao Yuyan eventually moved forward under Chen Xiao's persistent encouragement, bowing respectfully to Ji Qing. Though she did not utter a word, her actions clearly indicated her stance. The elders, including the second elder Mo Qi Shan, also stepped forward to call for Lin Jian's execution. Within the vast Sanqing hall, only 3 individuals remained in silence: Ji Qing, Lin Jianzhi, Sword King Cui Chan. After a brief moment of silence, Ji Qing furrowed his brows, casting a detached glance at Lin Jianzhi, and remarked, "Lin Jianzhi, can what Chen Xiao has stated be regarded as the truth?" Lin Jianzhi did not attempt to argue or evade responsibility. Instead, he openly acknowledged, "Indeed, the killing of the members of the Jimin occurred atop the Jian Pavilion, witnessed by numerous disciples, and it cannot be concealed. Moreover, since Chen Xiao chose this moment to strike, he must have been thoroughly prepared. Should Lin Jianzhi try to defend himself, disciples would immediately step forward to testify. Thus, it was determined that he would be dealt with according to the sect's regulations." Ji Qing, with a face devoid of emotion, gestured with his hand, causing a flying sword to descend before Lin Jianzhi's. "As a master and disciple, you shall take your own life to atone for your sins." Self-immolation? Atonement? The simplicity of these 4 words, uttered from Ji Qing's lips, rendered Lin Jianzhi's fate a death sentence. As the leader of the Spirit Sword sect, Ji Qing wielded absolute authority within the sect. Observing the flying sword at his feet, Lin Jianzhi's lips curled into a slight smile. He was certainly not foolish enough to pick up the sword for self-execution. Lin Jianzhi raised his head and gazed directly at Ji Qing, hands clasped behind his back, exhibiting neither servility nor arrogance. "My master is aware that I have slain the members of the Jimin, yet he does not inquire as to the reasons behind my actions." Before Ji Qing could respond, Lin Jianzhi continued, "As inner disciples, the members of Jimin have repeatedly insulted me, a direct disciple, and have audaciously proclaimed their intent to confront me on the life and death platform. If I do not accept their challenge, would it not tarnish the reputation of a direct disciple? We cultivators are meant to defy the heavens if we cannot rise against humiliation. What is the essence of our pursuit of immortality? What path do we seek? It would be better to..." Bang! Ji Qing struck the armrest of his chair with a palm, clearly uninterested in Lin Jianzhi's discourse. He callously interrupted before Lin could finish. "Since you are unwilling to take your own life, I shall personally send you on your way." As he spoke, he waved his hand lightly, and a terrifying pressure from the spirit connection realm enveloped the entire hall. The flying sword that descended upon Lin Jianzhi transformed into a streak of light, aimed directly at his heart. The expressions of those present shifted dramatically, filled with surprise, relief, and delight. Swish! Just as the flying sword was about to pierce Lin Jianzhi's body, a sword chi materialized out of thin air, intercepting the blade. The one who intervened was none other than Sword King Cui Chan, or rather, it was Lin Jianzhi himself. Anticipating Ji Qing's move, Lin Jianzhi had already commanded this living dead puppet to unleash sword chi, releasing the pressure of the spirit connection realm. If it was indeed a matter of life and death on the platform, then death would be death. Cui Chan's face remained impassive as he confronted Ji Qing, stating, I believe what this Lin Jianzhi has said holds considerable merit. The rules of the Spirit Sword Sect ought to be reconsidered. Chapter 33, Confrontation and Revelation of Techniques. From the moment Ji Qing ascended to the position of Sect Master of the Spirit Sword Sect, he wielded absolute authority within the sect. Throughout the entirety of the Spirit Sword Sect, regardless of who it was, if he decreed death, they were to perish. If he commanded life, they were to thrive. Even the previous Grand Elder, Ji Jianghe, who had been slain by Cui Chan, was declared by Ji Qing to have been the victim of the spirit-eating rat tied with but a casual remark. Ji Qing relished the sensation of wielding such power, controlling the fates of others. This had been his existence for countless years, yet today, Sword King Cui Chan, Ji Qing narrowed his eyes, his gaze cold and indifferent as he scrutinized the man in black before him. Despite having recently appointed him as the Grand Elder of the Spirit Sword Sect, Cui Chan dared to oppose him, doing so in front of all the elders and direct disciples. He was the only individual within the Spirit Sword Sect capable of contending with Ji Qing. Yet, for the sake of this Lin Jianzhi, this worthless wretch, was it truly worth opposing Ji Qing? Lin Jianzhi and Cui Chan, what is the true nature of their relationship? If Lin Jianzhi had indeed known the Sword King Cui Chan for some time, how could he have suffered such indignity within the Lingjian Sect? From the very beginning, Ji Qing harbored doubts, and now, as these suspicions crystallize, a murderous intent arises within him. However, Ji Qing conceals his feelings well, for he understands that should he confront Cui Chan, the timing is far from opportune. A clash between them at this moment would irreparably devastate the Lingjian Sect. Regardless of the outcome, Ji Qing's thoughts echo in the silence, leaving the other attendees in a stunned state, unable to utter a word. Chen Xiao, stripped of his former elegance, wears an expression of utmost displeasure, as if he has consumed something distasteful. Lu Jiang, Wen Qing, and Song Shuyi exchange glances, their faces reflecting the turmoil of their thoughts. What could possibly bind these two? Why does the Sword King Cui Chan choose to shield Lin Jianzhi? Master, do you suppose I am shielding this boy? Cui Chan stands with arms crossed, addressing Ji Qing, his voice breaking the silence. Esteemed elders and young ones alike, do any of you truly believe this? No one dares to speak, particularly the second elder, who, having just lost his beard to a sword strike, shrinks back, pretending to be inconspicuous. Everyone present has felt the brunt of Cui Chan's notorious temper and wishes to avoid becoming a casualty of his wrath. This is my first visit to the Xianyu Empire, my first time at the Lingjian Sect, and I have never encountered this lad before. The reason I intervened to save him is not for any other purpose but to uphold my own sword path. What does it mean to be a sword cultivator? A sword cultivator is one who embraces the art of killing. Yet, if the sword within a sword cultivator's heart becomes dulled, how can one defeat an adversary? Observing the continued silence, Cui Chan presses on. As this lad has stated, as sword cultivators, if we are subjected to humiliation and do not rise to retaliate, merely cowering in shame and seeking peace, then what claim do we have to the title of sword cultivators? While it is indeed commendable to prohibit infighting among disciples, if the circumstances dictate and others stand over you in contempt, should you not draw your sword? I believe the rules of the Lingjian Sect require re-evaluation. The crowd exchanges bewildered glances, suddenly finding merit in Cui Chan's words. Moreover, on the life and death platform, the outcome of a duel is determined by skill, should one perish. It is a reflection of their inadequacy. With a sweeping gesture, Cui Chan leaps forward, positioning himself protectively before Lin Jianzhi. What wrong has he, Lin Jianzhi, committed? Zhao Yuyan inexplicably let out a sigh of relief. She glanced at the perpetually silent Lin Jianzhi and suddenly perceived a certain courage in this man. In the face of life and death, he exhibited no fear. However, the Grand Elder, the conflict between the Jimin and Lin Jianzhi was a battle for survival. What are the other inner sect disciples? As she observed Cui Chan shielding Lin Jianzhi, Chen Xiao became flustered and, gritting her teeth, summoned her courage to voice her doubts. The other inner sect disciples who fell victim to Lin Jianzi's ruthless actions had not entered into a life and death pact with him. Who would stand up for them? Furthermore, just moments ago at the entrance of the Sanqing Hall, Lin Jianzhi had callously severed the arms of two disciples over a mere disagreement. In Chen Zhao's eyes, even if she were to offend the Sword King Cui Chan today, eliminating Lin Jianzhi would make it all worthwhile. Otherwise, once Lin Jianzi's unique constitution fully awakened, no one in the Lingjian Sect would be able to contain him. And what would become of her then? Lin Jianzhi, speak for yourself. Cui Chan furrowed his brow, casting an irritated glance at Chen Xiao before finally speaking. Why should those inner sect disciples be killed? Lin Jianzhi inclined his hand towards Cui Chan, understanding that one must fully embrace the performance of a role. With a demeanor both composed and assertive, he spoke, "In my life and death duel with the disciples of the Jimin, those inner sect disciples brazenly stormed the stage, besieging me and disrupting the battle. Thus they deserve to perish." Cui Chan nodded in agreement and remarked, "Such insolence warrants death." Regarding the two individuals at the temple entrance who had dared to speak disrespectfully to him, he continued, "They too shall receive their due punishment." Cui Chan again nodded, echoing, "Indeed, to sever an arm from each of them would be lenient. Should anyone dare to insult me, I would not hesitate to see them torn apart." As he uttered these words, his gaze was fixed intently on Chen Xiao, the menace in his eyes unmistakable. Chen Xiao, intimidated by that piercing gaze, retreated several steps, swallowing hard as he stifled the retort that had nearly escaped his lips. Moreover, it was evident that Lin Jianzhi bore hidden injuries, clearly on the brink of death. Would it not be more prudent to let him extinguish himself rather than engage in a fratricidal struggle? Once Cui Chan's words were spoken, the atmosphere grew more relaxed, for it was apparent to all that Lin Jianzhi was gravely wounded and unlikely to survive beyond 3 days. To risk enmity with a formidable spirit realm expert for the sake of a dying man was indeed unwise. Prior to arriving at the Sanqing Hall, Lin Jianzhi had learned a secret technique from Master Ta, allowing him to appear feeble and close to death. This art was remarkably sophisticated, so much so that even the sect leader, Ji Qing, could not see through it. "Today marks a momentous occasion as I assume the role of the Grand Elder of the Lingjian Sect," he said. After much discourse, Cui Chan turned his attention to the seated Ji Qing, requesting, "For the sake of our friendship, may we avoid bloodshed today?" Ji Qing pondered for a moment, then rose and addressed the silent Lin Jianzhi. "Lin Jianzhi, as the Grand Elder has interceded on your behalf, let this matter rest. However, from this day forth, no one within the Lingjian Sect is permitted to aid you. In 3 days' time, your fate shall rest solely upon your own merits." With that proclamation, accompanied by arcs of lightning dancing in the void, Ji Qing vanished into thin air. The assembly nodded in agreement, offering their farewells. Ji Qing understood that from the moment Cui Chan had deflected that sword strike, Lin Jianzhi's life was assured. He would not engage in conflict with Cui Chan over a man on the verge of death. Yet, once the seeds of suspicion were sown, they were destined to take root and flourish. Ji Qing was eager to witness how Lin Jianzhi would endure in 3 days' time. Shortly after Ji Qing's departure, Cui Chan too transformed into a streak of light, soaring from the Sanqing Hall and disappearing from sight. "Lin Jianzhi, you may evade the initial strike, but you cannot escape the final reckoning." Chen Xiao, having risen from the ground after kneeling for so long that his knees ached, remarked, "Today, you have the Grand Elder's protection. You are fortunate. However, the sect leader has decreed that no one may intervene on your behalf. I look forward to seeing how you survive in 3 days." Lu Xiang, Wen Qing, and others also stood behind Chen Xiao, lending their support to bolster his presence. What a foolish act. Lin Jian's words were filled with disdain as he turned away from Chen Xiao without a glance, leaving the Sanqing Hall with an air of nonchalance. Chen Xiao, incensed, nearly choked on his indignation, clutching his chest as he vented to Zhao Yuyan and Lu Xiang. How vulgar. So utterly base. As the group departed the Sanqing Hall, they returned to their quarters, busily preparing the so-called master-disciple gifts. Wen Qing, upon returning to her cozy little abode, found warmth in her surroundings. After rummaging through her storage ring, she managed to gather only a little over 3,000 high-quality spirit stones. Though direct disciples received a monthly allowance of spirit stones, their own cultivation also relied heavily on these resources, leaving them with scant reserves. 3,000 spirit stones, alas, seemed insufficient to capture the attention of the esteemed Sword King. What to do? With a slight furrow in her brows, Wen Qing's gaze shifted to her vibrant red pouch, her eyes glinting with allure. Humph. No matter how formidable the Sword King is, he remains a man, and every man has his weaknesses, especially when faced with the charms of Wen Qing's intimate allure. In the book pavilion, Song Shui secured the doors and windows, activating the protective array before retrieving another storage ring. As she infused it with her spiritual energy, over 10,000 high-quality spirit stones materialized before her, forming a small mound. Who would have imagined that Song Shui could produce yet another 10,000 high-quality spirit stones, a testament to her wealth among direct disciples? Curse that detestable Lin Jian. She fumed. Had he not extorted over 20,000 spirit stones from me, I could have presented nearly 40,000. Gazing at the remaining pile of just over 10,000 spirit stones, a smirk crept onto Song Shui's lips. Nevertheless, to be able to present 1,000 high-quality spirit stones Only I, Song Shudi, could manage that. Once I successfully become a disciple tomorrow, I will ensure the Sword King teaches Lin Jian a lesson and retrieves the 2,000 spirit stones he owes me. Lu Jiang did not return to his quarters. Instead, after wandering through the Lingjian Sect unnoticed, he summoned his flying sword and darted back to the Sanqing Hall. Master. Upon encountering Ji Qing, Lu Jiang bowed respectfully. It was Ji Qing's summons that brought him back. Present this item as your master-disciple gift, and you shall surely gain the favor of the Grand Elder. With a wave of his hand, Ji Qing sent a luminous orb directly into Lu Jiang's forehead, where it vanished. Master, this is far too precious. Lu Jiang's expression changed dramatically upon realizing what had entered his mind, his excitement rendering him incoherent. Disciple. Ji Qing waved his hand dismissively, speaking in a detached manner. You know what you must do, correct? Lu Jiang cupped his hands and bowed again, lowering his voice. Rest assured, Master, I will master the swordsmanship of the Grand Elder and dedicate it to you. In the enchanting red pavilion, Zhao Yuyan gazed out of the window at the sprawling sea of flowers, her eyes devoid of focus, embodying a state of disconnection from reality. The notion of apprenticing under the Sword King had been cast aside, or perhaps it was never of any consequence to her. Forever since her return from the Sanqing Hall, her heart had been thrown into disarray. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the air. Startled, Zhao Yuyan turned swiftly, her heart racing as she strained to discern the source of the sound. Could it be him? Chapter 34. Do not ask anything. Just kiss me. The name Lin Jianzhi inexplicably surfaced in Zhao Yuyan's mind upon hearing the sound of a knock at the door. When she realized this, she was taken aback by her own thoughts. That scoundrel. That rogue. That good-for-nothing. He must have caused me such distress that Fortunately, in 3 days, he shall meet his demise. Even the deities cannot save him now. As Zhao Yuyan pondered and murmured to herself, she attempted to reassure her heart. Yet an inexplicable gloom overshadowed her joy. 3 days. In 3 days, I shall fulfill my promise. Humph, that should settle our debts. However, it was still broad daylight, and disciples were bustling about outside the Yanhong Pavilion. Besides, had they not agreed to avoid being seen by Qin Shao? With her taking the initiative to visit the herbal hall? What could be the reason for his unexpected arrival today? Could it be that he sought solace after being overwhelmed by his senior brothers and sisters and compelled by their master to take his own life? Indeed, had it not been for the timely intervention of the newly appointed Grand Elder, Lin Jianzhi would have met his end today. As Lin Jianzhi departed from the Sanqing Hall alone, his solitary figure evoked a sense of melancholy and solitude in Zhao Yuyan. At that moment, this rascal must surely be in dire need of companionship, right? And thus, he hastily sought her out? Yes, it must be so. Zhao Yuyan felt a faint blush creep across her cheeks, accompanied by an inexplicable joy. However, during broad daylight, should someone happen upon this, Zhao Yuyan found herself utterly ensnared in a dilemma, at a loss for whether to open the door or not. Should she indeed open it, or refrain? Knock, knock, knock. As Zhao Yuyan pondered deeply, a frantic knocking at the door rang out once more. Yuan, are you inside? Open the door quickly. It's me, your Xiao Gu. The voice of Qin Shao from outside jolted Zhao Yuyan from her reverie. How could it be Qin Shao? Perhaps unbeknownst to Zhao Yuyan herself? Upon recognizing Qin Zhao's voice, she involuntarily sighed, a cloud of sorrow shadowing her brow. A slight sense of disappointment nestled within her heart. Rising to open the door, she gazed at the exuberant Qin Shao and softly called out, Xiao Gu. Reason reminded Zhao Yuyan that this Qin Shao standing before her was her betrothed, her destined partner, with their wedding imminent. In contrast, Lin Jianzhi would meet his demise in 3 days, destined to remain but a painful memory. Yuan, why did it take you so long to open the door? I was merely a bit fatigued and unintentionally dozed off. Faced with Qin Zhao's inquiry, Zhao Yuyan's expression betrayed her slight unease. Fortunately, Qin Shao did not dwell on her response, as he soon noticed the surge of energy surrounding Zhao Yuyan, indicating her breakthrough. He exclaimed in astonishment, Yuan, you have actually broken through to the 6th level of the condensation realm. My heavens! Weren't you ensnared in a bottleneck, unable to advance? How did you achieve this sudden breakthrough? Qin Zhao's voice brimmed with envy, even tinged with a hint of jealousy. Having commenced his training later and with a shorter duration of practice, this junior disciple, Qin Shao, held the lowest cultivation level among the many direct disciples, excluding the dying Lin Jianzhi. To catch up with his senior brothers, Qin Shao frequently relied on Zhao Yuyan's spirit stones and elixirs. After enduring prolonged and arduous training, He had managed to barely reach the 4th level of the condensation realm, while Zhao Yuyan appeared to be trapped in her cultivation bottleneck. He merely needed to break through another level to stand alongside her, if not surpass her altogether. With their wedding approaching, Chen Xiao was unwilling to be seen as inferior to Zhao Yuyan, lest he become the subject of gossip. Yet, to his astonishment, in just 2 days apart, Zhao Yuyan unexpectedly surpassed him, successfully advancing to the 6th level of the condensation realm, leaving him far behind. Thus, in the eyes of the other disciples of the Lingjian Sect, he, Chen Xiao, would appear to be the one merely climbing the social ladder. How outrageous! A flicker of sternness flashed in Chen Xiao's eyes, yet he concealed it masterfully. Sister Yuyan, I am uncertain as to what transpired. The cultivation seemed to have advanced on its own. Zhao Yuyan genuinely did not comprehend the reason, and she could hardly confess that her breakthrough was due to her dual cultivation with Lin Jianzhi, although doubts lingered in her heart. How could she possibly disclose such matters to her fiancé? Yin, achieving a breakthrough in your cultivation is indeed a splendid accomplishment. I am elated that you have ascended to the 6th level of the condensation realm so swiftly, Chen Xiao remarked, quickly regaining his composure as he recalled the purpose of his visit. He took Zhao Yuyan's hand, his gaze imbued with tenderness. However, Zhao Yuyan reacted like a startled rabbit. The moment Chen Zhao's hand enveloped hers, she instinctively recoiled several steps, evading him with alacrity. Chen Xiao stood there, utterly bewildered, his expression one of incredulity as he stared at Zhao Yuyan. This was his fiancée. While it was one matter for her to resist his advances before their marriage, how could it be that she now refused even the simplest gesture of holding hands? Yin, what is amiss? I am your Xiaogu, he implored, confusion etched on his face. Why are you avoiding me? Chen Xiao was taken aback, being inherently perceptive. He had sensed something was amiss with Zhao Yuyan. He immediately inquired, earlier in the Sanqing Hall, I noticed something unusual. Why did you not join us in requesting the master to execute Lin Jianzhi? Zhao Yuyan paused, her expression evasive. After a moment's hesitation, she voiced her doubts, Xiaogu. I do not understand. Why must you condemn Lin Jianzhi to death? Why is it imperative that he perishes? He has languished on the cliff of reflection for 10 days and has been reduced to the qi refinement stage. He poses no threat to you. We are all fellow disciples. Must it come to this? Before she could finish, Zhao Yuyan was suddenly shoved by a furious Chen Xiao, causing her to stagger back several steps, nearly losing her balance. Yin, I did not intend to do that. It is not that I wish for Lin Jianzhi to die. It is simply that his actions against our fellow disciples are unforgivable. Chen Xiao, realizing his error, rushed forward to assist her, but she deftly evaded him, leaving him to insist. Moreover, you must have noticed that I am not the only one who desires his demise. Zhao Yuyan turned away, her tone somewhat stiff. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she was reluctant to face Chen Xiao. Xiaogu, what brings you here today? Chen Xiao was taken aback. What was she implying? Was it unacceptable for her fiancé to visit Yin Honglu without a specific purpose? It is evident to any discerning observer that the inquiry into one's purpose is, in fact, a subtle dismissal. Chen Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly, his heart ablaze with indignation. Yet he forced a smile and gently spoke. Yinner, I know you have not been resting well these past few days, and your spirits are low. So I came to check on you. Furthermore, I wish to inquire about the preparations for your master's gift. Master's gift? Zhao Yuyan was taken aback, but quickly dismissed her surprise, replying, I have not prepared any gift. In terms of cultivation and talent, I fall short compared to senior brother and second sister. As for spirit stones and elixirs, I am also lacking compared to sister Song, so I have chosen not to contest. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhao's face broke into a beaming smile, filled with unexpected joy. In that case, Yinner, why not entrust me with your spirit stones, treasures, and elixirs, which I shall present to the esteemed Sword King on your behalf? Zhao Yuyan stared incredulously at her fiancé, Chen Xiao. In the past, her infatuation would have led her to comply without hesitation. After all, she had often lent him spirit stones and elixirs over the years, though he had never returned them. Yet now, an uncomfortable feeling stirred within her, sensing Chen Zhao's selfishness. Yinner, what troubles you? Noticing Zhao Yuyan's silence and her reluctance to hand over her storage ring, Chen Xiao felt a wave of vexation wash over him. Nevertheless, he persevered, attempting to explain. I merely wish to borrow your spirit stones and elixirs temporarily. Besides, did you not intend to take the Sword King as your master? We are to be wed soon. We no longer stand apart. Among the many disciples, I joined the latest and possessed the lowest cultivation level. This is to ensure I am worthy of you, so that no one speaks ill of us. Yinner, if it burdens you, consider that I never came today, as if I requested nothing. Before Chen Xiao could finish, Zhao Yuyin had already removed her storage ring and handed it to him. You truly are the best to me, he exclaimed, accepting the ring with glee. Rest assured, Yinner, once I become a disciple of the Sword King, I will secretly share his teachings with you. With Zhao Yuyin's expression still one of disbelief, Chen Xiao's gaze shifted to the white jade bracelet adorning her wrist. Sister, why not part with your white jade bracelet as well? Zhao Yuyin was momentarily taken aback, her face reflecting incredulity as she replied, Xiaogu, that bracelet is a cherished heirloom from my mother. After pocketing Zhao Yuyin's storage ring, Chen Xiao let out a dismissive huff and waved his hand in reassurance. Do not worry, Yinner. What stature does the Sword King hold? Would he truly demand a gift from us? I had long anticipated the intentions of Senior Sword King. Having just ascended to the position of Grand Elder of the Spirit Sword Sect, it would have been inappropriate for him to refuse anyone wishing to become his disciple. Thus, he devised the pretext of a disciple's gift, aiming to gauge our sentiments towards him. I can assure you that by tomorrow, these gifts will be returned in full. And not only will I succeed in becoming his disciple, but I shall also receive a welcoming gift in return. However, Zhao Yuyin felt an inexplicable sense of vexation. Yet, under Chen Zhao's persistent assurances and urgings, she reluctantly removed the white jade bracelet and handed it over. Yinner, you should rest early. Await the moment I become the Sword King's disciple tomorrow. With his objective achieved, Chen Xiao felt a tinge of embarrassment. After leaving behind a light remark, he found an excuse to turn and depart. With the wind at his back and a spring in his step, he reveled in the day's splendor, envisioning the blossoming flowers of Chang'an. Never before had he felt such exuberance. He could already foresee that upon successfully becoming the Sword King's disciple, he would stand out among the many disciples, unmatched throughout the realm. With the spiritual stones and treasures he had amassed, combined with Zhao Yuyin's contribution, who among the numerous direct disciples could possibly rival him? Who indeed? After Chen Zhao's departure, Zhao Yuyin gazed at her empty wrist, where the indentation of the ring on her ring finger remained, and a wave of melancholy washed over her. The spiritual stones and elixirs that Chen Xiao took mattered little to her. However, that white jade bracelet was a cherished heirloom from her mother. Sitting by the window until deep into the night, she donned a black cloak and stepped outside. She soared through the air on her sword towards the herb hall. Knocking on the door, the creaking door swung open, and Zhao Yuyin could no longer contain herself. She rushed into Lin Jian's embrace and blurted out, "Don't ask anything. Just kiss me." Chapter 35, Master Tower does not understand what love is. Master Tower, I have now broken through to the condensation realm. Upon returning to his herb hall from the Sanqing Hall, Lin Jian shook off his previous despondency. Shedding all pretense and discarding his sickly appearance, he excitedly rubbed his hands together. I should be able to open the second door within the Star Tower now, right? How could a mere Sword King, Cui Chan, induce Master Ji Qing to treat him as a formidable adversary, hesitant to act? If I were to open the second door now, followed by the third, the 10th, the 20th door, it must be noted that the puppet concealed behind the first door was the weakest and most fragile of all. The Star Tower houses a total of 3,000 doors, and according to Master Tower, the strength of the puppets hidden behind each subsequent door increases correspondingly. In the grand scheme of things, the 3,000 paths correspond to the 3,000 doors. Lin Jianzhi dared not imagine what terrifying existence might lie beyond the 3,000th door. It was likely that whatever resided within had long transcended the realm of mere puppets, evolving into an entirely new life form. Lost in thought, Lin Jianzhi extended his consciousness, searching within the Star Tower for one mysterious and fearsome door after another. With a thunderous roar, the doors standing in the boundless void surged through Lin Jianzhi's mind like a tidal wave. As his awareness enveloped the 99th door, an unexpected transformation occurred. A resounding boom echoed as the Star Tower, suspended within Lin Jianzhi's sea of consciousness, erupted in resplendent brilliance. The ensuing turmoil stirred up colossal waves within his mind, and an overwhelming pressure bore down upon him. Upon lifting his gaze, Lin Jianzhi beheld a colossal star, magnificent to the extreme, plummeting from the heavens above, hurtling towards him. This star dwarfed the entire Xianyu Empire, and indeed, the very world itself. What the hell, kid? Are you trying to throw your life away? At this critical juncture, the spirit of the Star Tower awakened, and the master of the tower summoned the full power of the edifice to dismantle the immense star that threatened Lin Jianzhi. Those who could be confined within the Star Tower were exceedingly formidable beings. Lacking sufficient strength to engage them would surely spell death. Fortunately, As the master of the Star Tower, these animated corpses bore no malice towards him. Otherwise, that recent strike would have been beyond my capabilities to counter. Regaining his composure, Lin Jianzhi hastily retracted his focus, wary of further intrusion. Thankfully, the master of the tower had intervened in time, sparing him from harm. Master of the tower, did you just say they bear no ill will towards me? Lin Jianzhi's consciousness withdrew from the Star Tower, reflecting on the recent scene. Still haunted by trepidation, why did it attack me just now? The tower master manifested his form, remaining an ethereal orb of light, yet compared to before, the features on this orb appeared distinctly more pronounced. Attack you? Youngster, you overestimate yourself. The tower master, with a face full of disdain, mercilessly derided Lin Jianzhi. The terrifying entity within that door merely opened its eyes and glanced at you. Had it aimed to strike? Heh. Lin Jianzhi felt that Tay was insulting him, yet he found himself unable to produce any evidence. Wasn't the spirit of a magical artifact supposed to be devoid of emotions? Shouldn't it be utterly devoted to its master, responding to every inquiry? Yet, this Tay seemed to possess a semblance of humanity, which perplexed Lin Jianzhi. On a serious note, after the recent incident, Lin Jianzhi hesitated to pursue the more remote door. However, having broken through to the condensation origin realm, he deemed it feasible to attempt the second door. It was certain that the living dead puppet behind the second door would surpass Sword King Chui Chan. If Lin Jianzhi succeeded in pushing open the second door, he would have no further concerns within the Spirit Sword Sect. Even his master, Ji Qing, would have to bow in submission, or else face dire consequences. To open the second door, one would typically require cultivation at the core formation realm. It seemed somewhat precarious. Yet it was worth a try. Tay did not linger, and with a mere thought, the surrounding space began to shift once more, pulling Lin Jianzhi's consciousness back into the Star Tower. In an instant, as Lin Jianzhi's heart brimmed with anticipation, the void shattered, and a faint glimmer of light emerged within the pitch-black expanse. Lin Jianzhi understood that this radiant orb represented the second gate. Without the need for further introduction from Master Tower, he stepped forward, extending both hands to press against the ancient, weathered stone door, and exerted a sudden force. With a resounding rumble, the time-worn door began to shift, revealing a slender crack. However, before Lin Jianzhi could revel in his triumph, a terrifying force of devouring energy erupted, voraciously consuming the spiritual energy and vitality within him. The great path of devouring heaven, let it devour. Drawing from his previous experience with the first gate, Lin Jianzhi immediately executed the great path of devouring heaven, countering the force of absorption with his own. Whoosh! Expecting a fierce tug of war, Lin Jianzhi was instead abruptly drained, rendered utterly hollow. He collapsed to the ground, twitching and gasping. As the dreadful devouring force continued its invasion, threatening to reduce him to a desiccated corpse, Master Tower intervened, harnessing the power of the Celestial Tower to transport Lin Jianzhi to another realm, effectively sealing the second gate. Tower. Lin Jianzhi struggled to rise from the ground, his voice hoarse and his words fragmented. Young man, he said, I have already told you that to push open the second door, you must attain the Golden Core realm. The orb of light, embodying the essence of Master Tower, floated before Lin Jianzhi, simultaneously replenishing his spiritual energy while grinning mischievously. But you refuse to listen. Alas, disregarding the wisdom of the elders leads to immediate consequences. Lin Jian's anger compelled him to strike the luminous sphere with his palm, yet his hand passed through it, hitting nothing but air. Did you not suggest I give it a try? Did I say that? Master Tower feigned forgetfulness. I have no recollection of such a thing. Beware. I might accuse you of slander. After receiving the nurturing energy from Master Tower, Lin Jian gradually regained some strength. Although he remained feeble, he could at least stand and walk. Fortunately, Master Tower had acted in time. While his energy was depleted, his essence remained intact. After a night's rest, he would be fully restored. However, to push open the second door, he needed to find a way to break through to the core formation stage. Spirit Stones. He was in dire need of Spirit Stones. Luckily, tomorrow, Lu Jiang and Chen Xiao, those foolish ones, would come bustling in to present their apprenticeship gifts, providing a much-needed boost. Young man, your little lover has come to see you. Upon detecting Zhao Yuya's presence outside the door, Master Tower immediately dove into Lin Jian's brow, not forgetting to scold him before departing. Don't waste time merely coming and going. It serves no purpose. You must utilize the Rin character technique. Awakening your unique constitution is of utmost importance. Do not lose sight of what truly matters. Do not engage in futile efforts. And do not throw away the sesame for the watermelon. Before Master Tower could finish his lengthy admonition, Lin Jian, feeling impatient, waved his hand, abruptly halting their conversation. He then prepared to rise and open the door to greet his beautiful junior sister. Coming and going, is that meaningless? Huh? Master Tower fundamentally lacked an understanding of love. He truly did not comprehend. Rather than explaining to his spirit tool, it would be far more worthwhile to converse with his junior sister about life and aspirations. Just as Lin Jian opened the door, a shadow rushed into his embrace. Lin Jian paused in surprise, instinctively tightening his grip on the shark-slaying sword, ready to deliver a chilling blow. At that moment, the intoxicatingly sweet voice of Zhao Yuyan echoed in his ears. Ask nothing, just kiss me. Her delicate form nestled into his embrace, radiating warmth and tenderness. Lin Jian's mind was in a state of confusion. He had not even considered inquiring about anything. What was wrong with Zhao Yuyan today? Had their secret affair been discovered? However, faced with Zhao Yuyan, who was pouting her cherry-like lips and wore a dazed expression, Lin Jian chose to remain silent. Instead, he mirrored her pout and pressed forward. Time seemed to stretch endlessly until Zhao Yuyan, cradled in his arms, felt as though she were on the verge of suffocation and began to struggle. Lin Jian's breath came in ragged gasps as the two of them shared the oppressive stillness of the night, the atmosphere thick with unspoken tension. It must be clarified that Lin Jian's breathlessness was not due to fatigue. Rather, it stemmed from the depletion of his spiritual and vital energies when he had pushed against the second door. After a brief moment, Zhao Yuyan had ceased her heavy breathing, while Lin Jian continued to struggle for air. Zhao Yuyan furrowed her delicate brows, her heart inexplicably aching as she gazed upon the frail Lin Jian. If not for her, he would not have faced such a dire consequence, would he? With only 3 days left to live, it was ultimately her fault. So be it. She resolved to make the most of these final 3 days to atone for her mistakes. After 3 days, when life ceases, so too will their burdens. All she could do was this. Junior, why do you look at me like that? As Lin Jianzhi gasped for breath, he cast a perplexed glance at Zhao Yuyan, pondering whether the ice of the deep well had rendered him delirious from his own torment. Go to bed, lie. Lie down properly, he urged. Zhao Yuyan, her cheeks flushed, felt an intricate blend of guilt and grievance surge within her, transforming into a torrent of complex emotions that poured forth. The outlet for this emotional deluge was none other than the Lin Jianzhi before her. Lin Jian's mouth hung slightly ajar, his expression one of sheer disbelief. Such proactivity from Zhao Yuyan was indeed unprecedented. After contemplating for a mere fraction of a second, Lin Jian made a momentous decision, eagerly scampering onto the bed. Then, under the blushing visage of Zhao Yuyan, he took an infinitesimal moment to strip himself bare, lying in a position akin to a large character. Oh no. To be precise, it resembled a character for Tai, sprawled out comfortably, with a flushed face. Zhao Yuyan gracefully approached, her flowing skirt gently loosening. Once she had reclined beside him, Lin Jian skillfully turned over, pinning her beneath him. Senior, brother, please don't move. Unexpectedly, Zhao Yuyan, her cheeks aflame, pushed Lin Jian off her body, and then, to his astonishment, mounted him instead. Senior brother, your health is not well. Perhaps I should take charge. Lin Jianzhi wished to clarify that he was not genuinely feigning weakness, nor was he truly on the brink of death. However, upon witnessing Zhao Yuyan gallantly charging forward on horseback, a myriad of unspoken words transformed into a heart-wrenching fit of coughing. Cough, cough. With a cough from Lin Jianzhi, Zhao Yuyan became even more gentle and proactive. Junior sister, I wish to light a candle. Junior sister, I desire to acquire different knowledge. Cough, cough. Cough, cough. All right. Very well. Chapter 36. The Temptation from Senior Sister Winching Under the Persistent Urging of Master Ta. Lin Jianzhi finally remembered the matter at hand. Human character formula, activate. A peculiar energy began to flow through the connection, traversing the bodies of Lin Jianzhi and Zhao Yuyan. 1 small cycle. 2 small cycles. With each passage, this energy entity grew incrementally, akin to a snowball, becoming larger and larger. When both Lin Jianzhi and Zhao Yuyan were utterly exhausted, lying on the bed and gasping for breath, the snowball finally ceased its expansion. The vast energy entity, with only a trace remaining within Zhao Yuyan's body, surged predominantly into Lin Jianzhi's being, gathering in his dantian, nurturing his physique. After several consecutive days, the luminous orb concealed within his dantian grew increasingly robust and radiant. According to Master Ta, once the orb in the dantian fully blossomed, transforming into a magnificent sun, its brilliance would be unparalleled, awakening his extraordinary constitution and culminating in a divine body. Yet, at this rate, it would still take at least 5 or 6 days. However, the entire Lingjian Sect was aware that Lin Jianzhi, gravely injured, had but 3 days to live. Gazing at Zhao Yuyan, nestled in his embrace, as docile as a cat, fast asleep from exhaustion, Lin Jian's lips curled slightly upward, and he could only thank you for your hard work. Immediately, amidst Zhao Yuyan's astonished exclamations, he turned over and mounted. Senior brother, you are back? Zhao Yuyan rubbed her drowsy eyes, astonished to the point that her small mouth pouted. Did you not lack strength? How Lin Jian's old face turned slightly red, and he could only force himself to argue. I am nearing death. Let me enjoy a bit of joy tonight. No one will come to visit me anyway. Meanwhile, at the Jianghe residence, once inhabited by the former Grand Elder of the Spirit Sword Sect but now transformed into the Sword Tower by the new Grand Elder, a different scene unfolded. The Sword King, Cui Chan, sat cross-legged within the room, facing the direction of the herb hall, lost in deep contemplation. As a puppet, he did not require rest, let alone sleep. Yet, to avoid revealing any flaws before others, he dismissed his attendants late at night and closed his eyes to cultivate his spirit. By facing the herb hall, he ensured he could respond swiftly should Lin Jian encounter any peril. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed from outside, followed by the voice of a servant. Master, your direct disciple, Wen Qing, seeks an audience. In the Spirit Sword Sect, hierarchy was strictly observed. The treatment afforded to direct disciples surpassed that of inner and outer disciples. And similarly, elders received greater privileges than direct disciples. In addition to possessing independent residences, they also had attendants at their service. Wen Qing, Lin Jian, preoccupied with Zhao Yuyan, furrowed his brow. Tomorrow was the day for them, the direct disciples, to present their respect to their master. What was this woman doing here at such a late hour? Thus, Lin Jian, multitasking as he controlled the puppet of Sword King Cui Chan, coldly instructed, "Let her in." "Yes, master." The servant bowed and withdrew, and soon after, another knock resounded. Cui Chan gestured, and the door opened with a creak. Disciple Wen Qing pays respects to the Grand Elder. Wen Qing, adorned in a flowing purple gown, knelt upon the ground, her large, expressive eyes filled with emotion, evoking sympathy. If it were merely this, it would suffice, but the gown was partially undone, revealing vast expanses of her fair skin, strikingly dazzling. Lin Jian was taken aback. Even he, despite his simplicity, could discern the intentions of Wen Qing. "Senior brother, please," Zhao Yuyan exclaimed, bewildered by Lin Jian's sudden excitement. This matter was beyond explanation for Zhao Yuyan, compelling Lin Jian to maintain his composure and refrain from startling her. After soothing Zhao Yuyan, he once again focused on controlling Jian Wang Cui Chan inside the sword pavilion. Wen Qing knelt on the ground, her legs growing numb from the prolonged position. Yet, the esteemed Sword King remained silent, his cold gaze fixed upon her, neither permitting her to rise nor to leave. "Esteemed Sword King, my feet ache. Might you allow me to stand and speak?" As Wen Qing spoke, Lin Jian could distinctly perceive the difference between the youthful girl and the mature woman before him. This was an entirely different sensation from that of Zhao Yuyan. Devoid of any hierarchical distinction, Zhao Yuyan was innocent and naive, her every action akin to a startled fawn. In contrast, Wen Qing resembled a ripe, crimson apple, dazzling in her myriad charms. She did not possess the clumsiness of a fawn, yet she certainly made Lin Jian's heart flutter. "Please rise. What troubles you?" Taking a deep breath, Lin Jian controlled Jian Wang Cui Chan to speak with indifference. "Esteemed Sword King, I come to admire your grace and to express my reverence for your character." With a waft of fragrant air, Wen Qing mustered her courage and approached Cui Chan step by step. Noticing his lack of rejection, she extended her delicate arm to rest upon his shoulder. Leaning against him as if devoid of strength, "I yearn to become your disciple, but alas, my purse is lacking, and I cannot present sufficient spirit stones or treasures. After much contemplation, I realize that I alone still hold some value. If the esteemed Sword King does not disdain me, I would willingly serve you, dedicating my life to repay your immense kindness." As she spoke, one of Wen Qing's hands reached out. Smack! Just as her hand ventured forth, the previously silent Cui Chan suddenly struck, seizing her wrist with a firm grip. Amid her startled cries and pleas for mercy, he swung her entire body and slammed her onto the ground with force. A thunderous crash echoed as the earth was indented by her fall, leaving Wen Qing bruised and disoriented. "Esteemed Senior, Please spare my life. As Wenqing clumsily rose from the ground, her face pale with fear, she felt a tremor of anxiety. Yet, before the formidable spirit realm expert, she dared not flee, kneeling on the ground to admit her fault. I have made my stance on accepting disciples quite clear. You shall present your offerings tomorrow. The one who brings the most valuable tribute shall become my disciple. Jian Wang Chui Chan cast a cold glance at Wenqing, his aura exuding a palpable menace. Do not entertain the notion of playing clever tricks. For if you do, his gaze pierced through her, causing Wenqing to tremble uncontrollably, collapsing to the ground, her words stumbling forth in disarray. Great Elder, I beg for mercy. Sword King, I implore you for mercy. I shall not dare again. I promise, I will never dare again. With a swift motion, Chui Chan unleashed a terrifying surge of spiritual power, sending Wenqing hurtling out of the sword tower, where she tumbled several times before finally coming to a halt. Rising from the ground, Wenqing cast a glance at the disdainful servants surrounding her and fled in utter humiliation. Once Wenqing had been dismissed, Sword King Chui Chan resumed his meditative state, and tranquility enveloped the sword tower once more. Meanwhile, 100 meters away from the sword tower, arcs of electricity danced through the air, only to dissipate into nothingness. In the herb hall, Lin Jianzhi playfully patted Zhao Yuyan's backside, prompting a blush to bloom upon her cheeks as she adeptly climbed. Lin Jianzhi is certainly not a gentleman, nor is he an admirable man. Yet, when confronted with the allure of Wenqing, he dismisses it entirely, harboring not even the slightest inclination. For Lin Jianzhi, such enticements are beneath him. It is essential to recognize that Wenqing is far from a Na'vi maiden. Her reputation precedes her even within the Lingjian Sect. Even if she possessed 100 tokens of purity, she has long since exhausted their significance, to say nothing of other matters. Lin Jianzhi is well aware of the affair between Wenqing and Chen Xiao. Moreover, Chen Xiao has a penchant for his own gender, frequently luring unsuspecting male disciples of the inner and outer sects into the Dawn Pavilion under the pretense of guiding their cultivation. For Lin Jianzhi, who has traversed from the Blue Star, one must wonder if Chen Xiao has contracted any unsavory ailments, potentially transmitting them to Wenqing. Whether spiritual energy can cleanse such maladies remains unknown to Lin Jianzhi. However, he resolutely refuses to accept a woman who has been touched by another man. This sentiment is only intensified by the fact that it is Chen Xiao, a promiscuous individual. Time has passed, and it is clear that Zhao Yuyan has been utterly drained. Lin Jianzhi was also exhausted, falling into a deep slumber, while the luminous orb at his dantian had significantly filled up. However, given the current pace, activating his divine body within 3 days still posed a considerable challenge. It seemed that his junior sister would have to endure another round of hardship. Merely toiling through the night would not suffice. Efforts must be exerted during the day as well. After a brief respite, Zhao Yuyan struggled to rise and don her attire. Casting a glance at the slumbering Lin Jianzhi, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips. How could he still sleep soundly when death loomed near? Truly, a heartless fellow. Yet, Zhao Yuyan did not consider herself virtuous. Her actions today were motivated by 2 reasons: to compensate for Lin Jianzhi and, more importantly, to exact revenge on her fiancé, Chen Xiao. This was devoid of any romantic sentiment, merely a response to her grievances. Before dawn broke, Zhao Yuyan rose, pushed open the door, and took flight on her sword, hastening back to her residence, the Crimson Pavilion. She had drawn a firm line, refusing to stay overnight at the Woodland Hall. Of course, any prior boundaries had long been breached by Lin Jianzhi on numerous occasions. As the sun began to rise, disciples of the Lingjian Sect awoke in droves to practice their swordsmanship and attend their morning lessons. Lin Jianzhi pushed open the door, stifled a yawn, and felt invigorated. After freshening up, he leisurely savored his breakfast before making his way to the sword tower. For Lin Jianzhi, who possessed the profound art of devouring the heavens, merely chewing on spirit stones sufficed for cultivation. Practicing swordplay and attending morning lessons seemed utterly trivial. Engaging in conversations about life and aspirations with Zhao Yuyan was far more meaningful. The sword tower had swiftly repaired the large pit created by Wenqing's actions the previous night. Servants bustled about, presenting an array of rare and precious spiritual fruits and herbs, creating a lively atmosphere. The Grand Elder, Chui Chan, sat at the head of the table, eyes closed in meditation, exuding his usual icy demeanor. With a whoosh, several flying swords sliced through the air, gracefully descending upon the high platform in front of the sword tower. The senior brother, Lu Jiang, carried himself with an air of calm confidence. The 5th junior sister, Song Shudi, was poised and assured. The youngest junior brother, Chen Xiao, was brimming with excitement. The second junior sister, Wen Qing, bore the marks of her earlier encounter. Her face bruised. The fourth junior sister, Zhao Yuyan, limped as she walked. Lin Jianzhi, with his hands comfortably tucked in his pockets, exuded an air of nonchalance. Master Ji Qin would soon arrive to witness this grand ceremony of apprenticeship. The gathered crowd was rife with curiosity regarding whom the Sword King Cui Chan would choose as his disciple. Chapter 37. The Ceremony of Apprenticeship. Before the Sword Tower. The elders and esteemed disciples congregated at the entrance, eagerly awaiting the arrival of their sect leader, Ji Qing. Junior brother, I bow before you, senior brother. Qin Shao greeted Lu Jiang with a respectful gesture, instinctively showering him with praise. Senior brother, your calm and composed demeanor suggests you possess great confidence in your apprenticeship gift. If you manage to become the disciple of the Grand Elder and receive the true teachings of the Sword King, I am certain you will soon achieve another breakthrough. Truly commendable. Lu Jiang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, unable to suppress a smile at Qin Zhao's flattery. However, the gift he was to present was not one he could prepare himself. It was a masterpiece crafted by Master Ji Qing. As a mere disciple, how could he ever match that? In other words, the offerings presented by the attendees could not surpass the value of Lu Jiang's. Junior brother, you flatter me. No matter how splendid the gift, it must still catch the Grand Elder's eye. Yet, I observe you brimming with confidence in your own offering. It seems you have prepared something remarkable? Within the Lingjian Sect, mutual compliments and flattery among the disciples were customary. Over the years, only Lin Jianzhi remained oblivious to this practice, which naturally led to his unpopularity, a reasonable conclusion. Me? How could I dare to compare with senior brother? You are at the core formation stage, while I am merely. Qin Shao glanced at Zhao Yuyan, who appeared somewhat lost in thought, his brow furrowing. Second sister. What has happened to your face? It seems. To alleviate his own discomfort, Qin Shao deftly shifted the topic, willing to let others squirm instead. Upon hearing this, Song Shui and Zhao Yuyan turned their attention to Wen Qing, their expressions filled with curiosity. Only Lin Jianzhi stood apart, lost in contemplation. An outsider among the other esteemed disciples. As the conversation veered toward her, Wen Qing's face flushed crimson, her embarrassment making her wish for a crevice to disappear into. Junior brother, please do not jest. Last night, I had a misstep and fell. Despite applying the finest rouge, the marks on her face remained conspicuous. Wen Qing could not fathom why, as her core formation prowess should have allowed her to heal from minor injuries with just a few healing pills and a touch of spiritual energy. Yet this time, unbeknownst to her, it was orchestrated by Lin Jianzhi. When Cui Chan struck, a minuscule thread of sword energy had infiltrated Wen Qing's body, intended solely to bring her embarrassment. Upon hearing Wen Qing's explanation, the corners of everyone's lips subtly lifted, as they could largely deduce the origin of her injury. After all, they were all fellow disciples, well acquainted with each other's temperaments and dispositions. Immediately, as Lu Jiang, Qin Shao, and Song Shui turned their gazes towards the imposing figure deep within the sword tower, admiration filled their faces. To have the fortitude to reject the advances of the alluring Wen Qing, the Sword King truly exemplified unwavering resolve in the way of the sword. Qin Shao inhaled deeply. His eyes brimming with reverence, he was now entirely convinced that the Sword King's request for a token of apprenticeship was merely a pretext, meant to gauge their intentions. Should he succeed in becoming a disciple, not only would the Sword King return the so-called token, but he would also bestow a gift upon them. Conversely, if the apprenticeship were to fail, it would naturally follow that the Sword King would not accept the token. In other words, Qin Shao had nothing to lose. Should he? How have you prepared your token of apprenticeship? Lu Jiang leaned closer to Song Shui, adopting the demeanor of a senior brother while seeking an opportunity to engage her in conversation. Among us direct disciples, it seems you are the wealthiest. Perhaps due to your charm, which even the Lingjian Sect cannot resist. Before Lu Jiang could finish his sentence, Song Shui, her cheeks flushed and expression somewhat embarrassed, hurriedly interrupted, Senior brother, you jest. I have recently returned over 20,000 top-grade spirit stones to Brother Lin, and now I find myself rather impoverished. As soon as these words left her lips, everyone turned their gaze towards the silent Lin Jianzhi, their anger igniting. Lin Jianzhi, how could you demand spirit stones from Sister Shui? Qin Shao was the first to voice his outrage, pointing an accusatory finger at the contemplative Lin Jianzhi. Are you not aware that today's apprenticeship with the Sword King is vital for her? For all of us? At this remark, Lin Jianzhi showed no immediate reaction. But Zhao Yuyan's expression darkened in an instant. Her fiancé spoke in defense of another woman, and right before her eyes. Yet, if the apprenticeship with the Sword King was indeed so crucial, why then did he take her spirit stones and treasures? not to mention the heirloom left by her mother. The exquisite jade bracelet. Lin Jianzhi opened his eyes and cast a fierce glare at Chen Xiao, exclaiming with venom, "Fool, what business is it of yours? As long as his character is sufficiently base, it is invariably others who suffer." Chen Xiao's face flushed crimson, and as he pointed at Lin Jianzhi, he stammered for a considerable time before finally managing to utter, "Such low character. I, Chen Xiao, disdain to stoop to your level." Lin Jian glanced at the sorrowful Zhao Yuyan beside him, instantly comprehending why the girl had been so proactive the previous night. A faint smile graced his lips as he continued to mock. "While your fiancée is uncaring, you have the leisure to fret over another woman. Chen Xiao, if you lack the time, I could certainly take it upon myself to look after Zhao Shimi." At this, Zhao Yuyan's face flushed crimson, and she hastily turned away, unable to meet the eyes of Lin Jian and Chen Xiao, feeling guilty. Conversely, Chen Xiao was consumed with rage, his body trembling with indignation. He immediately drew his sword, ready to confront Lin Jian. "Junior brother, calm down." Lu Jiang quickly restrained Chen Xiao, offering words of counsel. "We are in the Sword Tower, where the Grand Elder resides. Lin Jian is intentionally provoking you. If you engage in a fight here, it would be a disrespect to the Grand Elder. Moreover, Lin Jian has little time left to live. It is not worth it to quarrel over a dying man." Instantly, Chen Xiao regained his composure, gratefully cupping his hands in appreciation towards Lu Jiang, then glared fiercely at Lin Jian, a murderous intent rising within him. "Lin Jian, as a direct disciple of the Lingjian Sect, you should not so shamelessly insult your fellow disciples." Lu Jiang assumed the authoritative role of the elder brother and began to admonish Lin Jian in front of everyone. "Apologize to junior brother. Let today's incident be forgotten." Before Lu Jiang could finish his sentence, Lin Jian laughed derisively. "Lu Jiang, who do you think you are? Do you truly believe yourself to be significant? You are merely at the core formation stage. I, Lin Jian, can easily obliterate you with the Sword King Cui Chan. Besides, these individuals are intent on my demise, so there is no need to extend them any courtesy." With a furious expression, Lu Jiang swiftly drew his sword, preparing to teach Lin Jian a lesson. "Elder brother, calm down, calm down." Chen Xiao desperately tried to restrain the enraged Lu Jiang, echoing his earlier words. "We are in the Grand Elder's Sword Tower, and Lin Jian is deliberately inciting you to act, seeking the Grand Elder's intervention. Moreover, he has little time left to live. It is not worth it to engage with a dying man." With a cold snort, Lu Jiang turned away, choosing to ignore Lin Jian. Unable to fight and unwilling to be outmatched verbally, he resolved to refrain from provoking him. Meanwhile, the somewhat awkward Song Shuyi shot a glare at Lin Jian but dared not provoke this icy figure, fearing he might unveil the embarrassing secrets of that day in the boudoir. Approaching Zhao Yuyan, Song Shuyi admired her captivating beauty, radiant and enchanting, and exclaimed, "Sister Zhao, how is it that you appear even more stunning these days? Your skin looks better, and you exude greater charm. Have you secretly been using some exquisite rouge? Where did you purchase it? Do share with your sister, no holding back." When Qin also perked up her ears to eavesdrop, noticing that Zhao Yuyan was increasingly exuding femininity. "Superior rouge?" Zhao Yuyan was momentarily taken aback, and as she regained her composure, she discreetly glanced at Lin Jian's, only to find him gazing back at her. Their eyes met, and a blush adorned their cheeks. Where was there any superior rouge? It was merely. Just then, the sect leader Ji Qin arrived swiftly on his sword, soaring directly into the sword tower. Upon witnessing this, the crowd promptly ceased their idle chatter and followed the sect leader into the tower. The Sword King Cui Chan opened his eyes, his expression still one of indifference. "Sect leader." Ji Qin waved his hand. After spending the past 2 days together, everyone was well aware of Cui Chan's temperament, so there was no offense taken. Cui Chan offered no greetings, and the attendees instinctively took their seats. After indulging in exquisite spiritual fruits and fine wines, they proceeded to enjoy a performance of song and dance, as was customary. Once the attendants had withdrawn, Ji Qin turned to Cui Chan and nodded slightly. Cui Chan then rose, speaking with an air of aloofness, his words few. "Let us begin." Observing the eager disciples staring at each other in confusion, the second elder hastily interjected, "What are you young ones dawdling for? Present your apprenticeship gifts to the Grand Elder at once, unless you have decided against becoming his disciple." As soon as the words fell, the group finally reacted and stepped forward one by one. Ordinarily, it would have begun with Lu Jiang, as he was the eldest brother. However, the self-assured Lu Jiang waved his hand, gesturing for Wen Qing to proceed first, as his own gift was meant to be the grand finale. Although Wen Qing was puzzled, she advanced, casting a fearful glance at Cui Chan while touching the storage ring on her finger. Grand Elder, I, disciple Wenqing, have prepared an apprenticeship gift of 2,000 high-grade spirit stones. As her words echoed, a flash of spiritual light emanated from her storage ring, revealing 2,000 high-grade spirit stones before Sword King Cui Chan. Though Wenqing was at the core formation stage, her daily cultivation required a substantial amount of spirit stones, and she often had to prepare gifts for Qin Shao to keep him cheerful. Presenting 2,000 high-grade spirit stones was already her utmost limit. She was aware that such an amount would hardly impress Sword King Cui Chan, yet she had indeed made an effort. Time was not to be squandered. Cui Chan cast a dispassionate glance at the 2,000 spirit stones presented by Wenqing before waving his hand dismissively. You all, present your offerings together. The disciples exchanged glances, stepping forward in unison to touch their respective storage rings. Swish, swish, swish. Before Song Shuyi lay over 10,000 high-quality spirit stones, forming a small hill that instantly overshadowed Wenqing. In front of Qin Shao were more than 8,000 high-quality spirit stones, accompanied by a luxurious jade bracelet of considerable worth. Yet, before Zhao Yuyan, there were merely a pitiful 200 spirit stones. Comparatively, not only did she fall short of Song Shuyi, but even Wenqing's offering far surpassed her own. The few stones she had were hastily gathered, for it would be improper to present nothing at all. Following Zhao Yuyan was Lin Jianzhi, who, feeling resolute to steal the limelight, decided against wasting time with this frozen individual. He stepped forward and, after a moment of contemplation, revealed the Shark Slayer's sword in his hand. Much to the astonishment of those present, this act caused the eyes of the other direct disciples to widen in disbelief. The Shark Slayer sword was a flying sword treasure of the condensing origin realm, valued at no less than 50,000 spirit stones. The other disciples were not incapable of producing a condensing origin realm flying sword. On the contrary, they all possessed one. However, such treasures were typically reserved for combat and self-defense. Who would willingly part with such a significant asset? Only Lin Jianzhi, facing imminent demise, could afford to disregard such concerns. Trouble was brewing. Lin Jianzhi had outdone them all. Chen Zhao's face was filled with panic. Wenqing looked utterly dumbfounded, and even Song Shuyi and Zhao Yuyan covered their mouths in shock. Humph, what is merely a condensing origin realm treasure worth? As he watched his thunderous entrance being eclipsed, Lu Xiang snorted in disdain. He then waved his hand dramatically, causing a bronze cauldron to hover in midair, releasing an overwhelming pressure far exceeding that of a condensing origin realm treasure. In my heart, only a spirit connection realm treasure is worthy of the Grand Elder. This novel can be downloaded through the open source, Freestar String Downloader developed by Xingyu. If you obtained this novel file through an agent and the vendor provided neither the software source code nor the open source address, please request an immediate refund and report the vendor. Author's email, xingyuoutlook.com. Authors QQ 201-759-3710. Official QQ Group 149050832. Official TG Group https Me FQ Tool Chapter 38 The Ancient Double Pupils, Chen Zhao's Secret Boom. The moment the antiquated fiery bronze cauldron was summoned by Lu Xiang, a terrifying pressure from the spirit connection realm enveloped the entire sword tower, sweeping through like a tempest. Not only were the direct disciples overwhelmed, but even the second elder of the Spirit Sword Sect and several other elders trembled in fear under this formidable pressure. Within the entire Spirit Sword Sect, only the Sect Master Ji Qing and the Grand Elder Cui Chan were beings of the spirit connection realm. In other words, aside from these two, no one present could withstand such overwhelming force. The rarity of spirit connection realm treasures was thus made abundantly clear. Spirit connection realm treasure? My heavens! How could the senior brother possess a spirit communication realm magical artifact? How could he part with such a treasure as a gift for his master? What audacity! This ensures stability. In an instant, the entire sword pavilion was abuzz with discussions and exclamations of astonishment. Only the sect leader, Ji Qing, and Lu Xiang, the two directly involved, remained relatively composed, while the others were left speechless in shock, including Lin Jianzhi. Compared to the spirit communication realm magical artifact, Lin Jianzhi's shark-slaying sword was merely a condensing essence realm artifact. The difference was akin to that between a firefly and the bright moon, and he felt diminished in comparison. Observing Lu Xiang's smug demeanor, Lin Jianzhi chuckled coldly, dismissing the matter entirely. What good is a magical artifact, no matter how splendid, if it ultimately falls into his hands? However, with Lin Jianzhi's keen intellect, he soon recognized an anomaly. According to the memories of the original owner, within the entire Lingjian Sect, Only the sect leader Ji Qing could possibly wield a spirit communication realm magical artifact, although Lu Jiang, as the senior brother, possessed a golden core realm cultivation. The magical artifacts he typically employed were merely of the same realm. Furthermore, Lu Jiang was not one to operate discreetly. Given his penchant for boasting in front of Song Shui and Wen Qing, if he truly possessed a spirit communication realm artifact, he would have showcased it long ago. Unable to conceal such a treasure. To put it another way, the fiery bronze cauldron that Lu Jiang presented was recently acquired and did not belong to him. This raises the question, who within the Lingjian Sect would bestow a fiery bronze cauldron upon Lu Jiang, only for him to transfer it to the Sword King, Cui Chan? The answer is self-evident. It was Master Ji Qing. But why would he not deliver such a gift personally? Particularly a precious item like a spirit communication realm artifact, which would be ideal for winning hearts. Was it to ensure Lu Jiang's successful apprenticeship under Sword King Cui Chan and to subsequently glean insights into Cui Chan's techniques? There must be more to it. Firstly, Ji Qing's regard for Lu Jiang is not of such a profound nature, and secondly, the combined worth of these items does not equate to that of a spirit communication realm artifact. Ji Qing's actions surely carry deeper significance, though Lin Jianzhi could not discern it at that moment. Elder, Lu Jiang tentatively called out to the Sword King Cui Chan, who sat before him with a stern expression, lost in contemplation. He had presented the fiery bronze cauldron for quite some time, yet the onlookers remained in stunned silence, while the Sword King exhibited a demeanor of indifference. Could it be that the esteemed Sword King did not value this fiery bronze cauldron? Or perhaps he simply lacked any need for spirit communication realm artifacts. After all, the Sword King was a formidable presence, far beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. This is troubling. His earlier joy was premature. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Jianzhi swiftly directed a portion of his consciousness to manipulate the lifeless form of Sword King Cui Chan to speak, a spirit communication realm artifact. Indeed, quite impressive. As these words were spoken, Lu Jiang let out a sigh of relief. The Grand Elder, these esteemed disciples have already presented their tokens of apprenticeship. Ji Qing turned to the Sword King, Cui Chan, whose body crackled with arcs of electricity, and with a smile, inquired, might the Grand Elder select one or two from among them to become disciples and impart the art of swordsmanship? Upon the utterance of this question, all eyes turned eagerly towards the Sword King, Cui Chan, their faces alight with fervor. Lin Jianzhi and Zhao Yuyan appeared nonchalant, displaying an air of indifference. In stark contrast, Song Shui, Wen Qing, and Chen Xiao were visibly anxious, particularly Chen Xiao, who fidgeted like an ant on a hot pan, caught in a dilemma that was quite amusing. The disparity in the value of their offerings during the apprenticeship ceremony was unmistakable. Lu Jiang presented the most valuable treasure, the flame bronze cauldron of the spiritual connection realm. Following closely was Lin Jianzhi, who contributed the shark-slaying sword of the essence-gathering realm. Both Song Shui and Chen Xiao ranked equally in third place, with their collection of treasures, including the exquisite mutton-fat jade bracelet, amounting to the worth of 10,000 superior spirit stones. Wen Qing occupied the fourth position, her offering of 2,000 superior spirit stones being rather unremarkable. Naturally, Zhao Yuyan found herself at the bottom, her meager 200 superior spirit stones appearing utterly insincere in comparison. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, it seemed that Zhao Yuyan's prospects were bleak. However, according to Sect Master Ji Qing's perspective, the Grand Elder would select one or two disciples from among them, without a doubt. The first choice would be the eldest senior brother, Lu Jiang. Yet, if 2 or even 3 were to be chosen, the competition would undoubtedly become fierce. Lin Jianzhi, a man on the brink of death, requires no further words. However, the dilemma between Song Shui and Chen Xiao remains. Furthermore, although the gift from Wen Qing is modest, her gaze has consistently been tenderly directed towards Cui Chan. Chen Xiao genuinely fears that the Sword King may lose control, especially since he himself has failed to maintain composure. Thus, I shall make my announcement. After a moment of contemplation, amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, Sword King Cui Chan rose and approached Lu Jiang. Your name is Lu Jiang, the eldest disciple among them? At such a young age, you have already attained the golden core stage. Impressive indeed. Lu Jiang nodded fervently, his face flushed with excitement. Undoubtedly, the gift you presented upon seeking apprenticeship is the most valuable. From this day forth, you shall be my disciple, the disciple of Sword King Cui Chan, and you will learn the art of swordsmanship under my guidance. With a swift motion, Lu Jiang summoned the soul-connecting artifact, the fiery bronze cauldron, into his sleeve. Thank you, esteemed master, Lu Jiang exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion, and knelt down, bowing 3 times and striking the ground 9 times. The crowd did not find it surprising that Lu Jiang was accepted as a disciple, given the immense worth of the fiery bronze cauldron. Yet, whether Sword King Cui Chan would take a second disciple remained of paramount importance. Qin Xiao Song Shudi. And Wenqing gazed at Cui Chan with fervent expressions, fearful that he might accept only one disciple, rendering their efforts futile. Song Shui's eyes, once cold and aloof, now shimmered with desire and yearning. It appeared that this snow lotus, blooming upon an icy mountain, was not always so distant. Great Elder. As silence enveloped the crowd, Qin Xiao seemed to make a difficult decision, suddenly speaking up and lifting his gaze to meet Sword King Cui Chan's. Their eyes locked, and within Qin Xiao's pupils, 2 blazing orbs of light erupted. In an instant, before anyone could react, Qin Xiao's eyes returned to normal. Yet, Lin Jianzhi, who had divided his consciousness to control Sword King Cui Chan, perceived the phenomenon with clarity, astonished. He immediately transmitted a message to Master Tower. Master Tower. Did you witness that? Indeed, I saw it. The voice of Master Tower echoed in his mind. Ancient double pupil. This young man is truly remarkable. Double pupil? What is that? Although Lin Jianzhi was inwardly curious, he refrained from probing further, as he was preoccupied with the task of managing the Sword King Cui Chan's disciples in the presence of so many others. With a decisive step, Cui Chan's sudden movement caused the onlookers to shift in astonishment. They had anticipated that Cui Chan would approach Lin Jianzhi, but to their surprise, he made a beeline for Song Shui without pausing for a moment. Amidst Qin Xiao's eager anticipation, Cui Chan strode directly to Song Shui and, with a swift motion, collected the pile of spirit stones before her. 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, a testament to your earnestness in seeking my mentorship. Henceforth, you, Song Shui, shall also be my disciple. The crowd gasped. Overcome with joy, Song Shui immediately emulated Lu Jiang, kneeling and performing the traditional 3 bows and 9 kowtows. Lu Jiang's expression shifted slightly, yet he maintained his composure. After all, he had presented a spirit treasure of the communication realm to gain his position as a disciple, while Song Shui had merely offered 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. Nevertheless, he conceded, who could blame her? After all, beauty often captures the hearts of gentlemen. And it appeared that even the esteemed Sword King was not exempt from this truth. Lu Jiang then cast a triumphant glance at Song Shui, his heart swelling with delight as he envisioned their future together, practicing cultivation, honing their swordsmanship, and ultimately, soaring together as one. No one would interrupt their union. And with persistence, he would surely melt the icy exterior of Song Shui, ultimately winning her heart. Yet for Lin Jianzhi, the question lingered, why take Song Shui as a disciple? Could he truly refuse the allure of 10,000 spirit stones? This woman had concealed her wealth remarkably well. Having extorted over 20,000 high-grade spirit stones from him, she still possessed the means to present another 10,000. How could she be so affluent? Lin Jian's crimson tongue flickered across his lips, his mind racing with the necessity of a thorough inquiry thereafter. Having accepted 2 disciples in one fell swoop, this revelation sent Qin Xiao and Wenqing's spirits plummeting into despair, particularly for Qin Xiao, who felt as though he had been numbed, repeatedly questioning himself. Why? 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 He had prepared a gift of equal worth to that of Song Shui, so why did the Sword King Cui Chan not choose him? In a desperate attempt to capture the Sword King's attention, he had even exposed the secret of his heavy pupils. Yet still, the Sword King passed him by. Was it possible that the esteemed Sword King had not noticed? Or was he unaware of the dread that accompanied the heavy pupils? Qin Xiao was on the verge of tears, yet no one seemed to regard his plight. As the Sword King had already taken on 2 disciples, Ji Qing stood up, having achieved his purpose, and deemed it unnecessary to linger any longer. Witnessing the sect master rise to depart, the second elder and others followed suit, preparing to leave. Your name is Wenqing, is it not? Just as the crowd was about to disperse, Sword King Cui Chan unexpectedly approached Wenqing. Though your path may be unconventional, I witnessed your fervent pursuit of knowledge last night. Wenqing's face flushed a deep hue, mortified to the point where she could have etched a 3-bedroom apartment into the ground with her embarrassed toes. Cui Chan waved his hand dismissively. Enough. I see you possess some talent, so I shall accept you. Thank you, master. Wenqing, both embarrassed and furious, felt utterly humiliated, yet knelt and prostrated herself in gratitude. Regardless of her shame, she had successfully become a disciple of the Sword King. What did it matter about dignity at this point? Lu Jiang's expression darkened. Song Shui is one thing. She did offer 1,000 spirit stones, but Wenqing only contributed 2,000. What is the justification for this? The Sword King must have disowned Wenqing's alluring charm, recognizing her as a fellow connoisseur of beauty, just as he was. Alas, henceforth, he would have to train alongside the two enchanting women, practicing swordplay together. Elder, she merely offered. Chun Zhao's words faltered under the sharp gaze of Wenqing, causing him to hesitate. He regrouped his thoughts. Elder, the treasures I possess total around 10,000 superior spirit stones, might you consider? At this utterance, Lu Jiang's countenance shifted dramatically. Training alongside both Song Shui and Wenqing had already stretched his limits. What rank was Chen Xiao to be considered worthy of joining him? Amidst Chen Zhao's hopeful, yearning, and pleading expressions, Sword King Cui Chan simply bypassed him and approached Zhao Yuyan directly. Everyone turned their gaze simultaneously, even Zhao Yuyan was perplexed. She raised her head, her large eyes blinking, looking at the several swordmasters before her, their expressions stern and cold. A twinge of anxiety and fear crept in. She was uncertain of the purpose behind the swordmasteress approach. After all, she had merely offered 200 superior spirit stones, a sum that paled in comparison to Chen Xiao's contribution. Was there something more to it? Chapter 39. Utter humiliation, suppressing Chen Xiao's silence enveloped the sword tower. An unusual stillness. As Swordmaster Cui Chan approached Zhao Yuyan, everyone present held their breath. Even the departing sect leader, Ji Qing, hesitated, intrigued by the unfolding scene. In Ji Qing's eyes, this apprenticeship ceremony was merely a formality. Cui Chan's true disciple was undoubtedly Lin Jianzhi. The coincidences surrounding them were too numerous to dismiss as mere chance. Yet, Cui Chan's choices astonished Ji Qing. Accepting Lu Jiang as a disciple was to be expected. Taking Song Shui as well was surprising, yet still within the realm of reason. As for Wenqing, that was understandable. After all, cultivators are human, and humans possess desires. How could any man resist a woman so strikingly beautiful, with long legs and an alluring presence? But why had Cui Chan from beginning to end never cast a glance at either Chen Xiao or Lin Jianzhi? Their apprenticeship ceremonies were anything but ordinary. Lin Jianzhi was a mere shadow of his former self, on the brink of demise. Yet Chen Xiao, despite his lower cultivation, possessed extraordinary talent, most notably his ancient, mesmerizing eyes. As the leader of the Lingjian Sect, Ji Qing was acutely aware of the secrets Chen Xiao harbored. Otherwise, he would not have taken him as a personal disciple. Could Cui Chan be oblivious to this? That seemed impossible. Just moments ago, in a moment of desperation, Chen Xiao had revealed the ancient eyes, albeit fleetingly. As a powerful being in the spirit communication realm, Cui Chan would undoubtedly have noticed. How intriguing. Ji Qing settled back down, keenly observing Cui Chan, eager to uncover the true intentions behind this enigmatic master's actions. What was the significance of his approach to Zhao Yuyan? Would he choose to accept or reject Chen Xiao? Lin Jian's decision to accept or reject was uncertain. He bowed respectfully to the Grand Elder. Zhao Yuyan felt a flutter of anxiety under Cui Chan's scrutinizing gaze, her eyes darting nervously. Blushing, she hastily returned the greeting, overwhelmed by a mixture of shock and fear. The cause of her trepidation was simple. She could hardly fathom that offering merely 200 high-grade spirit stones would suffice to earn the favor of the Sword King, Cui Chan, and become his disciple. Such extraordinary fortune seemed the stuff of fanciful tales. Cui Chan had approached her directly, suggesting he bore a profound grievance and sought to settle a score. After all, as a direct disciple of the Spirit Sword Sect, the gifts presented by others were lavish. With even the least fortunate, Wenqing able to present over 2,000 high-grade spirit stones. Yet here was Zhao Yuyan, with her meager offering of 200 stones, an act that could only be perceived as an affront to the esteemed Sword King. What is your name? The moment was tense, and Cui Chan's gaze fixed intently upon Zhao Yuyan as he leaned closer, his tone icy. Do you not wish to become my disciple? Startled, Zhao Yuyan stumbled back, retreating 2 steps in fright. With a face full of terror, she responded, to the Grand Elder, I am Zhao Yuyan, and I wish to become the Sword King's disciple. Cui Chan's disdain was palpable. If you wish to be my disciple, why do you present only 200 high-grade spirit stones? He scoffed, unleashing a wave of pressure from his spiritual realm that enveloped the entire sword tower in an instant. Has the Spirit Sword Sect truly fallen to such depths? Can a direct disciple not muster even 1,000 spirit stones? His words cast an oppressive atmosphere over the sword tower. All eyes turned towards the junior disciple, Chen Xiao. Murmurs of discontent rising among the crowd. Even Lu Jiang let out a dismissive snort, his expression one of contempt. Wenqing and Song Shui instinctively shifted away from Chen Xiao, disdain evident on their faces. A man who leeches off women would find no favor anywhere, especially in the eyes of these discerning ladies. Chen Xiao, pale with fear, felt the weight of over 8,000 high-grade spirit stones and a jade bracelet of exquisite quality glaring at him. Cursed Cui Chan, why must you dig deeper? Accept the offering without causing embarrassment. He seethed inwardly, vowing revenge for this humiliation once he achieved mastery and awakened his extraordinary eyes. Though Zhao Yuyan remained silent. The presence of the jade bracelet spoke volumes. Speak. Where have your spirit stones gone? Seeing Zhao Yuyan with her head bowed in silence. The Sword King Cui Chan continued to interrogate her, clearly intent on uncovering the truth. If anyone abuses their power to oppress the weak within the Lingjian Sect, I, Cui Chan, as the Grand Elder, shall certainly stand up for you. At that moment, Lin Jianzhi, who was manipulating the Sword King, couldn't help but smile slightly. Indeed, it was precisely his intention to humiliate Chen Xiao. He aimed to rub Chen Xiao's face into the ground before everyone, to make Zhao Yuyan see Chen Xiao's true nature. To leave her disheartened and forlorn, utterly disillusioned with her fiancé. He wanted her to be completely devoted to Lin Jianzhi, unwavering until the end. Lin Jianzhi sought not only to seize Zhao Yuyan's body but also to capture her heart. Returning, Elder, I cast a glance at the sheep-fat white jade bracelet in Chen Xiao's hand, a precious relic left by her mother. A sudden wave of emotion overwhelmed Zhao Yuyan, and she fell to her knees, weeping uncontrollably. This unexpected scene transformed the atmosphere within the sword pavilion, leaving Chen Xiao utterly humiliated, sweat pouring down his forehead. With a thud, Chen Xiao knelt down, shame etched upon his face as he spoke. Elder, Yuyan and I are childhood sweethearts. We have long been betrothed and are soon to be wed. Therefore, boom. It would have been better had Chen Xiao remained silent. For as he spoke, Cui Chan's fury erupted instantaneously. The oppressive aura of the spirit communication realm bore down on Chen Xiao, forcing him onto the bluestone floor, rendering him as pitiful as a dog. So, you took your fiancée's spirit stones and bracelet? All for your own future? To be my disciple? Upon this declaration, a wave of murmurs swept through the sword pavilion. The sect master, Ji Qing, intended to protect Chen Xiao but found himself unable to intervene. As Cui Chan's words rang true, to step in at this moment would only embroil him in trouble. As sword cultivators, we hone not just our blades but our hearts. If you choose to live like a maggot, then no matter how high your talent, you will ultimately be nothing more than a wretch who gnaws on others' bones and sucks their marrow. Chen Xiao was crushed beneath the pressure of the spirit communication realm. Feeling his bones begin to fracture, utterly powerless to resist. Before such a formidable opponent, he could not even utter a word, let alone flee. He lay quietly on the ground, listening to the King of Swords' scorn and humiliation, utterly disgraced and mortified. Returning, Elder, this spirit stone and bracelet are. Zhao Yuyan, gazing at the near-lifeless Chen Xiao, could not bear to see him suffer and pleaded, I willingly gifted them to him. He did not take them by force. I implore you, Elder, spare his life. Zhao Yuyan's explanation, rather than helping, only led others to view Chen Xiao with greater disdain. What a wonderful woman. You, wasteful fool, fail to cherish her. Cui Chan sighed, enough. One is willing to strike while the other is willing to endure. I shall not intervene any further. With a wave of his hand, the terrifying pressure of the spirit communication realm dissipated like melting ice, vanishing without a trace. On the ground, Chen Xiao, having broken 4 or 5 ribs, gritted his teeth, knelt, and clasped his hands in salute. Thank you, Elder. Such a profound humiliation has driven Chen Xiao to contemplate the death of Cui Chan. Yet, paradoxically, he must kneel and express gratitude to his adversary. This is akin to a mute consuming bitter gall, suffering in silence. Were it not for this predicament, with Cui Chan's ferocious and ruthless nature, Chen Xiao harbored no doubt that even the faintest hint of discontent would result in his immediate demise at the hands of the Sword King, Cui Chan. Within the confines of the Sword Tower, Lin Jian's clenched fist gradually relaxed, a wave of regret washing over him. He had indeed harbored murderous intentions towards Chen Xiao. Had Chen Xiao exhibited even a hint of dissatisfaction or uttered nonsensical phrases like 30 years on the East Bank and 30 years on the West Bank, do not underestimate the youth and poverty. He could have effortlessly manipulated the Sword King Cui Chan, this lifeless puppet, to strike him down with rightful justification. The Sword King Cui Chan moved silently between Chen Xiao and Zhao Yuyan, their proximity so close that a single strike would render even the sect leader Ji Qing unable to intervene in time. Yet, it was evident that Chen Xiao was no ordinary adversary. He exhibited remarkable restraint. Lin Jian's lips curled into a slight smile. Yet he pondered whether Chen Xiao was aware that he had been adorned with the proverbial green hat, or that Zhao Yuyan had galloped upon him, indulging in the pleasures of the flesh beneath him. Could he still endure such a reality? Contemplating this, Lin Jian turned his gaze towards Zhao Yuyan, who stood beside him, recalling the hundreds of memory orbs nestled within his storage ring. Habitually, he extended his crimson tongue to moisten his lips. Young man, let it be. For now, spare Chen Zhao's life. Just as Lin Jian was poised to orchestrate another captivating scene, the voice of Master Tower resonated within the depths of his mind. He possesses the ancient, and his future is boundless. Upon hearing this, Lin Jian furrowed his brow, forcefully interjecting, Then should I not kill him? If I do not, he will ascend to Yunlan in 3 years. And then to the Spirit Sword Sect? Master Tower fell into silence, bemused by the absurdity of it all. Have you been reading too many novels? What I mean to convey is, once his ancient is fully awakened, it would not be too late to extract his and transplant it into yourself before dealing with him. After all, did the people of Blue Star not raise pigs to maturity before slaughtering them? Who would consume a piglet? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Jianzhi exclaimed, Roast suckling pig. Elder, you speak true. Observing the sullen expression on Cui Chan's face, who remained silent, and seeing Chun Xiao kneeling on the ground, too fearful to rise, the sect leader, Ji Qing, broke the silence. However, since this is a matter of mutual consent, it shall not be deemed a significant issue. I propose we conclude this matter here. Lin Jianzhi withdrew his thoughts, greed gleaming in his eyes as he cast a lingering glance at Chen Xiao. Ultimately, he suppressed the murderous intent within him and, adopting a feigned humility, gestured toward Cui Chan, saying, What the sect leader has stated is indeed profound. Ji Qing was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Cui Chan would extend such courtesy to him, which brought him considerable joy. Zhao Yuyan, you are a person of deep affection and loyalty, and your swordsmanship aligns harmoniously with my own. Amidst the astonished expressions of those present, the Sword King Cui Chan waved his hand, collecting the 200 high-grade spirit stones before Zhao Yuyan into his sleeve, exclaiming, You may become my disciple and cultivate the sword path alongside me. A chorus of gasps erupted. Thank you, Master, Zhao Yuyan exclaimed, overwhelmed with both shock and joy. Immediately kneeling to perform the rites of apprenticeship, Lu Jiang could no longer find amusement in the situation. He was utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening with this esteemed Sword King? Why was he accepting another disciple? Alas, Zhao Yuyan, with her enchanting beauty, was captivating beyond compare. And being a romantic at heart, Lu Jiang felt resigned to the notion of training alongside the 3 stunning women, Song Shui, Wen Qing, and Zhao Yuyan. It must be emphasized, however, that sharing a training space with these 3 lovely ladies was already the limit of his endurance. Just as Ji Qing rose from his seat, believing the ceremony of apprenticeship had concluded, he was taken aback when Cui Chan approached Chen Xiao. With a swift motion, he gathered the spirit stones and the jade bracelet from before Chen Xiao into his sleeve and declared, For Zhao Yuyan's sake, I shall begrudgingly accept you as well. But understand this, my acceptance of you as a disciple is solely due to her influence. In my eyes, you shall forever remain worthless. At the moment the spirit stones were taken, Chen Xiao was elated, promptly kneeling to express his gratitude. However, the words that followed from Cui Chan struck him deeply, leaving him feeling more wounded than if he had consumed a bitter draught. Chen Xiao was not the only one left speechless. Lu Jiang was equally stunned. He was thoroughly at a loss for laughter. Meanwhile, Lin Jianzhi, who had remained silent until now, suddenly stepped forward. It was time for him to take control of his own destiny. Chapter 40. Winning Big. Profound Gains. As Lin Jian took a step forward, preparing to arrange matters for himself, he suddenly caught a glimpse of Lu Jiang in the crowd. Lu Jiang trembled uncontrollably, his complexion a ghastly shade. As if he were desperately suppressing something, an onlooker might have mistaken him for suffering from epilepsy. The corners of Lin Jian's mouth curled upward slightly, despite his aloof demeanor. He seldom smiled, however, unless he truly could not contain himself, to divert his attention and avoid laughing aloud in front of everyone. Lin Jian began to reminisce about his past on Blue Star. Suddenly, a rather absurd interview from Blue Star came to mind, which bore a striking resemblance to the current situation. In the interview, a beautiful reporter, microphone in hand, roamed the streets in search of a subject. She abruptly approached an elderly man engaged in farm work and, with a beaming smile, inquired, Sir, are you happy? The elderly man replied, I. My surname is Zhang. The reporter, caught off guard and unable to communicate effectively with him, redirected her microphone to another elderly man, asking, Sir, do you feel happy? The man paused, swung his hoe a couple of times, and let out a loud exclamation of despair. Oh dear. Had this been Blue Star, Lin Jian would have snatched the microphone from the reporter and thrust it toward Lu Jiang, asking, "Senior brother, are you happy?" The expression on Lu Jiang's face would undoubtedly have been far more animated and captivating than that of the two elderly men. When Lin Jian unveiled the Shark Slayer sword, a treasured flying sword of the condensation realm, it astonished the entire assembly. Yet, Lu Jiang's immediate response was to wield a treasure of the spirit connection realm, delivering a stunning blow that overshadowed Lin Jian, earning him thunderous applause and leaving the crowd in awe, thereby solidifying his identity as a disciple of the Sword King Cui Chan. If one were to ask Lu Jiang if he was happy at that moment, he would likely beam with joy, responding before the question could be fully articulated. "I am happy. I am so happy." However, after the Sword King Cui Chan took Song Shui and Wen Qing as his disciples, while Lu Jiang could still muster a smile, it was notably diminished. After all, he had sacrificed a spirit connection realm treasure to become a disciple of the Sword King. As for Song Shui, nearly 1,000 spirit stones, and Wen Qing, even less, only 2,000 spirit stones, a far cry from what Lu Jiang had offered. Considering that Song Shui and Wen Qing were both extraordinarily beautiful, he begrudgingly accepted this inequity. After all, the collaboration between men and women lightens the burden, and the same applies to cultivation. Yet, when the Sword King Cui Chan slyly recruited Zhao Yuyan and Chen Xiao, Lu Jiang could no longer muster a smile, his face darkened considerably, and his body trembled with indignation. Why? How could this be? How could one take on so many disciples? Accepting one or two would suffice. It seemed he had now gathered four. What does it mean to be a teacher? To impart knowledge and resolve doubts. One-on-one cannot be compared to one-on-many. Even hiring a tutor comes with a staggering disparity in cost. The more disciples one acquires, the more scattered the master's attention becomes, leading to a diminished allocation of time for imparting teachings to each disciple. Primarily, it concerns the students of a class. Lu Jiang had expended hundreds of thousands of spirit stones to gain admission, while Song Shui invested 10,000 spirit stones, Wen Qing 2,000, and Zhao Yuyan merely 200 spirit stones. Had he known this beforehand, Lu Jiang might have only offered a few thousand. At most 10,000 spirit stones as a tribute to the master, reserving the spiritual artifacts for his own defense and combat. Who could he possibly turn to for justification? Could Lu Jiang find any joy in this situation? Comparatively, it only deepened his despair. If, at that moment, someone were to thrust a microphone before him and inquire about his happiness, he would unleash secret techniques, sacrificing his soul, depleting his life force, shattering his Tao heart, and obliterating his Tao fruit, all in a desperate bid for transcendence. At any cost, he would execute his most potent strike to obliterate the challenger. Am I happy? What a ridiculous notion. Noticing that Lu Jiang seemed poised to speak, Lin Jian, stifling laughter, withdrew his right foot, which he had just moved forward. "Oh, let us observe the spectacle. Master, I find this most unfair." Lu Jiang bravely approached, pointing at the kneeling junior disciple, Chen Xiao, his face contorted with grievance. I offered a spiritual artifact of the communicative realm to successfully become a disciple, while they. He refrained from mentioning Song Shui and Zhao Yuyan, as both were renowned beauties. Wen Qing was also left unmentioned. Though she lacked the beauty of Song Shui and Zhao Yuyan, she was undeniably alluring. But what of you, Chen Xiao? A scoundrel who feeds on his own woman's blood dares to vie for master and women against Lu Jiang? Upon hearing Lu Jiang's words, Chen Xiao's expression changed dramatically. To become a disciple of the Sword King Cui Chan, he had endured humiliation, his face ground against the earth. Even his fiancée looked down upon him. Having finally succeeded in becoming a disciple, Lu Jiang now dared to oppose him? Death. You all deserve death. Once my ancient dual sight fully awakens, regardless of Cui Chan, Ji Qing, or Lu Jiang, Lin Jian, every single member of the Lingjian Sect will face retribution. Except for those like Song Shui, Zhao Yuyan, Wen Qing, and the handsome and well-built male disciples. They too shall meet their demise. Despite Chen Xiao mentally cursing Lu Jiang's ancestors, he lacked the strength to act on his murderous intent and anger, burying it deep within. On the surface, he maintained an appearance of pitiful innocence, wide-eyed and sorrowful, gazing at Sword King Cui Chan and Sect Master Ji Qing. "Oh, it seems you harbor grievances against me, the Grand Elder?" Cui Chan furrowed his brows, then turned around to fix a piercing gaze upon Lu Jiang, showing no leniency whatsoever. "Disciple, I dare not." Lu Jiang was immediately rendered speechless, retracting his head and refraining from uttering another word. Yet, his eyes stubbornly remained fixed on Chen Xiao, clearly brimming with indignation, unable to voice his discontent. I merely requested you to present your token of respect for apprenticeship, and based on your intentions, I have selected my disciples. Is there an issue? Cui Chan's cold, indifferent eyes swept across the faces of the crowd before shifting to the sect leader, Ji Qing, as he spoke with detachment. Sect leader, is there a limit on the number of disciples one can accept? Can we not take all 4 of them at once? Ji Qing was taken aback, casting a glare at Lu Jiang, and replied, the matter of accepting disciples rests entirely on the elder's discretion. The more disciples we have, the greater the enhancement to the overall strength of our Lingjian Sect. Lu Jiang shrank back, unable to meet Ji Qing's gaze. Lu Jiang, if you remain unconvinced, you may take this blazing bronze cauldron back with you. Cui Chan scoffed, then waved his hand. The spiritual artifact, the blazing bronze cauldron, soared directly towards Lu Jiang. Our bond as master and disciple has thus come to an end. Thud. Lu Jiang was left dumbfounded, instinctively kneeling before Sword King Cui Chan, fearfully trembling under Ji Qing's murderous glare. He immediately prostrated himself, slapping his own face in a frenzy. I, the disciple, should not be so narrow-minded. I should not doubt my master. I acknowledge my mistake and hope for my master's forgiveness. Ji Qing let out a cold snort, his gaze towards Lu Jiang carrying a hint of lethal intent. Whether Lu Jiang became a disciple or not was of little consequence. Even his very life seemed trivial. However, should he jeopardize Ji Qing's plans? Having acknowledged his error, he ought to present the token of respect for apprenticeship anew to the elder. While it seemed Ji Qing was reprimanding Lu Jiang, he was, in fact, providing him an opportunity to redeem himself. Seeing this, Lu Jiang hastily knelt on the ground, inching forward towards Cui Chan, offering the blazing bronze cauldron with both hands. Given the sect leader's face, I shall reluctantly accept it, but should there be a next time? Cui Chan had yet to finish his stern warning, while Lu Jiang trembled on the ground, shaking his head vigorously, utterly regretful. Observing Lu Jiang and Chen Xiao, who were groveling on the ground in a pitiful manner, Song Shuli, Zhao Yuyan, and Wen Qing exchanged glances, astonished. These were the 2 most exceptional male disciples of the Lingjian Sect. How had they fallen to such a dismal state? They resembled 2 pitiful lapdogs. In contrast, they glanced towards Lin Jian, who stood tall, calm, and composed, exuding an air of elegance. The 3 women were left utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening in this world? With a flick of his hand, Cui Chan summoned the bronze cauldron back into his sleeve. Absurd. This was a spiritual treasure of the transcendental realm. How could Lin Jianzhi possibly relinquish it? All the convoluted schemes were merely for the sake of amassing wealth. Were they not? Apprenticing? Nonsense. The pretense of imparting knowledge and wisdom was laughable. With the title of master and disciple, Lin Jianzhi would surely find a way to eliminate Lu Jiang and Chen Xiao. As for Song Shui, Zhao Yuyan, and Wen Qing, how amusing, indeed. Though one could only wonder if they were afflicted with some ailment. Ahem. Ahem. The performance concluded, and Lin Jianzhi coughed violently into his hand. Then, amidst the disdainful gazes of Lu Jiang and the others, he looked at Sword King Cui Chan with hopeful anticipation and tentatively spoke. Elder, esteemed elder, you have taken them under your wing. Might I also present my humble offering? I possess a treasure of the condensation realm. Could it be that Lin Jianzhi might? Upon uttering these words, all eyes once again focused on Lin Jianzhi and Cui Chan. With the sect leader Ji Qing's expression growing stern, he understood that everything thus far had been a prelude to this very moment. Fortunately, in the presence of all, Lin Jianzhi would be accepted as a disciple, and in turn, Cui Chan would have a legitimate reason to tend to his injuries. What a grand strategy it was. Alas, Ji Qing had already foreseen it all. He was prepared. He had. Bah, you, a man on the brink of death, still wish to be my disciple? Would that not tarnish the illustrious name of Sword King Cui Chan? Unexpectedly, with a wave of his hand, Cui Chan unleashed a gust of wind that hurled Lin Jianzhi out of the sword pavilion, sending him flying 100 meters away. Get lost. Everyone was utterly astonished. Even sect leader Ji Qing's eyes widened, his mouth agape in disbelief. How could this be? It made no sense. Had he misjudged everything before him? As Lu Jiang and Chen Xiao regained their composure, though still kneeling, their eyes sparkled with delight. They had lost face. But Lin Jianzhi had lost his very life? Ha ha, ka, cuckoo. Song Shui and Wen Qing stifled their laughter, realizing that the debts Lin Jianzhi owed in spirit stones would finally be forgiven. Zhao Yuyan, however, clutched her chest, feeling a pang of sympathy at Lin Jianzhi's miserable state. Yet, with her humble standing, how could she challenge Sword King Cui Chan? Alas, She resolved to visit the herbal hall that evening, to offer comfort to Lin Jianzhi in the only way she could. After all, Lin Jianzhi would not survive the next 3 days. Lin Jianzhi, having been forcefully hurled 100 meters away by Cui Chan's palm, seized the moment in the absence of onlookers to unleash his strength at the condensing Yuan realm. Stabilizing his form, he then extended his hand, within which lay a storage ring quietly resting in his palm. Within the ring resided not merely trinkets, but rather the gifts of apprenticeship presented by Lu Jiang, Song Shui, and Shin Shao to the Sword King Cui Chan. At the moment Cui Chan unleashed his strike, he had discreetly embedded this storage ring into Lin Jianzhi's sleeve, taking advantage of their proximity and the element of surprise, rendering it undetectable to any observer. Even Ji Qing, a fellow practitioner of the spirit communication realm, could not discern its presence. Young man, fortune has smiled upon you. The exuberant laughter of Master Tower echoed in his mind, causing a slight smile to grace Lin Jianzhi's lips as he soared on his sword towards his abode, the grass and wood hall. This time, not only had he acquired over 20,000 superior spirit stones, but also Zhao Yuyan's exquisite mutton fat jade bracelet, though the most valuable treasure was undoubtedly the sun bronze cauldron, a magical artifact of the spirit communication realm. Lin Jianzhi, indeed, emerged as the ultimate victor. Upon returning to the grass and wood hall, he would employ the grand Tao of devouring heaven technique to refine and absorb these spirit stones. To what heights would his strength ascend? Chapter 41. A heartfelt comfort from his junior sister inside the grass and wood hall. The moment Lin Jianzhi returned, he promptly secured all doors and windows. Settling cross-legged upon a cushion, Master Tower, he called softly, taking out the storage ring containing all the gifts of apprenticeship, and instantly initiated its refinement. With a mere thought from Master Tower, the eternal night array took shape, and a wave of dark light enveloped the room, swiftly shrouding the entire grass and wood hall and isolating it from any external scrutiny. Having spent considerable time in each other's company, the two had developed an unspoken understanding, requiring no further words. The moment Lin Jianzhi shifted, Master Tower instantly comprehended his intent. Young man, you have struck gold. Struck gold. A resplendent orb of light emerged in Lin Jianzhi's sea of consciousness, suspended in midair, representing Master Tower. Who could have imagined that the Sword King Cui Chan was but a puppet, and that this so-called apprenticeship was merely a ploy orchestrated by Lin Jianzhi? Master Tower seemed to revel in this sense of cunning, the orb rising and falling, flitting about the room like a playful child. Lin Jian's smile was serene, devoid of any arrogance. Merely a few tens of thousands of spirit stones were inconsequential. After all, the wealth he amassed was but a secondary concern in the grand scheme of his meticulously crafted plan. In the days to come, Lu Jiang, Chen Shao, and Song Shui would find themselves under his influence, and they would bear the consequences of their predicament with a mere wave of his hand. Treasures from his storage ring materialized before him. Over 20,000 spirit stones formed a small mountain, their potent spiritual energy instantly permeating the room. It was not merely the act of refining or absorbing them. Even a single breath invigorated the spirit. Song Shui contributed 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, Chen Shao over 8,000 high-grade spirit stones, and Wen Qing added 2,000 high-grade spirit stones, totaling more than 20,000. Together with the gifts from Elder 2 and other elders, the sum amounted to approximately 25,000 high-grade spirit stones. Lin Jianzhi extended his crimson tongue, delicately licking his lips, and without hesitation, unleashed the great devouring technique. A powerful force of absorption erupted from his palm, commencing the consumption of the over 25,000 spirit stones before him. Although the value of the sunlit bronze cauldron and the sheep-fat white jade bracelet surpassed that of the spirit stones, particularly the sunlit bronze cauldron, a treasure of the spirit communication realm, worth around 300,000 to 400,000 high-grade spirit stones, Lin Jianzhi paid them no mind. For him at this moment, spirit stones were of utmost importance, his sustenance. They were the very foundation, the essence of his endeavors. With treasures at hand, they must be refined and absorbed immediately. Otherwise, could he afford to let them fall into the hands of thieves? Only what was consumed and integrated would truly belong to him. Otherwise, no matter how beautifully one spoke, it would merely be a fleeting illusion, like flowers in a mirror or the moon reflected in water. Crack, crack, boom. As the devouring force spread relentlessly, one spirit stone after another shattered, consumed into nothingness. The exceptionally pure spiritual energy flowed through his meridians, continuously pouring into Lin Jianzhi's body, filling his dantian. When he had devoured around 6,000 to 7,000 stones, the opportunity for a breakthrough arrived. Boom. With a tremendous roar, a colossal wave surged within Lin Jianzhi's sea of consciousness, and the spiritual energy within him surged explosively. enhancing his power once more. The second heaven of the condensing yuan realm shattered as Lin Jianzhi prepared to continue consuming the remaining 10,000 spirit stones. Master Tower suddenly floated over, interjecting with a warning. Kid, stop consuming. Save some. Save some. Goodness, your appetite is insatiable. Over 7,000 high-grade spirit stones vanished in the blink of an eye. And you've only broken through a minor realm? Oh my. My heart aches for you, Master Tower. My heart aches for you. Lin Jianzhi was momentarily speechless. Casting a glance at the luminous orb floating before him, he once again invoked the grand Tao of devouring heaven, concentrating a jet-black stream of energy in his palm, enveloping the remaining 10,000 spirit stones. You say you won't devour them? How amusing. Cultivating and breaking through barriers to enhance one's strength is of utmost importance. Spirit stones can be acquired anew, but if one loses their life, then all is truly lost. Oh dear, you young rascal. As Lin Jianzhi commenced his frenzied consumption of the spirit stones, Master Ta grew increasingly anxious, flitting about the room. Listen to me, lad. These spirit stones are of great significance. They hold immense value. Lin Jianzhi cast another glance at Master Tower, his face rife with disdain. Are you suggesting that these spirit stones are worthless to me? As he spoke, Lin Jianzhi devoured nearly 10,000 spirit stones, the energy within him surging at a visibly rapid pace. Boom. With a resounding crash, his internal power surged once more. The third layer of the condensing yuan realm, broken. Wait, what I meant was, didn't you obtain a spirit communication realm treasure? Master Tower exclaimed anxiously, darting back and forth before Lin Jianzhi, his words tumbling out in a flustered manner. Save some spirit stones for emergencies. In critical moments, use secret techniques to activate this spirit communication realm treasure with spirit stones. It will be your ultimate trump card. As soon as Master Tower finished speaking, Lin Jianzhi immediately retracted his grand devouring technique, exclaiming in astonishment, wait, can I really use secret techniques to activate a spirit communication realm treasure with spirit stones? What sort of secret technique is that? Why didn't you mention it earlier? Master Tower wore an innocent expression, gazing at the mere 8,000 spirit stones left on the ground, his heart aching. Who says I didn't mention it? You need to heed my advice as well. Master Tower sighed, for he was the spirit of the Star Tower, while Lin Jianzhi was its master. Upon closer examination, it was clear that while Lin Jianzhi could disregard Master Tower's counsel, the latter was obliged to follow Lin Jianzhi's commands. As for the secret technique, you already knew it. The Ren character formula is the foremost of all secret arts, embodying boundless wonders. As long as you have enough spirit stones, with your cultivation at the condensing yuan realm, you can employ the Ren character formula to activate the spirit communication realm treasure and unleash a strike akin to that of a spirit communication realm expert. The Ren character formula, so formidable? Lin Jianzhi mused, realizing he would be relying more on his junior sister in the future. With that thought, Lin Jianzhi sprang up from the ground, meticulously counting the remaining spirit stones. Unfortunately, in the blink of an eye, the more than 25,000 superior spirit stones had dwindled to only 8,537. Regardless, these spirit stones were insufficient for Lin Jianzhi to break through to the fourth layer of the condensing yuan realm. It was wiser to heed Master Tower's advice and reserve them as a contingency, transforming them into his ultimate weapon. After storing the spirit stones in his storage ring, Lin Jianzhi gestured, and the fiery bronze cauldron flew before him, enveloped by his spiritual energy. He then used his finger as a blade, slicing into his fingertip to draw a drop of crimson blood, which he directed toward the fiery bronze cauldron, preparing to refine this spirit communication realm treasure. Suddenly, just as the blood was about to merge with the fiery bronze cauldron, Lin Jianzhi's brow furrowed, his expression shifting dramatically. Cold sweat breaking out across his forehead as he instinctively withdrew the droplet of blood. What's wrong, kid? Master Tower inquired, perplexed, as he looked at Lin Jianzhi with a face full of confusion. What's amiss? Lin Jianzhi shook his head, his gaze fixed intently on the resplendent bronze cauldron before him. His brow furrowed in deep contemplation. I cannot pinpoint what is amiss, yet it feels profoundly illogical. After a moment's reflection, Lin Jianzhi continued, this magnificent bronze cauldron, undoubtedly entrusted to Lu Jiang by Ji Qing, possesses the essence of a spirit treasure at the level of the spiritual connection realm, valued at hundreds of thousands of high-grade spirit stones. Is it truly for the sole purpose of enabling Lu Jiang to successfully become a disciple? He is not Ji Qing's illegitimate child. After all, this is blatantly unreasonable. Moreover, considering the implications, both Sword King Chui Chan and Ji Qing are formidable beings of the spiritual connection realm. Should Cui Chan acquire a treasure of this caliber, would it not pose an even greater threat to Ji Qing, making him increasingly difficult to control? I am convinced that there is something amiss with this bronze cauldron. With that thought in mind, Lin Jianzhi addressed the luminous orb before him. Master Tower, please, assist me in scrutinizing this bronze cauldron. It is imperative that we examine it meticulously. I am certain that Ji Qing. Before Lin Jianzhi could finish his sentence, Master Tower chuckled and interjected. There is no need for inspection. I shall eliminate the hidden dangers for you right away. With that, to Lin Jianzhi's astonishment, Master Tower sent forth a beam of light, forcefully penetrating the bronze cauldron and instantaneously purifying the world within. Lin Jian gazed with wide eyes, his expression one of disbelief as he stared at the luminous orb before him. Master Tower, did you already discerned that the blazing sun bronze cauldron harbors a flaw? Naturally, Master Tower replied, his face adorned with disdain and a hint of arrogance. I am the legendary chaotic artifact. Even though I am now sealed and my power reduced to a mere fraction, I am certainly not to be compared with the trifling treasures of the spirit communication realm. Then why did you not inform me? Lin Jianzhi found himself perplexed. To be candid, fearing that your impression may not be profound, certain experiences must be encountered firsthand. Some pitfalls one must leap into personally. A little loss, a few minor deceptions, and a touch of hardship are essential. Master Ta waved his hand. Speaking earnestly, it is also to aid you in your personal growth. Lin Jianzhi pressed his forehead, pondering the cunning of Ta Yi, who seemed to possess an abundance of schemes. Could he truly be an artifact spirit? Now, I have discerned the matter at hand. Might you enlighten me on what Ji Qing has been up to within the blazing bronze cauldron? Such petty tricks are hardly worth mentioning. With a mere wave of my hand, Ta Yi declared, the sinister plots of that old Bai Deng would unravel effortlessly. However, before Ta Yi could finish his boast, he noticed the peculiar glint in Lin Jianzhi's gaze, prompting him to quickly amend his statement. That old Bai Deng has inscribed a restriction within the blazing bronze cauldron, which could, at a critical moment, trigger a self-detonation of the cauldron. Lin Jianzhi felt a chill run down his spine, a sense of trepidation washing over him. Although the presence of the esteemed Tower Master ensured that Ji Qing's cunning schemes would not succeed, a vigilant mindset was imperative. Should the Tower Master depart, he, Lin Jianzhi, would be left utterly defenseless. Truly, what a crafty old fox Ji Qing was, possessing such a multitude of schemes. Once the restraints were lifted, a subtle smile graced Lin Jianzhi's lips as he controlled a drop of his own blood, coaxing it into the blazing sun bronze cauldron, instantly refining this treasure of the spiritual realm. The fact that he had kept this under wraps indicated that Ji Qing had never truly trusted Cui Chan, which implied that an attack on Cui Chan was merely a matter of time. Given this, the blazing sun bronze cauldron was indeed worth preserving, poised to deliver a significant surprise to that cunning old fox. Initially, Lin Jianzhi had contemplated leaving the Spirit Sword Sect to auction off the bronze cauldron, hoping to exchange it for a substantial sum of spiritual stones to further his own ambitions. However, it now appeared that selling it was out of the question. It needed to be safeguarded. After all, the value of Ji Qing far surpassed that of mere spiritual stones. As he refined the spiritual stones along with the blazing sun bronze cauldron, Lin Jianzhi casually summoned the remaining gift for his master, the sheep-fat white jade bracelet, which fell effortlessly into his palm. Do not linger on it, young one, the Tower Master interjected. I have already discerned its worth. This sheep-fat white jade bracelet is nothing but an ordinary trinket, devoid of any magical properties or significant value. You may as well discard it. Lin Jian gently caressed the jade bracelet in his hand, casting a disdainful glance at Master Ta, and remarked, what do you know? This jade bracelet is far from ordinary, for it bears the weight of a person's longing. Longing? Master Ta was taken aback, and then blurted out, can it be eaten? Just then, a knock echoed through the air, accompanied by the hesitant, conflicted, and exceedingly bashful voice of Zhao Yuyan from outside. Lin, brother Lin, I know you are inside. Please, open the door. I understand you are disheartened by the Sword King's rejection, but you must find solace in this, after all. Oh dear, brother, please open the door. What if another disciple sees me? I would be utterly mortified. Lin Jian was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the blazing sun overhead, feeling somewhat astonished. It was still broad daylight, and yet Zhao Yuyan had boldly come to assist him in mastering the Rinziju? He then glanced at the jade bracelet in his hand, a subtle smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 42. Teaching Zhao Yuyan the Rinziju Senior. Brother, I know you are in the Tsamu Hall. Please open the door. Zhao Yuyan urged softly from outside. Her cheeks flushed as she furtively scanned her surroundings. If you don't open the door soon, I might just leave, given that it was daytime. Many disciples were passing by. Although the Tsamu Hall was relatively secluded and typically devoid of visitors, Lin Jian had earned a notorious reputation within the Lingjian Sect, causing other disciples to avoid him. However, what if someone happened to see Zhao Yuyan visiting him in broad daylight, lingering for an entire day, with sounds occasionally emanating from within? Even a fool could guess what was transpiring inside. As Chen Zhao's fiancée, Zhao Yuyan would soon be married to him, leaving her with little dignity to remain at the Lingjian Sect. Rationality dictated that she should not seek out Lin Jian at such a time. Even if she wished to comfort him, it would be more prudent to wait until night fell. After all, Lin Jian was a man on the brink of death, with only a few days left to live. Sacrificing her reputation for a dying man was undoubtedly unwise. Furthermore, Lin Jian was hardly a virtuous individual. His unscrupulous methods had led to her predicament. Yet, the moment Zhao Yuyan recalled how Lin Jian had been forcefully thrown out of the sword tower by the Grand Elder, who had scornfully declared before everyone, "Bah, you, a dying man, wish to become my disciple? You would tarnish the name of Sword King Cui Chan. Get out." A pang of distress gripped her heart. She couldn't help but feel an inexplicable aversion towards Sword King Cui Chan as well. After leaving the sword tower, she had disregarded her fiancé Chen Zhao's enthusiastic invitation and wandered aimlessly around the Lingjian Sect, somehow finding herself at the Tsamu Hall. After a moment of hesitation and internal struggle, she finally knocked on Lin Jian's door, her face aflame. Just as Zhao Yuyan pondered whether to force the door open, Lin Jian dispelled the eternal night formation and opened the door. "Junior sister, it's still daytime. What brings you here? Could it be you miss me?" They say time breeds affection, yet Lin Jian felt as if it had not been long at all. Why was Zhao Yuyan suddenly so eager to seek him out? "Bah, what nonsense!" Zhao Yuyan exclaimed, her face still flushed. Seizing the opportunity with no one around, she quickly slipped inside, then, feeling bashful, declared, "How could I, Zhao Yuyan, ever fall for someone like you, a scoundrel, rogue, good for nothing? I am merely concerned that after your demise, the lingering images will be disseminated, leading us to a mutual ruin. Your death itself matters not, but what if?" Before she could finish her thought, Zhao Yuyan felt she had uttered something taboo. Hastily covering her mouth with her hand and silently cursing several times. Her intent for visiting today was to comfort Lin Jian. Yet she had broached the topic of death upon their first encounter, which was undeniably inauspicious. A furtive glance revealed that Lin Jian was not angered by her words, prompting her to quietly breathe a sigh of relief. "Rest assured, junior sister, although I, Lin Jian, may be a scoundrel, I am still a man of my word, and I shall honor my promises." Lin Jianzhi casually took a seat, brewed a pot of tea, and poured himself and Zhao Yuyan a cup, savoring the fragrant brew leisurely. "Rest assured, within 2 days, before I meet my end, I shall undoubtedly hand over all the recording pearls to you, without burning bridges. However, for these 2 days, I must trouble you, my dear junior sister." As he spoke, Lin Jianzhi wore a mischievous grin while placing his large hand on Zhao Yuyan's thigh, relishing the silky texture of her ethereal dress. "Do not move. This is inappropriate. You are on the brink of death, yet your thoughts linger on such matters." Zhao Yuyan cast a disapproving glance at Lin Jianzhi, feeling exasperated. With the shadow of death looming, what significance do such frivolous thoughts hold? While pressing down on Lin Jianzhi's wandering hand, her face flushed, she inquired, "Senior brother, do you have any final wishes? If it is within my power, I am willing to fulfill them." "Final wishes?" Upon hearing this, Lin Jianzhi grasped Zhao Yuyan's delicate hand and, with a sudden pull, drew her into his embrace, her body yielding to his will. "What I desire, my junior sister, you should be quite aware of. With only 2 days left to live, I might as well relish these moments. There's a saying that goes." Gently tilting Zhao Yuyan's chin, he gazed at her exquisite profile, his voice lowering. "To die beneath the peony blooms is to be a spirited ghost." As Zhao Yuyan beheld Lin Jianzhi's handsome visage, it seemed to magnify within her vision. Coupled with his tender and affectionate words, her heart raced like a startled fawn, thumping incessantly. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, brimming with tenderness. Just as Lin Jianzhi's lips were about to meet her cherry-like mouth, a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to withdraw hastily. This left Zhao Yuyan, who had closed her eyes in anticipation of the tempest, momentarily bewildered. "Wait, my junior sister, you haven't allowed any other man to touch you these past few days, have you?" Lin Jianzhi, with a penchant for cleanliness, felt a wave of nausea at the thought of Zhao Yuyan possibly sharing intimate moments with her fiancé, Chen Xiao. "And no. Since that time, I haven't let any other man touch me. Zhao Yuyan stammered, almost instinctively responding without a second thought. She had not even permitted Xin Shao to hold her hand, let alone. Once she realized her words, her face reddened further, and she quickly turned away, silenced. She felt like a flawed woman, already betrothed and on the verge of marriage, yet here she was. Although Lin Jianzhi's pressure played a role in this, she resolved to let it be. After Lin Jian's demise, Zhao Yuyan found herself at a crossroads from which there was no turning back. However, there was no need to divulge these matters to Lin Jian. Zhao Yuyan would take full responsibility for her actions. The so-called illusion pearl had long ceased to hold any significance in her heart. Very well, junior sister, remember this. Your body belongs solely to me, your senior brother. No one else shall touch you, not even Xin Shao. Kissing is out of the question. Holding hands is forbidden. As for other matters, absolutely not. Lin Jian was no paragon of virtue. He understood nothing of sharing. Once he had set his sights on someone, they were his, and his alone. Otherwise, even if he were on the brink of death, he would expose every last illusion pearl. Amid Zhao Yuyan's astonishment, Lin Jian assertively lifted her chin, and then, after an intoxicating kiss that left her breathless, Lin Jian released Zhao Yuyan. After all, in just 2 days, everything would come to an end. Master. At this rate, when will my unique physique awaken? Lin Jianzhi previously only worked night shifts with Zhao Yuyan, but now he also takes on day shifts. Alternating between the two, it seems that his unique constitution is on the verge of awakening. Given that everyone in the Lingjian Sect is aware that Lin Jianzhi is destined to perish in just 2 days, they have all mentally prepared themselves, gathering ingredients, eagerly awaiting the moment of his demise to commence the banquet. If he fails to pass on that fateful day, how could he offer a plausible explanation? Would he not be rendered a man of empty promises? Although the concept of trust was hastily abandoned when he traversed realms, he at least recognizes the significance of those 2 characters. To fully awaken his special constitution, a span of 5 to 6 days is required, or so he believes. As Tai Yi contemplated, another beam of light scanned Lin Jianzhi's form, leading to the conclusion, do not express dissatisfaction, for this pace is remarkably swift. Without the human character secret, awakening could take months, if not years. 5 to 6 days? Too long. Lin Jianzhi clicked his tongue, casting a glance at Zhao Yuyan, who was riding gracefully. A faint smile graced his lips as he began to communicate with Master Ta in his mind. Master, what do you think would happen if I were to impart the Ren character technique to Zhao Yuyan when we engage in our intimate moments? If we both simultaneously practice the technique, then, before Lin Jianzhi could finish his thought, Master Ta eagerly interjected, then the Ren character technique would evolve into the Song character technique, allowing us to soar into the skies. However, the Ren secret is the foremost among the myriad of secrets, possessing numerous exquisite applications. Are you truly willing to bestow it upon her? Will you or won't you? Lin Jian was momentarily taken aback, but without a second thought, he declared, what is there to be reluctant about? Suspect not those whom you employ, and trust not those who suspect you. If Zhao Yuyan dares to betray me in the future, she shall be dealt with accordingly. Tower Master gave Lin Jian a thumbs up, utterly impressed. Of course, if Tower Master had thumbs. Not wishing to linger on Tower Master's words, Lin Jian turned his gaze to Zhao Yuyan, who lay in his arms, docile as a cat and gentle as bone. He spoke, junior sister. I possess a secret method to impart to you that will aid in enhancing your cultivation. You must not share this with others. As he spoke, Lin Jian tapped Zhao Yuyan's brow, and a particle of light entered her mind. Chapter 43. Xin Shao caught in the act at the herbal hall in the center of the Lingjian Sect stood the Zhangtian Pavilion, the residence of the direct disciple Lu Jiang. Unlike other disciples who named their abodes after themselves or their courtesy names, Lu Jiang chose the name Zhongtian, a declaration of unparalleled dominance. Indeed, among the disciples, whether judged by seniority or strength, Lu Jiang was worthy of the title Zhongtian and was the most likely candidate to become the second, or rather, the third spirit realm master of the Lingjian Sect. Although some elders had also attained the golden core stage, they were generally advanced in years, their vitality waning, leaving little chance for further breakthroughs. Lu Jiang, however, was different, young, and exceptionally gifted. His internal energy was abundant. Provided no unforeseen events occurred, after several years or even decades of diligent effort, Lu Jiang would undoubtedly break through to the spirit realm and subsequently assume the position of the sect's leader. The current leader, Ji Qing, had no sons, only a daughter, Ji Ning, who had been taken by an immortal to the celestial mountains for training since birth, far removed from the Xianyue Empire. Ji Qing had always viewed Lu Jiang as the next potential leader, a sentiment well understood by the elders and direct disciples alike. Unexpectedly, truly unexpectedly, within the Zhongtian Pavilion, Lu Jiang sat at the head of the table, exuding authority and power. This was his domain, where his word was law. To his right sat Wen Qing and Song Shuyi, while Chun Shao occupied the left. Lu Jiang lifted his cup, swirling the yellowish liquid within before downing it in one gulp. Whether it was due to anger or the fiery liquor burning his throat, his face flushed crimson. The illustrious Sword King, a spirit realm master, our esteemed elder of the Lingjian Sect. How could he have actually accepted our initiation gifts? Just how impoverished could he be? Has he never seen spirit stones? Never encountered magical artifacts? Never laid eyes on wealth? How shameless. Bang. Having spoken, Lu Jiang forcefully smashed the wine jar to the ground, his entire being radiating uncontainable fury. Song Shuyi and Chun Shao, witnessing this, clenched their fists. Their faces darkened with rage. Meanwhile, Wen Qing remained relatively unfazed. After all, her apprenticeship had cost merely 2,000 high-grade spirit stones. A mere pittance compared to the extravagant sums paid by the three aggrieved individuals before her. In stark contrast to Wen Qing's modest offering, Lu Jiang had proffered a spirit treasure of the communication realm, while Song Shuyi and Chun Shao each contributed around 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. Though they all understood that the resplendent sun bronze cauldron was not rightfully Lu Jiang's, their minds were preoccupied with the thought of how Sword King Cui Chan might be moved to tears upon receiving such offerings, subsequently returning them with a generous gift for his disciples. In this scenario, the spirit treasure would once again find its way back into Lu Jiang's possession. It was not naivety that clouded their judgment. Rather, it was customary in the Xianyue Empire for apprenticeships to unfold in this manner. They recalled their own initiation under Ji Qing, who had not demanded any tribute, but instead gifted each of them a flying sword treasure tailored to their cultivation levels for protection and combat. If Cui Chang were to follow Ji Qing's example, the acquisition of the Sun Bronze Cauldron by Lu Jiang would undoubtedly elevate his strength to unprecedented heights. Yet, to their dismay, Sword King Cui Chan not only accepted all offerings, but also lambasted Lu Jiang and Chun Shao mercilessly, humiliating them without reserve. Such a profound disgrace. Both Lu Jiang and Chun Shao were grim expressions, struggling to suppress their inner fury. They felt powerless. They could neither retaliate nor afford to offend Cui Chan, as they needed to placate him to learn the sword path and seek breakthroughs. Junior brother, where is Sister Yan? Why has she come to my Zhongtian Pavilion? Did you not inform her? Lu Jiang furrowed his brow, glancing at the vacant spot beside Chun Shao, his displeasure palpable. Elder brother, before leaving the sword tower, I did tell Yinner that elder brother had summoned us to gather at Zhongtian Pavilion, Chun Shao replied, rising to respectfully clasp his hands towards Lu Jiang, his own expression mirroring discomfort. But Yinner mentioned she had matters to attend to and wouldn't be coming. I'm unsure of her whereabouts. Zhao Yuyin was Chun Zhao's fiancée, his own. Yet, her disregard for his words and her failure to inform him of her plans was utterly unacceptable. Junior brother, it is essential for you to maintain a harmonious relationship with Sister Yan. Lu Jiang frowned, feeling considerable displeasure. It was one thing for Zhao Yuyin to ignore Chun Shao, but to show such blatant disregard for his status as elder brother was simply intolerable. However, unable to openly confront the situation, he could only assume the authoritative demeanor of the senior brother and admonish Chun Shao. You two are soon to be wed, and our master has graciously agreed to preside over your ceremony. Do not let any misstep occur at this crucial moment, lest you become a subject of ridicule. Lu Jiang's words served not only to reprimand Chun Shao and vent his frustrations, but also to convey a message to Song Shuyi. After all, once Chun Shao marries Zhao Yuyin, Lu Jiang would be rid of a rival, significantly increasing his chances of winning Song Shuyi's affection. Indeed, what the senior brother says holds true. Chun Shao grumbled internally, yet he maintained a facade of respect, bowing deeply to Lu Jiang. He was astute enough to discern Lu Jiang's ulterior motives. Fear not, senior brother, Yuyin has always been most obedient to my wishes. Today is no exception. And it is certainly despite that greedy and malicious Cui Chan. The mere mention of Cui Chan ignited a seething hatred within Chun Shao. How dare he publicly liken him to a parasitic worm, rubbing his face in the dirt? Just wait. Once my ancient pupils awaken and my skills reach their zenith, I shall make Lu Jiang, Cui Chan, and even the sect leader Ji Qing pay dearly. Initially, I questioned whether the Grand Elder and Lin Jian were already acquainted, as their relationship seemed rather peculiar. Observing the unfavorable expressions on everyone's faces, the second senior sister, Wen Qing, decided to poke fun at Lin Jian, attempting to lighten the mood. However, when confronted with Lin Jian's desperate pleas, the Grand Elder resolutely refused and sent him flying from the sword pavilion with a single strike. The Grand Elder possessed a cultivation level that transcended the spirit connection realm, while Lin Jian was already gravely injured and on the brink of death. I feared that this blow might well extinguish his life. Once these words were spoken, the collective anger of the crowd dissipated like melting snow, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. Lin Jian had brought this upon himself, a worthless being who did not comprehend his own limitations, daring to dream of joining us in seeking a master. Lu Xiang gestured, summoning a wine jug to himself, pouring a fine vintage before casting a glance at the aloof Song Shui, sister Song. With this development, you are entirely free from repaying the spirit stones owed to Lin Jian. Rest assured, once he meets his demise, I shall ensure you recover what he extorted from you. Song Shui was momentarily taken aback, then raised her cup in a toast to Lu Xiang, a radiant smile gracing her lips. In that case, I am most grateful to the senior brother. Let us not even consider the possibility of Lin Jian surviving for another 2 or 3 days. Even if he were to live, what could he possibly do? Now that she, Song Shui, had successfully become the disciple of the Sword King, would Lin Jian dare to harass her any further? If Lin Jianzhi truly feared nothing and dared to demand spirit stones from her, Song Shui would promptly report this matter to the Grand Elder. Given the Grand Elder's notoriously ruthless nature, it is likely that Lin Jianzhi would find himself severely punished on the spot. Song Shui had long since disowned the temperaments of both individuals. The sect leader, Ji Qing, was one to uphold his dignity, while the Sword King, Cui Chan, was nothing short of a madman, prone to drawing his sword at the slightest provocation. After downing the fine wine in his cup, Lu Xiang let out a hearty laugh, for this was the first time Song Shui had toasted him. Enough of the trivialities. Let us discuss important matters. The reason for gathering you all here today, beyond this small celebration, is to clarify a significant issue. At this point, Lu Xiang suddenly paused, and amidst the astonished expressions of the others, he waved his hand to set up a protective formation around the entire Zhangtian pavilion, shielding it from external scrutiny. His cautious demeanor, filled with gravity and earnestness, left Chen Xiao, Wen Qing, and Song Shui momentarily stunned. I believe you three can surmise that the blazing sun bronze cauldron was bestowed upon me by our esteemed master, intended to facilitate my successful apprenticeship under the Sword King. Each practitioner of the spirit connection realm possesses a unique understanding of the world's principles and has mastered extraordinary techniques in swordplay. Our revered master, being the leader of the sect, would not stoop to approach the Grand Elder directly. Hence, he has entrusted me with this task. As Lu Xiang glanced at Chen Xiao, Wen Qing, and Song Shui, he observed their subtle expressions, ensuring they were all in agreement before continuing. We are to record all the sword techniques and moves we learn from the Grand Elder and present them to our master. There exists a distinct hierarchy between our master and the Grand Elder, and I implore you, junior brothers and sisters, to consider your positions carefully and align yourselves accordingly. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao, Wen Qing, and Song Shui exchanged glances, realizing that the sect leader harbored doubts about the Grand Elder's trustworthiness. Chen Xiao grinned broadly, finding the situation quite agreeable. The three of them then bowed respectfully to Lu Xiang, each affirming their commitment. Naturally, it is only right. This is how it should be. After exiting the Zhangtian pavilion, Chen Xiao bid farewell to Wen Qing and Song Shui. Though he held confidence in his charm, Lu Xiang's words echoed persistently in his mind. Humph, is it merely because I took my mother's relic? Yet, I never anticipated that Cui Chan would be so avaricious as to genuinely accept the apprenticeship gift. Chen Xiao could surmise the reason behind Zhao Yuyan's disregard for him. Yet a mere sheep-fat jade bracelet, not a precious artifact of great value, seemed an overreaction. After much contemplation, Chen Xiao ultimately made his way to the Yanhong building, preparing to humble himself before Zhao Yuyan and admit his fault. It was not that Chen Xiao harbored an exceptionally deep affection for Zhao Yuyan, but rather that he could not afford to lose face, especially with their wedding imminent. Zhao Yuyan, with her gentle demeanor and breathtaking beauty, was indeed a rare gem, possessing a romantic disposition that was hard to come by. Moreover, the Zhao family, which stood behind her, commanded a lineage rich in exceptional spiritual veins, a wealth that could rival nations, even if Zhao Yuyan were to be upset. Chen Xiao felt no trepidation. After all, their quarrels had often ended with her capitulating and acknowledging her mistakes, even on occasions when he was at fault. It was invariably Zhao Yuyan who would apologize. This time, as he sought her out, he imagined Zhao Yuyan would be profoundly touched, perhaps even elated to the point of soaring with joy. Upon arriving at the Yanhong building, Chen Xiao frowned at the closed door. He knocked persistently. Yet there was no response. How peculiar. The Lingjian Sect was not vast, and if Yu Yin was not in the Yanhong building, where could she possibly be? Chen Xiao felt a surge of irritation, an inexplicable unease settling within him. Guided by a man's intuition, he turned his gaze towards the direction of the Kaomutang, contemplating briefly before ascending his sword and heading there. Inside the Kaomutang, Lin Jianzhi was engaged in a secret technique with Zhao Yuyan. The technique he practiced alone was known as the Rin character formula, while the one they practiced together was termed the Song character formula. Chapter 44. Shun Zhao's dual pupils can see through. Senior brother, what other secret methods do you possess? Surely you jest. Zhao Yuyan shot Lin Jianzhi a skeptical glance. Utterly unconvinced that he could wield any genuine secret arts, let alone impart them to her. Secret methods, or mystic techniques, were of a caliber far superior to ordinary martial arts. Not even their sect leader could be assured of mastering such powers. Furthermore, given Lin Jianzhi's current state, heavily injured and unable to recover, if he truly possessed formidable secret techniques, he would not be in such a predicament. When Lin Jianzhi claimed he would teach her a secret method, Zhao Yuyan assumed he was merely trying to amuse her, dismissing the notion entirely. The rarity of such powerful secret techniques was well known. Even scouring the entirety of the Xianwei continent would likely yield little. If Lin Jianzhi indeed held knowledge of a potent secret technique, it would not be an exaggeration to say that offering it to a powerful sect would secure him immense benefits, far exceeding any prospects within the confines of the modest Lingjian Sect. Yet, in the face of Zhao Yuyan's skepticism, Lin Jianzhi merely smiled faintly, offering no further explanation. Senior brother, why are you smiling? Boom. Soon, the radiant point that had penetrated Zhao Yuyan's brow completely dispersed, transforming into a torrent of characters and symbols that flooded her mind. Clutching her head, Zhao Yuyan found herself at a loss for words, passively absorbing the inheritance of the Rin character technique. As time gradually passed, once she had fully received the legacy of the Rin character, she was utterly astonished. Pouting her small lips and widening her eyes, her expression was undeniably adorable. Could it truly be a secret technique? And of an exceptionally high grade. How could this be possible? Zhao Yuyan gently covered her mouth, gazing at Lin Jianzhi's with a face full of disbelief, her entire being in a state of bewilderment. Although she had never practiced a secret technique before, she could discern that the Rin character technique bestowed upon her by Lin Jianzhi's was far superior to earthly-grade martial arts. The two most formidable techniques of the Spirit Sword sect, the Great Sun Thunder Sword technique and the Great Luo Sword cannon, paled in comparison to the Rin character technique, rendering them utterly insignificant. What is impossible? The Rin character technique was also a serendipitous acquisition of mine, believing it to be beneficial for cultivation. I chose to pass it on to my junior sister. To be precise, the Rin character technique was not imparted by Lin Jianzhi's, but rather was a method of master tower. The inheritance of secret techniques is exceedingly rigorous, far beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. In other words, even though Zhao Yuyan has obtained the legacy of the Rin character technique, she can only cultivate it herself and cannot pass it on to others. Furthermore, the Rin character technique given to Zhao Yuyan has been modified and abridged by Master Tower, and can only be effectively utilized when she cultivates alongside Lin Jianzhi's. There is no alternative. Lin Jianzhi's adheres to a principle: one must not underestimate the malice of others, and one must remain vigilant against potential threats. Lin Jianzhi cast a glance at Zhao Yuyan, whose eyes were wide with disbelief and whose face was a portrait of astonishment. A subtle smile graced his lips. She was truly adorable. Then, in a fleeting moment of distraction, he pulled her into his embrace. Junior sister, you must have noticed by now how rapidly your cultivation has advanced. This is all thanks to your senior brother and the merits of the Rin character technique. As he spoke, Lin Jianzhi leaned closer to Zhao Yuyan's ear, gently biting down on her delicate, glistening earlobe. The unexpected assault rendered Zhao Yuyan's mind a blank slate, causing her to forget any notion of resistance. Her entire body was enveloped in a tingling weakness. The earlobe, this was undeniably hers. No wonder. Even though I seemed to have hit a bottleneck in my cultivation, I still managed to break through to the 6th level of the condensation realm. It was only at this moment that Zhao Yuyan began to realize, pondering whether this Rin character technique might enhance a cultivator's ability to absorb the essence of heaven and earth or assist in comprehending the profound truths of the universe. Yet, She soon recalled something and quickly exclaimed, "Senior brother, you must present this ring character technique to master. He will surely find a way to save you. This way, you need not face death. Hand it over to Ji Qing? That is utterly impossible." Setting aside the fact that Lin Jianzhi would not meet his demise. Even in the face of life and death, he would never surrender the Rin character technique to Ji Qing. He understood all too well that Ji Qing was an exceedingly cold and selfish individual, even if Lin Jianzhi offered him the secret technique. Ji Qing would still harbor murderous intentions towards him, unless Lin Jianzhi could provide him with even greater and more substantial benefits. Once the seeds of doubt were sown, they could never be eradicated. Does junior sister not wish for my survival? He mused. Yet, if I do survive, I shall not return the recording pearls to her. I intend to keep them for my own enjoyment. Lin Jian's lips curled into a subtle smile as he playfully tousled Zhao Yuyan's bangs and toyed with her earlobe, teasingly remarking, "Junior sister, you cannot escape my entanglement. How then can you hope to wed the little junior brother?" Zhao Yuyan's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she playfully swatted at Lin Jian several times, yet she stammered for a considerable time without uttering a single coherent word. "Junior sister, first take a look at how this technique of the Rin character is cultivated. It is hardly a legitimate practice. If I were to present it to our master, would that not jeopardize his venerable reputation?" As Lin Jian finished speaking, Zhao Yuyan began to focus her mind, gradually attempting to comprehend the secret art of the human character technique. However, upon grasping just a portion of it, her face turned crimson in an instant. The myriad of postures presented within were utterly shattering Zhao Yuyan's worldview. "Senior brother, this secret method is far too inappropriate. I shall not pursue this any further," Zhao Yuyan declared, her expression rife with resistance, especially after witnessing the various stances encapsulated within the technique. Shaking her head vigorously as if it were a rattle drum. If the junior sister chose not to pursue her studies, then so be it. Yet, Lin Jianzhi released his embrace of Zhao Yuyan, his face etched with despondency as he spoke. "This method not only benefits one's cultivation but also aids in healing my wounds. Were it not for this, I would have long since succumbed." In his fervent desire to awaken his unique physique, Lin Jianzhi resolved to cast aside any semblance of pride. After all, Zhao Yuyan, being a romantic at heart, would never suspect him. Moreover, cultivating together would greatly benefit her as well. Ahem. Noticing Zhao Yuyan's lingering hesitation, Lin Jianzhi suddenly coughed violently, covering his mouth. Observing his forlorn expression and the way he coughed, Zhao Yuyan's resolve melted completely. "Then I shall give it a try." As soon as the words left her lips, Lin Jianzhi immediately sprang into action. He guided Zhao Yuyan in comprehending the method while simultaneously putting it into practice. Together, they engaged in the cultivation of the technique, bringing the method to life. Lin Jianzhi and Zhao Yuyan each nurtured a sphere of light within themselves, which then traversed through their connection, ultimately merging into one at the dantian. As Lin Jianzhi mastered the complete method of the human character and maintained dominance throughout, the benefits he reaped far surpassed those of Zhao Yuyan. Nevertheless, even so, the advantages gained from circulating just a few small cycles equated to several months of Zhao Yuyan's efforts. Amidst the fervent and urgent lullaby, Zhao Yuyan gradually shed her reservations and began to liberate herself, no longer suppressing her emotions, exclaiming in delight. Suddenly, a series of rapid knocks echoed through the room, abruptly interrupting the two, forcing Lin Jianzhi, who was poised for ascension, to land back down. "Who is it?" Lin Jian's brow furrowed, expressing considerable displeasure, as a murderous intent surged within him. With a swift gesture, his internal spiritual energy surged forth, manipulating the slashing sword to soar into the air and hover at the entrance. Should anyone dare to intrude from outside, they would face certain death without a moment's hesitation. Lin Jian. Chen Xiao frowned, having knocked on the door for an extended period without any sign of Lin Jian coming to grant him entry. He felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. "I am Chen Xiao. I bore the elder's palm, and I have come in place of my master to see if you are still alive." Chen Xiao? In an instant, Zhao Yuyan, who was beneath him, covered her mouth with one hand while using the other to push against Lin Jian's body, desperately attempting to escape. Yet, Lin Jian's grip on her wrist was unyielding, not only preventing her from leaving but intensifying his assault. It was as if Chen Xiao's arrival only fueled Lin Jian's excitement further. Tears nearly brimmed in Zhao Yuyan's eyes. Realizing there was no escaping Lin Jian's grasp, she had no choice but to take a risky approach to hasten the conclusion of the situation. As she simultaneously channeled her energy to assist Lin Jian in healing, she covered her mouth, fearing the worst. Is it really my junior brother?" Why should my life or death concern you? Aren't you, Chen Xiao, wishing for my demise? Since when have you shown such kindness? Coming all the way to the herb hall to check on me? Lin Jian's lips curled into a slight smile as he peered through the door. Catching sight of Chen Xiao, who was pressing his ear against the crack. Instantly, his resolve strengthened further. What nonsense was the senior brother spouting? As disciples of the Lingjian Sect, how could I, Chen Xiao, ever harbor thoughts of harming you? It is merely that within the entire Lingjian Sect, whether it be the elder brother, the second sister, or even our venerable master, all seem to wish for your demise. Thus, I find myself with no alternative. With the eternal night formation dismantled and possessing the ancient, Chen Xiao could perceive what others could not. This was one of the abilities of his. Coupled with the faint sounds of breath, Chen Xiao's curiosity regarding Lin Jian's actions intensified. He began to mock and belittle Lin Jian while channeling his spiritual power into his eyes, invoking the strength of the ancient to penetrate the thick door and reveal the scene within. What he beheld left him astounded. To his shock, he discovered that the two individuals inside were engaged in a most shameful act. Truly, it was overwhelmingly enviable to him. Was it not said that Lin Jian was grievously injured, with but a few days left to live? He had just suffered a strike from the Grand Elder, and should have perished by now. Yet here he was, exhibiting vigor tenfold that of Chen Xiao. Moreover, the woman within was breathtaking, her physical form exceptional, and their synergy remarkable. When had the Lingjian Sect been graced with such beauty? How could Chen Xiao remain unaware? It seemed she was a newly admitted outer disciple, easily deceived by Lin Jian's status as a direct disciple. It was infuriating that this seemingly dying man had outpaced him. Regrettably, Chen Xiao's ancient had not fully awakened. While capable of penetrating the door, he could only discern vague silhouettes and outlines, rendering facial features elusive. Suddenly, a muffled sound emanated from within the room. Wait. Chen Xiao felt an unsettling familiarity with the woman's voice, as if he had heard it somewhere before. No way. His pupils constricted in shock as a terrifying thought arose within him. Instinctively, he pressed his palm against the door, preparing to force it open and burst inside. Chapter 45. Yener, my beloved Yener. Could it be that the woman inside is my Yener? Gazing upon that graceful figure and listening to that familiar voice, Chen Xiao was suddenly overwhelmed by an inexplicable sense of familiarity. A terrifying thought emerged within him. Erupting like a dormant volcano that had lain suppressed for centuries, suddenly unleashing its fury and wreaking havoc beyond control. There was no way to halt it. Everything felt too coincidental. After leaving the sword tower to seek a master, Zhao Yuyan had vanished without a trace. Lin Jianzhi was forcefully expelled from the sword tower by the Grand Elder. Within the Lingjian Sect, there were only 6 direct disciples, among whom Chen Xiao was included. 4 of them had gathered at the Zhongtian Pavilion of Lujiang, leaving only Lin Jianzhi and Zhao Yuyan unaccounted for. Prior to arriving at Samu Hall, Chen Xiao had ventured to Yanhong Building, only to find the door firmly locked, indicating that Zhao Yuyan was evidently not inside. Could it be? Could it truly be? As this thought surfaced, Chen Xiao's eyes instantly filled with bloodshot veins, his heart raced, and his breathing quickened. Lin Jianzhi? Why do you remain silent? Chen Xiao furrowed his brow into a frown, simultaneously probing with words while utilizing the power of his heavy pupils. Fixating intently on the 2 figures within the room, if you refuse to speak, I shall forcibly intrude. Upon hearing that Chen Xiao intended to break in, Zhao Yuyan turned pale with fright, her delicate fist repeatedly pounding on Lin Jianzhi's body as she struggled to escape. Yet, Lin Jianzhi firmly restrained her, refusing to allow her to flee. Zhao Yuyan was nearly in tears, her enchanting eyes ceaselessly pleading with Lin Jianzhi, blinking at him in desperation. She was showing weakness, yielding, and pleading. Even if he would not let her go, at the very least, he should respond to Chen Xiao outside. If he remained silent and the other truly barged in, what could they do? Despite this, with a sudden movement, Chen Xiao, seeing that Lin Jianzhi remained unresponsive and preoccupied, instinctively stepped forward and pressed his palm against the wooden door, unleashing his internal spiritual power, preparing to forcefully break in. He was determined to discover the identity of the woman entwined with Lin Jianzhi. Inside, Lin Jianzhi was taken aback by the turn of events. Yet his movements around Zhao Yuyan did not falter. Though Lin Jianzhi lacked the ancient dual pupils, he harnessed the formidable power of the Star Tower, endowing his mental acuity with extraordinary capabilities that surpassed those of ordinary individuals. By projecting his consciousness outward, he could penetrate the solid wooden door and discern the presence of Chen Xiao outside. As Chen Xiao attempted to push the door open, a cold smirk curled at the corners of Lin Jian's mouth. He displayed neither panic nor fear, rather, A fierce eagerness surged within him, igniting a murderous intent. With a deft manipulation of spiritual energy, the shark-slaying sword ascended gracefully into the air, its keen tip aligned directly with Chen Xiao's brow. Should Chen Xiao dare to breach the threshold, Lin Jian would not hesitate to strike him down on the spot. Not even the status of a favored disciple would afford him protection. Even if the sect leader, Ji Qing, were to discover the existence of the Star Tower in the aftermath, Lin Jian remained indifferent. He understood that even if Chen Xiao's ancient dual pupils had yet to fully awaken, the demise of the latter would obliterate that potential, a consequence Lin Jian found inconsequential. A man of resolve must act decisively. Sometimes, even if one is mistaken, it is better to persist resolutely down that path. Hesitation and indecisiveness are not traits befitting a true man. No, don't. Zhao Yuyan had also caught sight of the shark-slaying sword hovering ominously in midair, poised to pierce Chen Xiao's forehead. Immediately, she shook her little head vigorously, akin to a rattle drum, desperately resisting. She was acutely aware of Lin Jian's intentions, his desire to kill Chen Xiao. She also understood that once Lin Jian committed such an act, he would undoubtedly face severe punishment from their master, Ji Qing, perhaps even being struck down on the spot. The favored disciples were not mere inner or outer sect members. The entire Spirit Sword sect boasted only 6 favored disciples. The death of even one would be an immense catastrophe. No one could shield him from the consequences. He would face the harshest penalties, potentially even execution. Yet, could Zhao Yuyan alter the course of Lin Jian's determined resolve? Lin Jianzhi held down the struggling Zhao Yuyan with both hands, who was desperately trying to escape, while simultaneously channeling the power of the Star Tower to seal all the spiritual energy within her. He fixed his gaze intensely on the wooden door, silently urging, "Come on. Enter. What are you waiting for? Hurry and push the door open. I have a grand surprise for you." With a creaking sound, the gap of the door widened under Lin Jianzhi's watchful eyes, while Zhao Yuyan, her face flushed, buried her small head beneath the covers. The shark-slaying sword, suspended in midair, trembled incessantly, buzzing restlessly, just as the 2 wooden doors were about to swing open completely. Bang! Outside, Chen Xiao suddenly slammed the door shut again, repeatedly pounding his chest as he gasped for breath, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. That damned Lin Jianzhi, truly. Chen Xiao, still shaken, gazed intently at the shark-slaying sword that loomed ominously against the door, cursing inwardly. Truly audacious. So vicious and ruthless. Recklessly cruel, utterly disregarding the consequences. Did he truly intend to kill me? Did he truly intend to kill me? Fortunately, I possessed the ancient dual pupils. Otherwise, I would never have detected the shark-slaying sword hidden within. With the sword poised at his brow, separated only by a wooden door, the proximity was perilous. In that crucial moment of opening the door, even he, Chen Xiao, could not be entirely certain of evading it. Lin Jianzhi, a gravely wounded man on the brink of death, acted without restraint. Yet, Chen Xiao had just become a disciple of the Sword King Cui Chan and had gained the favor of the sect leader Ji Qing. His ancient dual pupils were on the verge of complete awakening, and he was soon to wed Zhao Yuyan, with a promising future ahead. Destined to become a supreme being stabilizing the pinnacle of the continent, how could he risk his life? How could he contend with a dying man? Humph, Lin Jianzhi, you are indeed a cruel and treacherous individual. Believing he had unraveled Lin Jianzhi's scheme, Chen Xiao sneered coldly and disdainfully spoke. Your silence is merely a ploy to lure me inside, whereupon you would seize the opportunity to take your own life, framing me with your demise. This was, of course, a fabricated lie spun by Chen Xiao to save face, while simultaneously attempting to deceive Lin Jianzhi. After all, the ancient dual pupils were his greatest secret and most formidable weapon. How could he ever reveal it to a mere nobody like Lin Jianzhi? Even if Lin Jianzhi were on the verge of death, he was unworthy of such knowledge. Lin Jianzhi was momentarily speechless. Chen Xiao harbored the secret of the ancient, a fact he had long since discerned through the body of Sword King Cui Chan, yet this fool remained blissfully unaware of his exposure. However, it was a pity that Chen Xiao did not simply enter the room, leaving Lin Jianzhi to ponder whether to strike him down directly. With a single stroke of his sword, he could eliminate Chen Xiao once and for all. After all, with his current cultivation at the 3rd level of the condensation realm, he could easily suppress Chen Xiao in a one-on-one confrontation without any external aid. Kid, I advise you to endure, echoed the voice of Lord Tower in Lin Jianzhi's mind. After all, the ancient was exceedingly precious. If you were to acquire it, ancient? Judging by Chen Xiao's reaction, this likely possessed some form of perceptive ability. If it was already this formidable before fully awakening, how powerful would it be once it was completely realized? If it were to fall into his hands, The possibilities would be limitless. Taking a deep breath, Lin Jianzhi's murderous intent dissipated, much like raising a piglet. He resolved to nurture Chen Xiao until he was robust and plump before striking him down. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuyan, sensing the intense murderous aura emanating from Lin Jianzhi, was instantly thrown into a state of panic. She understood that her words would fall on deaf ears, compelling her to simultaneously execute the human character technique while bracing herself. Desperately, Lin Jianzhi inhaled sharply, the murderous intent dissipating without a trace, as he began to focus intently on the woman beneath him, Zhao Yuyan. Lin Jianzhi, I ask you, have you seen my Yuyan? Outside the room. Chen Xiao hesitated to barge in but was consumed by the suspicion that the woman pinned beneath Lin Jianzhi was indeed his beloved Yuyan. In a moment of desperation, he called out for confirmation. Upon hearing her name mentioned, Zhao Yuyan was nearly overwhelmed, her face flushing crimson as she struggled fiercely to break free. Desperate to escape the situation, however, she found herself no match for Lin Jianzhi's strength, and the thought of leaving filled her with dread. Fearing that a confrontation between Lin Jianzhi and Chen Xiao would ensue. Thus, she could only huddle her legs tightly together, her large eyes shimmering with innocence as she gazed imploringly at Lin Jianzhi. Yuyan? Is that you, Zhao Yuyan? Under the weight of Zhao Yuyan's pleading gaze, Lin Jianzhi turned to respond to Chen Xiao. Zhao Yuyan is not your fiancée. What business do you have bringing her here? Do you really believe your fiancé could be hiding in my humble abode, while I share sweet nothings with her? Bah! Before Lin Jian's words could be completed, he was interrupted by Chen Zhao's furious reprimand from outside. Lin Jian, have you looked in the mirror lately? You, a man on the brink of death, where does your confidence come from to covet my Yenner? Dream on. Upon hearing this, Lin Jian remained unfazed. Casting a glance at the Zhao Yuyan he had pinned beneath him, he suddenly recalled a piece of cynical wisdom from Blue Star and promptly replied, Junior brother, one must always hold on to dreams. What if they come true? Zhao Yuyan, her cheeks flushed, turned away, unable to meet Lin Jian's gaze. A dream? Could it be that she was an unattainable aspiration for Lin Jian? Yet, all these years, had he not only shown affection for Song Shui? Ugh! What qualifications do you have to speak of dreams? Chen Xiao scoffed, then, with the enhanced vision granted by his ancient eyes, he observed Lin Jian still engaged with the woman inside, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Lin Jian, what are you doing in there? Why haven't you come to open the door for me? What am I doing? Lin Jian shot a glance at Zhao Yuyan and nonchalantly fabricated. What else could it be? Naturally, I am diligently studying the classics. Ugh! Chen Xiao nearly lost his composure at this audacious claim. Lin Jian truly had no shame. Clearly engaged in something else were it not for his ancient eyes, he might have believed Lin Jian's deceit. Hurry and open the door. I have urgent matters to discuss with you. Chen Xiao, still unwilling to relent, urged Lin Jian to let him in. As long as Lin Jian opened the door, he could not use the shark-slaying sword to ambush him. In a direct confrontation, Chen Xiao had no fear of the so-called waste that was Lin Jian. Of course, there was another motive behind this. It was to test whether Lin Jian would dare to let him in. If the woman inside was truly Zhao Yuyan, Lin Jian would undoubtedly lack the courage and be frightened to death. If you want to come in, then you come in yourself. I have no time to open the door for you. Lin Jianzhi let out a cold snort, casually waving his hand as he removed the bolt from the wooden door, leaving Zhao Yuyan's face filled with terror. Consequently, as long as Chen Xiao wished, he could enter at any moment. Humph! Chen Xiao frowned. Noticing the Zhan Sha sword still hovering behind the door, pointed directly at his brow, and instantly let out a cold laugh. After much hesitation, he finally ascended on his sword, flying away from the grasswood hall. Hovering low in the air, Chen Xiao wore a troubled expression as he began to frantically search the entirety of the Lingjian Sect. Yan Yan, my dear Yan Yan, where on earth are you? As soon as Chen Xiao departed, Lin Jianzhi was about to relish the soft flesh at his waist when Zhao Yuyan suddenly pinched him, executing a complete 180-degree turn. Chapter 46. You have chosen your path to death in the Sanqing Hall. The sectmaster Ji Qing sat at the head, flanked on either side by the second elder Imo Qingshan and a host of other elders. Ji Qing kept his eyes tightly shut, his expression somewhat grim. With arcs of electricity flickering around him, visible in their brilliance and dimness, the second elder and the others remained silent, shrinking their necks and casting glances at the hall's entrance, afraid to speak. Has the grand elder not yet arrived? Ji Qing opened his eyes, furrowing his brows, his face filled with displeasure. As the sectmaster of the Lingjian Sect, he was accustomed to having others wait on him. He had never waited for anyone before. Yet today, he had been at the Sanqing Hall, leading the elders for over half an hour, and the grand elder still had not made an appearance. Not yet. The second elder replied nervously, hastily clasping his hands. Sect Master, shall I send someone to the sword tower to inquire after the Grand Elder? Upon hearing this, Ji Qing's frown deepened. Inquire? Must we ask repeatedly? His Grand Elder certainly had a grandiose demeanor, disregarding even the authority of the sect master. How outrageous. In the past, when Ji Qing's confidant, Ji Jianghe, was present, he would always be at Ji Qing's side. With just a glance, Ji Jianghe would know to prepare tea, serving it to Ji Qing with care, even blowing on it to prevent it from being too hot. His flattery was resounding, akin to a lowly servant. Yet, now, the Sword King Cui Chan had a demeanor even more imposing than that of the sect master himself. This man could not be allowed to remain. Once the plan was fulfilled, Cui Chan would meet his demise. Otherwise, over time, who would truly be the sect master of the Lingjian Sect? Ji Qing's authority would be utterly diminished, rendering him incapable of commanding respect. There is no need to send anyone. We shall go to the sword tower ourselves. Ji Qing furrowed his brows, rising with intent to leave the Sanqing Hall. Let us see what urgent matters this newly appointed Grand Elder possesses that keep him busier than I, the sect master. The elders exchanged glances, clearly noticing the discord between the sect master and the Grand Elder, each calculating in their hearts which side to align with. Just as Ji Qing and the others were about to depart, a sharp sound of air being sliced through echoed, and then the Sword King, Cui Chan, soared into the Sanqing Hall on his sword. His speed was so remarkable that the resulting sonic boom resonated throughout the entire hall. Cui Chan, you are being outrageous. The fourth elder, without a moment's hesitation, decisively aligned himself with Ji Qing. Upon witnessing Cui Chan's brazen entrance into the Sanqing Hall, he immediately reproached him. The Sanqing Hall is a sacred place of our Lingjian Sect, the secluded retreat of the sect master. How dare you enter so recklessly? After uttering these words, he cast a few obsequious glances at Ji Qing to demonstrate his loyalty. After all, Ji Qing had recently expressed dissatisfaction towards the Grand Elder, and this was the perfect opportunity to capitalize on that. Bang! Little did the fourth elder anticipate that as soon as he finished speaking, Cui Chan unleashed a terrifying aura of the spiritual connection realm, striking him directly in the chest with a palm. The fourth elder, being only at the core formation realm and advanced in age, with his vitality waning, stood no chance against the assault of a spiritual connection powerhouse. Ugh! He immediately spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground, his body uncontrollably crashing backward until it collided violently with a pillar in the hall, finally coming to a halt. His bones nearly shattered. Cui Chan, you. The fourth elder wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, staring at Cui Chan in sheer terror. He could hardly believe that this audacious individual would dare to strike him, a fourth elder, in front of the sect master. What about it? You old fossil, how dare you lecture me? Cui Chan snorted coldly, his face devoid of emotion, the murderous intent emanating from him like a tangible force bearing down on the fourth elder. If it weren't for the sect master's presence, that palm strike would have ended your life, old man. I detest those who bully others through their connections. What if I flew my sword into the Sanqing Hall? Even if the sect master wished to kill me, I would eliminate you first. Do you believe it or not? The other elders exchanged glances, astonished by his ferocity. He was indeed a formidable individual, resorting to violence at the slightest disagreement and not giving any warning beforehand to allow for mental preparation. The second elder shrank back, secretly relieved that he had chosen not to be the one to step forward. The fourth elder, terrified to the brink of collapse, looked towards Ji Qing for help. But Ji Qing feigned ignorance. Was he really going to risk his life for a fourth elder nearing the end of his days against a powerhouse of the spiritual connection realm? Ji Qing was certainly not intoxicated. Cui Chan's tardiness was due to Lin Jianzhi's fierce battle with Zhao Yuyan in the Caomu Hall, leaving him no opportunity to control the puppet and thus arriving a bit later. Although Cui Chan, as a living puppet, possessed basic reasoning and communication skills sufficient for most situations, puppets still required their master's focused control for optimum performance. Moreover, Ji Qing's sudden summons of all the elders to the Sanqing Hall surely indicated that a significant event was unfolding. Lin Jianzhi was also quite curious about what had transpired. How dare you glare at me? I could easily dispatch you right now. Observing that the fourth elder still sought assistance from Ji Qing, Lin Jianzhi seized the moment, commanding the Sword King Cui Chan to eliminate the old man without hesitation. As he spoke, Cui Chan transformed his finger into a sword, concentrating brilliant sword energy at its tip, prepared to pierce the fourth elder's heart with a single strike. Whoosh! The sharp sword energy sliced through the air, resonating with a piercing sword cry throughout the Sanqing Hall. The fourth elder was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground, clutching his head and fleeing in terror, while the other elders scattered like frightened birds. In the presence of a powerful figure in the Tongling realm, they had no time to save the fourth elder, let alone escape. Just as the lethal sword energy was about to penetrate the fourth elder's heart, Ji Qing, seated at the head of the table, could no longer contain himself, coldly snorting, "Enough." Whoosh. The sound ceased as the sword stopped. The sword energy was mere inches from the fourth elder's heart, causing him to faint from sheer terror. Undoubtedly, had Ji Qing delayed his intervention even slightly, the fourth elder would have been beyond rescue, facing certain death. "Ha. Esteemed leader, please do not take offense. I, Cui Chan, am a man of action." Preferring to act rather than chatter aimlessly, Cui Chan retracted the sword energy, turning to face Ji Qing with an unwavering and cold expression. "Of course, my tardiness was not intentional. It was primarily due to refining the recently acquired Tongling realm treasure, the sunlit bronze cauldron." Speaking of the sunlit bronze cauldron, a rare smile graced Cui Chan's usually frosty countenance. "Ha. With this cauldron, my strength will increase at least 2 or 3-fold. Indeed, I have not come in vain. Your Lingjian Sect is truly generous. I shall serve as your grand elder with utmost dedication." Upon hearing this, Ji Qing, who had been somewhat vexed, immediately relaxed his furrowed brow and allowed a slight smile to curve his lips. Cui Chan's successful refinement of the sunlit bronze cauldron meant that Ji Qing had a 90% certainty of being able to eliminate any adversary at will. "Ha. Grand Elder, you flatter me. You are, after all, a free-spirited individual, accustomed to a life of liberty and ease. It is only natural that your familiarity with the Lingjian Sect's rules is limited, given your short time here." Ji Qing stood up, channeling spiritual energy into the fourth elder's body, who then awoke groggily. "As a fellow powerful figure in the Tongling realm, you must treat the Grand Elder with humility and respect in the future. The rule prohibiting sword flight within the Sanqing Hall is hereby abolished. Anyone who disrespects the Grand Elder dishonors me as the sect leader. Do you all understand clearly?" Upon uttering these words, the four elders widened their eyes and hung their mouths agape, utterly taken aback. The second elder, Mo Chi Shan, was the first to regain his composure and promptly bowed to Cui Chan, saying, "Of course, we have always held the Grand Elder in the highest regard." Cui Chan's lips curled into a slight smile, choosing not to address the matter directly. "Well then, let us put this matter to rest." In a buoyant mood, Ji Qing waved his hand and turned to Mo Chi Shan, stating, "I have summoned you all today to discuss an urgent matter. Second elder, please share the details of the situation with everyone." Upon hearing this, the second elder immediately bowed to Ji Qing, then produced an ancient token from his robe. The token bore the character for secret prominently on one side, while the reverse showcased a magnificent palace. Its appearance captivated the attention of all present, including Cui Chan. This token was discovered by myself and several disciples of the Spirit Sword Sect deep within the Hongduan mountain range. At that time, we were besieged by a horde of devouring spirit mice. Were it not for the intervention of the Sword King, Grand Elder, we would have perished, consumed by those vile creatures. As he recounted this, the second elder cast a grateful glance toward Cui Chan, yet the latter remained impassive, offering no response. Feeling a bit awkward, the second elder cleared his throat and continued, "Subsequently, we discovered that this token serves as the key to a secret realm within the Hongduan mountain range. And there exists another key that has been seized by the Xianyuan sect." Mentioning the Xianyuan sect, the second elder gritted his teeth in frustration, harboring deep resentment. Had it not been for their interference, they would not have been ensnared by the devouring spirit mice, nor would they have suffered the loss of so many disciples. Noticing the second elder's emotions were becoming somewhat unruly, Ji Qing interjected, "Today, the leader of the Xianyuan sect contacted me, proposing a collaboration to unlock the secret realm, allowing our disciples to venture within and search for treasures. After discussion, our two sects have agreed to send only disciples below the spirit connection realm into the secret realm, with each sect allowed 10 representatives." At this juncture, Ji Qing turned to the elders, including Cui Chan, and posed the question, "Who do you believe would be the most suitable 10 disciples from the Spirit Sword Sect to enter the secret realm for training?" Cui Chan refrained from responding, as his persona as a newly appointed Grand Elder rendered him unfamiliar with the situation. Secret realms have always been opportunities that one could only encounter by chance, presenting a rare chance for cultivators like us. If one were to seize the moment and uncover a powerful artifact or an invaluable technique, or perhaps top-tier elixirs, it could lead to a transformative leap in one's destiny. The second elder stroked his sparse stubble, his murky old eyes filled with hope. Were it not for the agreement between the Spirit Sword Sect and the Lingjian Sect, which stipulated that only disciples below the communication spirit realm could enter, he would have certainly sought a place for himself. Therefore, in my opinion, our Spirit Sword Sect has 10 slots available, 6 for direct disciples, 1 for each, leaving 4. At this point, the second elder's complexion flushed slightly, and after a moment's hesitation, he mustered the audacity to suggest, "Let them be granted to us elders, ahem, to allow us to do a favor." Upon hearing this, the other elders nodded in agreement. Although they could not enter the secret realm themselves, their descendants, disciples, illegitimate children, and grandchildren could. This had always been the case. When Qing inquired, it was merely a formality. "No, I oppose this." Unexpectedly, the fourth elder immediately voiced his dissent. As soon as he spoke, every gaze in the room turned towards him. The fourth elder wiped the fresh blood from the corner of his mouth, awkwardly beginning, "Ahem, I am not targeting the second elder, rather. I mean to say that all present. Ahem, what I mean is, Lin Jianzhi is a failure, and he has little time left to live. Although he is a direct disciple, we cannot allow him to squander a precious slot." As soon as the words left his mouth, the fourth elder felt a sudden chill down his spine. He noticed the first elder, Cui Chan, staring intently at him, and immediately began to flatter shamelessly. "Elder, it was all a misunderstanding. Please don't take offense. I don't have an opinion against you. I meant to say that Lin Jianzhi is a waste. He is worthless. Such a person does not deserve to enter the secret realm. It would only bring disgrace." Amidst the fourth elder's terror, Cui Chan approached, giving his shoulder a gentle pat, and on his typically cold face, a hint of a warm smile emerged. "Old fool, you have sealed your own fate." Chapter 47. Yinner, who were you just with? Within the Sanqing Hall, the atmosphere was decidedly peculiar. Just moments ago, Cui Chan had nearly beaten the fourth elder to a pulp, yet now he was smiling at him. That face, as cold and merciless as eternal ice, was now filled with warmth, akin to a gentle spring breeze. The fourth elder was taken aback, clearly unaware that he had sealed his own fate. Seeing Cui Chan smile at him, he mistakenly believed his suggestion had struck a chord, and with renewed vigor, he exclaimed, "The overall strength of the Lingjian Sect surpasses that of our Spirit Sword Sect. While it may be acceptable for other direct disciples to enter the secret realm, Lin Jianzhi's entry would be akin to courting death. Not only would it bring embarrassment to our sect, but it would also distract other direct disciples who would have to protect him. This is like a single rat dropping, spoiling the entire pot of soup." As he spoke, the fourth elder cast a self-satisfied glance at Cui Chan, nodding and ingratiatingly adding, "I propose that not only should we revoke Lin Jian's entry into the secret realm, but we should also strip him of his status as a direct disciple. After all, he is a man on the brink of death. What use does he have for such hollow titles?" Upon hearing this, the other elders exchanged glances. Although they harbored no fondness for Lin Jian, they felt the suggestion was excessively cruel. Noticing the silence surrounding him, the fourth elder wiped the blood from his face and leaned closer to Cui Chan, tentatively inquiring, "Elder, do you think I am correct in my assertion?" Cui Chan smiled, and under Qing's watchful gaze, he patted the fourth elder's shoulder with an approving demeanor and replied, "Fourth elder, may I ask your name?" The fourth elder was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by Cui Chan's sudden inquiry. With so many elders present in the Sanqing Hall, why would he choose to ask about him specifically? Could it be that the elder holds him in high regard? Surely, it must be so. With this thought in mind, the fourth elder performed a respectful bow and solemnly stated, "Respectfully, Elder, my name is Lin Kong Lin Song, is it?" "No matter. It is quite a fine name," Cui Chan acknowledged, nodding in approval as he repeated the fourth elder's name. Then, he shifted the conversation, "If I am not mistaken, your grandson or granddaughter should be at my Lingjian Sect, correct? What is his name? What is his cultivation level?" At these words, the fourth elder was instantly dumbfounded, staring incredulously at Cui Chan, and blurted out, "Elder, how did you come to know this?" "My grandson, Lin Haitian, is indeed an inner disciple of the Lingjian Sect. Though he is young, he has already reached the condensation realm, just a step away from forming his dan. Could it be that the elder has met my grandson? Or perhaps you intend to take him on as your disciple. Is it Lin Haitian?" "Yes, he has indeed remembered Lin Jianzhi." Cui Chan paid no heed to the fourth elder, who was as cold as ice, for this old fellow had entirely retreated into his own world, unwilling to accept reality. "I have not encountered your grandson, yet your fervent targeting of Lin Jianzhi suggests you are merely striving to secure a spot in the secret realm for him." After casting a glance at Qing, who sat majestically at the head, and pondering momentarily, Cui Chan continued. The Lingjian Sect boasts 6 direct disciples. After accounting for their quotas, only 4 remain for entry into the secret realm. These 4 spots, 1 for the sect leader, 1 for myself, and 1 each for the second and third elders, will be bestowed upon disciples favored by Zhang Yi. As the 4th elder of our Lingjian Sect, you find yourself without a place. The 4th elder's face flushed crimson. He yearned to retort, yet upon meeting Cui Chan's frigid gaze, he found himself at a loss for words, unable to utter a single falsehood. Sect leader. Should we heed the 4th elder's words and allocate Lin Jianzhi's spot to his grandson Lin Haitian, it could indeed be permissible. However, what are the grandsons of the 5th and 6th elders? At this pronouncement, the 5th and 6th elders, along with several other lower-ranking elders, instantly turned red-eyed. Their gazes toward Cui Chan brimming with gratitude, while their looks directed at the 4th elder shifted in tone. Previously, they could only watch in silence. Even if their hearts were filled with discontent, they dared not voice it. Yet now, with someone broaching the subject, they were naturally elated. Promptly bowing to both the sect leader and Cui Chan, though remaining silent, Ji Qing raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and inquired, "Might I ask, esteemed elder, what clever proposal do you have?" Cui Chan had been awaiting this very question from Ji Qing, without a moment's hesitation. He replied, "Since these are spots for entering the secret realm, which is fraught with peril and under the watchful eyes of the Xianyuan sect, our Lingjian sect must naturally select the most capable disciples for entry. How do we determine who is strongest? A comparison will reveal all." As soon as these words were spoken, Ji Qing and the other elders' eyes brightened, and they eagerly exclaimed, "How shall we compare? The sect's grand competition." Cui Chan glanced at Ji Qing, clasped his hands in salute, and continued, "We shall inform all disciples of the Lingjian sect, whether direct disciples, inner disciples, or even outer disciples, that they may register for the grand competition as long as they are willing. Based on the number of registrants, we shall set up arenas and determine the top 10. Upon hearing this, the 2nd elder immediately applauded. What a splendid idea. This not only ignites enthusiasm among all the disciples of the Lingjian sect, but also allows us to gauge their true combat prowess. In truth, it is widely acknowledged that, regardless of whether this sect competition occurs, the 10 individuals permitted to enter the secret realm will inevitably comprise the direct disciples and others of similar stature. The reason these direct disciples hold such a distinction is not solely due to their innate talent, but equally due to their unparalleled strength. Ji Qing nodded in approval, as this scenario effectively deprived Lin Jian of his opportunity to enter the secret realm, rendering him speechless. Meanwhile, the other disciples could only commend the fairness and impartiality exhibited by their sect leader, believing that everyone had a chance to excel. Of course, to further motivate the disciples of the sect, the leader might also consider offering various treasures such as techniques, magical artifacts, medicinal pills, and spirit stones as rewards for the top contenders. At this point, Cui Chan, fearing that Ji Qing might seek reasons to evade responsibility, preemptively stated, "I, Cui Chan, shall contribute an exceptionally rare sword technique as a prize. Esteemed elders, all of this is to strengthen our Lingjian sect. You may act accordingly." Upon hearing this, the elders were left utterly astonished, exchanging wide-eyed glances, taken aback that Cui Chan had ingeniously entangled them in his scheme. Indeed, as the Grand Elder had rightly said, it was all for the benefit of our Lingjian sect. After a brief contemplation, Ji Qing promptly declared, "Then let us offer 100,000 spirit stones, 10 profound level techniques, 20 yellow level techniques, 5 magical artifacts of the condensation realm, and over 1,000 healing pills, spirit gathering pills, detoxification pills, and more, as rewards for this competition. Naturally, if the esteemed elders are willing, they may follow the Grand Elder's example and contribute further to our Lingjian sect." With the sect leader speaking, and the Grand Elder setting the precedent, it would be unthinkable for the other elders to refrain from participating. The 2nd elder, Mo Qi Shan, without a moment's hesitation, proclaimed, "I, Mo Qi Shan, am willing to contribute 20,000 high-grade spirit stones as rewards for the sect competition." The 3rd elder swallowed hard, and under the urging gazes of the assembly, reluctantly stated, "Then, I shall offer 10,000 high-grade spirit stones and 5,000 low-grade spirit stones." Next was the 4th elder, Lin Zong, who was known for his frugality. Unexpectedly, he found himself compelled to make a substantial contribution, 5,000 high-grade spirit stones, 100 spirit gathering pills, and 100 detoxification pills. The 5th elder, the 6th elder, and others followed suit, each stepping forward with great reluctance to express their pledges. As the tally of spirit stones continued to rise, a smirk crept onto Cui Chan's lips. This was indeed his true intention. In the Azure Realm, the grand competition of sects was to be held in the format of a school sports event, compelling Ji Qing and the elders to present over 100,000 high-grade spirit stones along with various precious magical artifacts as prizes. Ultimately, Lin Jianzhi triumphed overall, seizing the top position and amassing the spirit stones to enhance his cultivation. A sinister chuckle escaped him as he observed the beaming face of Cui Chan, prompting Ji Qing to nod in satisfaction. Moved by such considerations for the Spirit Sword sect, Ji Qing's wariness towards Cui Chan significantly diminished. Soon after, the second elder, under Cui Chan's direction, disseminated the news of the secret realm and the upcoming sect competition to all disciples of the Spirit Sword sect. The news spread like wildfire, igniting a fervor among the thousands of disciples, with countless eager to register. In the grass and wood hall, Lin Jianzhi rubbed his waist, marked red by Zhao Yuyan's pinch. Just as he prepared to mount his steed once more, a sudden outburst from Zhao Yuyan caught him off guard. She summoned her flying sword, which resonated with sharp, piercing sounds, as her inner spiritual energy surged forth, clearly indicating her intent to engage Lin Jianzhi in combat. Lin Jianzhi, you were too. Zhao Yuyan stammered, her face flushed with embarrassment, on the verge of tears. In all her life, she had never engaged in such humiliating acts. Being bullied by Lin Jianzhi was one thing, but to be so before her fiancé, Chen Xiao, was utterly intolerable. Gripping her long sword tightly, she lunged at Lin Jianzhi, declaring, "I will not relent. Today, I shall thoroughly teach you a lesson." Lin Jianzhi realized that he had perhaps overstepped his bounds. In a physical confrontation, he was naturally unafraid. Although Zhao Yuyan surpassed him by 3 or 4 realms, Lin Jianzhi possessed the ability to battle above his level. If he were to employ the secret technique of the human character formula, he could forcibly elevate his cultivation by 5 realms in an instant. However, he was already in the wrong. And given that they were in the Kaomutang, should a fight ensue, it would undoubtedly lead to cough, 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 cough. As Zhao Yuyan's flying sword drew ever closer, Lin Jianzhi made no attempt to evade. Instead, he clasped his mouth and began to cough violently. Humph. As expected, upon witnessing Lin Jianzhi's feeble state, Zhao Yuyan found herself unable to thrust her sword any further. Frustrated, she stamped her foot and turned to leave. Upon returning to the Yinhong building, Zhao Yuyan discovered that Chen Xiao had been waiting outside. "Yuana, where have you been? Who were you with? Do you know I've been going nearly mad searching for you?" Chen Xiao exclaimed, his emotions a tumultuous mix of surprise, joy, anger, and frustration. He immediately began to scold Zhao Yuyan as he had in the past. "Could you not always act so petulantly? Why not learn from Wen Qing and Song Shui? Look how they never..." Swish. Before Chen Xiao could finish his sentence, he found himself at a loss for words. For Zhao Yuyan had already positioned her sword against his neck. "Where I go is none of your concern. If you dislike my temperament, then seek out those who do not behave as I do. Since Wen Qing and Song Shui are so admirable, go find them and do not return to my Yinhong building." As her words echoed, Chen Xiao stood in stunned silence, as if he had just bitten into something foul. His eyes widened in disbelief, and he felt utterly trapped in his own discomfort. Chapter 48. Is Chen Xiao also going to force his way in? "Yuana, what is wrong with you? Open the door. Please, let me in." Gazing at the firmly shut door, Chen Xiao's expression darkened to an extreme, his fury igniting within him, wishing he could simply kick the door down. Zhao Yuyan had audaciously locked him outside and dared to reprimand him. This would have been unimaginable in the past. It is worth noting that they were childhood sweethearts, bound by an engagement since their youth, sharing a profound bond. Moreover, Zhao Yuyan, being infatuated with love, would lose her reason the moment Chen Xiao mentioned marriage, obediently acquiescing to his every whim. Whether it be asking for spirit stones or magical treasures, she would comply without hesitation. Even when Chen Xiao suggested she tarnish her own reputation to slander Lin Jianzhi, this foolish woman would ultimately relent after a moment's contemplation. Whenever Zhao Yuyan hesitated, Chen Xiao would feign anger, comparing her to Wen Qing and Song Shui. If it were Wen Qing or Song Shui, they would undoubtedly provide me with spirit stones. They would certainly grant me magical treasures. They would assist me in dealing with Lin Jianzhi. They would never sulk or throw tantrums. Yinan, why can't you learn from Wen Qing and Song Shui? The age-old adage, where the husband sings and the wife follows, holds true. If you refuse to heed my words, it implies you do not wish to be by my side for eternity. After a barrage of sweet words, comparisons, and subtle manipulation, Zhao Yuyan found herself utterly defeated, her principles and boundaries cast aside. Completely at the mercy of Chen Xiao. It had always been this way over the years. Why should it be different now? Women, indeed, are capricious. Humph. Chen Xiao scoffed coldly, his face grim as he stared at the closed door, feeling an unprecedented level of anger and disdain towards Zhao Yuyan. Xiao, brother Xiao, just go. Zhao Yuyan leaned against the door, her gaze intricate, her heart in turmoil. I wish to be alone for a while. One was her childhood friend and betrothed fiancé, and the other, Lin Jianzhi, whom she had wrongfully accused and imprisoned at the Cliff of Reflection, now facing imminent death. Yet he had resorted to despicable means to claim her body. Whom should she choose? It seemed not a difficult choice, as any discerning I would recognize. Yet, when Chen Xiao took away her mother's heirloom, that exquisite white jade bracelet, her heart began to waver, creating a rift between them. In contrast, Lin Jianzhi, though cunning and treacherous, had been the victim of her slander first. Additionally, Lin Jianzhi had even been generous enough to share the secret technique of the human character with her, leaving Zhao Yuyan momentarily unable to see through this man. Yin, please open the door. I have something important to discuss with you. Chen Zhao's face remained grim. It was the first time he had been rejected by Zhao Yuyan at the door, and he felt a stinging humiliation. Could it be that she had discovered his affair with Wen Qing? Was it the scandalous transaction between the male disciples of the sect that Zhao Yuyan stumbled upon? Or perhaps, was it the frequent overtures I made towards Song Shu Yi that stirred her jealousy? Little did Chen Xiao anticipate that the catalyst for Zhao Yuyan's wavering heart was that seemingly worthless sheep-fat white jade bracelet in his possession. Despite his confusion, Chen Xiao suppressed his inner turmoil for the sake of marrying Zhao Yuyan and acquiring the Zhao family's spiritual vein. He forced a semblance of a smile, contemplating how to mend their strained relationship. After all, they were on the cusp of matrimony, with sect leader Ji Qing having graciously consented to officiate their wedding. Any disruption at this juncture would be utterly unacceptable for him. Yinner, can you guess where I just went? To ease the tension and cast aspersions upon Lin Jianzhi. Chen Zhao's lips curled into a sly grin as he exclaimed, I just visited the herb hall. Can you guess what I saw there? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuyan, who had been grappling with her emotions, instantly became flustered and stammered. Did you see? In her mind, regardless of the circumstances, she felt she had wronged Chen Xiao first. Thus, when he spoke of his discovery at the herb hall, her heart raced, fearing that her involvement with Lin Jianzhi had been uncovered, wishing she could vanish into the ground. However, a flicker of relief coursed through her. Perhaps being discovered would provide an opportunity to clarify matters. Though reluctant, they both would need to walk their separate paths from that moment onward. I saw Lin Jianzhi in a room, engaging intimately with an outer sect female disciple. Chen Xiao burst into laughter, convinced that once this secret was revealed, Zhao Yuyan would come to view Lin Jianzhi as a complete scoundrel, a rogue. This was broad daylight. Under the clear sky, how could Lin Jianzhi shamelessly engage in such acts with a female disciple of the sect? It was a disgrace to the Lingjian Sect. This man, who was on the brink of death, still harbored intentions to corrupt female disciples. Unthinkable. The mere thought of the silhouette he had glimpsed through his enhanced vision. The outer sect female disciple's exquisite figure, coupled with her suppressed cries, stirred a tumult within him akin to being clawed by a cat. It was a pity that such a paragon of beauty had fallen prey to the likes of Lin Jianzhi, a true waste of talent. Overwhelmed with jealousy and anger, Chen Xiao reviled both Lin Jianzhi and the female disciple. In my opinion, that female disciple is no better. She must be devoid of discernment to be interested in a dying man like Lin Jianzhi. Before he could finish his tirade, Zhao Yuyan's countenance darkened to an extreme. She interjected, Chen Xiao, I am tired. Please leave. Chen Xiao was taken aback, unable to comprehend how just a moment ago, Zhao Yuyan had sweetly addressed him as Xiao Gu, and now she was calling him by his name without any preamble. Was it possible that Zhao Yuyan harbored no interest in such gossip? Yet, even if she were disinterested, why would she address him so directly? Women truly are capricious. With a dark scowl, Chen Xiao felt a surge of anger. He had already set aside his pride to appease Zhao Yuyan. Yet she showed no signs of appreciating his efforts. Within the confines of the room, Zhao Yuyan was his fiancée Yi, yet after all these years, aside from holding hands, nothing had transpired between them. How could she dare to display such disdain towards him? Zhao Yuyan, have I given you too much face? Fuming, Chen Xiao scoffed coldly, his anger igniting further fueled by the alluring scene he had witnessed earlier at the grass and wood hall. He resolved to burst through the door and assert himself, determined to consummate their relationship. It is often said that couples may quarrel at the head of the bed, but reconcile thereafter. Today, Chen Xiao intended to forcefully engage with Zhao Yuyan and claim what was rightfully his. Once they had taken that step, how could he fear that the proverbial duck would fly away? If you refuse to open the door, then I shall enter by force. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Zhao's internal energy erupted, and he struck the tightly shut door with a powerful fist, shattering it open. "You, how dare you?" Zhao Yuyan exclaimed in shock. Taken aback by Chen Xiao's brazen intrusion into the Crimson Chamber, clearly disregarding her presence. "Dare? I, Chen Xiao, am your fiancé. What of it?" With no intention of feigning civility any longer, he smirked as he approached Zhao Yuyan, exuding an oppressive aura. "Today, I shall claim you, and you will learn who the true master of this household is." Without waiting for Zhao Yuyan to react, Chen Xiao concentrated his energy, unleashing his full power as he struck towards her. A whoosh echoed through the air as his hand aimed directly for her shoulder. Zhao Yuyan's expression changed drastically. She could hardly fathom that her once scholarly and gentle fiancé could be so terrifying today. With no time for contemplation, instinct took over, and she retaliated with a strike of her own, palm against palm. "Humph. Seeking death." Chen Xiao sneered dismissively, channeling all his energy into his gaze. Suddenly, his eyes transformed, revealing two pupils, each adorned with the symbols of the sun and moon. In an instant, a brilliant light erupted, enhancing his aura significantly. This was the ancient dual pupil. Although Chen Xiao was merely at the 4th level of the condensation realm, Zhao Yuyan had just broken through to the 6th level a day prior, leaving a 2-realm gap between them. Nevertheless, Chen Xiao remained unfazed, for the ancient dual pupils bestowed an enhancement to his combat prowess. By harnessing the power of the dual pupils, he could temporarily elevate his cultivation by 2 realms. In a confrontation between 2 6th-level cultivators, bolstered by the ancient dual pupils, the advantage lay with Chen Xiao. However, he never anticipated that the first time he would employ the power of the ancient dual pupils would be against his fiancée. Yet, what of it? The dignity belonging to a man must be defended. Today, he would subdue Zhao Yuyan, forcefully claiming her first blood. From that moment onward, this woman would be utterly devoted to him. Dominance is an innate trait ingrained in every woman's nature. "Suppress her," Chen Xiao roared, unleashing his own 6th-level strength, delivering a devastating palm strike toward Zhao Yuyan. The clash reverberated throughout the entire Red Lotus Pavilion. Under the enhancement of the ancient dual pupils, Chen Xiao clearly held the upper hand, while Zhao Yuyan struggled to withstand the onslaught. Shock painted her face. She had never imagined Chen Xiao would be this formidable. What secrets did this man harbor? As she faced imminent defeat, a trickle of crimson blood escaped from her lips. Yet Chen Xiao showed no signs of relenting, intensifying his assault. Chen Xiao was utterly enraged. He was resolute in his intent to subdue Zhao Yuyan and seize her purity. Despair filled Zhao Yuyan's eyes as she realized they were bound by their engagement. Even if Chen Xiao forced himself upon her today, no one would care if the matter reached the sect leader, Ji Qing. Yet, she vowed that even if it meant death, she would never. Just as she was on the brink of defeat, the innate instinct within her surged, sensing danger and activating autonomously. The residual light from her dual cultivation with Lin Jian merged into her dantian, causing her aura to skyrocket. Before she could comprehend what was happening, she broke through to the 7th level of the condensation realm. With an overwhelming force, Zhao Yuyan struck Chen Xiao, sending him reeling and causing him to spout blood. Breaking 2 of his ribs, the residual force propelled him out of the Red Lotus Pavilion, crashing heavily onto the ground and creating a massive crater. Struggling to rise from the ground, Chen Xiao gazed intently toward the Red Lotus Pavilion, a pool of blood spilling from his mouth, his spirit utterly deflated. The 7th level of the condensation realm, how could this be possible? With a thunderous crash, Chen Xiao's head drooped, and he collapsed unconscious. Meanwhile, within the Red Lotus Pavilion, Zhao Yuyan stared blankly at her palm, feeling the terrifying power of her newfound 7th-level cultivation as if caught in a dream. Her entire being was suddenly in disarray. Is Lin Jian also going to participate in the sect competition? Hurry, someone come. Someone is injured. It's the esteemed disciple Chen Xiao. Oh my goodness, how could brother Chen Xiao be harmed? He is clearly at the condensation realm. Moreover, I saw brother Chen Xiao seemingly flying out from the Crimson Pavilion, and it appears that sister Zhao Yuyan was the one who struck him. How peculiar. Aren't he brother Chen Xiao and sister Zhao Yuyan a couple? What could possibly lead them to such physical confrontation? Ah, it's nothing serious. Couples often bicker and reconcile. It's merely a trivial matter. But what if they haven't even been intimate yet? Qin Shao was blasted out of the Crimson Pavilion by Zhao Yuyan's palm, creating a large crater in the ground. The commotion was indeed significant, instantly attracting numerous inner and outer disciples to gather and murmur amongst themselves. A few male disciples who shared a close bond with Qin Shao rushed over in a panic, cradling the unconscious Qin Shao tightly, their eyes red with concern. If he is damaged, how will they utilize him in the future? Their hearts ached to the point of suffocation. One disciple glanced at Zhao Yuyan standing at the entrance of the Crimson Pavilion, pondering how this woman, who usually appeared gentle and amiable, could be so ferocious when provoked, breaking 2 or 3 of his ribs. As the couple quarreled, should we take Brother Qin Shao back to the Crimson Pavilion? I think that's a good idea. We still need to register for the sect competition and have no time to care for him. Exactly. Haven't you noticed Sister Zhao is still waiting at the Crimson Pavilion? I believe she is too embarrassed to face him. Surely she is worried about Brother Qin Shao and is regretting her heavy-handedness. Junior brother, your observation is astute and quite reasonable. However, when several disciples carried the unconscious Qin Shao to the front of the Crimson Pavilion, Zhao Yuyan didn't even spare him a glance. With a loud bang, she decisively closed the door. Zhao, Sister Zhao, Brother Qin Shao is still unconscious. Swish. In the incredulous eyes of the 2 male disciples, the protective barrier of the Crimson Pavilion was instantly activated, and fiery red light soared into the sky, completely isolating the Crimson Pavilion from the outside world. The 2 male disciples were left utterly dumbfounded and then exchanged glances with the still unconscious Qin Shao, momentarily stunned. In truth, there was no urgency to register for the sect competition, as with our cultivation, we would merely be filling in numbers. One male disciple, his face flushed, hesitantly suggested, "Why don't we take Brother Qin Shao home and enjoy ourselves together?" The other male disciple, though somewhat bashful, couldn't suppress the smile that crept upon his lips. Brother, your reasoning is sound. After all, it's quite rare to see Brother Qin Shao in such a state of unconsciousness. Swish. After 2 male disciples joyfully carried Qin Shao back to the residence, deep within the forest, Lin Jianzhi stood with his sword, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Behind the robust trunk of a tree, with a light touch of his toes, he leaped gracefully, soaring back to the grass and wood hall. Prompted by the elder, Qin Shao rushed into the Crimson Pavilion, and Lin Jianzhi arrived at that very moment. Observing Zhao Yuyan deny Qin Shao entry, a faint smile played on his lips. However, when he witnessed Qin Shao wielding the power of the heavy pupil in a bid to force his way in, a surge of murderous intent welled up within him, compelling him to charge into the Crimson Pavilion to eliminate the threat and seize the eyes. At this critical juncture, it was the Elder's counsel that restrained Lin Jianzhi. Firstly, the ancient heavy pupil had yet to awaken fully, and even if taken, it could not be implanted. Secondly, Zhao Yuyan would remain unharmed, as even with the heavy pupil, Qin Shao was no match for her. After all, the human character technique was in play, and the energy they had recently cultivated together from this technique had yet to be refined, ensuring their safety. The human character technique is the foremost among the secret arts, and Zhao Yuyan had not fully comprehended it. Had she done so, she could have instantly elevated 5 realms and vanquished all. Nonetheless, even with only a partial understanding, it sufficed to contend with Qin Shao, whose ancient heavy pupil had not yet completely awakened. The only scenario in which Zhao Yuyan might falter would be if she hesitated to strike against Qin Shao, still harboring affection for him. In such a case, Lin Jianzhi would have no reason to intervene. Fortunately, the outcome aligned with the elder's predictions. Qin Shao was decisively subdued by Zhao Yuyan, showing no mercy whatsoever. What Lin Jianzhi did not realize was that, at the very moment he departed, Zhao Yuyan in the Crimson Pavilion happened to gaze out the window. She caught a fleeting glimpse of a figure darting through the woods. Though the visage remained obscured, her heart instinctively conjured the image of that person, stirring a gentle softness within her. Lin Jianzhi, could it be you? Zhao Yuyan's cheeks flushed as she closed the windows and lay upon her bed, tossing and turning, her mind a tumult of confusion. It was not merely the altercation with her betrothed, Qin Shao, that troubled her, but the incessant thought that the fleeting shadow might indeed be Lin Jianzhi. A flicker of anticipation ignited within her. How absurd. Why would I think of that rogue, that scoundrel, that brigand? What could he possibly want? He himself is gravely injured, with scarcely a few days to live. How could he dare approach the Crimson Pavilion? Moreover, Qin Shao possesses the cultivation of the. Yet, knowing he is on the brink of death and incapable of besting Qin Shao, he still risks coming to the Crimson Pavilion to rescue her. The more she pondered, the more chaotic her thoughts became, until she buried her head beneath the covers. Restless and unable to find sleep, Her heart had indeed become a tumultuous storm. Is it truly necessary to complicate matters for the sect competition to determine the quota for the secret realm? In the Zhangtian Pavilion, Lu Jiang furrowed his brow upon hearing the second elder discuss the news of the sect competition, his displeasure evident. The discovery of the secret realm within the Hongduan Mountains had reached him first, as he, the senior disciple of the Lingjian Sect, had been preparing for his entry into the secret realm in recent days. However, the unexpected announcement of a sect competition had disrupted his plans. What was even more irksome was that he, as the senior disciple, was compelled to participate in this competition and secure a place among the top 10. Otherwise, he would not gain entry to the secret realm. The second elder, after savoring a sip of tea, had hurried to the Zhongtian Pavilion as soon as he emerged from the Sanqing Hall to relay this news to Lu Jiang. Naturally, given the second elder's status and strength, there was no need for him to curry favor with Lu Jiang, yet he chose to do so nonetheless. Why? Because the second elder was betting on tomorrow. Lu Jiang was the heir apparent to the sect leader, Ji Qing. If he did not seek favor now, it would be too late once Lu Jiang ascended to power. Who conceived of this idea? We, the direct disciples, should naturally be entitled to a quota for entering the secret realm without such convolutions. Lu Jiang furrowed his brow, setting down his cup, deeply troubled. As the senior disciple of the Lingjian Sect, he had never considered himself merely a disciple, but rather the deputy to the sect leader. Deserving of privileges, yet today those privileges had been stripped away. The Grand Elder, Cui Chan, was the only one capable of devising such a scheme. The second elder poured himself another cup of tea and, observing Lu Jiang's discontent, offered words of comfort. In my view, this is ultimately a fortuitous turn of events for you. After all, with your prowess, you are bound to secure the top position in this sect competition, which not only guarantees your entry into the secret realm but also promises substantial rewards. I neglected to mention that the rewards for this sect's grand competition are indeed quite substantial. The second elder chuckled, deliberately teasing Lu Jiang's curiosity. Rewards? Lu Jiang was momentarily taken aback. Did he not consider these prizes to be already his? Who among the over 2,000 disciples of the Spirit Sword sect could possibly rival him? Who? There was not a single contender. The sect leader produced a staggering 100,000 spirit stones, an abundance of elixirs, and countless magical artifacts. The Grand Elder Cui Chan even presented an exceedingly rare swordsmanship technique. The other elders contributed significantly as well. Splendid. Truly splendid. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiang excitedly slammed his palm on the table, exclaiming, Grand Elder. No. Master truly understands me. He intends to bestow these treasures upon me. Should any of the other direct disciples express discontent, the entire sect's competition will not only allow me to claim these treasures but also to shine brightly before everyone. Second Elder, spare me your words. Enroll me immediately. Sign me up. Meanwhile, Wen Qing, Song Shudi, Zhao Yuyan, and Chen Xiao, who had just stepped out of her chamber while clutching her backside, all received news of the sect's grand competition and were filled with delight, hastily registering for participation. The direct disciples, endowed with exceptional aptitude alongside formidable strength, were certain to secure their spots even under normal circumstances. With the added incentive of rewards, their excitement was palpable. Additionally, numerous inner and outer disciples chose to register. The outer disciples were fewer in number, as most of them were at the body refinement or chi refinement stages. Their participation was merely to join the festivity. However, the inner disciples presented a stark contrast, with many masters at the 8th, 9th, and even 10th layers of the chi condensation stage, their cultivation level surpassing that of most direct disciples. Their failure to attain direct disciple status was not due to inadequate connections, after all. The Spirit Sword sect was not as corrupt as some might believe, but rather due to insufficient talent. Most of them were older, having spent over a decade in the Spirit Sword sect, and had only recently managed to break through to the pinnacle of the chi condensation stage. Their vitality waning and growth potential limited. As the sect leader, Ji Qing naturally preferred not to squander resources on them, favoring instead the exceptionally gifted direct disciples with greater potential for growth. This principle holds true universally. Consequently, these powerful inner disciples found themselves with even fewer opportunities, as previous access to the secret realms was monopolized by direct disciples, with the remainder allocated to those with connections. However, this time was different. The sect's grand competition would assess only strength, disregarding talent, qualifications, connections, and age. It promised to be relatively fair and just. Under the approval of Sovereign Ji Qing and the guidance of Grand Elder Cui Chan, the organization of the sect's grand competition progressed with remarkable speed. In a mere hour, the influx of disciples wishing to register caused a bottleneck for the elders overseeing the event. After careful tallying, it was confirmed that a total of 199 disciples had signed up for the competition. Subsequently, Cui Chan began to formulate the rules of the contest, while the other elders took charge of setting up the arenas. After a night of thorough preparation, everything was in place. On the following day, as the sun began to rise, the disciples of the Lingjian Sect gathered on the elevated platform in front of the sword pavilion. In addition to the 199 registered participants, a multitude of spectators had also gathered, making the sword pavilion a veritable sea of people. Senior brother, the top position is undoubtedly yours, Song Shui declared as she stepped forward and offered a respectful salute to Lu Jiang. Seeing the icy beauty, Song Shui initiated a conversation with him. Lu Jiang felt an exhilarating rush of excitement, his spirits soaring, yet he feigned indifference, waving his hand dismissively. Ahem. That may not necessarily be the case. Wenqing is also at the core formation stage, and her strength is formidable. Moreover, I've heard that she has borrowed a magical artifact for this competition. Perhaps before Lu Jiang could finish his thought, his gaze fell upon Lin Jianzhi, who was passing by. His eyes widened in shock, and he exclaimed, Lin Jianzhi? What are you doing here? At Lu Jiang's call, many disciples converged around them. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Xiao pointed at Lin Jianzhi with a mocking tone. Lin Jianzhi, today the sword pavilion is holding the sect's grand competition. You shouldn't come here to cause trouble. Don't embarrass us, the direct disciples. Song Shui crossed her arms, a faint smile gracing her lips, and spoke with disdain. Lin Xixiao, you wouldn't be here to participate in the grand competition, would you? Wenqing, overhearing this, covered her mouth and chuckled. Haha, this is too funny. He is a waste. Even if he has regained some cultivation, he remains severely injured and will likely perish in a couple of days. If he participates in the grand competition, we must be cautious if we face him. Are they all intent on courting death? Just as Lin Jianzhi habitually extended his crimson tongue to lick his lips, emanating a chilling intent, he prepared to strike. However, Zhao Yuyan, who had been silent until now, stepped forward before him, loudly admonishing Lu Jiang, Chen Xiao, and the others. Enough of this. Chapter 50. Has Zhao Yuyan truly developed feelings over time? Enough of this. Upon the lofty platform of Jin Pavilion, a single utterance from Zhao Yuyan rendered the surroundings utterly silent. The stillness was so profound that the sound of a pin dropping could be distinctly heard. Lu Jiang, Chen Xiao, and their fellow disciples found themselves momentarily stunned. Hundreds of inner disciples stood in bewilderment, while thousands of outer disciples encircling the entire platform shared the same astonishment. It was as if time itself had been suspended. All eyes were wide with disbelief, fixed upon Zhao Yuyan at the center of the scene. Questions hung in the air. What had transpired? Why was Zhao Yuyan so incensed? In all her years at Lingjian Sect, she had always been gentle and courteous, known more for her romantic inclinations than for any display of anger. Unlike the aloof and icy demeanor of Song Shui, she enjoyed considerable popularity among both inner and outer disciples. Yet today, Lin Jianzhi was momentarily taken aback. As he had been poised to retaliate or engage in a physical confrontation, if necessary, resorting to violence. He was not one to shy away from conflict. Nor was he a paragon of virtue. He typically avenged grievances on the spot. If he refrained from immediate retribution, it was often indicative of a more profound scheme, warranting greater caution from his adversaries. The mockery, derision, and insults cast his way were of no concern to him. Having toiled as a corporate drone for many years, his resilience had thickened his skin beyond measure. After all, how else could one thrive in sales? What did a few insults matter? They posed no threat to his existence. Soon enough, he would have his chance to strike back, quelling any animosity with a swift retort. However, Zhao Yuyan's unexpected defense on his behalf was entirely unforeseen. Could it be that he had indeed developed feelings for Zhao Yuyan over time? Lin Jian's confusion was palpable, and even the disciples closest to him, such as Lu Jiang and Chen Xiao, found themselves equally perplexed, as they gazed with wide, astonished eyes at Zhao Yuyan, who passionately defended Lin Jian. Wenqing, the first to react, gently tugged at Zhao Yuyan's sleeve, urging her to recognize her position. How can you stand up for someone as worthless as Lin Jian? Do not forget your betrothed, Chen Xiao, is right here. What will become of his dignity? Yet, Zhao Yuyan appeared oblivious to Wenqing's admonition. Her determination unwavering as she faced the crowd, her cheeks flushed. She was acutely aware that defending Lin Jian at this moment could lead to misunderstandings. But her body seemed to act on its own accord, beyond the control of her mind. Yenner, what are you doing? How can you speak for Lin Jian? Chen Xiao clutched his chest, struggling to breathe, nearly fainting from the sheer frustration. You are my fiancée. How can you advocate for another man? You are tarnishing my reputation. In front of so many disciples, Chen Xiao felt as though his dignity was trampled upon, his face pressed into the ground by a multitude. He had intended to slap Zhao Yuyin to assert his masculine pride and prompt her to reflect on her actions, but as his hand rose, he realized he was no match for her strength. I, Zhao Yuyin, her face aflame, defended Lin Jian before all the disciples of Lingjian Sect, feeling somewhat, I mean no harm, but our master and the elders are about to arrive. If we continue this quarrel, we might provoke their wrath and invite their reprimand. At this juncture, Zhao Yuyin, blushing and avoiding Lin Jian's gaze, added with faint conviction, I would never speak for that rogue. Shameless scoundrel. Had Zhao Yuyin refrained from adding that last remark, it might have been more acceptable. However, her words now sounded rather peculiar. As if she were playfully teasing Lin Jian. Lu Jiang and the others exchanged glances, their expressions filled with sympathy, pity, and mockery directed at Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao, astute in reading the room, could not overlook Zhao Yuyan's odd behavior, and the ridicule from the crowd turned his face the color of a ripe liver. Junior Sister Zhao is correct. Our master and the elders are indeed on their way. We must prioritize the greater good and uphold the image of Lingjian Sect. Clearing his throat, Lu Jiang patted Chen Xiao on the shoulder, a mischievous glint in his eye as he reminded him, whatever grievances exist should be settled in the arena. What use is mere verbal sparring? As men, we must respect strength. Upon hearing those words, Chen Xiao's fury dissipated significantly, and he nodded heavily. His gaze turned towards Lin Jianzhi, brimming with both pity and mockery. Lin Jianzhi, you worthless fool dare to sign up for the sect's grand competition. Good. Very well. You better pray you don't encounter me on the arena, or else. Just as Chen Xiao's threat hung in the air, Lin Jianzhi swiftly retaliated with a resounding slap across his face. Address me as senior brother. Show some respect. The entire assembly was rendered speechless, shocked by the sudden turn of events. An altercation had erupted without warning, displaying such unyielding dominance and decisiveness. This audacity, this temperament. How reminiscent of the Sword King himself it appeared. Chen Xiao, clutching his reddened cheek, instinctively drew his sword, ready to confront Lin Jianzhi, but was firmly restrained by Wen Qing. Lu Jiang squinted, astonished as he observed Lin Jianzhi. He was indifferent to Chen Xiao's humiliation, for it was not his reputation at stake. However, the speed at which Lin Jianzhi had struck was astonishing, too swift. So swift that Lu Jiang barely caught a glimpse of a fleeting shadow, unable to intervene in time. A chilling thought surfaced in Lu Jiang's mind. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao struggled desperately against Wen Qing's grasp. Being slapped in front of so many witnesses was unbearable, if he did not retaliate. How could he maintain his standing within the Spirit Sword sect? Let go of me. I'm going to end him, Lin. Enough. Zhao Yuyan, her face flushed, interjected with a sense of righteous indignation amidst Chen Xiao's agitation. Stop this. The master and the elders are coming. You all need to behave yourselves. As anticipated, following Zhao Yuyan's gesture, several figures soared through the skies on their swords, approaching with haste. With disbelief etched across his features, Chen Xiao gazed at his fiancée. Hearing the shattering of his own heart, when Zhao Yuyan spoke, he had dared to hope that someone would finally stand up for him. Enveloped in an unprecedented warmth and affection. Unsurprisingly, Zhao Yuyan was still by his side, loving him. But the outcome? Your man has been struck. You ask him to be quiet? To stop causing a scene? How could you utter such words without a pang of conscience? Cursed lovers. You all deserve to perish. The spiritual energy within Chen Xiao erupted completely, allowing him to abruptly break free from Wen Qing's grasp. Drawing his longsword, he intended to strike Lin Jianzhi. Much to the horror of those around him, Lu Jiang, possessing the cultivation of the Golden Core stage, could have easily intervened to stop Chen Xiao. Yet he merely crossed his arms, observing Lin Jianzhi with keen interest, his gaze fixed on how Lin Jianzhi would evade the impending strike, thereby validating his own conjectures. However, Lin Jianzhi displayed no intention of dodging, as if he were oblivious to the sword aimed at him. Beside them, Zhao Yuyan furrowed her brows, poised to draw her sword in aid, only to be restrained by Wen Qing's gentle grip, who engaged her in idle conversation to prevent her from intervening. Just as Chen Zhao's sword was about to find its mark on Lin Jianzhi, an overwhelming pressure emanating from the spirit communication realm erupted, engulfing the entire sword pavilion's high platform, ensnaring the thousands of disciples of the Lingjian Sect present. Boom. The others fared relatively well, untouched by this terrifying pressure, Yet the unfortunate Qin Shao, wielding the sword, bore the brunt of it. The oppressive force bore down on him, pinning him to the ground like a dog, utterly helpless and in a pitiful state. With a measured cadence, Elder Cui Chan approached the gathered crowd, his demeanor cold and unyielding. Upon reaching Qin Shao, he showed no sign of hesitation, his indifferent gaze settling upon him as he stepped on Qin Shao's head, leaving a deep imprint upon his handsome profile. The appearance of Cui Chan rendered all disciples present mute with trepidation. Behind him stood the sect master Ji Qing and other elders, with Ji Qing ascending to the primary seat, the elders standing to his right, while the remaining elders positioned themselves to his left. With a swift gesture, Cui Chan dissolved the chilling pressure, which dissipated like melting snow. Master, teacher, it was Lin Jianzhi who struck first, and I did not instigate this conflict. Qin Shao, his voice tinged with anguish, pointed at his reddened visage, nearly fainting from indignation. The previous strike had been executed with such speed that Lin Jianzhi had barely managed to defend himself. Had the elder not arrived, he would have already dispatched Lin Jianzhi, that scoundrel. But why? Why was he, Qin Shao, always the target of others? Why was he perpetually singled out? Enough. Such a disgraceful display. Was it not already humiliating enough? Before Qin Shao could finish his lament, Cui Chan furiously pointed a finger at him, admonishing, with the Sect-S grand competition approaching and the sect master in attendance, you waste everyone's time over such trivial matters. Do you expect the sect master to halt the competition to address your personal grievances? Qin Shao stood there, mouth agape, on the verge of tears yet unable to shed them. He sensed the bias in Cui Chan's stance, the favoritism towards Lin Jianzhi, yet alas, there was no evidence. He could only grit his teeth and swallow this bitter resentment. The look in your eyes betrays your discontent, leading you to believe I am partial to Lin Jianzhi? Cui Chan let out a cold huff, and with a wave of his hand, the terrifying pressure of the spirit realm once again forced Qin Shao to his knees. You, Qin Shao, are my disciple, while Lin Jianzhi is what to me? Strict governance and profound affection. The more stringent I am with you, the more I value you. How can you not comprehend such a fundamental truth? You have greatly disappointed me. Upon hearing these words, the second elder and others nodded in agreement.